Chapter 501. The Taste of First Love. Returning to the palace, Zhao Kuo needed to rest and recover his strength. After helping Zhao Kuo stabilize his mystic crystal, Hao Ren took an amount of nature essence from the mystic crystal and needed some time to settle it down. "Brother, congratulations." Standing at the gate of the palace, Zhao Guang greeted Zhao Kuo in happiness. Usually, the simpler the cultivator's elemental attribute was, the easier the process of planting mystic crystal. For Suhan, who had both metal and water attributes, it was difficult for her to find a proper mystic crystal and complicated for her to use it. If not for his previous experience of planting the mystic crystal, Zhao Kuo probably couldn't have succeeded in using the 7-core 5-color lotus, which had 5 elemental nature essences. In fact, during the entire day when he used the mystic crystal, Zhao Kuo was in danger multiple times. Each time, Elder Xingyue helped him and solved the problems for him. However, no one knew if the mystic crystals with more elemental attributes were more powerful than those with only one element. The great increase in Zhao Kuo's strength that came after he used the mystic crystal was because the 7-core 5-color lotus was one of the best mystic crystals instead of the fact that it contained 5 elements. "Third uncle, I told you that you would be okay." Zhao Yanzi rushed into the palace and said happily. "Hee, your third uncle is a lucky man. How could anything happen to me?" Zhao Kuo said heartily. He glanced at Hao Ren, who came in with Zhao Yanzi, and said, 7-core 5-color lotus is indeed a grand mystic crystal. If I can find another one, I'll bring it to you. He didn't expect Hao Ren to reach Dewey level and didn't think he needed a mystic crystal. However, Hao Ren's performance had astonished him, giving him a vague hope that this young man would one day become a master. Especially when Hao Ren practiced the light-splitting sword shadow scroll with him a moment ago. He was afraid that Hao Ren, a gen-level cultivator, wouldn't be able to withstand the suppression of his nature essence. However, Hao Ren absorbed all the extra nature essence to his surprise. Zhao Kuo didn't know that the old grandma, who was a soul formation realm cultivator, had injected a trace of vital energy of nature into Hao Ren's body, and it even stored Zhao Horan's 1,000 years of cultivation strength, not to mention the small amount of energy from the mystic crystal. Zhao Kuo felt like he owed Hao Ren a favor for taking the 7-core 5-color lotus, which Hao Ren could also use. However, his usage of the mystic crystal was, in fact, opening a way for Hao Ren in the future, and he wondered if there was another 7-core 5-color lotus in the world. "Okay, I'm glad you do that for me," Hao Ren answered brightly. "Brother, you are tired. Go and rest." Zhao Guang patted Zhao Kuo on the shoulder and said with concern. "Okay." Zhao Kuo turned and entered the palace. In the massive summer palace, there was a special cultivation place and bedroom for Zhao Kuo. Standing by Zhao Hongyu's side, Elder Xingyue watched Zhao Kuo strode away with a trace of helplessness in her eyes. "Ren, you should go and rest too. You've done a lot." Zhao Guang looked at Hao Ren and said. "Okay." Hao Ren nodded, expecting Premier Xia to show him the way. However, Zhao Hongyu said, "Why don't you share a room with Z?" "What?" Zhao Yanzi froze for a moment and yelled in protest, "Mom." She had grown more attached to Hao Ren recently and was jealous during the days when Hao Ren kept Xie Yujia Company in the US. However, when Zhao Hongyu told them to share a room, she was resistant. "Is there anything wrong with what I said?" Zhao Hongyu glanced at her helplessly before looking at Hao Ren. "The grade 9 courses are tough. Can you help her out by tutoring her for a bit?" "I will, Auntie," Hao Ren agreed with pleasure. Recently, while Zhao Yanzi lived in the palace and he stayed in the forest, they didn't spend long periods of time together. The only time they met was when they joined forces to fight Zhao Kuo each day, and they had grown closer to each other while they worked on their sword techniques together. Zhao Yanzi pouted but didn't dare to say more. When they entered Zhao Yanzi's bedroom, Hao Ren shut the door after him. "What are you trying to do?" Zhao Yanzi looked at Hao Ren warily. "Don't you shut the door when you enter a room?" Hao Ren asked before opening the windows facing the ocean. It was a great pleasure in seeing the sceneries outside from inside the palace. The ocean breeze blew in from the windows, bringing a chill and comfortable feeling. Even though the sky had been filled with gales and dark clouds only a moment ago, it was all calm now. "Hey!" Zhao Yanzi turned suddenly and bumped Hao Ren's belly with her elbow. "Elder Lu said the demon beasts all came from the Demon Sea. Why don't we go there and play for a bit?" "Demon Sea?" Hao Ren looked at her with a weird expression. "You? Humph. What do you mean?" Zhao Yanzi wrinkled her nose and snorted. "When you reach the core formation realm, I'll take you there," Hao Ren said. "Oh, you better promise." Zhao Yanzi grabbed the opportunity to make him promise. "I promise. I promise." Exasperated, Hao Ren pulled over an antique armchair and sat down. On the exquisite wooden desk were grade 9 textbooks. Have you read them all? Hao Ren turned his head and asked her. Mostly. They are not difficult, Zhao Yanzi said. Hao Ren nodded and knew she wasn't boasting. As one of the best middle schools in East Ocean City, Lingjiao Middle School had a tight schedule and taught some concepts that belonged to grade 9 and grade 8. For example, chemistry was a class that only were taught to grade 9 students everywhere else at East Ocean City, but Lingjiao Middle School had it in grade 8. Such a tight schedule was a bit hard for lazy students like Zhao Yanzi. However, due to this tight schedule, grade 9 was comparatively easier since they would spend the whole year reviewing and preparing for the high school entrance exam. Math, physics, chemistry, English. While Hao Ren flipped through the textbooks, Zhao Yanzi sat down beside him and waited patiently. She got ranked number 3 in the class this time, and it was mainly because of Hao Ren. That was why she no longer doubted Hao Ren's tutoring ability. Zhao Hongyu brought her grade 9 textbooks to learn during the summer in the hope that she wouldn't lag during the new school year. To maintain her academic performance, Zhao Yanzi could only rely on Hao Ren. Not used to Zhao Yanzi's good behavior, Hao Ren felt a bit strange. He had complicated feelings for Zhao Yanzi. Although he liked her a lot, he also felt weird to be with a young girl from middle school. While Zhao Yanzi sat quietly by his side, a delicate fragrance unique to girls of her age permeated the surroundings. The palace was built in ancient times. In those times, girls married at Zhao Yanzi's age. Zhao Yanzi looked at Hao Ren quietly, thinking that he was a nice guy. However, she couldn't help messing with him, especially when he was with Xie Yujia. Now, she thought it felt nice to have Hao Ren sit by her side and read books in all seriousness. Except for the time when they just met, Zhao Yanzi never regarded Hao Ren as a university student after she got to know him better. Hao Ren felt like a high school student who was only 1 or 2 years older than her to her. His shyness, pure mind, carefulness with feelings, the youthful face which showed every emotion he had. Subconsciously, Zhao Yanzi leaned into Hao Ren's arms. Instead of pushing her away, Hao Ren brought his arm around her waist, holding her lightly while he continued to flip through the books. Zhao Yanzi's middle school textbooks were a bit different from those of Hao Ren's, which was why Hao Ren had to study them carefully before he could tutor her. With a racing heart, Zhao Yanzi lifted her head slightly and looked up at Hao Ren's face. She blushed slightly with a sense of happiness. Young girls her age liked to fantasize. Although Zhao Yanzi called him uncle from time to time, she never regarded him as an uncle. Instead, Hao Ren was a typical handsome boy in her mind. While time ticked on, Zhao Yanzi felt cozy leaning lazily in Hao Ren's arms. Like a kitten lying in her master's arms, she didn't want to move. However, Hao Ren stretched his body and exhaled deeply. Done. Oh, Zhao Yanzi looked up at him. With her back against Hao Ren's chest, she felt warm and comfortable. Hao Ren placed his hands on her delicate shoulders and pushed her up while he looked out of the window. It's almost time for bed. I need to change into my pajamas. You can bath outside. Zhao Yanzi's blush disappeared, and she yelled at Hao Ren. Got it. Why are you so mad? Baffled, Hao Ren stood up and walked out of the room. In the yard outside of the palace was an ancient well. Hao Ren drew up a bucket of water and washed his body. Then, he circulated the fire elemental nature essence and dried his body and clothes up. When he returned to Zhao Yanzi's room, she was already in bed wearing her strawberry pajamas. She brought everything here, including her pajamas. Looking around and finding no place to sleep, he walked to the bed and asked, "Where should I sleep?" Zhao Yanzi got angry instantly at this question. She just thought he was simple-minded, but now he looked like an idiot. The summer palace was not as big as the East Ocean Dragon Palace, and the room allocated to Zhao Yanzi was far smaller than her bedroom in the East Ocean Dragon Palace. Likewise, the bed was smaller too. Chapter 502, Jerk. I haven't slept well this month. Maybe, can I sleep here? Hao Ren looked at the bed and asked. During the last 30 days, Hao Ren lived in a small hut in purple bamboo forest. It couldn't keep out wind or rain, and there wasn't even a bed. He had to sleep on dried grasses. Hao Ren lived an ascetic lifestyle for a month, not to mention the fierce battle he had with Zhao Kuo during the day. Therefore, he was utterly exhausted now and just wanted to have a good sleep on a nice bed. You, jerk. Zhao Yanzi turned around with her eyes wide open. In fact, she didn't know where Hao Ren should sleep either. However, she knew Hao Ren had a tough month and wanted to let him rest well. Not refusing means you agree. Hao Ren smiled as he looked into Zhao Yanzi's eyes. He grabbed the blanket and got on the bed. His body and clothes were clean and would not stain Zhao Yanzi's bedsheets. You. Zhao Yanzi didn't know what to say as Hao Ren got onto her bed. She moved and made some space for Hao Ren. She was always gloating over Hao Ren's misfortune on the surface, but she was worried about Hao Ren when he had to sleep in the woods while it was windy and rainy outside. Hao Ren got onto the bed and stretched his legs. Zhao Yanzi, who was about to enter grade 9, was still growing. Therefore, when Hao Ren laid down sideways behind her, her feet were touching Hao Ren's knees. As Hao Ren's right arm was initially resting between his belly and Zhao Yanzi's back, he wasn't comfortable. Therefore, he put his arm in front of Zhao Yanzi's belly and tested her reaction. Zhao Yanzi's heart was beating very fast. After all, they had more sweet moments with each other than arguing. Maybe Hao Ren was insensitive about those moments, but Zhao Yanzi did find it sweet when she recalled those memories. Hao Ren was as insensitive as a high school kid. However, Zhao Yanzi liked him that way. The feelings they had when they were with each other were very pure, very clear, much like the definition of first love at her age. As a matter of fact, Hao Ren was nervous when he moved his arm. Zhao Yanzi was wearing cotton pajamas, and Hao Ren put his arm across her waist and stretched it out. After relaxing his arm, his elbow gently pressed against her small waist. Hao Ren wasn't trying to take advantage of her. It was way too uncomfortable to put his arm in front of himself when he was lying sideways. Then, Hao Ren slightly bent his legs and left arm before placing his left arm on the pillow and resting his head on it. Finally, he was comfortable. Zhao Yanzi's ears were completely red. She thought that it wasn't appropriate for Hao Ren to do that, so she raised her right hand and grabbed Hao Ren's right arm. Hao Ren's arm was heavier than she thought. The moment she grabbed Hao Ren's hand, her hand was caught by Hao Ren before she had a chance to throw it back. Ah! Zhao Yanzi was flustered, and all strength left her body as Hao Ren held her hand. Hao Ren could never understand a teenage girl's eagerness to fall in love. The moment her hand got held by Hao Ren, Zhao Yanzi's mind went to a complete mess, and she started panting. "What are you doing?" Hao Ren complained. "You," Zhao Yanzi gritted her teeth. "Jerk, jerk, jerk," Zhao Yanzi said that over 100 times in her mind. However, she did not make a huge reaction, physically. When Hao Ren laid his arm across Zhao Yanzi's waist, symbolically hugging her from behind, his mind was struggling as well. As a matter of fact, he liked Zhao Yanzi, especially when she snuggled into his arms. The happiness he felt was as if he was a high school kid and being in a relationship with Zhao Yanzi. "I don't know what my mom is going to think if she knows we are doing this," Zhao Yanzi suddenly said. "What will she think?" Hao Ren asked her intentionally. Zhao Yanzi pinched Hao Ren's hand twice as a punishment. However, this little act caused Hao Ren's hand to move closer to Zhao Yanzi's belly. He could even feel the warmth of her body through the pajamas. Hao Ren's slightly movement caused Zhao Yanzi to move her body toward him more. Her shoulders and back moved closer to Hao Ren's chest as if she were being held in his arms. "Have you ever done this with Xie Yujia?" Zhao Yanzi asked hesitantly. "No," Hao Ren replied immediately. Even though he was holding Zhao Yanzi, he did not have any wicked thoughts as he thought she was very young. Yet, an indescribable feeling of trust and warmth slowly sprouted like a seed. It was like two middle schoolers who were caught in their first love. An intimate hug was already enough to make them happy and nervous. "Then, Lu Linlin and Lu Lily?" Zhao Yanzi continued to ask. "That," Hao Ren could not answer. "I knew it." Zhao Yanzi smacked Hao Ren's hand twice heavily. "Hey, hey, hey!" Hao Ren immediately tried to pull his hand. But Zhao Yanzi grabbed his arm and refused to let him go. It was at this moment, Zhao Yanzi moved even closer into Hao Ren's arms and was wrapped up in his arms and legs. "Do you hate me?" Hao Ren wrapped his arm around her waist and asked. "Who?" Zhao Yanzi stopped for a second. "I don't like you anyways." "Who do you like then?" Hao Ren persisted. "I like Xie Zhaofeng from our high school," Zhao Yanzi answered. Although he knew she was speaking nonsense, Hao Ren couldn't help but feel jealous. He grabbed her small hands and asked, "Really?" "Ha, yes." Zhao Yanzi pulled her hand away, which caused Hao Ren's arm to touch her chest. Soft, a pleasant sensation came back from Hao Ren's arm. Zhao Yanzi didn't wear anything under her pajamas, and the pajamas were made out of a very soft, light, cotton material. Zhao Yanzi was flustered, and her face immediately turned red. Then, she felt Hao Ren's chin resting on her shoulder, and his short beard was poking around her neck as she was being held even tighter. She was shy and blushing, but she was also nervous that Hao Ren's hand was going to do something else. Zhao Yanzi was definitely sure that Hao Ren really liked her as he naturally held her in his arms. Hao Ren snorted deeply. Zhao Yanzi turned around slightly and saw that Hao Ren had fallen asleep. Chapter 503. "I didn't let you hold me." Zhao Yanzi slightly moved her shoulder. She was being held tightly by Hao Ren, and her body was very warm. Hao Ren's right arm that was originally resting on her waist was now laying on her chest through her armpit. Although his arm was only lightly resting on her chest, his thumb was still pressing against her chest. The rhythm of Hao Ren's breathing passed through Zhao Yanzi's ears, and his strong thighs were supporting Zhao Yanzi's butt. She let Hao Ren hold her tightly as she was afraid to move. The sound of ocean waves came from outside. A cool breeze entered the room through the window. The ocean, dawn, peace, warmth, all the elements of romanticism. Jerk. Zhao Yanzi looked down at Hao Ren's hand that was resting on her chest and complained in her mind. Hao Ren had been cultivating very hard for many days, not to mention that he also had a fierce fight with Zhao Kuo before he read through all the textbooks. The moment he got into a comfortable bed, all his exhaustion exploded instantly as he was completely burned out. Therefore, Zhao Yanzi could understand Hao Ren. What Hao Ren was doing was similar to how she held her teddy bear while falling asleep. In the past, if a boy dared to touch her, she would have exploded right away. However, the feeling was different when Hao Ren held her. Even Zhao Yanzi didn't know how to describe it. He was always wearing a clean white shirt, and his smile was always silly but pure. He was smart, but he never had malicious intent. Also, he could always solve every problem he faced, and he was always patiently helping her with schoolwork. In addition, he could play sports as if he was on fire when he got serious. Everything about Hao Ren matched Prince Charming in Zhao Yanzi's fantasy. Do I like Hao Ren because of these things about him? Or do I see these things because I like him? Zhao Yanzi wondered as she listened to the waves from the outside, moved gently to the side, and put her head on Hao Ren's arm. Hao Ren mumbled. Zhao Yanzi woke him up when she moved while in his arms. Zhao Yanzi's face suddenly turned red. The moment Hao Ren opened his eyes, Zhao Yanzi suddenly broke free from his arms and jumped up. You, who said you could hold me? She reacted angrily and fiercely as if she did not know that she had been held by Hao Ren all night. She gritted her teeth and acted like she was about to kill him. Hao Ren looked at her in confusion. Then, he rubbed his neck and chest before he smelled a sweet scent from his palm. Zhao Yanzi's cheek got even redder immediately. She pulled out the longsword that was hanging on the side of the bed and yelled, "I am going to kill you. I can't believe you dared to hold me while I was asleep." Before Hao Ren figured out what was going on, Zhao Yanzi slashed at him with the sword. Such a spoiled princess. Slash. The blanket was cut into halves by Zhao Yanzi's longsword, and Hao Ren quickly dodged. Wait. I didn't do anything. Hao Ren immediately rushed out of bed and explained. You dare to talk back. Zhao Yanzi recalled what happened during the night and opened her eyes wide. At first, she was just trying to hide her panic and gain back her proudness by reacting fiercely. However, she did get a little angry after seeing how Hao Ren looked naive. Shoo, she slashed at Hao Ren 3 times in a row. Hao Ren, who wasn't wearing any shoes, dodged immediately. Come on, my dear fiancé. I was too tired last night, and I fell asleep right away. I didn't know what happened, Hao Ren thought. If she becomes my wife in the future, how am I going to live with her if she does this every day? Perhaps I am going to be beheaded in my sleep. Hao Ren was dumbfounded as he saw Zhao Yanzi slashing at him fiercely. He couldn't remember what happened last night after falling asleep while holding Zhao Yanzi in his arm. All he knew was that the sleep was exceptionally comfortable. Ding! Ding! Hao Ren released 2 sword energies from his fingers and fended off Zhao Yanzi's sword. Zhao Yanzi was at mid-tier foundation establishment realm. On the other hand, Hao Ren was at mid-tier gen level. Of course, he was way stronger than Zhao Yanzi. Right now, he was worried that she was going to get her third uncle's attention since she was making a big fuss. He was going to be in big trouble if Zhao Kuo came over. Stop it! Hao Ren grabbed Zhao Yanzi's small wrists with both of his hands. Zhao Yanzi struggled and tried to kick Hao Ren in the stomach. Hao Ren turned her around with little effort and put her arms into a cross as her back was facing toward Hao Ren. I was only trying to find somewhere comfortable to sleep. I didn't do anything, did I? Hao Ren asked as he looked at his clothes and Zhao Yanzi's and noticed that the clothes were still tidy. He guessed that he didn't do anything bad to her last night. Humph. I woke up and found you holding me, Zhao Yanzi said angrily. Oh, come on, all I did was hold you in my arms. You don't have to make a big deal out of it, Hao Ren thought. However, he didn't dare to say that out loud since girls thought differently compared to guys. I will not sleep with you again, okay, Hao Ren said helplessly. That. Zhao Yanzi didn't know what to say in reply. That wasn't what she wanted at all. I am going to work out and wake up myself. Hao Ren let go of Zhao Yanzi's hands and walked out of her room. Stupid. Zhao Yanzi looked at the view of his back and thought to herself. Hao Ren walked outside and let out a long sigh. In fact, he did remember what happened before he fell asleep. Although Zhao Yanzi was still growing and a bit skinny, some parts of her body were more mature. I'm too bad. Hao Ren patted his chest and walked out of the palace quickly. It was impossible to have no thoughts at all. However, Hao Ren was considered a nerd since he only dared to think but never dared to act. Since Zhao Yanzi was still young and was moody, Hao Ren couldn't try to do anything at all. Hao Ren ran to the old well and drenched himself with a bucket of cold water, clearing all the dirty thoughts out of his head. Zhao Yanzi is my only fiancée in name. After this summer, she is going into grade 9, which means that she is going to be busy studying for her exams, Hao Ren thought. Hao Ren poured another bucket of cold water on himself. After Hao Ren got wet from head to toe, he threw the bucket away and ran to the bottom of the hill. On the beach, 3 golden armored generals were leading their soldiers and practicing their formations. Morning, commanding general. The general saw Hao Ren, marched toward him, and gave him a proper salute. Continue. Hao Ren waved his hand and started running around the island. Without the weight of the 30 big tires, Hao Ren felt much lighter when he ran. Within a month, his strength had grown drastically, which was beneficial for his future cultivation. Dragon cultivators didn't only rely on nature essence when they were in battle. They also relied on close-range combats and martial arts. That was why this training was effective. Hao Ren ran as fast as the wind. In a blink of an eye, he arrived at the back of the island. Wah, wah, wah. The sound of gigantic waves passed through a small forest into Hao Ren's ears. Hao Ren walked through the forest and saw Zhao Kuo's 1280 sword energies lining up like huge warships and flying toward the ocean, making huge waves. Zhao Kuo had his eyes covered with a black cloth. As he slightly pointed his finger upward, the 1280 sword energies that were flying horizontally above the ocean suddenly flew toward the sky. All these sword energies kept a fixed distance from each other. They formed a magnificent and colorful light wall as they flew upward. As Zhao Kuo slightly turned his finger, the sword energies changed their direction and started rotating in an 8-trigram formation. Boom, 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 a giant water beams rose from the ocean surface and went through the center of the array. The 1280 sword essences suddenly spread towards all directions. The water that was attracted by the sword essences followed and dashed everywhere. Whoosh! In an instant, a thin layer of water membrane that covered a few thousand square kilometers was formed. As Zhao Kuo withdrew all the sword energies, the water membrane collapsed, and it suddenly started raining within the area. Hao Ren stared at Zhao Kuo and forgot about running. Wah, 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 a little bit of the ocean water sprinkled onto Hao Ren's head. A few thousand square kilometers, Purple Bamboo Island included, was drenched in water. Hao Ren finally woke up from the shock and looked at Zhao Kuo admiringly. As expected, only masters like Zhao Kuo could have such power. Just when Hao Ren was absent-minded, he was surrounded by the 1280 sword energies. Third uncle is mighty, Hao Ren said immediately. Ha ha ha, Zhao Kuo laughed as all the sword energies shrunk and returned to his right palm. He untied the black cloth and shook his body, and the water that fell on his body turned into water vapor and disappeared. When I master the light-splitting sword shadow scroll, I can probably even fend off the heavenly lightning bolts. Zhao Kuo grabbed a long robe and put it on. Third uncle's use of light-splitting sword shadow scroll is way stronger than mine, Hao Ren said. Your sword array formations aren't bad. However, you don't have enough sword energies. With further training, you might be able to have the power that can destroy heaven and earth, Zhao Kuo said. Zhao Kuo didn't like sticking to rigid array formations. He had been through many battles and were much more experienced on array formations compared to Hao Ren. In his eyes, Hao Ren's sword array formations were powerful, but they lacked in agility and variations. Uncle's sword array formation is more flexible than mine, Hao Ren smiled and said. Kid, you sure do know how to flatter others. Zhao Kuo took a glance at Hao Ren and continued. The sword technique that you used to defeat me isn't from light-splitting sword shadow scroll. Did you get it from my dad? Chapter 504. Mystic Water Sword Techniques, Power of 1000-Year Cultivation Strength. Knowing that he couldn't hide it from Zhao Kuo, Hao Ren thought for a second then nodded. It was left to me by the old Dragon King. He looked to Zhao Kuo again and stated frankly, Third uncle, if you're interested, you can have it. What would I want it for? Zhao Kuo stared at Hao Ren and scolded. The old man must have his reasons for leaving it to you and not me. Do you expect me to fight over something with a kid like you? Getting scolded by Zhao Kuo for being bold and generous, Hao Ren surely was at a loss for words. On the other hand, even though Zhao Kuo had no particular intention in making such a remark, Hao Ren found meaning in it on his own. Before, he did not think much of the whole situation. But upon hearing Zhao Kuo's words, he felt that he had gained some insight. Perhaps these sword techniques have to be paired with Zhao Horan's 1,000-year cultivation strength, he thought. Zhao Hongyu had said that a technique that was stored in a jade slip wouldn't be a simple technique. Yet, when Hao Ren practiced the sword techniques, he only found them to be mystic in nature, essence-consuming. They weren't that fierce. Maybe the potential of this set of sword techniques could really only be revealed when the practitioner is on the same level as Zhao Horan. Hao Ren thought, if that is the case, then this would certainly be no ordinary technique, and the decision to transfer all of his power to me must have been carefully thought through and premeditated. Hao Ren felt touched when he realized how highly Zhao Horan thought of him. He thought it was a pity that he had not officially become Zhao Horan's grandson-in-law, yet Zhao Horan had already vanished from this world. What are you looking at? We're heading back. Seeing that Hao Ren was lost in his own thoughts, Zhao Kuo grabbed him by his clothes, soared into the sky, and headed back to the palace at once. At this time, Zhao Guang, Zhao Hongyu, Zhao Yanzi, and some elders were having breakfast in the palace. Zhao Yanzi was eating silently as if she was immersed in her own thoughts. "Z, how are you doing with your preparations for grade 9? Zhao Hongyu asked. It took Zhao Yanzi a few seconds to react. I've gone through most of it. Good. Zhao Hongyu nodded her head approvingly. There's less than half of a month left before the start of your new school yet. If there's anything that you don't understand, make sure to ask Ren about it. You'll be entering grade 9 soon, and you can't afford to lose focus." Recalling the incident from last night, a hint of unnoticeable glow appeared on Zhao Yanzi's face, and she couldn't help but protest. "Mom, why must I study so hard? Learning the common way of life is also a type of cultivation. If you can't even be good at being immortal, how can you be a good cultivator?" Zhao Hongyu asserted. Pouting, Zhao Yanzi knew she could never win a debate against Zhao Hongyu and could only give up resisting. "Big brother." At this time, Zhao Kuo rushed in. "I'm leaving today." Since Zhao Kuo had a voice like a foghorn, Zhao Guang and the others who were focused on their meal had been rattled by his remark. With no regards to Hao Ren's pride, Zhao Kuo dropped Hao Ren off as if he was a little chicken. With a couple of grains of rice stuck to the corner of her lips, Zhao Yanzi looked away as soon as she noticed Hao Ren's presence and pretended to be still angry. Accompanying Zhao Hongyu for breakfast, Elder Xingyue looked to Zhao Kuo in surprise. "Today?" Zhao Guang asked with a shred of doubt. "Now," Zhao Kuo nodded determinedly. Zhao Guang knew that Zhao Kuo was destined to travel again since he had finished using the mystic crystal, but he didn't expect Zhao Kuo to be so impatient. He thought Zhao Kuo would at least stay for a few more days to spend some time with Elder Xingyue. Since Elder Xingyue had to stay behind in East Ocean Dragon Palace to coach the female cultivators, there was no way she could leave with him. "Let me, seeing you off," Elder Xingyue said as she slowly got up. "Thanks, Elder Xingyue," Zhao Kuo responded as he briefly cupped his hands before his chest. Standing by Zhao Kuo, even Hao Ren wanted to smack him in the head. However, after thinking about the distance between their respective realms, Hao Ren gave up on that idea. Even Hao Ren couldn't withstand Zhao Kuo's timidity and cowardice toward his relationship with Elder Xingyue. However, Zhao Kuo's pursuit had always been the heavenly dragon realm, and a romantic relationship was just not his priority. After blankly watching the two of them walk out of the palace, the people in the palace couldn't help but let out faint sighs. "Ren, come join us for breakfast." Zhao Guang waved at Hao Ren. "Sure." After sitting down, Hao Ren picked up a bowl of rice and began devouring it instantaneously. For the past month, he had never had a decent meal. He could only chew on small berries when he was hungry and drink rainwater when he was thirsty. Even though the palace was only a few hundred steps away from Purple Bamboo Forest, he never gave in to the arduous conditions and didn't try to sneak into the palace. Glaring at him, Zhao Yanzi was angry and anxious. Soon, she looked away and turned toward the door of the palace instead. She began to miss Zhao Kuo already. Since she was sad about Zhao Horan's death, she now felt truly alone with Zhao Kuo leaving. Ever since Zhao Yanzi was a child, Zhao Kuo had always been spoiling her. As a result, Zhao Yanzi was very close and attached to him. Now that Zhao Kuo had left after only being back for a short while, Zhao Yanzi felt a little hollow. Moments later, Elder Xingyue returned to the palace. "Is he gone?" Zhao Guang asked. "He's gone," Elder Xingyue replied calmly. Zhao Guang nodded pitifully. Hao Ren also secretly sighed. Zhao Kuo was a tough man after all, decisive and straightforward even when leaving. Zhao Yanzi quickly got up and rushed out of the door. However, Zhao Kuo was nowhere to be found. At Zhao Kuo's speed, he was already thousands of kilometers away. Ren, you can tutor Z on her schoolwork today. We'll be heading back tomorrow, Zhao Hongyu said. Okay, auntie. Hao Ren agreed with a nod of his head. Since he also needed to go to Beijing to watch Zhao Jiayi's basketball game, tomorrow would be a good time to leave. With her pouty lips, Zhao Yanzi began counting the dates with her fingers. There were less than 2 weeks left of summer break. The best days she could have before starting grade 9 were about to pass her by just like that. With that being said, there would be a small surprise by the time school began, and it seemed like Hao Ren still didn't know it yet. After they finished breakfast, Zhao Guang went on to deal with the East Ocean Dragon Palace's affairs with the help of Zhao Hongyu, and Hao Ren and Zhao Yanzi went to their room to prepare for the upcoming school year. With the ocean breezes blowing, the air in the room gave off a hint of saltiness unique to the ocean. In her shirt, Zhao Yanzi sat at her desk while facing the window. Her hair was dancing to the pleasant breeze, and the edges of her blouse swayed along softly. It was a very comfortable environment for their tutoring session. Hao Ren had already read all the books, and it would take him almost an entire day to help Zhao Yanzi go through them once. After dinner, Hao Ren went out to the beach to carry out his cultivation. Cultivating in the morning and at night had become part of his routine. Now that Zhao Kuo was no longer on the island, Hao Ren actually felt a little lonely since he had one fewer opponent to practice with. The heavenly dragon realm, Hao Ren looked up to the white clouds above him. The only reason Hao Ren was trying incessantly to enhance his ability was so that he could be able to protect those close to him. But for Zhao Kuo, all that he was after was achieving the heavenly dragon realm. At this point, cultivating the light-splitting sword shadow scroll was slightly dull for Hao Ren. Standing on the beach with his feet half a step apart, Hao Ren began practicing the mystic water sword techniques instead. Since this was a set of sword techniques so strong that it could even injure Zhao Kuo, it was a lot more profound than the light-splitting sword shadow scroll. The spiritual core that contained Zhao Horan's 1,000-year cultivation strength was still slowly turning in Hao Ren's Qi-Hai acupoint. Streaks of incredibly profound energy firmly surrounded the spiritual core, preventing the nature essence from leaking out. Hao Ren began using his Hunden nature essence and meticulously pulled on the shred of mystic energy that was not under his control until the spiritual core started to show a tear. Boom! The nature essence of peak Qian level gushed out at once. Instantly, the feeling of an explosion rushed through the meridians in Hao Ren's entire body. Qingling, Shaohai, Daling, Laogong, the nature essence rushed through these acupoints. Hao Ren immediately began performing the numerous variations of the first sword technique in the mystic water sword techniques. A sword condensed from sword energies appeared in Hao Ren's hand. He briskly glided forward over 1,000 meters and pointed the tip of the sword toward the ocean waves. After living on the Purple Bamboo Island for a month, he knew where all the generals and soldiers were stationed and made sure never to disturb them when he was practicing. Shoo, 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 bursts of nature essence flowed out from the meridians on Hao Ren's arms. As the tip of the sword touched the surface of the ocean, no change was seen. Just when Hao Ren started to suspect that something had gone wrong, a portion of the ocean surface collapsed. Hao Ren's sword technique created an immeasurable crater in the ocean that was a few thousand meters deep. The few dozens nearby military campsites of East Ocean that were at the bottom of the ocean were destroyed by this. Due to the strong repulsive force, Hao Ren was sent flying into the sky. He quickly released 2 sword energies and steadied himself. Blech! Hao Ren spat out a mouthful of blood abruptly and felt as if his internal organs were about to explode as well. It was certainly no joke trying to use Zhao Horan's Qian level power. Tens of thousands of soldiers of East Ocean, including the guards of Summer Palace, quickly rushed over to check one after another. It's all right, it's all right. It was just me trying to practice a technique. Since Hao Ren did not expect it to cause such a situation, he could only quickly use his nature essence and announce as loud as he could. The generals and soldiers looked to Hao Ren in disbelief. They were deeply shocked and couldn't help but admire Hao Ren at the same time. After all, even their former commanding general, Zhao Kuo, might not be able to exert such power that shook the entire ocean. When he finished the announcement, another mouthful of blood gushed out along the corner of his mouth. He was only curious to see the effect of using this set of sword techniques with Zhao Horan's power. Unfortunately, he found that he was unable to withstand Zhao Horan's immense power after all. Right away, those streaks of mystic energy quickly sealed up Zhao Horan's 1,000-year cultivation strength. Now, Hao Ren's meridians were severely damaged. He might vomit blood for 2 days. If he were to keep this up, it could cost him his life. Even Zhao Hongyu and Zhao Guang had come out to examine the situation. With the sky shaking and the earth rocking, they thought that Purple Bamboo Island was about to collapse. This is the true power of a peak Qian level cultivator. Hao Ren now had a better idea of the gap between the levels and did not dare to use Zhao Horan's power again carelessly. He returned to the palace hastily, took a cold shower, and went back to Zhao Yanzi's room. Huddling under her blanket, Zhao Yanzi saw Hao Ren walk in and immediately began to blush. She turned her back toward him and thought, "What did this jerk go out for? He is making me wait so long." Supporting his slightly dizzy head, Hao Ren crawled onto the bed while putting one arm on Zhao Yanzi's shoulder and the other around her waist, resting his hands on hers. Zhao Yanzi's heart was beating quickly. However, Hao Ren remained in this position for several minutes without any further advances. Shortly, Zhao Yanzi ran out of patience and turned around to face Hao Ren. What a jerk! With his lips against the silky skin of Zhao Yanzi's shoulder, Hao Ren had fallen asleep once again. For the rest of the night, Hao Ren was completely exhausted and had fallen into a sleepy stupor. He felt as if he was on an expedition in the vast universe. He was bumping into small planets and comets, one after another. Although the light-splitting shadow sword scroll had been naturally healing and restoring Hao Ren's meridians, he woke up to find his hands, cheeks, neck, shoulders, and even his chest, covered in bite marks. Yet, Zhao Yanzi was sleeping sweet and sound in his arms. Chapter 505. Drastic changes at West Ocean. In fact, Zhao Yanzi had been tired in the past 2 days. On the one hand, she was fatigued from the tutoring sessions with Hao Ren. On the other hand, she wasn't able to fall asleep the night before since Hao Ren took her in his arms tightly. Last night when Hao Ren returned to their room, he fell asleep without saying a word, which infuriated her. After all, she was quite considerate to share the bed with him, but he showed no consideration to her at all. During the night, she pinched and bit him, but Hao Ren slept like a log through all this as if he was a cell phone that ran out of battery. After half a night's movements, Hao Ren showed no response, but Zhao Yanzi was so exhausted that she fell asleep in his arms subconsciously. When Hao Ren regained his consciousness after the recovery of his body, Zhao Yanzi was sleeping like a pig. The windows facing the ocean were open, and the cool morning breezes that were blowing into the room were refreshing. In Hao Ren's arms, Zhao Yanzi's body felt fragile and soft. Seeing that she was still asleep, Hao Ren couldn't help himself and lightly squeezed her wrists and fingers, feeling her bones and smooth skin. Hao Ren tightened his arms slightly, and a sweet and soft sensation touched his chest and arms. He felt guilty but couldn't resist the temptation. Her legs in her pajama pants gave a nice feeling to Hao Ren's knees, and the skin around her neck had turned slightly brown due to the exposure to the sun during her special training in the last month, giving her a healthy and vibrant feel. Her ears were hidden under her hair, and they were still white and delicate. Fiancée, this word appeared in Hao Ren's mind. Suddenly, he no longer minded the many bite marks she left on his body. Playing on the beach, going to sleep to the hypnotic sounds of the ocean waves, small crazy antics and sweet moments. They looked like a young couple who had just graduated. Hao Ren held Zhao Yanzi's small round shoulders and placed his cheek against her shoulder while readying himself for her sudden wake and attacks. Fuma! Fuma! Something important happened. The yelling outside the door almost startled Hao Ren and made him jump off the bed. Zhao Yanzi turned slightly, looking as if she would wake up at any moment. Hao Ren got out of the bed, rushed to open the door, and leapt outside in a hurry. Fuma, these are, seeing the bite marks covering Hao Ren's face, arms, and shoulders, Premier Shah was astonished. Oh, these. Hao Ren pulled up his clothes in vain and asked with a serious expression, Premier Shah, what happened? Immediately, Premier Shah's doubting and curious gaze turned serious, and his tone became stern. Dragon King Zeng of the West Ocean Dragon Clan died in an explosion last night while he was trying to charge at the Heavenly Dragon Realm. What? Hao Ren was astonished to hear the news. Undoubtedly, Dragon King Zeng of the West Ocean Dragon Clan was the overbearing old man Zeng. Although Hao Ren didn't like him and his grandson, Zeng Yitao, he was surprised to the core. The Dragon King is in the Grand Hall waiting for you to discuss this situation, Premier Shah continued. Okay. Hao Ren quickened his steps toward the Grand Hall of Summer Palace. Fuma, your face, with his back hunched, Premier Shah followed Hao Ren closely and reminded him. Rubbing his cheeks, Hao Ren felt several bite marks on them, realizing that Zhao Yanzi had indeed bit him hard. Forget it. I'll deal with them later. Hao Ren waved his hand, knowing now was not the time to dwell on this problem. When he walked into the Grand Hall, Elder Lu, Elder Sun, and Elder Xingyue had all arrived. In the middle of the hall sat Zhao Guang and Zhao Hongyu. They were slightly surprised when they saw the bite marks all over Hao Ren's body but didn't say anything. Only Zhao Hongyu silently scolded Zhao Yanzi for her extravagant behavior. According to the intelligence report we just received, Zheng Xin of the West Ocean Dragon clan failed and died when he tried to charge at the Heavenly Dragon realm. Right now, only the young Zheng Yitao is in charge of the West Ocean Dragon Palace. Meanwhile, the demon beasts in the Demon Sea that were close to the West Ocean Dragon clan are swarming to the West Ocean Dragon Palace. With a gloomy face, Zhao Guang looked around at the people in the hall and said. Having met and dealt with Zheng Xin a few times, Hao Ren had a deep impression of the old man. But still, he was surprised that the old man had taken such a risk, tried to charge at the Heavenly Dragon realm, and died in the process. The path of cultivation was indeed treacherous. In the past year, the West Ocean Dragon clan tried to take more land and treasures from us. However, instead of realizing their plan, their strength was greatly damaged. I suppose Zheng Xin wanted to reverse the unfavorable situation of West Ocean by trying to become a heavenly dragon, Elder Lu said with a frown. Unfortunately, his cultivation strength was not great enough to reach the Heavenly Dragon realm. Besides, I guess he was stirred by the fact that Third Lord had successfully used the mystic crystal, Elder Sun said. The extraordinary changes in nature caused by Zhao Kuo's use of the mystic crystal informed the West Ocean Dragon clan. Judging from the magnificent changes, they must know that the quality of the mystic crystal Zhao Kuo got was extraordinary. If the West Ocean Dragon clan wanted to surpass the East Ocean Dragon clan, it must get a heavenly dragon before East Ocean. Was Oldman Zheng's realm high enough to charge at the Heavenly Dragon realm? Hao Ren asked in bafflement. There are two ways of charging at the Heavenly Dragon realm. One is to reach peak Qian level to activate the heavenly tribulation naturally, and the other is for the cultivators who are near the end of their lives to take the risk and activate the heavenly tribulation by force. Oh, Hao Ren nodded, knowing that Zheng Xin belonged to the latter group. Elder Lu and Elder Sun's analyses were correct, but they didn't know that after Hao Ren circulated Zhao Horan's cultivation strength and created a huge crater in the ocean with the mystic water sword techniques last night, West Ocean mistakenly thought that this terrifying power came from Zhao Kuo, who had successfully planted the mystic crystal. Stunned at the discovery, Zheng Xin had considered for a long time before deciding to take the risk. More importantly, Zheng Xin thought Zhao Horan was still alive, supporting the East Ocean Dragon clan. Zheng Xin once thought that he could outlive Zhao Horan and then suppress the East Ocean Dragon clan with his status and realm. However, during the war between West Ocean and East Ocean, Zhao Horan took the battle head-on with a very healthy and powerful look, plunging Zheng Xin into despair. He had no idea that the East Ocean Dragon clan hid the news about Zhao Horan's death. The power of Zhao Horan, Zhao Kuo's breakthrough with Mystic Crystal, and Hao Ren's show of strength at the Dragon God Shrine. All these scared Zheng Xin and made him regret his decision to mess with the East Ocean Dragon clan with the excuse of Zhao Yanzi. We don't have time for these analyses. Zhao Hongyu interrupted Elder Lu and Elder Sun while frowning slightly. The West Ocean Dragon clan was the most powerful force among the four Ocean Dragon clan, which is why they attacked the demon beasts in the Demon Sea the hardest. Now that the strength of the elders of the West Ocean Dragon clan decreased greatly, the troops were beaten in the war with us, and Oldman Zheng died in the heavenly tribulation. The demon beasts close to the West Ocean Dragon Palace have nothing to fear and are now all rushing to the West Ocean Dragon Palace for revenge. She looked around at the people in the Grand Hall. Now, we need to decide if we should send troops or not. Elder Lu and Elder Sun exchanged a look and remained silent. Elder Xingyue also lowered her head slightly and didn't say anything. Zhao Hongyu looked toward Hao Ren. Hao Ren was the Fuma and also the commanding general of East Ocean who controlled all the troops. Even if we don't send troops, the South Ocean Dragon clan and the North Ocean Dragon clan will send their troops, Hao Ren said. Zhao Hongyu shook her head. From what we know right now, these two clans have not sent any troops, and I think they are pretending that they haven't received the news yet. As to the West Ocean Dragon Palace, it is in a mess and probably hasn't been able to send any signals for help yet. No, the troops of South Ocean and West Ocean must be on their way right now, Hao Ren said immediately. Zhao Hongyu looked at Hao Ren in doubt. Report, a loud shout sounded from outside of the Grand Hall. What's the news? Zhao Guang looked toward the gate. Commanding General, Dragon King. The South Ocean Dragon clan and the North Ocean Dragon clan have each sent 300,000 soldiers to the West Ocean Dragon Palace, the soldier reported in a loud voice. Zhao Hongyu looked at Hao Ren in astonishment, wondering how he had made such an accurate prediction. This chapter's initial release occurred on the N0V3LB1N site. Mom. What's happening? In a small shirt, Zhao Yanzi walked into the Grand Hall. When she saw the red bite marks covering Hao Ren's neck, she immediately lowered her head and tried to go back while blushing. Zhao Hongyu looked at her in anger, and Zhao Yanzi had to walk over to her obediently. With his hands on the table, Zhao Guang stood still and looked at Hao Ren. How many soldiers do you think we should send? Now that the South Ocean Dragon Clan and the North Ocean Dragon Clan had sent troops, it would be hard for the East Ocean Dragon Clan not to help. 500,000 soldiers, Hao Ren said. Isn't 500,000 a bit too many? Premier Shah reminded in a low voice. Hao Ren smiled, but the purple bite marks on his cheeks made the smile less radiant. Do you think Third Uncle would have sent troops? Hao Ren asked. Premier Shah shook his head. Third Lord hates the West Ocean Dragon Clan the most. He wouldn't have sent troops to save them from this trouble. I think so as well. Hao Ren nodded. However, we need to send more soldiers to take more territory. Hearing his words, everyone including Elder Lu and Elder Sun was stunned. Instead of fighting the demon beasts, they were going to occupy the territory of the West Ocean Dragon Clan. Hao Ren's words revealed the real intention of the South Ocean Dragon Clan and the North Ocean Dragon Clan. Kind and merciful, the East Ocean Dragon Clan didn't turn their thoughts in that direction after getting the news. Summon the generals, Hao Ren shouted. Chapter 506, 500,000 soldiers. 1 hour later, more than 100 golden armored generals of East Ocean gathered together on the beach of Purple Bamboo Island. In a set of silver armor and a black cape, Hao Ren stood on the viewing deck of Summer Palace. With 2 cloth bags containing ice, Zhao Yanzi stood beside Hao Ren reluctantly and placed the bags against both sides of Hao Ren's neck. This was the punishment Zhao Hongyu gave her. On the ocean surface stood hundreds of thousands of black armored soldiers. It was a magnificent sight. Left General, Chen Rong. Right General, Lu Yuantao. Middle General, Hu Chunyi. Hao Ren injected magnificent nature essence into his voice. Each of you leads 150,000 soldiers. Yes. The 3 golden armored generals took 3 steps forward from the team of generals. In fact, Hao Ren had chosen these 3 generals at the suggestion of Premier Shah. The latter told him that these 3 men were all fierce fighters. After receiving Hao Ren's order, the 3 generals began to select their assistant generals. Everything went orderly while the soldiers standing on the ocean surface were quickly divided into 3 groups under the commands of the 3 main generals and more than 10 assistant generals. Those generals who hadn't been appointed by Hao Ren and the 3 main generals must return to their previous positions to guard and patrol the territory of East Ocean. Commanding General. I have objections. Suddenly, a thick voice sounded on the beach. Hao Ren looked toward the voice and found that the man who shouted was Lu Yi, the West Gate general who had challenged him at the banquet. He now had a green dragon crescent blade in his hand, and he was standing tall behind those golden armored generals in his silver armor. Commanding General appointed me as the pioneer general. Why didn't you send me to the battle this time? Lu Yi raised his head and yelled again. Hao Ren looked at him from afar. Lu Yi, you're supposed to guard the west gate of the Dragon Palace. Why did you come here without permission? This time, Hao Ren only summoned the troops outside of the Dragon Palace, which was why Lu Yi, a general of the Dragon Palace, was not supposed to be here. After looking around him and realizing that no one will talk for him, Lu Yi yelled with a loud voice, I want to join the force and attack West Ocean. Looking at him, Hao Ren felt amused. Lu Yi knew nothing but that the East Ocean Dragon Clan was sending troops to the West Ocean Dragon Palace, and he thought the East Ocean Dragon Clan was going to attack the West Ocean Dragon Clan. I'll give you 50,000 black armored cavalrymen as the herald general, Hao Ren said. Elated, Lu Yi immediately single-kneeled on the beach to thank Hao Ren. Lu Yi will follow the order and beat them out of their wits. In the war when the West Ocean Dragon Clan attacked the East Ocean Dragon Palace, Lu Yi had fought very courageously and fiercely guarded the West Gate. However, since the main battlefield was at the main gate of the Dragon Palace, he didn't use all his strength. If you gain military merits, I'll forgive you for leaving your position without permission. If not, I'll spank your behind into a bloody mess after you return. Hao Ren continued while standing on the viewing deck. Ha ha ha, the generals around laughed. With his reddened neck, Lu Yi yelled, Commanding General, don't underestimate me. He stood up immediately with the green dragon crescent blade. Then, with a somersault, he jumped onto the ocean waves while the 50,000 black armored cavalries followed him and dashed toward the direction of the West Ocean Dragon Palace. The black horses that the soldiers rode on were no ordinary horses but demon horses with demon beast bloodlines. It was a magnificent sight while they galloped on the ocean waves. Seeing Lu Yi's heroic presence while leading the troops, Hao Ren thought that this man was powerful but a little arrogant. After all, Lu Yan didn't even get any assistant generals. What Hao Ren didn't know was that the generals inside and outside of the Dragon Palace were in 2 separate systems. which was why Lu Yi wasn't familiar with the generals battling outside of the Dragon Palace and thus couldn't select them as his assistant generals. "Uncle, I'll go with them," Hao Ren looked at Zhao Guang and said. "Okay." Zhao Guang nodded gravely. Seeing Hao Ren's confidence while he gave orders to the generals on the high platform, Zhao Guang felt Hao Ren had far surpassed his expectations, and his hope for Hao Ren increased. In fact, Hao Ren was forcing himself into the role. After all, as the commanding general of East Ocean, he couldn't stammer in front of the generals and soldiers. Dropping the ice bags, Zhao Yanzi yelled immediately, "Dad, I want to go, too." "Nonsense." Zhao Guang looked stern. "Let her go," Zhao Hongyu interrupted. Zhao Guang glanced at Zhao Hongyu and then at Zhao Yanzi. "If you make trouble for Hao Ren, I'll deal with you." Feeling wronged, Zhao Yanzi pouted, thinking that Zhao Guang and Zhao Hongyu both favored Hao Ren. "Hao Ren is sleeping with me in his arms. What can I say?" she thought. "Take the River Mountain Qian Kun painting." Zhao Hongyu took out the Dharma treasure and told Hao Ren the simple instructions on how to use the painting. Hao Ren took Zhao Yanzi's arm lightly and spread out the painting with his nature essence. "Elder Lu, Elder Sun, Premier Shah, you go with them." Fearing for Zhao Yanzi's safety, Zhao Guang instructed. "Yes, Your Majesty." The three of them immediately stepped onto the painting. The River Mountain Qian Kun painting flew toward the sky. Watching the River Mountain Qian Kun painting shrinking into a red dot, Zhao Hongyu turned to look at Zhao Guang. "Ren is considerate, and Z needs to learn with him." "I'm afraid Ren doesn't like Z," Zhao Guang said. "Impossible." Zhao Hongyu smiled with confidence. East Ocean's troops traveled on the ocean waves. The troop was being covered by a red energy sphere and was invisible to mortals. They needed to cross the Demon Sea to get to West Ocean. Since the demon kings and demon beasts lived at the bottom of the ocean, it was safer to travel on the ocean surface. Even if a few demon beasts were close to the ocean surface and saw them, they wouldn't dare to mess with such great troops. After all, the East Ocean Dragon clan's overall power was great, which was why the big demon kings in the Demon Sea signed a peace treaty with them. Standing on the River Mountain Qian Kun painting, Hao Ren and his companions were more than 10 meters above the ocean surface, and they caught up with the herald troop led by Lu Yi. According to Hao Ren's plan, most of the 500,000 soldiers were mainly used to stun the enemies, and the main force that would battle the demon beasts head-on were the 50,000 black armored cavalries led by Lu Yi. Some level 8 and level 9 demon beasts rose to the surface and then sank back into the ocean at the sight of the troops of East Ocean. The demon kings in the Demon Sea usually didn't allow the cultivators to pass through their territories, but they made an exception for the East Ocean Dragon clan. While Hao Ren stayed on the River Mountain Qian Kun painting, Lu Yi galloped on the ocean waves with the black armored cavalries. Only half a day later, they had crossed the Demon Sea and entered the ocean area of the West Ocean Dragon clan. Boom! Boom! The sounds of fierce battles sounded from the bottom of the sea. "Lu Yi, just block the demon beast and keep the soldiers safe," Hao Ren said. "As you wish." Lu Yi cupped his hands. On the way, Lu Yi had finally understood that his mission wasn't to attack the West Ocean Dragon Palace but to take territory from them. He was fine with either. Wah! Wah! The 50,000 black armored cavalry submerged into the sea instantly. It was a magnificent sight. Hao Ren and the group entered the sea after them. Under the sea surface, the white armored troops of the West Ocean Dragon clan were fiercely fighting with a large number of demon beasts coming from the Demon Sea. The troops of the South Ocean Dragon clan and the North Ocean Dragon clan were stationed on both sides of the troops of the West Ocean Dragon clan, helping with their defense. Obviously, the demon beasts were attacking the West Ocean Dragon Palace, and the troops of the South Ocean Dragon clan and the North Ocean Dragon clan were mainly defensive and didn't try to kill the demon beasts with full forces. The level 4 and level 5 demon beasts were very fierce. Under their attacks, the soldiers of the West Ocean Dragon clan fell in waves, and their blood flowed in water. Zhao Yanzi had just wanted to stay with Hao Ren. She did not expect that the battle would be so brutal, and she immediately closed her eyes. Lu Yi led the 50,000 black armored cavalries into battle, and they formed a long snake array which linked the troops of the West Ocean Dragon clan, North Ocean Dragon clan, and South Ocean Dragon clan. The soldiers of the 4 Ocean Dragon clans formed a long wall, making it hard for the demon beasts to cut into the line, thus significantly reducing the casualties of the other 3 dragon clans. The generals and soldiers who had been fighting fiercely with the demon beasts had complicated feelings in their hearts when they saw troops from the East Ocean Dragon clan. Not long ago, they had traveled to the East Ocean Dragon Palace for a war. But now when the West Ocean Dragon Palace was in trouble, the East Ocean Dragon clan sent troops to help them. Kill. Lu Yi gave the order. Boom! Boom! The black armored cavalries of the East Ocean Dragon clan charged forward. At least 10,000 level 1 and level 2 demon beasts were forced back hundreds of meters. The troops of the four oceans followed closely and pushed the line forward hundreds of meters. Momentum was important in battles, and the courageous black armored soldiers of East Ocean boosted the morale of the soldiers from the other three dragon clans. With the green dragon crescent blade in his hand, Lu Yi leapt up suddenly into the crowd of the demon beasts and slashed his heavy saber at several of them. Kill! The black armored soldiers of East Ocean yelled together and forced back the demon beasts hundreds of meters again. Zhao Yanzi covered her eyes out of fear, but Hao Ren found the sight magnificent. Lu Yi's big saber danced around and sent dozens of demon beasts flying. Although he was a general guarding the gate of the East Ocean Dragon Palace and rarely fought outside, he was a great fighter in the battle. The leader of the troop from South Ocean is their third prince, and the leader of the troop from North Ocean is their Dragon King's second brother, the second duke. Premier Sha leaned toward Hao Ren and said in a low voice. Hao Ren looked toward the directions Premier Sha pointed and saw a handsome and dashing young man. He was behind the troop of South Ocean, and he was holding a long white spear while standing on an open white jade chariot. Behind the troop of North Ocean, a majestic-looking mid-aged man sat on a black panther with a machete hanging on the belt around his waist. They were supervising the battle and didn't participate. Obviously, their target wasn't the demon beasts. Fuma, you made the right decision of bringing 500,000 soldiers here, Premier Sha said. Hao Ren looked around but didn't see Zheng Yitao. Roar! A high-leveled spider-form demon beast waved its 8 long legs and dashed out of the demon sea. The third prince of South Ocean and the second duke of North Ocean who had been supervising the battle finally attacked. Chapter 507. 3 Commanding Generals. Equipped with the inspector's token, Hao Ren immediately knew that it was a level 8 demon beast. A level 8 demon beast was equivalent to a Qian-level dragon cultivator. Due to the demon beast's innate techniques and strong body, it was more powerful than an ordinary Qian-level cultivator. Like cultivators, the demon beasts had a more difficult time cultivating when they were on higher levels. Level 1 demon beasts were equivalent to Gen-level cultivators, level 2 demon beasts were equal to Dui-level cultivators, and level 6, 7, and 8 demon beasts corresponded to Suhan-level, Kun-level, and Qian-level cultivators respectively. However, just like the dragon cultivators who had hard times reaching Kun-level and Qian-level, the demon beasts would encounter a bottleneck at level 6, and it was challenging for them to reach level 7 and level 8. If they wanted to reach level 10 to trigger the heavenly tribulation, it was even harder. The level 8 demon beasts would have already activated their intelligence, and they weren't dull compared with dragon cultivators. Therefore, they were stronger than ordinary low-tai Qian-level cultivators. Hua, the third prince of South Ocean, released a wave of white frost from his long spear. Hao Ren looked at him and realized that he had reached mid-tier Kun level. It was clear that he wasn't as young as he looked and should be at least 300 to 400 years old. Meanwhile, the second Duke of North Ocean released 3 black blade energies from his machete and instantly cut down a wave of low-level demon beasts. Even though his low-tier Qian-level strength couldn't be compared to Zhao Kuo's when the latter was at his peak, his strength was still great, and his agile movements, as well as his fluttering black silk robe, gave him a grand presence. The third prince and the second duke are the commanding generals of South Ocean and North Ocean respectively. Premier Sha leaned to Hao Ren and said in a low voice. Okay. Hao Ren nodded. He was the commanding general of East Ocean while the other two were commanding generals of South Ocean and North Ocean. Obviously, everyone here had the same hidden agenda. In the blink of an eye, the third prince of South Ocean and the second duke of North Ocean had dashed to the side of the level 8 demon beast and attacked it with combined forces. The third prince's long spear techniques were way more powerful than Zheng Yitao's. In his white clothes, he moved like a white dragon even though he was in his human form. The small demon beasts nearby were instantly frozen once his long spear touched them. Then, with one sweep of his long spear, he shattered them into pieces. The second duke's black machete was mighty in his hand, and any demon beasts close to him had their heads cut off without seeing where the black flash had come from. The incredible thing about the second duke was that he rushed into a herd of demon beasts and killed them swiftly, but his silk robe was free from any bloodstains. Hao Ren had never dealt with South Ocean and North Ocean before, and now he believed that they were quite powerful. Bang! The third prince's long spear and the second duke's machete stabbed toward the eyes of the level 8 demon beast at the same time. The demon beast's 2 claws lashed out to block their weapons before retreating hurriedly. By joining forces, the 2 commanding generals forced back the level 8 demon beast. The morale of the soldiers from South Ocean and North Ocean was greatly boosted when they saw this scene. "Here I come." Lu Yi slashed out his green dragon crescent blade and dashed toward the level 8 demon beast as well. However, the demon beast lifted one long black leg, and the claws on the end of the leg hit Lu Yi's chest, breaking his saber and sending him flying for hundreds of meters. Boom! At this critical moment, Hao Ren dashed forward like a white light beam. He lightly reached out his right hand and caught Lu Yi before tossing him toward the black armored cavalries of East Ocean. "Thank you, Commanding General." Lu Yi cupped his hand before he was tossed out. Without Hao Ren, he would have landed in the herd of demon beasts which would probably kill him. The level 8 demon beast had intelligence and had purposefully thrown Lu Yi toward the demon beasts. Bang! Hao Ren's sword energies shot out abruptly. Seeing Hao Ren entering the battle, the third Prince of South Ocean and the second Duke of North Ocean quickened their attacks on the level 8 demon beast. Since the East Ocean Dragon clan was the farthest from the West Ocean Dragon Palace, the troops of East Ocean were the last to arrive, and South Ocean and North Ocean weren't going to let the East Ocean Dragon clan take the credit from them. Roar! The level 8 demon beast spat out black ink, and a stinky smell spread out with it. Its 8 long legs moved abruptly and caught the third prince and the second duke by surprise. Its claws left deep wounds on their bodies and sent them flying backward. The level 8 demon beast was equivalent to a Qian level cultivator, but their overall combat ability far surpassed Qian level cultivators since their skin and thick shell were like their Dharma treasures. Hao Ren, who had been rushing toward the demon beast, helped these two commanding generals by supporting their backs with 2 sword energies, moving them steadily toward the troops behind them. Then, the 320 sword energies hovering around Hao Ren instantly divided into 640 sword energies. Half were real while the other half were fake. Only Hao Ren knew which were real and which were fake. Useless show-off. The third Prince of South Ocean snorted as he was now surrounded by his soldiers. Swoosh! The sword energies suddenly condensed into a huge white sword and pierced into the demon beast's waist. "Retreat, and I'll spare your life," Hao Ren said lightly. Having no goal to charge at the Heavenly Dragon Realm, the third Prince of South Ocean and the second Duke of North Ocean didn't mind killing a lot of demon beasts. However, Hao Ren didn't like killing and knew that this level 8 demon beast attacked the West Ocean Dragon Palace just to revenge for its many disciples and followers that had been killed by West Ocean. Hao Ren's sword energies contained Hundan godly lightning which could break the skin and shells of demon beasts. Now that his sword energies entered this level 8 demon beast's body, if the lightning energy exploded, the demon beast would die or be seriously injured, possibly dropping in realms. Instantly, the low-level demon beasts and the troops of the 4 ocean dragon clans stopped fighting, each retreating hundreds of meters and watching Hao Ren and the level 8 demon beast in alarm. They were astonished that the commanding general of East Ocean could talk directly to the level 8 demon beast and threaten it. All the soldiers looked at Hao Ren, who was hovering in front of the level 8 demon beast as if they were looking at a god. Boom! Boom! The level 8 demon beast waved its 8 long legs and retreated more than 100 meters. Having reached level 8, it could get the chance to charge at the transformation realm, and it didn't want to drop in realms or even die here just to gain some satisfaction from retaliation. Hao Ren's sword energy had cut open its thick shell and entered its body, ready to explode at any moment like a massive bomb. Seeing the level 8 demon beast retreating, the low-level demon beasts all began to back off as well. Like a smooth and round light ball, Hao Ren's sword energy shot out from the hot in the thick shell of the level 8 demon beast. Wah! Wah! The light ball immediately split into 640 sword energies before spreading over the battlefield. One could imagine what would happen if this many sword energies exploded in the body of the demon beast. Looking at the sword energies and then at the necklace around Hao Ren's neck, horror appeared in the level 8 demon beast's eyes, and it went back into the demon sea. Boom! The weak demon beasts followed suit and fled back into the demon sea. Usually, the demon kings who had passed the heavenly tribulations would stay in the demon sea to expand their territory instead of attacking the 4 ocean dragon clans. The level 9 and level 10 demon beasts also wouldn't run around since they were preparing to enter the transformation realm. It meant that level 8 demon beasts were the highest level demon beasts that might attack the dragon clans. Now with the level 8 demon beast gone, the lower level demon beasts had no reason to stay behind. Herald General Lu Yi, organize the troops. Hao Ren turned to look at the dumbfounded Lu Yi and called out. Yes, Commanding General. Lu Yi, in his tattered armor, stood up from the ground and called out, East Ocean soldiers, line up. Excited, he felt lucky that his abilities were recognized by Hao Ren and thought, I'll see who dares to mess with East Ocean in the future. Hao Ren withdrew his sword energies and returned to the river mountain Qian Kun painting. The battlefield at the bottom of the ocean was in a mess, but most of the casualties belonged to West Ocean while the troops of the other three dragon clans were mostly intact. Gongzi Hao, you are extremely courageous and powerful. Seeing Hao Ren's return, Premier Shah immediately walked over to him. Okay, no flatteries. Hao Ren waved his hand. In fact, he had been trying to spot the weakness of the level 8 demon beast when he watched the third Prince of South Ocean and the second Duke of North Ocean fight it. This spider-formed demon beast was covered with a thick shell and had only one tiny opening at its belly for moving around. Ordinary Dharma treasures and weapons couldn't pierce through, but Hao Ren's sword energies could shrink and contain the Hundan godly lightning. Therefore, he was able to take the opportunity and defeated the demon beast. Everyone only saw Hao Ren's powerful strength, but they didn't understand his thinking process. Although Zhao Yanzi didn't dare to watch the battle, she saw how Hao Ren defeated the level 8 demon beast. She felt extremely content as she peeked at Hao Ren. After all, others couldn't do anything to the demon beast, but Hao Ren forced the powerful-looking demon beast back with only one attack. Her admiration for Hao Ren increased greatly. Gongzi Hao, the third Prince of South Ocean and the second Duke of North Ocean seemed to have poisonous wounds. Do you think we should go over and have a look? Elder Sun reminded Hao Ren. Hao Ren looked down on the battlefield and saw that Lu Yi had gathered the 50,000 black armored soldiers and was doing the counting. The soldiers of West Ocean were in a mess, and some of them even cried in each other's arms. Although this was their home base, they suffered the highest casualties. In contrast, the troops of South Ocean and North Ocean stood neatly. They lost some soldiers but basically remained intact. The third Prince of South Ocean sat in his white jade chariot with a big wound on his shoulder. The second Duke of North Ocean leaned against his Black Panther while blood flew out from the wound in his knee. With wounds at different positions, their faces were pale. The accompanying elders were busy applying elixirs on their wounds, but it seemed like the effects were little. Wah! The river mountain Qian Kun painting landed beside the third Prince of South Ocean. Third Prince. Premier Shah cupped his hands at the white-clothed third prince. The third prince looked at Premier Shah and then at Hao Ren without saying a word. His face looked pale as the poison was traveling all over his body from his wound, threatening his life. That was why he showed no intent in greeting the Premier of East Ocean warmly. This is a level 4 detox pill, a gift from our Fuma. Premier Shah walked forward with an elixir pill in his hand. Chapter 508. Everything depends on military power. Level 4 detox pill. The elders surrounding the third Prince of South Ocean brightened up at these words. It was impulsive of the third prince to fight the level 8 demon beast, but the accompanying elders might get the death penalty if the third prince died here. Likewise, the generals who came to the battle with the third prince would also take the blame. Cough. Cough. The third Prince of South Ocean put his hand on his wound, and his face turned even whiter. With a smile, Premier Shah handed the elixir pill to Premier Lu of South Ocean who stood beside the third prince. Prince. Premier Lu immediately brought the elixir pill to the prince. The third Prince of South Ocean frowned and glanced at Hao Ren who stood behind Premier Shah. With a faint smile, Hao Ren steered the river mountain Qian Kun painting toward the troops of the North Ocean Dragon Clan. The severely wounded second Duke of North Ocean was North Ocean Dragon King's little brother, which was why he was in charge of the military. It was difficult for dragon cultivators, especially the high-leveled ones, to have kids. The North Ocean Dragon King had only one brother, and their mother had died while she was giving birth to the second Duke. Being motherless at a young age, the North Ocean Dragon King and his little brother were very close to each other. If the second prince died here, no one knew how enraged the North Ocean Dragon King would be. Among the 4 ocean dragon clans, Zhao Guang was the most kind-hearted dragon king. Zheng Xin of West Ocean had been cruel and bad-tempered. After the death of his son, he spoiled Zheng Yitao and punished and even killed the elders and generals who displeased him. Although the North Ocean Dragon King and the South Ocean Dragon King were better than Zheng Xin, they put great emphasis on the royal family and never deemed the elders and generals as valuable in comparison. After the second duke was poisoned, the elders around him were upset and frustrated when they found that their elixirs couldn't eliminate the deadly poison from the level 8 demon beast. Second Duke. Premier Shah slowly stepped down from the river mountain Qian Kun painting. This is a level 4 detox pill, a gift to you from our commanding general. The second Duke of North Ocean took the elixir pill and immediately felt intense nature essence from it. He cupped his hands, saying, "Thank you very much." He tossed the elixir pill into his mouth and felt a refreshing sensation spread all over his body while the toxins which were moving toward his dragon core and heart were quickly dissolved. Level 4 detox pill, the elders standing beside the second Duke of North Ocean exclaimed. Level 4 elixir pills were precious, and detox pills were even rarer. With its limited usage and the complicated making process, the level 4 detox pills were extremely rare, while the elixirs such as the foundation establishment pills and essence replenishment pills were quite common. I owe a big one to East Ocean, the second Duke cupped his hands and said. Our water elemental dragon clans are a big family. There's no need to thank us, Premier Shah answered with a smile. The second Duke looked at Hao Ren on the river mountain Qian Kun painting and found this Fuma and great general of East Ocean dashing, just like what the rumor said. The second Duke didn't believe the rumor that the Fuma of East Ocean demonstrated great strength during the general exams at Dragon God Shrine. However, after seeing how Hao Ren forced back the level 8 demon beast with his own eyes, the second Duke was struck with many complicated feelings. He had thought that East Ocean, with Jaoo Kuo, was enough to overshadow the others and didn't expect that the Fuma of East Ocean would be so powerful as well. Glancing at the second Duke's mount, Hao Ren found that the magnificent-looking Black Panther hadn't even reached level 1, it was far inferior to Little White. No wonder when the second Duke fought the level 8 demon beast, his Black Panther didn't attack with him. It was because the Black Panther didn't dare to get close to a level 8 demon beast. Hao Ren flew the river mountain Qian Kun painting back to the camping spot of the East Ocean soldiers. After defeating the demon beasts, the soldiers of the East Ocean Dragon Clan received the order to rest where they were, but they still kept the defense array formation so that they could fight at any moment. From this perspective, East Ocean's troops were more disciplined than those from South Ocean and North Ocean. Seeing Hao Ren coming back, Lu Yi immediately reported the casualties. Among the 50,000 soldiers, only about 100 died, but they lost thousands of demon horses. The 500,000 soldiers Hao Ren summoned were the main force of East Ocean's military, and they defended the outer range of East Ocean's territory. Tough and experienced, they had been engaged in constant battles with demon beasts all year round and had a deep understanding of the fierceness of the demon beasts. Before they came here, they thought that there would be massive casualties, but to their surprise, under the leadership of the commanding general and the herald general, they had gained a complete victory. Silently, the soldiers all admired the herald general for his miraculous military maneuvers and the commanding general for his unrivaled courage. The 4 dragon palaces organized their respective troops and marched toward the West Ocean Dragon Palace. Now that East Ocean, South Ocean, and North Ocean had helped defeat the demon beasts, the West Ocean dared not to dissuade them. Having recovered from his wound, the third prince of South Ocean sat on his jade chariot and waved his fan, looking confident. The second Duke of North Ocean rode the Black Panther with his machete bound on the back of his black silk robe, looking intense. Hao Ren also led 50,000 black armored soldiers toward the West Ocean Dragon Palace. The current West Ocean Dragon Palace lost all its previous grandeur with collapsed buildings and walls everywhere. After being burnt down by Zhen Kongming, attacked by Lu Linlin and Lu Lili, defeated pathetically by the East Ocean Dragon Clan in the war it started, and attacked by the demon beasts without warning, the West Ocean Dragon Palace absolutely had no fortune nor energy to restore itself into previous magnificence. Seeing the dilapidated palace, the third prince of South Ocean and the second Duke of North Ocean frowned slightly. They knew the West Ocean Dragon Palace lost pathetically both in business on land and in the battle under the sea after they messed with the East Ocean Dragon Palace, but neither of them had imagined such a pitiful sight. The irony was that the East Ocean Dragon Clan, which had stepped on the head of the West Ocean Dragon Clan, was now entering the latter's ocean area without care, together with the soldiers of South Ocean Dragon Clan and the North Ocean Dragon Clan. Well, I almost can't recognize it. Zhao Yanzi looked around the West Ocean Dragon Palace in disbelief. It had been a long time since she last came to the West Ocean Dragon Palace, but in her impression, the West Ocean Dragon Palace was no less grand than the East Ocean Dragon Palace. Besides, the West Ocean Dragon Palace had a back mountain and thus was bigger than the East Ocean Dragon Palace. But now, the walls of the West Ocean Dragon Palace had collapsed, and the buildings inside were on the verge of collapsing too. Some guards of the palace ran around the palace buildings in alarm when they saw the troops coming near. Being accompanied by dozens of guards and more than 10 elders, Zheng Yitao in his robe came to the main gate to welcome the troops. Pale-faced and shivering with fear, he lost all his previous arrogance. The so-called main gate of the Dragon Palace had only 2 big columns left, while the plaque with the words, West Ocean Dragon Palace, was nowhere to be seen. Zheng Yitao looked like a king who had lost his kingdom coming out to surrender. At the sight of him, Zhao Yanzi felt disdained and pitied him. Seeing Zhao Yanzi, Zheng Yitao seemed to have found his savior, rushing up without caring for his status as the prince. Help me. Help me. Seeing him rush up, Zhao Yanzi immediately took several steps back. However, Zheng Yitao didn't give up. Instead, he reached out to catch Zhao Yanzi's arm. Take me to the East Ocean. Take me to the East Ocean. What are you doing? Zhao Yanzi hurriedly stepped behind Hao Ren. Without Zheng Xin spoiling him, Zheng Yitao became groundless and worthless. Sensing the danger around him, he tried to find some support from Zhao Yanzi, who after all had had some connections with him. Regardless, he once had had a passable relationship with Zhao Yanzi until Zheng Xin botched it by wanting Zhao Yanzi to marry into the West Ocean. Zheng Yitao tried to find some help through Zhao Yanzi, but she ignored him and clung to Hao Ren. Crown Prince. Crown Prince. Seeing Zheng Yitao acting so shamelessly before the commanding generals of the three dragon clans, Premier Lu of the West Ocean hurried over to stop him. Like a frightened bird, Zheng Yitao suddenly turned to Hao Ren. Help me. Take me out of the West Ocean Dragon Palace. Hao Ren looked at him quietly and remained silent. He still remembered the scene when Zheng Yitao ordered Black Wolf to catch Xie Yujia and also couldn't forget that the West Ocean Dragon Palace sent its elders to launch a sneak attack on Grandma and others. He remembered all these and didn't think that Zheng Yitao had forgotten them as well. A sword energy rose suddenly, and the intense chilliness it released stopped Zheng Yitao. Humph! With a dark face, Lu Yi dashed forward from Hao Ren's side. Startled by Lu Yi's fierce face, Zheng Yitao immediately retreated 4 to 5 steps. In the past thousands of years, the 4 ocean dragon clans have been allies, and we should help West Ocean when it's in need, the second Duke of North Ocean said suddenly. You're right. The Demon Sea holds a grudge against the West Ocean Dragon Palace and will come back to attack again. We South Ocean offers to station 300,000 soldiers around the West Ocean Dragon Palace to help guard the palace, the third Prince of South Ocean said immediately. We North Ocean will send 5 senior elders here to help the West Ocean Dragon Palace rebuild the palace, the second Duke of North Ocean said in earnest. His tone didn't leave any space for discussion or any consideration for the opinions of the West Ocean Dragon Palace. Among the 4 Ocean Dragon Palaces, due to Zhao Horan's efforts, the East Ocean Dragon Palace took the number 1 place while the West Ocean Dragon Palace took the second place with its overall strength of its elders. Now that the West Ocean Dragon Palace's strength was greatly damaged, the South Ocean Dragon Palace and the North Ocean Dragon Palace wanted to take the opportunity to surpass it. Since South Ocean and North Ocean will take the responsibility of rebuilding the West Ocean Dragon Palace, East Ocean Dragon Clan will guard the sea area of the West Ocean Dragon Palace from the Demon Sea, Hao Ren said coolly. The third Prince of South Ocean and the second Duke of North Ocean exchanged a look. With his casual words, Hao Ren had put the vast sea area from the boundary of the Demon Sea to the center of the West Ocean Dragon Palace under the control of the East Ocean Dragon Clan with the good reason of guarding against the demon beast so that the remaining small military force of the West Ocean Dragon Clan could rebuild the palace. The East Ocean Dragon Palace has a bigger appetite than us. Do you think we only brought small troops with us? They thought. Boom! Boom! The nearby ocean waves suddenly surged up. Wu Rang, the Jaoo general of the South Ocean Dragon Palace, arriving with 250,000 troops to aid West Ocean. Boom! Boom! Almost at the same time, violent ocean waves surged up again. Lu Qingshan, the Hoya general of the North Ocean Dragon Palace, arriving with 250,000 troops to aid West Ocean. The third Prince of South Ocean and the second Duke of North Ocean smiled lightheartedly. Chapter 509. Meeting Hao Ren's friends. From afar, the troops of South Ocean and North Ocean stood in formations with fluttering flags. It was a magnificent sight. Looking from the main gate of the West Ocean Dragon Palace, the soldiers standing in dense formations looked like chess pieces, and one couldn't see the end of them. After a series of losses, the West Ocean Dragon Clan was defenseless. With each of them bringing nearly 300,000 soldiers here, South Ocean and North Ocean were, in fact, trying to take control of the West Ocean Dragon Clan. Although Ho Ren defeated the level 8 demon beast and obtained 2 favors by saving the commanding generals of South Ocean and North Ocean with detox pills, that wasn't enough for the other 2 oceans to yield to him when he only had 50,000 soldiers here. East Ocean Dragon Palace was the farthest from the West Ocean Dragon Palace since the Demon Sea separated them. Even if the East Ocean Dragon Clan sent out troops at this moment, they would arrive too late since South Ocean and North Ocean would have finished occupying the areas by then. According to the plans of the third Prince of South Ocean and the second Duke of North Ocean, once they controlled the West Ocean Dragon Palace, they would obtain all the territories of the West Ocean Dragon Clan. The Crown Prince of West Ocean was too weak to resist South Ocean and North Ocean. Although the overall military force of the West Ocean Dragon Clan was once great, Most of their elite troops had died in the war with the East Ocean Dragon clan, including several powerful elders of Qian level and Kun level. Right now, the West Ocean Dragon clan was too weak to do anything. As close neighbors of the West Ocean Dragon clan, I think South Ocean and North Ocean can handle the aid of the West Ocean Dragon clan. After some consideration, the second Duke of North Ocean said to Hao Ren. Hao Ren smiled lightly and remained silent. The origin of this chapter's debut can be traced to N.O. B. in Guang. Guang, huge waves crashed from the ocean surface to the bottom. Left General Chen Rong, Right General Lu Yuanshu, Central General Hu Chunyi from the East Ocean Dragon clan have arrived with 4,500,000 soldiers to aid West Ocean. Ha! Close to 500,000 soldiers shouted in unison. The magnificent sound waves created huge ocean waves. The third Prince of South Ocean and the second Duke of North Ocean, who had been confident a moment ago, looked at each other, knew that they were outcalculated. The East Ocean Dragon clan had sent 500,000 soldiers. The South Ocean Dragon clan and the North Ocean Dragon clan only dared to send 300,000 soldiers each, but the East Ocean Dragon clan sent 500,000 soldiers. From their formations and auras, they knew that these 500,000 soldiers of East Ocean were the elites. They looked at Hao Ren in bafflement, surprised that this young commanding general of East Ocean would be so bold as to occupy the territory of the West Ocean Dragon clan by force while South Ocean and North Ocean had to hide their intentions with the excuse of helping West Ocean to fight the demon beasts. I think it's settled then. With East Ocean's 500,000 elite soldiers, the area from the Demon Sea to the West Ocean Dragon Palace will be as safe as it can be, and the West Ocean Dragon Palace can begin its rebuilding without any worries. Hao Ren said as he glanced at Premier Xia, Elder Sun, and Elder Lu beside him. Can you three stay here and talk about the details while Z and I head back? Premier Xia, Elder Lu, and Elder Sun bowed with cupped hands and said, Farewell, Commanding General. Lu Yi, you stay here for the time being and take the responsibility of guarding the surrounding areas of the West Ocean Dragon Palace. Hao Ren glanced at Lu Yi and said lightly. Yes, Commanding General. Lu Yi answered in a resonant voice. Hao Ren's intention was evident by leaving an elite troop around the West Ocean Dragon Palace. South Ocean and North Ocean silently lamented the sharpness of East Ocean. Faced with 500,000 elite soldiers, they didn't have the strength to object. The West Ocean Dragon Palace had been shaken to such a pathetic state after messing with the East Ocean Dragon clan, and they didn't want to follow that path. Z. Standing dazed at the gate, Zheng Yitao yelled again immediately. Not even looking at him, Zhao Yanzi took Hao Ren's hand and stepped onto the river mountain Qian Kun painting with Hao Ren. Then, they flew out of the ocean. She never liked Zheng Yitao, who had been an arrogant brat. More importantly, her grandpa, Zhao Horan, died after the fierce battle when West Ocean invaded East Ocean, and Zhao Yanzi was lenient toward him by not beating him viciously. The river mountain Qian Kun painting rushed out of West Ocean and bypassed the Demon Sea by flying above South Ocean. With level 8 demon beasts at the edges of the Demon Sea and countless demon kings, big and small, lurking in the center, Hao Ren couldn't take the risk with Zhao Yanzi by his side. While they took the route above the South Ocean Dragon clan's ocean area, they were stopped and questioned. After Hao Ren showed his identity, South Ocean didn't block them. It took Hao Ren and Zhao Yanzi a lot of time because they went in a big circle. When they returned to Purple Bamboo Island, it was already nighttime. Seeing the return of the river mountain Qian Kun painting, Zhao Hongyu and Zhao Guang immediately came out. How did it go? Seeing only Hao Ren and Zhao Yanzi on the river mountain Qian Kun painting, Zhao Guang asked. The demon beasts were defeated. 4 generals and the 500,000 soldiers are stationed in West Ocean while the 2 elders and the premier are discussing the details in the West Ocean Dragon Palace. Okay, Zhao Guang nodded. The picture was clear to him. With the decline of West Ocean, East Ocean couldn't let South Ocean and North Ocean take all the benefits. By sending 500,000 elite soldiers without hesitation, Hao Ren helped East Ocean gain the upper hand at the very beginning since the number of soldiers they had at West Ocean were South Ocean and North Ocean combined. If the East Ocean Dragon clan had hesitated due to their conflicts with West Ocean, all the benefits would have been divided between South Ocean and North Ocean, which meant that East Ocean wouldn't have any say on the important issues. Thinking back on Hao Ren's decisions, Zhao Guang felt like he was a bit similar to Zhao Horan. Uncle, Auntie, I'll borrow the river mountain Qian Kun painting for something else, Hao Ren said while Zhao Guang was in deep thought. Where are you going? Zhao Yanzi asked immediately. I'm going to watch a basketball game, and I'm running late, Hao Ren said. Take me with you. Zhao Yanzi said quickly. Why do you have to follow me everywhere? Hao Ren looked at her, complaining. I'm not following you. I just want to watch the basketball game, Zhao Yanzi retorted. Seeing them bickering, Zhao Hongyu snickered and waved at them gently. Go ahead. We're off then. Hao Ren ran into the palace and changed back into his regular clothes before stepping back onto the river mountain Qian Kun painting. Whoosh! They shot toward the north swiftly. Hurriedly, Zhao Yanzi grabbed Hao Ren's arm, startled at the fast speed. As a primitive treasure taken from the Nine Dragon Palace, the River Mountain Qian Kun painting was very fast when it was activated. After using the River Mountain Qian Kun painting for some time, Hao Ren was now experienced with it. He had tried with each of the 5 elemental nature essences, and the speeds were the same. However, now that he injected Hunden energy, a combination of all 5 types of nature essences, into the River Mountain Qian Kun painting, the speed increased by 10 times abruptly. After all, the treasures from the Nine Dragon Palace was the most powerful when chaotic energy powered them. Zhao Yanzi rode on her mom's River Mountain Qian Kun painting often, but she had never experienced such an insane speed. Standing behind Hao Ren, she wrapped her arms around Hao Ren's waist with her whole body leaning against his back, knowing it would be a disaster if she fell from this height at such great speed. The River Mountain Qian Kun painting entered the land area and flew toward the big city swiftly. Slow down, slow down. Zhao Yanzi grabbed Hao Ren's waist tightly with both hands and yelled. This speed was faster than planes. In fact, this speed was similar to the speed when planes were falling from the sky in a crash. We'll be late if we slow down. Hao Ren was thinking about Zhao Jiayi's basketball game. For him, the game was no less important than the military operation at the West Ocean Dragon Palace. Boom! The moment the River Mountain Qian Kun painting landed, Hao Ren instantly put it away. Zhao Yanzi's legs turned into jelly when she stepped onto the ground. Suddenly, she realized that her chest was pressed against Hao Ren's back. While blushing, she immediately pushed him away. Come on. Let's go. Hao Ren took her hand and ran like a madman. Still out of breath, Zhao Yanzi was dragged into the wild dash. She was furious at the way Hao Ren treated her, his fiancée. The ticket inspectors and security guards were already standing at the entrance of the Beijing Olympic Stadium. It was obvious that the game had begun. With a snap of his fingers, a red energy sphere engulfed him and Zhao Yanzi. He had become a skillful user of this technique. When he pulled Zhao Yanzi through the entrance, the ticket inspectors and the security guards only felt a gust of wind but saw no people passing them. Bang! After entering the aisle of the stands, Hao Ren put away the energy sphere and successfully came into the stadium without paying for tickets that were already sold out. The stadium was built according to the newest standards. Under the dazzling lights, it felt like they were in a big NBA game. Hao Ren looked up at the scores on the big screen, and it showed, Tsinghua University 36, East Ocean University 26. He used his nature essence in full, but he had still missed half of the game. Ren. Sitting on the stand and licking a popsicle, Zhou Liren spotted Hao Ren suddenly and waved his hand enthusiastically. His voice was so loud that it even overpowered the loud music in the stadium, drawing glances from the nearby audience members. Hao Ren immediately ran over while pulling on Zhao Yanzi. Zhao Yanzi rolled her eyes, feeling exhausted. Almost all the guys from their class sat in this row. Biting into the popsicle, Zhou Liren was a bit surprised to see that the girl Hao Ren pulling behind him was not Xie Yujia but someone else. I couldn't get through to you on the phone, but you are finally here, Zhou Liren yelled while he looked at Zhao Yanzi. He felt like he had seen this girl somewhere, but he wasn't sure. She looked like the arrogant little girl whom he had seen before, but she looked well behaved today. Your cousin? Zhou Liren couldn't hold back his curiosity and asked Hao Ren. I'm his fiancée. Zhao Yanzi gave Zhou Liren a sharp glare and pulled Hao Ren into the aisle of the stand. Seeing Zhao Yanzi's fierce look, Zhou Liren shrunk his neck and decided that this girl was indeed the one who had come looking for Hao Ren in the school with a poster at the beginning of last year. How is it? Hao Ren sat down and asked. Not good. Our team is not in good shape and has been totally dominated by Tsinghua University. Besides, Zhao Jiayi is a bit nervous today since today's game is being broadcasted live nationally on the sports channel. While he talked, he peeked at Zhao Yanzi who was sitting by Hao Ren's side. Zhao Yanzi was still panting with anger with her small chest rising and falling. Seeing Zhou Liren's glance, she immediately gave him a fierce look. Well, this girl called herself Hao Ren's fiancée, and I guess Hao Ren's good days will soon come to an end. Oh, wait a minute. Maybe Hao Ren did something to her, and that's why this girl declared herself as Hao Ren's fiancée. All kinds of thoughts appeared in Zhou Liren's head. Chapter 510. Love the person and everything around him. Why are you so late? Yu Rong came over and asked. I got lost, I couldn't find the stadium, Hao Ren said. He looked around and asked, Yujia didn't come. When Zhao Yanzi heard the question, she pinched Hao Ren's shoulder hard. She organized this event and got us here to the game. But I think she has some personal stuff, so she can't make it. Yu Rong looked at Hao Ren in surprise. Didn't she tell you? She did tell me, but I just wasn't that sure, Hao Ren said vaguely. He thought Xie Yujia would come with Xie Wanjun. On the basketball court, there were dozens of pretty girls cheerleading. Zhao Jiayi was sitting by the court and looked depressed. What are you looking at? Zhao Yanzi saw that Hao Ren was looking on the court, so she put her hand in front of his eyes. This pretty little girl is very bossy. I'm not sure if Hao Ren is happy or sad, Zhou Liren thought. I'm not here to see pretty girls. I'm looking at my friend. Hao Ren took her arm away and looked toward Tsinghua University. Compared to East Ocean University, the home team Tsinghua University was full of energy. The captain of the Tsinghua University's basketball team was about 2 meters tall and was discussing the strategy of the second half of the game with his team. Go, Tsinghua University! Go, Tsinghua University! Go, Tsinghua University! A uniformed and loud cheer sounded on the stands across the court. The stadium could fit tens of thousands of people, and there were over 5,000 students and alumnus from Tsinghua University here. They had packed up almost half the stadium. Most of them were wearing school uniforms, so they looked very organized and aligned. They also had a lot of banners to cheer for the Tsinghua University's basketball team. In contrast, only a few hundred people from East Ocean University came to Beijing to watch the match, and they sat scattered around the stadium. What should we do? Zhao Yanzi sounded a bit worried. Because of Hao Ren, she still had some feelings for East Ocean University. Especially since East Ocean University represented East Ocean City, and Zhao Jiayi was a great friend of Hao Ren. For many reasons, she didn't want the team to lose. After some thought, she took out her phone and dialed a number. What are you doing? Hao Ren, who was watching the match, turned around and asked Zhao Yanzi. Nothing. Zhao Yanzi pouted. The special music sounded, signaling the start of the second half of the game. Zhao Jiayi was exhausted, but he shook his head and headed toward the court. Even with his exceptional jumping abilities and stamina, he was still nervous when he faced the players of Tsinghua University who had an average height of 2 meters. As expected, Tsinghua University that was leading by 10 points was not nervous at all. In comparison, East Ocean University was a bit rattled. Hao Ren didn't understand the flow and the strategies of basketball games before. But after practicing sword energies and learning architecture from Zhao Hongyu, he was able to somewhat see through the game and comprehend the strategies. There were 5 players on East Ocean University's team who were all running in at their own pace, so they were destroying their own defense line. However, Tsinghua University's team was calm, and each person stood a position that was part of their overall strategy. Hao Ren observed for a while and suddenly realized that the new captain of Tsinghua University's basketball team emitted a blue light, a Con-level cultivator. For dragon cultivators, it was easy for them to reach Gen level, so Con level was extremely weak. However, for ordinary people, a Con-level cultivator was equivalent to a martial arts master. Wah, 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 wah. Just then, a bunch of people suddenly rushed into the stadium. They were all wearing white training clothes, and each one of them was more than 1.8 meters tall. This large crowd sat at the seats on the top, looking down on the supporters of Tsinghua University. When the referee of this basketball game saw this large white crowd come in, he was a bit shocked and almost forgot to pay attention to what was happening on the court. Go, East Ocean University! Go, East Ocean University! The cheers for East Ocean University was louder and covered up the cheers for Tsinghua University. The students of Tsinghua University were all shocked to the point that they were scared and became afraid of cheering out loud. Where did they come from? Hao Ren asked Zhao Yanzi. Elder Son's martial arts dojos are opened all across the country. There's a big one in Beijing not far away from here, Zhao Yanzi said with a smile. Hao Ren turned around and did a rough count. There were about 6,000 of them. Zhao Yanzi only gave a call to the manager of Sun Yun Martial Arts Dojo's Beijing branch and got 6,000 people to come and support East Ocean University. On the basketball court, Zhao Jiayi wasn't able to score when he shot the ball. However, he suddenly heard the loud cheers and looked up. He saw a big banner spread across the top of the stadium and read, Hao Ren said, "Good brother, you can do it." Suddenly, Zhao Jiayi let out a dazzling smile. Damn bro, you finally came, and you made such a scene out of it, he thought in excitement. He turned around and looked at his teammates. Brothers, the era for East Ocean University has come. Yes. The players on East Ocean University's basketball team were all encouraged by the big white crowd of supporters. They weren't fighting alone. Hao Ren turned around and looked at the banner, and he couldn't help but smile. This banner was temporarily made from a big red cloth, but the characters on it were bold and strong. It didn't look anything less than a fancy one. The words on this banner were indeed things Hao Ren wanted to say to Zhao Jiayi. He turned to look at Zhao Yanzi and suddenly admired her for her quick wits. Zhao Yanzi smiled sweetly and made a V sign with her fingers. She is becoming cuter, Hao Ren thought. He didn't dare to say this out loud since she would hit him for sure. On the basketball court, East Ocean University's basketball team was now inspired and had returned to their usual selves. Zhao Jiayi dribbled the ball agilely, and he turned around and passed the ball. The ball bounced and was in the hands of player No. 6, who was under the net. This player caught the ball and successfully shot the ball into the net. He got 2 points for the team. Great! Over 6,000 members of Sun Yun Martial Arts Dojo cheered all at once. The shouts made the rest of the audience a bit scared. Zhao Jiayi actually wanted to hear the loud, high-pitched cheers from girls, but these manly cheers made them look stronger. Go, go, go! Zhao Jiayi ran on the court while also giving orders to his teammates. He had thought about giving up, but with Hao Ren showing up, he recalled the time when they fought Tsinghua University at East Ocean University's stadium. He couldn't give up because of the grudges between these two universities. Although the captain of Tsinghua University's basketball team was at con level, he wasn't that far away in terms of strength compared with Zhao Jiayi, who had subconsciously absorbed some of Hao Ren's nature essence. Xie Wanjun played basketball for more than 10 years and reached the level of martial arts master, which was equivalent to the third level of the spirit concentration scroll. However, Zhao Jiayi slept under Hao Ren's bed while Hao Ren was cultivating, so a part of that energy had leaked into Zhao Jiayi's body. Right now, Zhao Jiayi was equivalent to the second level of the spirit concentration scroll. Basketball matches were not only a competition of physical strength. Zhao Jiayi's reaction and skill, as well as the ability to manage his teammates, were all superior to the new captain of Tsinghua University's basketball team. Shoo, 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 East Ocean University's basketball team were on a roll and had got back 6 points in a row. But even with this, they were still behind by 2 points. The third quarter of the game ended. Zhao Jiayi's basketball uniform was soaked, and even his shoes were wet. However, he was the core player on the team, so he had to play all 4 quarters. Damn it! You've gotten to the finals. Don't lose. Cao Ronghua, who was sitting next to Zhou Liren, said anxiously. Damn it! Shut your bad mouth up. Huang Jianfang glared at Cao Ronghua. He liked to watch movies when he had time and didn't show much interest in basketball. However, he wanted to support Zhao Jiayi this time, so he had paid for the trip out of his own pockets to take the train with Zhou Liren and the other guys to come to Beijing. Zhao Yanzi didn't understand bromances and the things that went on between guys, but she could tell that Hao Ren was very devoted. She knew that this basketball match was very important to him, so she hoped that they could win. On the basketball court, Zhao Jiayi was wiping off his sweat with a towel. Suddenly, he felt his phone vibrate on the long bench. Zhao Jiayi saw an unfamiliar number on the screen. He hesitated for half a second but still took the call. I'm Xie Wanjun. A mature voice sounded on the phone. Zhao Jiayi straightened up immediately. Xie Wanjun had trained him like a devil, so those memories were still fresh in his mind. Now that he heard Xie Wanjun's voice, he was fully alerted. There are only 2 minutes. Put your phone on speaker and call everyone over, Xie Wanjun commanded on the phone. Zhao Jiayi hurried and called everyone over in a hurry. The break between the third and fourth quarter was only 2 minutes long. I wanted to go there personally, but I'm in the US and couldn't find time for it. That's why I've been watching the game live online. There are only 2 minutes, so listen closely. Xie Wanjun's voice could be heard from the cell phone speakers. I saw the first 3 quarters of the match and noticed that Tsinghua University changed captains. We can't use the strategy we used before to defeat them. Tsinghua University used to have long passes and fast offense to take advantage of their dunks. However, even though the new captain is tall, he's good at shorter passes and fast offense. Their strategy focuses on their captain, so in the fourth quarter, you guys have to play like this. The players on East Ocean University's basketball team had played under Xie Wanjun. Now that they heard his voice, they were all touched. Although Xie Wanjun was in the US, he still paid attention to the team. A lot of players were in their 4th year, and they would be graduating after the game. This was their last chance to shine, so they wanted to win even more. Our goal is, Xie Wanjun asked on the phone, become the champion. The players who surrounded the phone and cheered together. Special music sounded again, signaling that the fourth quarter of the match was about to begin. The basketball players of East Ocean University went back to the court. The way their eyes looked and how they walked were much different from before. What if they win? Zhao Yanzi leaned against Hao Ren's shoulder and asked with a smile. All thanks to you. Hao Ren looked at her and said with a smile. If they win, I'll let you kiss me once. Zhao Yanzi shrugged her shoulders and said. Chapter 511. Keeping close eye on the fiancé. In the fourth quarter of the match, East Ocean University's basketball acted like they had cut off the lifeline of Tsinghua University's basketball team. East Ocean University was completely controlling the pace of the game. The commentator who was explaining the match live couldn't believe his eyes. After the short 2-minute break between the third and fourth quarter, East Ocean University was like a drastically different team. They were able to see through all Tsinghua University's weaknesses and attack them with strong teamwork. Xie Wanjun was able to pinpoint the weak spot of Tsinghua University's basketball team through watching the first 3 quarters on his computer screen, and his coaching worked. The brown basketball drew a beautiful arc in the air and went into the net, 3 points. Tsinghua University's coach, who was standing outside the court, suddenly turned pale. Zhao Jiayi landed on the ground firmly, and he swung his fist up high. All the cameras in the stadium focused on Zhao Jiayi, and the televisions that were on the sports channel in the country were showing Zhao Jiayi's close-up. This short captain of East Ocean University was just performing average in the first half of the game. However, in the second half, especially the fourth quarter, he exhibited explosive powers that were shockingly good. East Ocean University's basketball team was the only team in the top 8 of the National College Basketball League without an official coach. Bam! Zhao Jiayi flipped and fell to the ground. The captain of Tsinghua University's basketball team had bumped into Zhao Jiayi, making him fall. The whistle blew. Damn, intentional foul. Zhou Liren, who was sitting in the stand, stood up and yelled agitatedly. Zhao Yanzi opened her eyes wide to watch what was happening on the court. Hao Ren saw this and smiled. Zhao Jiayi easily scored the 2 free throws and gained control of the ball. Tsinghua University's team coach's face turned paler. The captain was now useless and didn't get the opportunity to use his skills since 2 players of East Ocean University tightly guarded him. There were 10 minutes left in the last quarter, and it was already too late for Tsinghua University to regroup. The basketball coach of Tsinghua University didn't understand how East Ocean University could change so much from the first half of the game to now. They were barely able to catch up in the first half, but now they were in complete control. 3 points, 2 points, East Ocean University scored consecutively, and Tsinghua University's foul moves were useless. East Ocean University's basketball team was getting better and smoother with their moves, while the members of Tsinghua University's basketball team was getting more and more nervous. The whistle sounded, and the match was over. Tsinghua University 58, East Ocean University 66. They won! They won! Zhou Liren was so excited that he jumped up into the air. Hao Ren also laughed loudly. He couldn't believe that Zhao Jiayi's dream of winning the national championship was fulfilled. He suddenly turned around and looked at Zhao Yanzi. Zhao Yanzi covered her face and murmured, I said that I'd let you kiss me if Tsinghua University won. Hao Ren reached out his hands and messed around with her hair as he smiled happily. I'm not a kid. Zhao Yanzi rushed to push away Hao Ren's hands. Zhou Liren and the other guys ran to the basketball court with excitement. Hao Ren took advantage of this opportunity and kissed Zhao Yanzi on the cheek. Then, he laughed and also ran toward the court. Zhao Yanzi touched her face in astonishment. Then, she stood up and chased after Hao Ren, you bad uncle. Since the champion was determined, the stadium was somewhat chaotic. There was anger, excitement, happiness, regret, all the emotions appeared in the stadium. Hao Ren rushed over obviously because he was excited. On the court, the 2 teams lined up in 2 rows facing each other. They moved in opposite directions and clapped each other's hands to show respect. The muscles on Zhao Jiayi's body were so visible that he looked like a little tank. It was his first time as team captain, and he had successfully led the team to win the nationals. He was so satisfied and proud of his accomplishment. Huang, the 2-meter-tall captain of Tsinghua University's basketball team, intentionally used his shoulder to bump Zhao Jiayi's head, but he acted as if he didn't mean it. The power of that hit was so strong that Zhao Jiayi backed up 3 steps. I'm sorry. You're a bit too short, this captain of Tsinghua University said in a cold voice. What do you mean? The team members who had fought alongside Zhao Jiayi in the battles to win the championship were now extremely agitated. The teams who were giving each other high fives in an orderly fashion now turned into a jumbled mess. The 2 teams pushed and shoved each other as if they were going to start a fight at any second. The director of the sports channel saw that things weren't going that well and rushed to switch the focus of their cameras. Damn. What do you mean? You can't take a loss. Zhou Liren, who ran the fastest, had already run into the court. He was usually the most scared, but he was incredibly hot-blooded right now as he dashed in front of the captain of Tsinghua University's basketball team. Zhou Liren was 1.8 meters tall, but he looked incredibly small in front of the 2-meter-tall basketball giant. Guys like Yu Rong, Huang Jianfeng, Cao Ronghua, and Jiyu Jiadong all rushed over. Tsinghua University and East Ocean University were arch-enemies on the basketball court. Fighting was unavoidable. The East Ocean University has never been afraid of Tsinghua University, so fighting inside the gym or outside made zero difference. What happened? Just when the two sides were about to start fighting, Hao Ren's calm voice sounded. Tsinghua University's captain was about to start hitting someone. However, when he saw Hao Ren, all the anger disappeared, and he couldn't help but back off 2 steps. On Hao Ren's forehead was the inspector's fire symbol that only he could see, and Hao Ren let out a strong aura which was mid-tier gen level. A con-level cultivator could only bully mortals. In front of a gen-level cultivator, he didn't dare to do anything arrogant, especially when this gen-level cultivator was an inspector. Nothing. When this captain saw Hao Ren, he couldn't help but stutter. One of the privileges of inspectors was that they could use their powers without obtaining permission first. If an inspector decided that a dragon cultivator was going against the tribe's rules, he or she could punish the offender on the spot. A light punishment would be taking away the offender's cultivation strength, and a heavy punishment would be death. After seeing that Hao Ren was glaring at him, this 2-meter-tall captain of Tsinghua University's basketball team turned over to Zhao Jiayi to apologize. I'm sorry for what happened just now. The players on Tsinghua University's basketball team saw that their captain's attitude had suddenly changed and were all shocked. They knew the personality of this new captain. Even if he was at fault, he could never admit it. Only that? Hao Ren asked. We, Tsinghua University, have lost fair and square, the captain of Tsinghua University said. It's okay. We still have chances to play again in the future. Zhao Jiayi said that but didn't actually mean it. The music sounded again, and the awarding ceremony for the National College Basketball League was about to begin. The cameras switched back to the stadium and focused it on the heartwarming and exciting award ceremony. Zhou Liren looked up at Zhao Jiayi and his team who were getting their trophy on stage, and he used his elbow to give Hao Ren a small nudge. Damn, how did you do it? That was amazing. Hao Ren said with an innocent expression on his face, I don't know. The aura he imposed just now was only toward the captain of Tsinghua University's basketball team, so mortals like Zhou Liren who didn't cultivate couldn't sense it at all. Wow! Zhao Jiayi held the trophy up high on stage and let out a weird scream. Now those classmates and neighbors who looked down at him could see him holding the trophy on television. Who knew that this short boy could win the National College Basketball League's championship? Uncle, if you were to play, you could get the trophy as well, Zhao Yanzi said. Zhou Liren turned around and looked at this pretty little girl. You're talking about Hao Ren? PSH, there's no way he could. Zhao Yanzi rolled her eyes as she turned around and looked at that gold trophy. She imagined Hao Ren holding it up, and he would probably look quite dashing with it. Any cultivators could easily get the champion, so they didn't care too much about it. For her, having a boyfriend who won the National College Basketball League's championships would be something worthy of showing off at school. Hao Ren was good at everything, but he was too low profile. It would be great if he won multiple national championships so that she could show off to the girls in her class. At the last bit of the spectacular award ceremony, Zhou Liren ran up the stage and went over to Zhao Jiayi's side. He put his hand on Zhao Jiayi's shoulder and stole some of the spotlights, appearing on live television. The basketball team was supposed to celebrate together, but Zhao Jiayi wanted to celebrate with his good friends from his dorm. Also, some of his teammates' girlfriends also came to support them, so they decided to celebrate later when school starts. That's incredible. National champions. Zhou Liren was so excited that he was still screaming when they walked out of the stadium. Big brother Zhao, let me join the basketball team next year. I don't need to go onto the court to play. Just let me go on stage when we collect our trophy. Can I do it? Can I do it? Those people from Sun Yun Martial Arts Dojo who cheered for East Ocean University had left after the game, and Zhao Yanzi followed Hao Ren like a sweet girlfriend. Let's find a place to eat. On me. Zhao Jiayi said generously. He turned around and looked at Hao Ren. Ren, what about you? Okay. Hao Ren nodded. Zhao Yanzi quickly held onto Hao Ren's arm, making the appearance that they were close. She saw through everything and knew that Hao Ren cared about the opinions of these good friends. Therefore, she had to establish herself as his fiancée to destroy Xie Yujia quickly. Since Hao Ren spent time with Xie Yujia alone in New York, Zhao Yanzi could tell that he cared about the latter. From her standpoint, Xie Yujia was using the gentle and considerate approach to slowly soften Hao Ren's mind, which was as dull as a piece of wood. To Zhao Yanzi, Xie Yujia was her #1 rival. Lu Linlin and Lu Lili were not a threat at all. "Ren, be honest with me. Is she your cousin?" Zhou Liren saw how close Zhao Yanzi was with Hao Ren. He was a bit jealous, so he couldn't help but ask. Zhao Yanzi had a playful and cute aura, and Zhao Liren wanted to have a girlfriend just like her. "Fiancé, fiancé." Zhao Yanzi opened her eyes widely and corrected Zhou Liren again. Zhao Yanzi went all out. Before, there was no way she would admit this identity. But now, she wanted to make sure that everyone knew about it. "She's from Lingzhou Middle School, right?" Zhao Liren asked as he remembered something. "What's the matter?" Zhao Yanzi wrinkled her nose. Nowadays, tons of middle schooler were dating. Zhou Liren opened his mouth. "Oh, Lingzhou Middle School. When school starts this year, you guys." "Stop." Zhao Yanzi rushed to hold her hands up, but Zhou Liren had already finished his sentence. "Your school's new campus is right across from our university." Chapter 512. She is a big celebrity. What, across the street? Hao Ren was a bit confused. He hadn't slept in his dorm for the past 2 to 3 months, so he didn't really know what was happening in school. Zhao Yanzi glared at Zhou Liren angrily, so he didn't dare to say anything else. "What's going on?" Hao Ren was even more confused, so he asked Zhao Zhiyi. "Oh, the construction of the middle school across from the main gates of our university has been completed. Students would start attending there when summer break is over. We thought it was an affiliated school of East Ocean University, but we found out recently that it is Lingzhou Middle School," Zhao Zhiyi said. "Oh," Hao Ren dragged out his voice as he thought. Indeed, there was construction going on across from the main gate of East Ocean University for more than 6 months now. Everyone was saying that East Ocean University paid for this, so it should be an affiliated school of East Ocean University. No one would have thought it was actually Zhao Yanzi's new campus. So, after this summer, Zhao Yanzi would move from the old campus to here. Middle school students? Zhou Liren thought to himself for a few seconds but couldn't help but ask Zhao Yanzi. He remembered that Zhao Yanzi went to Lingzhou, but he didn't know whether or not she was in the middle school department or high school department. She was indeed very middle school-like in terms of her personality, but she looked like a high school student. What about it? Zhao Yanzi was so furious that she squinted her eyes. She wanted to keep this as a surprise until school started. She didn't expect this to be exposed to Hao Ren this early, all thanks to his classmate. Lingzhou Middle School was one of the best schools in East Ocean City. It had connections with East Ocean University, and it was that Mingri Group funded both of their infrastructures. Since the middle school department and high school department were on the same campus, and students in both departments shared some of the school's facilities, there were conflicts when scheduling classes. Also, there were negative influences from the high school students on the middle school students, making more middle school students engage in romantic relationships earlier. After careful consideration, the school decided to build a new campus and move the middle school over. Since some of the teachers at East Ocean University would go to Lingzhou Middle School to teach, it made sense that everyone thought that it was going to be an affiliated school of East Ocean University. "You're really a middle schooler," Zhou Liren winked at Hao Ren and thought, what a B*****, he doesn't even pass on such a young girl. Also, he gloated over Hao Ren's bad luck. "Hao Ren, does Xie Yujia know that you seduced a middle schooler over the summer? Her reaction would be golden," he thought. The elementary school would also come over with the middle school. "Are you not even letting elementary kids pass?" Zhou Liren leaned over and said softly. "Even the elementary school is coming over?" Hao Ren was a bit shocked. Lingzhou Elementary School is going to move here, right next to Lingzhou Middle School. The original elementary school campus was too small. After they move, they're going to open an international department so that foreigners can also come to study there. There's going to be better teachers too, Zhao Zhiyi said. Damn, doesn't that mean Zhen Kongming is going to come over as well? Hao Ren thought to himself secretly. He knew that Lingzhou Elementary School was the best in East Ocean City, but he didn't think that Zhen Kongming was going to be coming over as well. The new campus of Lingzhou Middle School would be on the south side of East Ocean University, and there was only a road in between them. Hao Ren's dorm was also on the south side of the campus. That meant Hao Ren's dorm and Lingzhou Middle School was right next to each other. There was only a wall separating them. Since Hao Ren's dorm building was No. 7, it was right next to the wall. From their dorm's balcony, they could see the classrooms of Lingzhou Middle School. His fiancée, Zhao Yanzi, was only a walk away from him. Hao Ren suddenly was full of fright at the thought of a new school year. Although the distance between East Ocean University and Lingzhou Middle School wasn't far before, There was still a distance of 4 to 5 bus stops. Now that Zhao Yanzi could just walk across the road and get to his university, he would be bothered by her a lot. Now, your cousin could come and see you often, Zhao Jiayi said with a smile. He didn't think that Zhao Yanzi was Hao Ren's fiancée since he didn't think Hao Ren could do such a shameless thing. That was why he chose to believe that Zhao Yanzi was Hao Ren's little cousin, as well as that all the things that happened before and today were just jokes. However, Hao Ren's little cousin is adorable. She is going to grow into a beauty for sure, Zhao Jiayi thought. Let's eat, Zhao Jiayi said as they entered a barbecue restaurant. Zhao Yanzi was the only girl in the group, so Hao Ren's friends all treated Hao Ren's little cousin well, helping her to cook the meat, getting her spices, and ordering her drinks. They were treating her like their own little sisters. Zhao Yanzi suddenly felt like Hao Ren's friends weren't bad. They had a great time at the barbecue place, and it was already 1 o'clock in the morning when they finished eating. Yu Rong and a few others were already drunk. Hao Ren also drank more than 10 bottles of beer, and he didn't use nature essence to resolve the alcohol. His eyes were a bit red. Cultivation was important, but his friendships with his buddies were also important to him. Zhao Yanzi was full, and she also had a bit of alcohol. She saw that Hao Ren was getting drunk, so she helped him walk out of the restaurant. Bye, Hao Ren waved at his buddies. Then, he held Zhao Yanzi's hand, summoned the River Mountain Qian Kun painting, and flew away. Yu Rong burped as he rubbed his eyes and couldn't believe what he saw. Did Ren just fly away? He turned to ask Zhao Jiayi to confirm. You must be drunk. Zhao Jiayi's face was all red. Ren probably got a taxi, he doesn't live with us. Yes, taxi. It drove very fast toward the south. Jiyu Jiadong went along with it. Yu Rong knocked his head a few times and murmured, his little cousin sure is pretty. They were so drunk that they couldn't walk straight anymore, and they supported each other back to the hotel. While Hao Ren flew on the River Mountain Qian Kun painting, he suddenly remembered to open the red energy sphere after flying a few hundred meters. The River Mountain Qian Kun painting wasn't flying straight, so it made Zhao Yanzi a bit worried. She was a few months away from being old enough to get the identification card so that she couldn't get a hotel room. N0V3LTR0V served as the original host for this chapter's release on N0V3LB1N. Left, Zhao Yanzi thought for a bit and pulled on Hao Ren's elbow. Hao Ren soon dissolved the alcohol. He saw the helpless look on Zhao Yanzi's face and found it a bit funny. It would be at least 3 o'clock in the morning if they flew back to East Ocean City, so he wanted to see what kind of place Zhao Yanzi could find in Beijing for them to stay the night. The River Mountain Qian Kun painting flew toward the left. There was a high-class apartment building ahead that was lit up with a dim green light. The green light was an array formation put up by a dragon cultivator who lived there. Many dragon cultivators lived in the cities, but ordinary ones weren't capable of putting an array formation at where they lived. The ones who did were very powerful cultivators. That way, balcony, Zhao Yanzi pulled Hao Ren's arm once again toward the direction she wanted them to go, treating him like a steering wheel. Hao Ren had regained his consciousness from the alcohol and was just pretending to be drunk. The River Mountain Qian Kun painting landed on the balcony of the 16th floor according to the directions Zhao Yanzi gave. There was only one thin layer of energy sphere, and Hao Ren's inspector's token easily destroyed it. The inspector's token was a top-tier Dharma treasure. One of its powers was destroying array formations. Who is it? A high-pitched voice sounded from the room. Sister Song, it's me, Zhao Yanzi exclaimed softly. Wah, the balcony door opened, and a beautiful woman in pajamas stepped out. Hao Ren saw this woman and didn't have the nerves to pretend to be drunk. He stood up straight and put the River Mountain Qian Kun painting away. Zhao Yanzi was shocked to see Hao Ren suddenly waking up from his drunkenness and said in embarrassed, Sister Song, this is my friend. We came to Beijing to watch a basketball game, but it's too late now, and we can't go back to East Ocean. Friend, the pretty woman glanced at Hao Ren and smiled at Zhao Yanzi. This is that famous fiancé of yours, right? Zhao Yanzi blushed and said in a cute voice, sorry to disturb you. That's alright, I'm close with your mom. Since you can't go back now, you can stay for the night. The woman smiled and led Zhao Yanzi and Hao Ren inside. Hao Ren took the opportunity to observe her. He felt that she was around 27, 28 years old, and she was pretty but mature. The interior of the apartment was gorgeous, and there was a baby crib in the living room. Where's brother-in-law? Zhao Yanzi looked around and asked. Something happened at Yangding River, so he went over to deal with it. The pretty woman closed the glass balcony door and fixed the array formation. When you guys destroyed the array formation, I was a bit scared. Who dares to bully you? Zhao Yanzi teased. The pretty woman laughed and looked at Hao Ren. She took Zhao Yanzi's hand and said, "Why don't you introduce us?" Zhao Yanzi had wanted to skip this, but she couldn't avoid it now. She said awkwardly, "He's Hao Ren." "Well, you already know who he is." Then, she turned to Hao Ren. "Sister Song's full name is Song Qingye. You know who she is, right?" "It's the first time seeing her. How would I know?" Hao Ren thought at first. Suddenly, it hit Hao Ren. Song Qingye. Asia's diva queen. The female singer who received the Golden Record Award. The record keeper of the best-selling song, and the most popular. All these accomplishments flashed in Hao Ren's mind. "You are so stunned." Zhao Yanzi giggled as she looked at Hao Ren. "Don't tease him like that. Your lover seems like a good boy." Song Qingye reached out and patted Zhao Yanzi's head. He's not my lover." Zhao Yanzi was a bit anxious, so she rushed to explain herself. Song Qingye laughed and introduced herself. "I'm the 7th princess of South Ocean, Song Qingye. My husband is Yangding River Dragon King, Qian Lin. He's out dealing with some business right now." "Sister Song, where's your baby? Let me see." Zhao Yanzi badgered Song Qingye. In the room." Zhao Qingye turned around and went into the bedroom to get the baby. The baby was chubby and white. He looked really cute, and his skin was still pink, almost translucent. He looked like a big piece of jade. It was the first time that Hao Ren saw a dragon baby, so he rushed over to check as well. There was a wooden plate around the baby's neck. From the look of it, it was a Dharma treasure with calming effects. "Haha, he is a little bigger than last time," Zhao Yanzi said happily before lightly poking the cheek of this sleeping baby. East Ocean and South Ocean had a good relationship. When Zhao Yanzi came to Beijing with her mom, they had visited Song Qingye, and she had seen the baby before. Right now, Song Qingye was very welcoming toward them at the middle of the night, and it helped Zhao Yanzi feel less embarrassed for interrupting Song Qingye's sleep. The sleeping baby seemed discontent, so he opened his sleepy eyes and waved his arms and legs. A few drops of crystal clear water formed in his palms, and they splashed onto Zhao Yanzi's face. Zhao Yanzi wasn't prepared, so her face was all wet. "Haha, the baby isn't happy." Song Qingye quickly hugged the baby. "Humph. I'm not going to play with you anymore." Zhao Yanzi made an angry face. However, the baby closed his eyes and went back to sleep, completely ignoring Zhao Yanzi. Hao Ren looked at Song Qingye and thought, this famous female singer is actually a princess in the South Ocean Dragon clan. Not only that, she is already married and gave birth to a baby. "Since you guys don't have a place to go tonight, you guys can stay here. Little Z doesn't have her identification card yet, so you guys probably can't go to a hotel," Song Qingye said after she put the baby back in the room. Song Qingye was only stating the facts, but Zhao Yanzi was overthinking that her face turned bright red. "I'm going to rest. I still have events to attend tomorrow. You guys could use the guest room over there," Song Qingye said and pointed to the room on the left. "Okay. Thank you, Sister Song." Zhao Yanzi thanked her immediately. Hao Ren never thought that he'd be able to stay at the home of the celebrity, Song Qingye. If Zhou Liren knew about this, he would get jealous for sure and make a big fuss over it. Zhou Liren and the other guys at East Ocean University were all crazy for Suhan, but they were also fans of Song Qingye. Of course, if they found out that Song Qingye was already married and had a baby, it would hit them hard. "Do dragon babies have innate techniques?" Hao Ren asked. "Yes. They're born with basic techniques, though their powers are small. It's like how babies can swim when they're little. When they grow up, they will lose these abilities," Zhao Yanzi explained. "Oh," Hao Ren nodded. He thought to himself that if his children knew basic spells, how could he let his parents see them? Zhao Yanzi thought of something else. She looked at Song Qingye's room with envy and said, "The baby is really cute and fun to play with. I wish I had one." She said whatever that came to her mind, but she realized that something was wrong. Her fiancé was standing next to her when she said that, so it sounded like she was hinting at something. "Okay. You sleep in the living room, and I'll sleep in the bedroom," she said angrily and ran into the guest room. Bam! She shut the door. "You're the one who misspoke, but why am I the one punished? Sad," Hao Ren thought to himself, looked at the sofa in the living room, and lied down. Chapter 513. Controlling the West Ocean Dragon Clan. Hao Ren was woken up by the baby's cries. He opened his eyes and saw Song Qingye holding the baby against her chest, and she was standing in front of the balcony glass door. The sunlight refracted on the glass door, forming a rainbow-like effect. This celebrity, Song Qingye, looked especially affectionate while she was holding the baby. "How old is he?" Hao Ren sat up and asked. 6 months. Song Qingye turned around and smiled. When Z saw him for the first time, he was only 2 months old. Hao Ren smiled as well. He could tell that Song Qingye was very happy as a mother from the look on her face. "You are a princess of South Ocean. Why do you want to become a singer?" Hao Ren asked her. "My realm isn't high. Becoming a singer in the mortal world is an interest and hobby of mine." Song Qingye gently put the baby back into the baby crib and let him enjoy the warm sunlight. She looked at Hao Ren and asked, "Z is studying in middle school now, right?" "Yes." Hao Ren nodded. Song Qingye was wearing a sleeveless checkered shirt, and it made her look fresh and elegant, resembling her name one. "When Z grows up, she will be prettier than me for sure," Song Qingye said with a smile. "She's still little right now," Hao Ren replied politely. However, he couldn't refute the fact that Zhao Yanzi would be extremely beautiful, even more beautiful than Song Qingye, after she matures. "Oh, when did you get married?" Hao Ren asked. "Last year. East Ocean even sent me a big gift," Song Qingye said. "Hee, thanks for letting Z and I stay overnight. I was joking around with Z last night. We could have gone back to East Ocean City." This big celerity gave Hao Ren a different feeling compared with when she was on the big screen. Hao Ren didn't feel nervous at all. After he found out that Song Qingye was a member of the Dragon Tribe and the Four Oceans, their similar identities gave him a sense of strong trust. After all, they had to protect the same secret. "It's nothing. I'm good friends with Z's mom. We're even friends in the mortal world. Z's mom is very famous in the architectural circle," Song Qingye said. Dragon cultivators all had unique identities when they lived amongst mortals. Zhao Hongyu was an architect. Song Qingye was a singer. Zhao Guang was Mingri Group's CEO. These identities enabled them to assimilate into modern society and communicate with mortals easier. Also, South Ocean and East Ocean support and help each other. "If I need something when I'm at East Ocean City, I'd have to go to Z for help," Song Qingye smiled and said. Hao Ren nodded as he understood the reasoning. "Z's very simple-minded. Please treat her well." Song Qingye looked at Hao Ren and said, "I've never seen her like someone this much before." Hao Ren smiled and nodded. Zhao Yanzi was playful, and many people cherished her. Even Song Qingye treated Zhao Yanzi like her own little sister. "Hey, what are you guys talking about behind my back?" Zhao Yanzi popped out from the guest room. "We're talking about the type of guys you like," Song Qingye said as she covered her smile. I don't like guys like Hao Ren," Zhao Yanzi immediately responded. She was so brash at exposing all her thoughts. "We shouldn't bother you any longer. Z and I should head back." Hao Ren was afraid that he was bothering Song Qingye, so he looked at the time and said to Song Qingye, "Okay, Sister Song. We have to go now." Zhao Yanzi remembered that Song Qingye still had an event to attend, so she needed time to prepare. "Okay, come again next time," Song Qingye said. She wasn't just being polite, she actually meant it. "Sister Song, remember to save me a few front row tickets when you have a concert. I want to show off in front of my class," Zhao Yanzi said. "Okay." Song Qingye smiled and waved her hand. Her husband wasn't back yet, or else she would have introduced him to Hao Ren and Zhao Yanzi. According to the intelligence report from the South Ocean Dragon Clan, this Fuma of East Ocean had grown extremely strong in the last half a year. Even the palace masters at the Dragon God Shrine had been impressed by his strength. Also, East Ocean had fought off West Ocean a few times to the extent that West Ocean had no power to retaliate. She could tell that Hao Ren was the rising star and the future of East Ocean, and her husband, Yangding River Dragon King, could benefit from knowing this Fuma. "Bye now." "Thank you." The River Mountain Qian Kun painting appeared under Hao Ren's feet. "Bye." Song Qingye stood on the balcony and waved at them. Wah! An energy sphere was opened around the River Mountain Qian Kun painting, and they flew toward the south like a meteor. Hao Ren used the Hundan energy to power the River Mountain Qian Kun painting, so it flew even faster than Little White. Even though this speed wasn't as fast as Soul Formation Realm cultivators, it was much faster than nascent Soul Realm cultivators. Of course, this used up quite a lot of nature essence. This primitive treasure from the Nine Dragon Palace was definitely spectacular. With this treasure, Hao Ren could escape from a lot of danger. However, this was still Zhao Hongyu's treasure, and Hao Ren didn't have any thoughts of keeping it as his own. Soon, Hao Ren brought Zhao Yanzi, who was hugging him from the back, to East Ocean City. The River Mountain Qian Kun painting landed on Zhao Yanzi's home's balcony, and Zhao Guang and Zhao Hongyu were both home at that time. "Dad! Mom!" Zhao Yanzi yelled happily. Her home was always the place that she could relax the most. "You're back, Ren?" Zhao Hongyu came out from her room and greeted Hao Ren first. "Yes, I've brought Z back. Auntie, I might need to borrow the River Mountain Qian Kun painting for another day. Little White is with Yujia in the US at the moment," Hao Ren said. "It's okay, you can use it. I don't need it now anyway, Zhao Hongyu said. Then, I'll be on my way. Hao Ren stood on the river mountain Qian Kun painting and flew up again. Hey! Hey! Zhao Yanzi yelled and waved her hand. She wanted to have Hao Ren stay for lunch. However, Hao Ren already dashed away. Hao Ren was able to use this river mountain Qian Kun painting to the max when his Hundan energy was powering it. Also, since Zhao Yanzi wasn't there with him, he didn't have to worry about her falling off. With this speed that was almost on par with Soul Formation Realm Cultivator's traveling speed, Hao Ren was able to fly through the Demon Sea. When those demon kings at the bottom of the ocean sensed a dash of nature essence, they all stopped cultivating. However, they soon realized that this cultivator was probably at Soul Formation Realm, and they went back to cultivating. Even though the demon kings in the Demon Sea were not weaker than Soul Formation Realm cultivators, they didn't need to fight with them if the latter were only passing by. However, if a nascent Soul Realm cultivator or a Qian-level dragon tried to fly across the Demon Sea alone, the demon kings who were in bad moods could give this cultivator a beating. Hao Ren flew with the river mountain Qian Kun painting and saw some of the remote immortal mountains that Zhao Hongyu mentioned last time. There were some islands on the Demon Sea. Even though there were no obvious array formations, there were layers of thick mists that covered them up. These independent cultivators who were out here all alone and living in the Demon Sea were powerful for sure. However, Hao Ren didn't have time to visit these remote immortal mountains. The river mountain Qian Kun painting dashed past the territory of the Demon Sea and entered the West Ocean Dragon Clan. Welcome, Commanding General. The East Ocean troops that were stationed here all shouted at once when they saw Hao Ren and the river mountain Qian Kun painting. Hao Ren responded. There were East Ocean soldiers stationed all around, giving him an illusion that he was back at the East Ocean Dragon Clan. However, this was the territory of West Ocean Dragon Clan. The rest of the soldiers of East Ocean didn't have time to greet Hao Ren since he already reached the West Ocean Dragon Palace. Such speed, the generals were all shocked. Even when Zhao Hongyu used the river mountain Qian Kun painting, it wasn't as fast. The flight Dharma treasure speed was dependent on the user's power. The stronger the user, the faster the traveling speed. With the blink of an eye, Hao Ren and the river mountain Qian Kun painting had disappeared from their sight. If Hao Ren were an enemy, the soldiers wouldn't have enough time to defend before he crossed their defense line. At the thought of this, the generals of East Ocean respected Hao Ren even more. Bang! Hao Ren and the river mountain Qian Kun painting both dashed into the ocean. The sharp nature essence split the ocean open. At first, Hao Ren had to use water-repellent bead to split open the water. But now, he only needed to wave one finger, and the water would automatically move away from him. The damaged West Ocean Dragon Palace quickly appeared before Hao Ren. Welcome, Commanding General. Lu Yi, who was wearing a set of silver armor, led thousands of soldiers and greeted Hao Ren with a bow. Hao Ren waved his hand and landed in front of the main gate of the West Ocean Dragon Palace. Then, he put the river mountain Qian Kun painting away. Once again, Hao Ren felt that he was back at the East Ocean Dragon Palace since it was the West Gate General of East Ocean who greeted him. The soldiers of West Ocean had started reconstructing the walls. Lu Yi and the soldiers of East Ocean didn't have any responsibility to help, so they only patrolled the outside. They say that the patrol was for safety, but it was actually for the monitoring of the West Ocean Dragon Palace as a whole. Did the commanding generals of South Ocean and North Ocean go back? Hao Ren asked Lu Yi. He was wearing normal clothes, but his aura was still magnificent. Hao Ren had left deep impressions on the soldiers' minds, making them believe that this new commanding general was not weaker than Zhao Kuo. Commanding General, South Ocean's third prince and North Ocean's second duke had left yesterday, Lu Yi said respectfully as he followed Hao Ren. The front gates of the West Ocean Dragon Palace had just been put up, but the plate that read, West Ocean Dragon Palace, was nowhere to be seen. Hao Ren and Lu Yi walked into the palace, and no one dared to stop them. How long do you think this reconstruction is going to take? Hao Ren looked around and saw that the inside was still a mess. It should take at least 3 months, Lu Yi responded. How did yesterday's negotiation go? Hao Ren asked. I don't know. You'd have to ask Premier Shah, Lu Yi responded quickly. Oh, is Premier Shah still here at the West Ocean Dragon Palace? Yes, he knows that you are coming, so he's still waiting for you. Okay, Hao Ren nodded. I was going to find Zheng Yitao. Now, he can lead the way. Chapter 514. Powerful Fuma Hao Ren was about to ask Lu Yi to go and find Premier Shah, but Premier Shah, who was overseeing the reconstruction at a distance, saw Hao Ren at the door. Gongzi Hao, Premier Shah ran to Hao Ren, his hunched back made running difficult. Lu Yi, you may go tend to your business. Hao Ren glanced at Lu Yi. Lu Yi was a straightforward and honorable character. Hao Ren had already seen him as his trusted aide. Understood. Lu Yi went out of the palace to continue patrolling the surroundings. Gongzi Hao, I knew you'd come. Premier Shah ran to Hao Ren and said with excitement. Premier, you're not young anymore. Don't sprint. Hao Ren laughed and asked, Elder Lu and Elder Sun have left? The two elders have returned to the East Ocean Dragon Palace. They will send 6 elders to the West Ocean Dragon Palace, Premier Shah said. What is the final arrangement? Hao Ren asked. He was not skilled at negotiation, so he left Premier Shah and the 2 elders with enough leverage and went to Beijing to see Zhao Jiayi's basketball game. Fuma. This is what the 4 clans agreed on. The East Ocean Dragon Clan will be responsible for the area between the West Ocean Dragon Clan and the Demon Sea. The area between the West Ocean Dragon Palace to the South Ocean Dragon Palace will be guarded by South Ocean, and the area between the West Ocean Dragon Palace to the North Ocean Dragon Palace will be guarded by North Ocean. Lastly, the area between the West Ocean Dragon Palace and the land will be taken care of by West Ocean itself, Premier Shah said seriously as he looked at Hao Ren. Hao Ren pictured the distribution in his mind. With the West Ocean Dragon Palace as the center, its territory was divided into 4 areas, and each of the Dragon Clan took a piece. From the perspective of South Ocean and North Ocean, their territory simply increased. Also, since the areas they took over weren't connected with the Demon Sea, their defense line didn't need to expand. As for the East Ocean Dragon Clan, the area it took was from the West Ocean Dragon Clan to the Demon Sea. Since the Demon Sea was very far from the West Ocean Dragon Palace, the area was the largest. It was comparatively much more difficult to defend than the areas that were taken by the South Ocean Dragon Clan and the North Ocean Dragon Clan. However, since it was closer to the Demon Sea where nature essence was abundant, there were more resources. As for the sea area that the West Ocean Dragon Clan was responsible for, it was the smallest of the 4 sea areas. Since the Dragon Palace was not far from the land, the ocean floor was relatively shallow, and there were often mortal activities. It had the lowest nature essence intensity and the least amount of resources. Hao Ren was somewhat satisfied with this distribution. The demon beasts in the Demon Sea were fierce, but those active near the border were low-leveled. As long as the Demon Sea remained stable, the soldiers of East Ocean wouldn't have too much danger. During this time, the East Ocean Dragon Clan would take over valuable resources from West Ocean, and it was very significant. Other than that, regarding the internal management of the West Ocean Dragon Clan, each of the other 3 Dragon Clans will each send 6 elders. Together with the 6 senior elders of the West Ocean Dragon Clan, they will form a senate. The group will make amendments on the decisions of West Ocean's Crown Prince, Premier Shah reported. Good. Hao Ren nodded again. This method divided the internal power of the West Ocean Dragon Palace into 4, immensely weakening Zheng Yitao's centralized authority. Since 18 of the 24 elders were from other 3 dragon clans, they would always prioritize their own interests. The 6 elders from West Ocean itself, short in numbers, would not make much of a difference. Zheng Yitao is in the Dragon Palace? Hao Ren asked Premier Shah. Yes, Gongzi Hao. I'll take you to him. Premier Shah led the way with his hunched back. The West Ocean Dragon Palace looked completely defeated without any solemnity and glory. In fact, in terms of infrastructures, the West Ocean Dragon Palace and the East Ocean Dragon Palace had some similarities. They both had a palace for storing techniques, ad palace for storing Dharma treasure, a practice field, a main palace, a few side palaces. If the East Ocean Dragon Clan got too weak and was invaded by enemies, it would look like this. No matter what, gaining power was always the priority. The West Ocean Dragon Clan dared to invade the East Ocean Dragon Clan because they had confidence in their West Ocean Mystic Ice and the number of Qian level and Kun level elders. If East Ocean lost the war with West Ocean, Oldman Zheng and Zheng Yitao would be walking in the broken East Ocean Dragon Palace, and Zhao Yanzi would have become Zheng Yitao's imperial concubine. They would show no mercy to East Ocean. Thinking of this, Hao Ren withdrew his gaze and followed Premier Shah into a somewhat intact palace. Zheng Yitao was sitting on a golden throne and wearing a fancy golden dragon robe. A few purple-robed elders stood beside him, advising him on some matter. When Zheng Yitao saw Hao Ren walking in, he stood up abruptly. Anger flashed in his eyes, but he immediately turned modest. Gen level, Hao Ren noticed that Zheng Yitao's realm was recovered. Oldman Zheng went to the Dragon God Shrine for a unique elixir pill and a secret technique which healed Zheng Yitao. However, from the looks of it, his realm wouldn't get higher. Welcome, Commanding General. The few purple-robed elders beside Zheng Yitao cupped their hands toward Hao Ren. Hao Ren waved lightly. In the past, when West Ocean was powerful, the elders did not respect him at all. "Welcome, Commanding General of East Ocean." Zheng Yitao stared at Hao Ren and said stiffly. Everyone at West Ocean knew that East Ocean won in the end amongst the 3 dragon clans that came here. Also, the shocking news of Hao Ren single-handedly taking on a level 8 demon beast had spread through West Ocean. Everyone in West Ocean knew clearly that if East Ocean marched into West Ocean with this strength, Zheng Xin couldn't stop it even if he were still alive. Zheng Xin took the risk to try to become a heavenly dragon to turn the situation around, but he failed. Hao Ren nodded, and his eyes were fixated on Zheng Yitao. The goal of East Ocean's intervention here was to occupy territories. The so-called helping West Ocean was only the obvious excuse. However, it was also true that the West Ocean Dragon Palace would be better off controlled by the other 3 Ocean Dragon clans compared with other forces. The 4 Ocean Dragon clans were a group of their own. Although the other 3 dragon clans controlled most of the territories of West Ocean, they were still maintaining its operations and assisting with its reconstruction. On Zheng Yitao's face, there was confusion, embarrassment, fear, and unease. Back then, when Hao Ren was weak, he couldn't eliminate him. Today, Hao Ren was far more powerful both in terms of individual strength as well as the hundreds of thousands of soldiers under his control. Even the 2 commanding generals from South Ocean and North Ocean had to respect him. "Your grandpa is not buried yet?" Hao Ren asked him. Zheng Yitao looked at him with confusion and shook his head. Hao Ren turned to look at Premier Xia beside him. The old Dragon King of West Ocean should be buried with the level of honor and tribute as a Dragon King. "Premier Xia, you shall assist the Premier and the elders of West Ocean on this matter. Our East Ocean Dragon clan will pay all the expenses." Premier Xia was stunned. Then, he bowed in a hurry. "As you wish." The few elders of West Ocean all looked at Hao Ren with surprise as well. Zheng Xin attempted to charge into the heavenly dragon realm but died under the lightning bolts. Both South Ocean and North Ocean stationed troops at the West Ocean Dragon Palace, but they did not mention Zheng Xin at all since it didn't matter. West Ocean became enemies with East Ocean, and South Ocean and North Ocean almost got dragged into it. Therefore, they still had some grudges against West Ocean. "There is nothing else. Zheng Yitao, if you can keep the West Ocean Dragon Palace under control, what once belonged to West Ocean will be back to your son or grandson's grasp in the future." Zheng Yitao was still the crown prince of West Ocean, but he was in fact a prisoner. Hao Ren had no interest in talking to him anymore. I was wrong." Seeing Hao Ren turning, Zheng Yitao suddenly shouted. "Invading the East Ocean Dragon clan was my grandpa's idea. I called Black Wolf to capture you only to scare you. I didn't mean to harm you and your women. Capturing your family was also not my order. Hao Ren, I beg you. Let me go, I'm useless. I'll stop pursuing Zhao Yanzi. I'll give up the prince title. Please send me to the land and give me some money." Zheng Yitao's tone changed from shouting to begging. Hao Ren did not pay attention to him at all, and he led Premier Xia out of the palace. He knew about Zheng Yitao's terrible conduct, and he had no sympathy for this kind of people. Therefore, Hao Ren did not believe Zheng Yitao's explanation, and Zheng Yitao was going to spend the rest of his life in the West Ocean Dragon Palace as a puppet. If he were obedient, he would be kept alive. If not, he would be ditched. Premier Xia followed Hao Ren tightly, and he suddenly thought that this Fuma was unfathomable. Beating enemies showed power, but respecting enemies showed magnanimity. Zheng Xin attacked East Ocean and caused many troubles, but Hao Ren still respected him for his courage and calculations. Despite Zheng Xin dying in the heavenly tribulation, Hao Ren still granted him a proper burial. Fuma will be able to accomplish great things, Premier Xia thought, and suddenly felt like Hao Ren grew more majestic. Hao Ren walked to the outside of the hall silently before turning to Premier Xia. "Premier Xia, are you coming back with me to the East Ocean Dragon Palace, or are you staying here to take care of more business?" "I need to go back to East Ocean. If it is convenient for Fuma, please take me along with you," Premier Xia said respectfully. "Sure." Hao Ren nodded. He rolled open the River Mountain Qian Kun painting and soared out of the water toward East Ocean. Premier Xia had never traveled this fast before, and he was pleasantly surprised. Gongzi Hao is incredible. As long as he is in the helm of East Ocean, the defeated West Ocean Dragon clan would not be able to surpass the East Ocean Dragon clan for the next 1,000 years. No wonder Gongzi Hao said that it would be Zheng Yitao's son or grandson who might be able to regain control, he thought. Hao Ren looked ordinary but was ferocious, and Zheng Yitao looked ferocious but was weak. After this incident, the South Ocean Dragon Clan and the North Ocean Dragon Clan firmly aligned themselves to the East Ocean Dragon Clan. Even if the weak Zheng Yitao wanted to resist, he had no means. Also, it looked like Zheng Yitao did not want to resist either. After all, his life was in Hao Ren's control. Even if the Dragon God Shrine supported him, he would not dare to do it. As a strategy in war, you should never cut off all your enemies' hopes. If Hao Ren didn't leave the West Ocean Dragon Palace a way out and pressured them to death, this would cause Zheng Yitao and his elders to revolt. Now that Hao Ren let Zheng Yitao remain as the prince, and the elders and soldiers of West Ocean got to keep their status and treatment, they had a sliver of hope, and it was hard for them to unite and fight back. Now that the four oceans entered a state of stability, the other forces had no means to intervene. Hao Ren did not seem to do anything, but everything was under his control. It was brilliant, really brilliant. The River Mountain Qian Kun painting went past the Demon Sea with a speed close to that of a Soul Formation realm cultivator. Soon, they entered the ocean area of East Ocean. River Mountain Qian Kun painting was also extremely fast underwater. In only the blink of an eye, Hao Ren took Premier Xia to the main gate of the East Ocean Dragon Palace. Compared to the damaged West Ocean Dragon Palace, the East Ocean Dragon Palace was truly magnificent. Premier Xia, I'm not going in. I have something else to do. Hao Ren left Premier Xia at the gate and said with a smile. Gongzi Hao, thank you, Premier Xia said respectfully. If you have time, come and hang out on the land, Hao Ren said before leaving on the River Mountain Qian Kun painting. He knew that Premier Xia was busy with all kinds of matters in the Dragon Clan and had little opportunity to visit the land. However, Premier Xia actually really wanted to take a vacation on land. Whoosh! Quickly, Hao Ren rushed out of the ocean and flew far away. The plains, mountains, hills, and rivers beneath the clouds were scattered territories of dragon clans. Dragon palaces, large and small, were hidden within. The River Mountain Qian Kun painting flew at top speed, and the large area in front was the Kunlun Mountain. There was a Soul Formation realm cultivator in there, so Hao Ren didn't dare to go in and cause trouble. Therefore, he specially flew around the border of the Kunlun Mountain before continuing toward the Dragon God Shrine. Huh? A gasp sounded in the Kunlun Mountain. Wah! Hao Ren broke through the thick clouds and put away the River Mountain Qian Kun painting. He hung the inspector's token by his waist and rushed onto the platform of the Dragon God Shrine. The dignified and mighty Dragon God Shrine stood at the center of the floating platform. Hao Ren, stepping on a gray sword energy, directly landed at the east entrance of the Dragon God Shrine. Suhan took him here last time, but he came here by himself this time. Passing through the spacious hall on the first floor, Hao Ren walked up the rotating staircase and soon reached the area that was only open to level 3 inspectors. The regional inspectors of the 4 cities around the 4 ocean dragon palaces were at least level 3 inspectors. Therefore, their offices were in this area. Hao Ren memorized the locations last time when he entered the Dragon God Shrine with Suhan. After slowly searching for it, he finally found the way. In front of the room that said East Ocean, Hao Ren put his token into the dent. The stone gate slowly opened. The black-robed Suhan appeared in front of Hao Ren barefooted. Chapter 515. Stronger than Suhan. Suhan, who was wearing a loose black robe and barefooted, stood on the marble floor in the living room. She was gently waving her longsword with her right hand. Her skin was as smooth as eggs, and the loose black robe looked like a set of large pajamas. Her legs were lightly revealed under the black robe, and she looked extremely seductive as she stepped on the marble floor. The white longsword matched with the black robe, and they made Suhan look like a jade statue that was covered by black silk. As she slowly lunged forward with her sword, her full chest jumped and was almost ready to leap out. Her beautiful eyes were locked on the tip of the sword, and strands of her white hair drifted down on the black robe. It was especially attractive. Time seemed to be frozen at that moment. Gorgeous. This word appeared in Hao Ren's mind. Suhan suddenly pulled back her longsword and turned to Hao Ren. Why are you here? Summer vacation is about to end. I'm here to visit you, Hao Ren said as his gaze casually scanned Suhan. Suhan was only wearing this thin and smooth black robe, and she was not wearing anything underneath. The black robe was made of the best silk, and it gently pressed against her body and displayed her elegant curves. The eyes of the Dragon God Shrine were everywhere. Even the news of Hao Ren going to 5th heaven was captured. However, there were a few places where the eyes of the Dragon God Shrine could not penetrate. For example, the Kunlun Mountain, Jaoo Horan's mansion in the US, the 4 ocean dragon palaces, the Demon Sea, and the inspectors' rooms in the Dragon God Shrine. The entire dragon god shrine, including these suites, was built out of special materials that blocked spiritual senses. The outside world could not spy on the dragon god shrine and detect activities in each room. Therefore, while Suhan was practicing sword techniques in the room, she had no idea that Hao Ren was coming over. Oh, 2 months almost passed already. Suhan slightly tightened the black robe's neckline and pretended that she didn't see Hao Ren's eyes. Even the casual movement seemed extremely enchanting when an extraordinary beauty like Suhan was performing them. She covered her chest and neck, but this exposed her pinkish-white, smooth arm outside of the black robe. The contrast between black and white was also stunning. Yes. You have lost the sense of time while cultivating here. Hao Ren smiled helplessly and asked her, how did your hair turn white? The black-haired Suhan looked gentle even though she was cold, but the silver-haired Suhan looked unusually chilly. I'm cultivating the ice frost scroll. Suhan touched her hair. Layers of thin frost fell, revealing her dark hair underneath. Why don't we practice sword techniques? Hao Ren came up with the idea and said. You think you can beat me on sword techniques after 2 months? Suhan smiled. When she smiled, it felt like everything around her was about to melt. Looking at Suhan, who wore nothing but a black robe, Hao Ren set his mind straight and pretended to be at ease. Let's try. He had a naughty idea. What would happen if he accidentally ripped Suhan's robe open in the fight? He would probably be beaten to death. Come. Suhan's longsword appeared in her palm once again. In the last 2 months, Suhan had been cultivating in seclusion. She only drank honeydew and ate no food in order to cleanse her body. She also slept on the unique bed which had helped to raise her realm. Because the rooms in the Dragon God Shrine were spiritual senses proof, Suhan only wore the loose black robe in the room. The thin and light material of the black robe made her body feel cool and facilitated cultivation. Her hard work paid off. She achieved a small breakthrough, and her sword technique, which she overlooked before, was enhanced. When Hao Ren suddenly suggested a practice match, she felt a slight contempt in her heart. It was exactly what she wanted. Buzz. A light sword appeared in Hao Ren's hand. Light-splitting sword shadow scroll could control tens of thousands of sword energies. These sword energies could be enlarged or shrank and were comprised of all 5 elements. When cultivated to higher levels, it could imitate any Dharma treasure and easily transform into a 5-elemental sword. Suhan, I apologize in advance if anything accidental happened. Hao Ren held the sword with both hands and slashed at Suhan. Seeing Hao Ren's rough slashing technique, Suhan shook her head in disappointment and slightly sidestepped, dodging Hao Ren's sword. The black silk robe followed her graceful movement. Despite being in combat, her movements were aesthetically pleasing. Hao Ren realized for the first time that Suhan was more beautiful than anyone when she was barefooted. What are you looking at? Suhan's longsword suddenly struck at Hao Ren. Even though Suhan's arm was thin, Hao Ren didn't dare to be careless. Suhan was no ordinary woman. Bam! Hao Ren's 5-colored sword suddenly blocked this strike instinctively. Oh? Suhan was slightly surprised. She never expected Hao Ren to react so quickly. Hao Ren knew he was lucky. He was too busy admiring Suhan's beauty and forgot about her longsword. In a sense, Suhan's beauty was an attack in itself. In the last month, Hao Ren sparred with Jaoo for a few hours every day. It was only strange if he did not become stronger. Although Jaoo's realm fell, his combat techniques didn't get worse. Jaoo was a man who had come out of life and death battles countless times. In terms of combat techniques, he was more than 100 times stronger than Suhan. Qin Shaoyang mocked Suhan's sword techniques, but if he were to face Jaoo without using nature essence, he would be killed in a second. Hao Ren's 5-colored sword drew an arc while he strode half a step forward. The tip of the sword went around to Suhan's back. His first strike was to test out Suhan's style. Now that he knew Suhan's sword technique was majorly agile, he had a plan. Wah! Hao Ren's 5-colored sword suddenly slashed down. Too weak. Suhan's sword tip gently flicked and blocked Hao Ren's sword. The two didn't use nature essence and sparred only with sword techniques. Hao Ren used his light-splitting sword shadow scroll to create a sword and didn't use more nature essence. Is that right? Hao Ren's sword suddenly thrust along Suhan's long sword and slashed outward before shivering. Suhan felt a pain in her wrist and almost lost her grip on the long sword. Such precise control of strength, Suhan thought in surprise. She clenched her long sword and cleaved along Hao Ren's long sword. Hao Ren faintly smiled, took half a step back, and raised the sword with momentum. The two sword tips clashed. Suddenly, Suhan felt like she and Hao Ren were coordinating too well. This no longer looked like combat but more like sparring between a couple. Humph! Suhan suddenly unleashed all her strength. Her white jade longsword quaked 5 times on Hao Ren's 5-colored sword, and it borrowed the force from the quakes and hacked toward Hao Ren's neck. Admit defeat. Cold lights appeared in Suhan's eyes. Wah, wah. Hao Ren's wrist suddenly twisted agilely, and the first variation of mystic water sword techniques was used smoothly. Rip. Hao Ren's sword torn through Suhan's sleeve. The second variation of mystic water sword techniques, third. Hao Ren's 5-colored sword drew a peculiar arc and shook off Suhan's longsword. The sword seemed slow, but it tore Suhan's black robe at the thigh. The third variation, the fourth, Hao Ren used all 6 variations that he learned. Suhan could not hold off the attacks and hurriedly retreated. However, her black robe was slashed at the sleeve and thigh, exposing a large area of her soft pink skin. My bad. Hao Ren pulled back his sword and took half a step back as well. Suhan looked at Hao Ren in surprise. She never expected his sword techniques to be so ingenious. As the master, she was no match for her own disciple. She looked down to her own black robe, and large pieces were torn. From wrist to shoulder and thigh to knee, her skin was exposed underneath the silk. Good. Your sword technique is not bad, Suhan said calmly. Hao Ren looked at her and was secretly relieved. He beat Suhan but was afraid that she would get mad. He wanted to test the power of mystic water sword techniques. He knew he would win, so he restrained himself towards the end and did not hurt Suhan. Suhan's gaze landed on Hao Ren. I see that your realm has increased. Yes. Hao Ren nodded. He went from mid-tier to low-tier gen level before and then recovered from low-tier to mid-tier gen level. It looked like the same realm, but the damaged meridians had been repaired, which led to a real enhancement. Suhan reached for Hao Ren. What? Hao Ren looked at her in confusion. I want to check your cultivation progress. Suhan glanced at Hao Ren. Oh. Hao Ren reached out his arm. Suhan's hand held onto Hao Ren's wrist, injecting strands of nature essence into his body. Hao Ren got closer to Suhan. From her torn black robe, he could clearly see a large area of delicate skin. His heart raced. Your heart is racing, Suhan said faintly. Hao Ren took a deep breath in a hurry. Your spirit stems are stable, and the 5 elements are balanced. Your realm of mid-tier gen level is firm. Do not easily attempt the dragon transformation. It harms your body, Suhan said. Hao Ren was about to pull back his arm when Suhan's fingers suddenly tightly clenched his wrist. Hao Ren's heartbeat was now jumping wildly. Suhan glanced at Hao Ren once again, which scared Hao Ren. Slap. Slap. 2 cold things appeared on Hao Ren's wrists. The colorful 5 mountain bracelets slowly faded into Hao Ren's wrist, entering his body. Then, Suhan stared at Hao Ren coldly and said, I'm going to change. Hey. Hao Ren understood it now, and he looked at Suhan's beautiful figure and asked, this is revenge, right? This woman just doesn't want to lose, Hao Ren cried on the inside. If he knew that 2 5 mountain bracelets would cuff him, he wouldn't have sparred with Suhan. No, your sword techniques are excellent. Suhan went into the bedroom. With her back turned against Hao Ren, she said, you should turn around. Hao Ren did so in a hurry with his back facing the room. In this suite, there were several rooms but had no door. Suhan was changing, and Hao Ren did not dare to peek. He knew that although spiritual senses could not penetrate the walls, he could still use his spiritual senses within the suite. However, any of his movements would be immediately picked up by Suhan. Just imagine what a stunning sight Suhan changing her clothes would be. Okay. A few minutes later, Suhan's crispy voice sounded. Hao Ren felt a great relief, and he could finally move his body. Suhan had changed to a black robe again. This black robe was smaller than the last, and it wrapped around her body tighter. The demon sea does not seem stable during this time. Do you want to check it out with me? Suhan asked as she slowly walked out of the room. Chapter 516. Suhan, first time cooperating, the demon sea again. Every time Hao Ren heard these words, his nerve would jump. Also, you're pretty eye-catching these days. Suhan waved the inspector's token in her hand and said. The inspector's tokens were the famous Dharma treasures from the Dragon God Shrine. Not only could they find the location of nearby inspectors, but they could also receive lots of different news from the Dragon God Shrine. Suhan read over the accumulated news she got in the token during the few minutes she changed, and she was able to immediately find out about what happened at the West Ocean Dragon Palace. Hee hee, Hao Ren smiled awkwardly. He did not dare to be proud in front of Suhan. The 2 5 mountain bracelets were able to suppress him. Don't trigger those demon beasts in the demon sea. According to my information, the region of Demon Sea near East Ocean Dragon Clan has snow crystal corals, which are good for improving the quality of natal Dharma treasures. If you're interested, you could come with me. If you're not interested, I'll go alone, Suhan said. Her voice was cold, but Hao Ren could tell that she wanted him to go with her. The information about the snow crystal corals isn't new, but Suhan hadn't done anything up until today. This means that she is waiting for me to go with her, Hao Ren thought. Sure. I'll go with you, Hao Ren said. Let's go. Suhan put the token back inside her body and immediately started moving. Like what he had expected, Suhan was planning to go with Hao Ren. However, Hao Ren didn't know that Suhan was planning to use him as a meat shield. They walked out of the Dragon God Shrine. Suhan took out her longsword and prepared to fly. She had this longsword for 3 years now. She was only at Kun level when she first obtained it. This longsword was enough for her before, but she was now at top-tier Qian level and even made a small breakthrough at the Dragon God Shrine. That was why she needed to enhance this Dharma treasure and prepare for the heavenly tribulation. She wasn't the only one who thought she should enhance her weapon. Hao Ren also felt that she should do it. After all, Suhan was a Qian-level cultivator, but her natal Dharma treasure's quality was worse than Zheng Yitao's. It didn't suit her status. If a natal Dharma treasure were too weak, it would limit the user's power. Another disadvantage was that it couldn't withstand strong nature essences. If Suhan was fighting someone powerful, and her sword broke, there would be severe consequences. Suhan took out her longsword and jumped onto it. She saw that Hao Ren froze on the spot and couldn't help but rush him. Why aren't you coming on? Use mine. Hao Ren opened the River Mountain Qian Kun painting. Suhan recognized that this was Zhao Hongyu's River Mountain Qian Kun painting as she had seen it before. It was wider, but its speed wasn't that fast. It was slower than the traveling speed of her sword. Suhan wanted speed and not comfort. Hao Ren didn't care about Suhan's reactions. He reached out and dragged her on. Suhan's face was cold, and she was getting angry. However, the River Mountain Qian Kun painting flew out of the Dragon God Shrine in the blink of an eye. Wah, it was almost the speed of a soul transformation realm cultivator. Suhan did not expect this kind of speed, so she almost fell off the River Mountain Qian Kun painting. When she was about to fall, she quickly grabbed onto Hao Ren's arm. Hao Ren smiled and increased the speed even more. He wasn't pretending to be cool. It was that the faster the speed, the safer it was. Suhan's longsword wasn't slow, but with 2 people on it, those transformation realm demon beasts could create gigantic waves and drag them into the water. The primitive treasures from the 9-Dragon Palace are definitely incredible. Suhan slowly let go of Hao Ren's arm and thought to herself. Whoosh! The River Mountain Qian Kun painting created a rainbow as it flew across the sea. The primitive treasures from the 9-Dragon Palace were mostly simple, but this River Mountain Qian Kun painting was one of the few treasures that were delicate and beautiful. Hao Ren had used the River Mountain Qian Kun painting to fly people around these days, and he suddenly felt like he was a taxi driver. However, he would still have to return this River Mountain Qian Kun painting to Zhao Hongyu. Little White was coming back soon, so he could leave the duty of carrying people around to Little White. The soldiers of East Ocean who were hidden in the ocean saw the River Mountain Qian Kun painting. However, they did not have enough time to come out and greet since it was too fast. The Demon Sea, the Immortal Spirit Island, which was between East Ocean Dragon Clan and the Demon Sea, appeared before Hao Ren. Into the sea, Suhan said. She took out her longsword, indicating that she was alerted. Hao Ren created an energy sphere as they dived into the sea. The sea seemed no different from that of the territory under East Ocean Dragon Clan's control. Everywhere was quiet, and the green aquatic plants flowed softly. Hao Ren put away the River Mountain Qian Kun painting and followed Suhan closely. Suhan's long black robe fluttered with the waves, and she exhibited a calm and peaceful beauty. Don't open the energy sphere. It'll alert the demon beasts nearby. Su Hao's words were conveyed to Hao Ren's mind through the tokens. Usually, only those cultivators above the nascent soul realm could send voice transmission. However, with the inspector's token, they could communicate through spiritual senses, which made it a super convenient Dharma treasure when they went on vacations or were inspecting a crime scene. Hao Ren heard Suhan's warning when he was just about to put away the energy sphere. He quickly stopped and tried to hide his aura. Su Hao came to the Demon Sea to get snow crystal corals. She came with Hao Ren because they could look out for each other and could communicate conveniently through the tokens. She didn't expect him to be able to scare away those high-level demon beasts. Inspectors would move in teams after getting missions from that elder on the first floor of the Dragon God Shrine. Suhan didn't like teaming up with people and always worked by herself. This meant that she couldn't go to dangerous places. However, Hao Ren was a trustworthy partner. Demon Beast, Su Hao warned and turned invisible immediately. Damn, Hao Ren realized that he couldn't sense Suhan's aura, so he knew that she had used a Qian levels technique and went into complete stealth. Level 3 Demon Beast, not strong. You're responsible for luring it away. Suhan first swam elegantly like a squid to hide amongst dense aquatic plants and then ordered Hao Ren through the token. Hao Ren's head numbed. He realized that he was a bait. The level 3 demon beast came over. It saw Hao Ren and rushed over with a roar. Thanks. Suhan's crisp voice was transmitted to Hao Ren through spiritual senses. Hao Ren rushed to back out of the demon sea, but the level 3 demon beast swam and chased him closely. This type of low-level demon beasts didn't have intelligence, so that they couldn't estimate the difference in strength between themselves and their opponents. They only knew how to attack. There were lots of these types of low-level demon beasts in the outskirts of the demon sea. As soon as a cultivator was slowed down by one, many would follow. The snow crystal corals that Suhan was looking for were in the outskirts of the demon sea, very close to the territories of the East Ocean Dragon clan. She was a Qian-level cultivator, so she wasn't scared of these low-level demon beasts. But if these low-level demon beasts followed her and made huge noises, she would attract level 8 or 9 demon beasts. There was a possibility that she might even draw the attention of demon kings. However, cultivation was about taking risks and getting big rewards. Suhan hid her aura while her spiritual senses spread into the area. The nature essence intensity of the demon sea was high, so the spiritual herbs and dharma treasures were many times better than those outside. Rumor had it that the nature essence intensity in the center of the demon sea was thousands of times stronger than that of the outskirts. The center was like a nature essence spring, and the nature essence below fifth heaven came from there. However, no one had proved this theory. It was heard that a heavenly dragon had only gone 1/3 in, and he was kicked out of there. The strength of the demon kings in the demon sea was too strong. Even the dragon god shrine was afraid, so the demon sea became one of the few restricted places for inspectors. It was also the largest place with the least amount of available information. If it weren't for increasing the quality of her natal dharma treasure to fight the heavenly tribulation, Suhan would not be willing to risk it, even if it were just the outskirts of the demon sea. Demon sea, demon sea. According to the weaker demon kings who sought shelter at the East Ocean Dragon clan, there were hundreds of famous demon king in the demon sea, and the number of transformation realm demon beasts was even greater. Hurry up. Hao Ren couldn't help but remind Suhan, since he sensed that she was moving further and further away from him. I'm fine. You be careful. Suhan's calm voice was transmitted to Hao Ren through the token. From the sound of it, she was still caring for him. Hao Ren had the River Mountain Qian Kun painting, so he could use full speed to escape from these low-level demon beasts when it was necessary. However, he was worried about Suhan. There were already tens of level 3 and level 4 demon beasts chasing after Hao Ren. Hao Ren rode his sword energy and swam through the water at great speed. Great. The demon sea sure has an abundance of resources. Hao Ren heard Suhan's surprised voice through his token. Suhan was even surprised. It must be a fantastic scene. Hao Ren was able to imagine what Suhan had seen. Fox immortal herbs, black dragon bone grass, motherly whiskers, matching leaf flower, golden ginseng. Suhan listed the names. What do you want? I'll get it for you. I don't know much. I'll take all of them, Hao Ren said as he continued to escape. Damn you. Suhan was a bit infuriated. Hao Ren wanted to laugh when he heard Suhan's words. I'm not really good at this stuff, and I still have to go find snow crystal corals. I'll pick 3 black dragon bone grasses for you. It's a good ingredient for healing ointments. It can count as my gift to you, Suhan said through the inspector's tokens. Okay. Hao Ren didn't care because he wasn't sure about spiritual herbs either. Suddenly, a demon beast charged in front of Hao Ren, so he had to hit it with 5 sword energies, sending it flying. Even though these were low-level demon beasts, Hao Ren didn't want to kill them as long as they didn't go out of the boundaries of the demon sea. Level 10 demon beast. Hao Ren heard Suhan shriek from his spiritual senses. Boom! Waves suddenly rolled up in the demon sea. Chapter 517. Is that demon beast your relative? Bang! It sounded like Suhan was fighting. Suddenly, a dash of white light flew from the depth of the demon sea like a broken kite. Hao Ren stepped on his sword energy as he rushed over to catch Suhan. Go! Suhan grabbed onto Hao Ren's arm and dragged him away rapidly. She looked pale and was covering her stomach. It was evident that she was severely wounded. Usually, there shouldn't be level 10 demon beasts in the outskirts of the demon sea. If Suhan had bumped into level 8 or 9 demon beasts, she could still fight them off. However, a level 10 demon beast was only one step away from transforming into a human. Even though it was still weaker than a soul formation realm cultivator, it was still stronger than a nascent soul realm cultivator. Suhan was a top-tier Qian level cultivator, which was equivalent to a nascent soul realm cultivator. She was no match for a level 10 demon beast. Suhan's luck was terrible. The level 10 demon beast was cultivating, and Suhan was sneaking around its little garden. This level 10 demon beast didn't bother to attack her because it was crazier about cultivation than Suhan. It would use every second to absorb the nature essence around it to reach the transformation realm as soon as possible. However, Suhan had picked 3 black dragonbone grasses from its garden. This demon beast got mad, and Suhan's stealth technique was useless in front of this demon beast. Since this demon beast was like a natural black reef in the deep seas and didn't have an aura at all, Suhan had no clue it was there. While she was looking around for snow crystal corals, it slammed its claws into her. Even though Suhan reacted quickly, but it still hit her longsword and sent her flying. Roar! The level 10 demon beast roared to show its dominance. It didn't come chasing, but the entire region shook, and huge waves appeared. Hao Ren rushed to get out an essence replenishment pill and fed it to Suhan. Suhan only concentrated on cultivating, so her real-life fighting experience was far behind Jaoo. It was her first time risking her life to sneak into the Demon Sea, and she had already faced such obstacles. She looked pale and didn't have any energy. If it weren't for Hao Ren holding on to her, she wouldn't be able to swim at all. The level 4 essence replenishment pill slid through Hao Ren's fingers and into her mouth, and she was finally able to breathe normally again. If she weren't at top-tier Qian level, she would have died here at the Demon Sea from that hit. "Hey, are you okay?" Hao Ren sounded worried as he supported her back with his arm. Suhan turned her head to Hao Ren and was a bit touched. Hao Ren only came to help her distract the low-level demon beasts, and she never expected him to save her life. "I'm okay." Suhan returned to her usual self again. She used her fingers to flick Hao Ren's hand on her back, and Hao Ren sensed the pain and quickly let her go from his arms. Suhan then checked her items and realized that the 3 black dragon bone grasses, as well as her longsword, were lost. As long as the natal dharma treasure wasn't broken, there would be no effect on the body. However, she lost it in the Demon Sea, so it was something quite concerning. "Where's your sword?" Hao Ren didn't care about the spiritual herbs, but he was worried about Suhan's natal dharma treasure. In this Demon Sea, there was no way that Suhan would out her natal dharma treasure back into her body during battle. That was why he thought she lost it while fighting off the level 10 demon beast. The natal dharma treasure was connected to Suhan spiritually, so losing it was no joke. When Hao Ren got the coiled dragon golden spear from Zheng Yitao, the latter was incredibly anxious. For Qian level cultivators like Suhan, she was fully connected with her natal dharma treasure. If a demon beast bit her longsword into halves, Suhan's life would be in danger. Suhan sensed the location of her longsword using her spiritual senses. She wanted to command the longsword to fly over, but her meridians were all in a mess, and the longsword only moved slightly in the sea. She could not control it and fly it back. She frowned and looked incredibly nervous and anxious. Hao Ren felt sympathetic toward her, which was something that was unusual. "I'll go get it for you." Hao Ren first helped Suhan to stand up straight in the sea and then said with an anxious expression. "Hey. No." Suhan rushed to grab Hao Ren's hand. "It's okay." Hao Ren smiled and suddenly decided that he was going to take this risk for Suhan. When the level 8 and 9 demon beasts charged toward him at Purple Bamboo Island, Hao Ren saw the fear in their eyes. That was probably why they suddenly turned around and escaped. When Hao Ren faced the level 8, spider form demon beast at the West Ocean Dragon Palace, it was also scared and didn't counterattack after Hao Ren pulled out his sword energies from its body. Level 8 and level 9 demon beasts had intelligence, so there must be a reason behind their fears. Hao Ren had never encountered a level 10 demon beast before, but he was still willing to gamble. If it didn't work out, he still had the River Mountain Qian Kun painting so that he could escape with full power. "Come back," Suhan yelled as she watched Hao Ren go into the depths of the Demon Sea. However, she was wounded so that she couldn't even stand up. All she could do was watch Hao Ren disappear into the black mist of the Demon Sea. "Don't mess around." Hao Ren heard Suhan's voice from the token as he entered the Demon Sea. Suhan was worried about her natal dharma treasure, but she worried about Hao Ren more. "What's the position?" Hao Ren asked calmly through the inspector's token. "Come up. My sword will be fine. I'll get it back when I recover," Suhan said. "Why are you nagging now?" Hao Ren asked again, "What's the position?" Suhan clenched her teeth and sensed her longsword and Hao Ren's position. "It's in front of you to the left. You're about 2 kilometers away from it. The level 10 demon beast is near there. You shouldn't go." "I won't do anything to it. I'll just take the sword and come back." Hao Ren moved his legs and swam to the location that Suhan mentioned. It probably wasn't a good idea to play tricks in front of the level 10 demon beast. Hao Ren held onto 2 Hunden sword energies in his hands and hid the River Mountain Qian Kun painting in his sleeves. If anything happened, he was ready to escape. Hao Ren was getting closer and closer. He didn't dare to use spiritual senses, so he released dozens of small sword energies and used them to look for Suhan's sword around him. Roar! The level 10 demon beast moved its body. It was like a large reef covering the bottom of the sea. When it moved by 2 meters, all the seaweed and dust moved. "I'll just take the Dharma treasure and leave," Hao Ren said. The level 10 demon beast had intelligence already. Hao Ren didn't know if this level 10 demon beast understood what he said, but he was sure that it had locked onto him as a target. Roar! The level 10 demon beast gave another shout. Since Hao Ren now had Little White for a while, he could tell that this demon beast wasn't angry from its roar. He carefully walked on the bottom of the sea and tried to find Suhan's longsword. Dang, he felt something hard. He hurried to pick it up and saw that it wasn't Suhan's longsword. Instead, it was a very ancient-looking bow. It seemed to be made of bronze, and it felt cold. However, there was no rust on it. Hao Ren didn't know archery, but he liked how this bow felt in his hands. Which unlucky cultivator dropped his Dharma treasure here? Hao Ren thought. The level 10 demon beast was still looking at him, so Hao Ren had to gently put down this bow and continue to search for Suhan's white sword. Even though this Dharma treasure was good, he couldn't just take it. He was only here to find Suhan's white jade sword, and that was the promise. If he angered this demon beast, there would be severe consequences. Ding! Hao Ren's finger touched something cold and hard. He picked it up and realized that it was Suhan's white jade sword. "Yes, this is it. Come back." Suhan's voice sounded in Hao Ren's mind. Hao Ren took the white jade sword and quietly retreated. The demon beast's spiritual senses were still locked onto Hao Ren. Boom! The level 10 demon beast started moving again. The entire bottom of the sea shook as this demon beast moved. The size of this demon beast was nothing that Hao Ren had expected. It was huge. Hao Ren was about to throw out the River Mountain Qian Kun painting to escape, but the demon beast's claws were aiming at his chest. Damn! Cheating! Hao Ren threw out the 2 Hunden sword energies that he had prepared. The lightning energy hit the demon beast's claws, and it let out a sizzling, burning sound. Hao Ren stood on the River Mountain Qian Kun painting and flew toward the surface. It was similar to the traveling speed of a soul formation realm cultivator. "Hurry and come back." Suhan's voice resonated in Hao Ren's mind, and she sounded incredibly nervous and worried. Bam! Hao Ren didn't know whether the level 10 demon beast was chasing him or not, but he still flew to the surface of the ocean with full power using the River Mountain Qian Kun painting. Pung! He returned to Suhan's side and grabbed onto her to continue escaping. Suhan was now in the territory of East Ocean, but no one could guarantee that the angered level 10 demon beast would not chase them out the demon sea. Boundaries were nothing to these demon beasts. Hao Ren injected his Hunden energy into the River Mountain Qian Kun painting and continued to escape. When he calmed down, he had already flown hundreds of kilometers on the River Mountain Qian Kun painting. They were very close to land now. He looked down at Suhan and saw that he had been hugging her tightly with his right arm. She was in a wet silky black robe, and she looked extremely alluring. Hao Ren rushed to take his hand off Suhan's waist. "Hey, your sword." Hao Ren put the white jade sword in front of Suhan to try to divert the topic. Suhan, who was all wet, inspected the white jade sword. She found that the sword was not at all damaged and hurried to put it back in her body. She turned to Hao Ren and saw that behind him, there was an aquatic plant attached to his back. On that aquatic plant were 3 black dragonbone grasses, a sky-breaking bow, and a thumb-sized blue water pearl. Sky-breaking bow wasn't a name Suhan made up. These characters were engraved on the body of this ancient bow. When Suhan saw these things, she was shocked, and her beautiful eyes were wide open. Hao Ren felt a bit scared when he saw Suhan staring at him with such widely opened eyes. He couldn't help but shake his body and maintain a reasonable distance from her. When they were escaping, he had hugged Suhan tightly. Now that they were safe, Suhan would for sure take her revenge. "Is that demon beast your relative?" Suhan finally asked. Chapter 518. Treasures. It is your relatives. Hao Ren was about to say it out loud, but he shut himself up. Look at these. Suhan's hands landed on Hao Ren's back for a while, took a few things out, and put them in front of him. 3 spiritual herbs that were black and looked like fish bones, a bronze half-man tall longbow, and a small blue pearl. Hao Ren was speechless. He was busy fleeing just now and didn't even know that these items were entangled with him. Now that he thought about it, would these be gifts from the level 10 demon beast? The 3 black dragon bone grasses were the ones that Suhan picked up and dropped. The demonic bow was the one that Hao Ren liked but didn't dare to take, and was this pearl the compensation from that level 10 demon beast? Was it because it finally knew that Suhan was with Hao Ren? Hao Ren was suddenly confused as well. This pearl is the most valuable one, and I'll take it. Suhan didn't bother to be courteous with Hao Ren, and she took the pearl. This pearl was extraordinarily pretty and even more beautiful than all the jewelry in the mortal world. However, Suhan took it not because of the female instincts of wanting to be pretty, but because this blue water pearl was a high-quality metal fire elemental treasure of nature. It was better than the snow crystal coral that Suhan was looking for. According to this inference, that level 10 demon beast probably gave Hao Ren this pearl to make up for its fault of attacking Suhan. Thanks a lot, Suhan added. She wanted to find snow crystal corals but didn't expect that she could obtain the legendary blue water pearl. She thought it would be worth it to get hit by that level 10 demon beast a few more times if it was going to compensate her more. Blue water pearl could not only increase the quality of natal dharma treasures but also assist in cultivation. Suhan's facial expression was calm, but she was so happy that she almost hugged Hao Ren. In this world, there was nothing that could make her as happy as improving her realm. Oh, you can take it if you like, Hao Ren nodded and said. Hao Ren didn't mind that Suhan took it out of affection. He was worried that Suhan would scold him for hugging her. However, he didn't know that Suhan was extremely delighted at the moment. Thanks. Suhan put the blue water pearl away, and her impression of Hao Ren increased a lot. Suhan's secretly excited appearance was similar to a woman who received a diamond ring from her loved one. She was excited but had to keep calm at the same time. In fact, Suhan was anxious when Hao Ren re-entered the Demon Sea, and she suddenly felt like Hao Ren was much more powerful than her expectation when he came out successfully. This blue water pearls represented way more than a diamond ring. Hao Ren didn't even know about Suhan's thoughts in a short moment. He put 3 black dragon bone grasses away, grabbed the bronze demonic bow, and observed it in detail. The material was similar to bronze, and the bow shone under the sun once it left the waters. The middle of the longbow, which was the handle used for gripping, was engraved with 3 ancient characters, sky-breaking bow. The name sounds very powerful, but no one knew how mighty it was. The Demon Sea is where demon beasts gather and the place with the most abundant nature essence. Numerous cultivators surrounded the demon beasts in the Demon Sea in the past to fight for this territory, but they all failed. This longbow seemed to have some age and should be the Dharma treasure left by a great cultivator. It can't be compared with the primitive treasures in the 9-Dragon Palace, but its strength isn't weak either. Suhan told Hao Ren when she saw him studying this longbow. I'll try it out for you. Suhan was in an excellent mood. She took the demonic bow from Hao Ren's hands, used nature essence, and pulled the bowstring. However, she couldn't move the bowstring no matter how hard she tried. Suhan squinted her eyes and put in more nature essence, but this demonic bow remained motionless. Let me give it a try. Seeing Suhan moving her shoulders around, Hao Ren couldn't help but say that to her. Fine, you can give it a try. Suhan's mood suddenly turned bad, and she put the demonic bow in Hao Ren's hands. She wanted to see what method Hao Ren had to use a bow that she couldn't even pull. Hao Ren received the longbow from Suhan and put his right hand on the bowstring. The bowstring of this demonic bow was made by a material that was similar to a copper wire. Hao Ren used all his strength and couldn't even move it by an inch. At Gen level, Hao Ren could easily lift a few hundred kilograms with one hand. However, he could not pull the bowstring no matter how hard he tried. It was obvious how solid this demonic bow was. This is a Dharma treasure left by a great cultivator from the past, so you can't use it that easily, Suhan said. It was for herself to feel better as well. Probably, Hao Ren smiled. Suddenly he had a feeling and put the Hunden energy into the demonic bow. All 5 elemental nature essences flowed into the longbow and made Hao Ren feel like he was controlling this Dharma treasure completely. Bong, the longbow made a light, crisp sound and could finally be pulled. The Hunden energy included the 5 elemental nature essences, which were metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. All Dharma treasures couldn't avoid these 5 elements. Hao Ren utilized his Hunden energy to control Dharma treasures again and again. Suhan widened her eyes, rubbed her nose with her finger, and said, "How are you going to try it without having an arrow?" I have, Hao Ren replied as a sword energy shot out from Hao Ren's fingertip and landed on the longbow. Suhan's eyes widened again as she looked at Hao Ren with surprise. She didn't expect Hao Ren to use his sword energy to test the power of the demonic bow. This guy is smart, Suhan couldn't help but think. Whoosh! The sword energy utilized the demonic bow's power and shot out quickly. Hao Ren's sword energy created 2 water walls on the surface of the sea and immediately disappeared in Hao Ren and Suhan's visions. Hao Ren himself couldn't even sense the sword energy before it left Hao Ren's sensing zone. This was only a part of the power of this demonic bow. Seeing this, Suhan was utterly speechless. A Qian-level master like her wasn't even as good as Hao Ren. It's so powerful. Hao Ren had never tried bows and arrows before. 3 sword energies appeared in his hand again, and they were put on the demonic bow. There were 6 arrow grooves on the back of the demonic bow. This meant that the demonic bow could at most shoot 6 arrows at once. Hao Ren aimed at a distant sea region. There weren't any East Ocean soldiers on site, and it was a safe zone. 3 sword energies drew out 3 rays of glorious lights before dashing away. Bam! The sea that was originally calm suddenly quaked and created enormous waves. The power almost shattered the clouds in the sky. The shocking sound even made Hao Ren's chest feel stuffed. A few East Ocean generals couldn't even stand still, and the military camps that were just built collapsed in an instant. Commanding General! Commanding General! 5 to 6 golden armored generals rushed out from the ocean and cupped their hands at Hao Ren from afar. If Commanding General could, they didn't finish speaking, but what they were going to say was clear. Okay, I'll switch to a different place, Hao Ren said with a smile. Obviously, all the generals nearby knew that Hao Ren was practicing here. Thank you for understanding, Commanding General. The golden armored generals cupped their hand and replied. It was East Ocean's fortune that Hao Ren's strength was powerful. However, how could ordinary soldiers and generals endure Hao Ren's bombardment? Although they were a few kilometers away, every single one of them was dizzy. Hao Ren flew up on the river mountain Qian Kun painting and quickly left East Ocean sea region. The golden armored generals looked at each other, wiped their sweat, and returned to their camps at the bottom of the ocean. You've got a great reputation. Standing on the river mountain Qian Kun painting, Suhan said to Hao Ren in a little jealous tone. Not really, Hao Ren shook his head. Suhan observed Hao Ren's side face and got absorbed. Her gaze blurred out gradually. Hao Ren, whom she didn't expect to do well, now successfully leveled up to mid-tier gen level and negotiated with a level 10 demon beast. Also, Hao Ren could easily use the demonic bow that she couldn't. The Hao Ren in front of her right now wasn't the same Hao Ren she knew from before. Is it possible that he is really strong? An unconfirmed question appeared in Suhan's mind. Where are we heading next? Hao Ren suddenly turned his head and asked Suhan. Suhan, who was caught in deep thought, refocused quickly, and her face turned cold again. I'm going to refine my natal Dharma treasure. Let's go to the Dragon God Shrine. You don't need my help, do you? Hao Ren asked. No need, Suhan replied immediately. One must completely integrate with his or her natal Dharma treasure. This also meant that in the process. It was only a process of cultivation, and Suhan never felt that there was a problem with it. Yet, she blushed slightly when Hao Ren asked that question. Steering the river mountain Qian Kun painting, Hao Ren didn't pay attention to Suhan and saw the blush. Has Xie Yujia returned yet? After a few seconds of silence, Suhan suddenly asked. She should be back soon since school starts next week, Hao Ren said. East Ocean University's final exams took 2 weeks, and that was why its summer break started earlier than other universities. Because of that, their semester also began earlier. Suhan thought for a while and said, I changed my mind. I'll wait until Xie Yujia comes back to refine my sword. Even though the suite in the Dragon God Shrine was a sealed space and needed the corresponding token to open it, Suhan still felt insecure. While refining her natal Dharma treasure, there was a process that required no obstacles between the body and the natal Dharma treasure. If anyone rushed inside during the process. Sigh. Hao Ren thought that women's thoughts were very capricious. However, since Suhan's realm was far higher than his, Hao Ren didn't dare to complain. He controlled the river mountain Qian Kun painting and turned back. Allegedly, Dharma treasures from ancient times are capable of changing sizes. You can try it, Suhan reminded Hao Ren. Hao Ren, who hung the longbow beside his hand, heard it and tried to use his nature essence again. The demonic bow shrunk bit by bit and turned into the size of half a thumb and lied in Hao Ren's hand like a bronze ornament. It's capable of enlarging and shrinking freely. Suddenly, Hao Ren thought of a legendary treasure. What are you teaching next semester? Hao Ren thought for a bit and asked Suhan suddenly. Chapter 519. Hundred of Flowers Blooming in the Herb King Valley. What is it? Suhan's pretty eyes rolled and looked at Hao Ren. To choose your lecture, Hao Ren said. It's tough to pass my course, Suhan said indifferently. In fact, Suhan's course was indeed the most difficult one. Nevertheless, because of Suhan, who was very attractive, her classes were full every single time. The male students wanted to escape if they could from other courses, but they would try their best to come to Suhan's class. Weak optical signal processing was a specialized compulsory course for Hao Ren's program, and that was why his whole class needed to take that course. However, Suhan might not be teaching that course again when the new semester started. According to Suhan's lecturing pattern, she would teach a compulsory course in the first semester and teach an elective course in the second semester. Since she might be teaching an elective course, the guys had already done everything possible to figure out which course Suhan might teach before school started. For the male students, as long as they had the opportunity to see Suhan every week, it would be worthwhile to fail the course. Transducer theory and application. Suhan paused for a few seconds and said. Okay, I'll remember it. Hao Ren smiled. If he didn't find out this information, he would probably be harassed by Zhou Liren and the other guys all the time. By the way, I went to Zhejiang to see your grandma at the beginning of August. She seemed to enjoy her life there, Suhan said. That's great. Hao Ren was debating whether or not to visit his grandma before school starts since he still had a few more days. Since she was having a good time there was no need to disturb her now. The River Mountain Qian Kun painting returned to East Ocean City. Although Hao Ren and Suhan weren't in East Ocean City in the past month or so, East Ocean City was still under the control of East Ocean Dragon Palace steadily. Hao Ren went to Zhao Yanzi's house and returned the River Mountain Qian Kun painting to Zhao Hongyu. Zhao Yanzi had been exhausted in the past few days and was sleeping in her bedroom at the moment. Hao Ren didn't want to disturb her. Ren. When Hao Ren was about to leave, Zhao Hongyu took out some books on architecture and put it in a cloth bag. Read these when you have time. Okay, Auntie. Hao Ren took the books. Zhao Hongyu wished that Hao Ren could take over Zhao Guang's duty and also her studio in the future. Zhao Yanzi probably wasn't willing to live in the Dragon Palace. In that case, it would be good to become the wife of a famous architect in the future. School is starting very soon. Please help Z with her schoolwork if you can, Zhao Hongyu said to Hao Ren again. I understand, Hao Ren nodded. After summer, he would be entering the third year in university, and Zhao Yanzi would be entering grade 9. It could be said that Zhao Yanzi had more pressure than him. School life was always like this. When students were studying, they always thought about having long breaks. However, when they were on breaks, they looked forward to the beginning of a new semester. Ling Jiao Middle School would be right across from East Ocean University, and no one knew what would happen. Hao Ren took the cloth bag and flew toward the beach. Although both of his hands had invisible 5 mountain bracelets, Hao Ren didn't sense any discomfort. The output of the nature essence of his body remained normal, but there would be a slight tingle in his arm when his nature essence output reached the critical point of mid-tier gen level. The 5 mountain bracelets only limit the output of nature essence that's above mid-tier gen level. Suhan is worried that I may break my limit and harm my body again. After Hao Ren understood this, he felt warm. Suhan wasn't as cruel as she seemed. Traveling on top of a sword energy couldn't compare to the speed of the River Mountain Qian Kun painting, but it was just a few minutes from the city center to the beach. Hao Ren returned to the entrance of his home. Then, he tidied up his clothes slightly, knocked the door, and entered. Gongzi. Crisp voices sounded instantly, followed by Lu Linlin and Lu Lily throwing themselves on Hao Ren like 2 kittens. Hao Ren was forced back 3 steps, and he could only open his arms to take in their enthusiasm. The sweet and lovely call only mean these 5 words, we missed you so much. Hao Ren stood his ground with the Lu sisters in his arms, and he observed them carefully. Wearing blue mini skirts, leather shoes, and black cotton stockings, their academy-style outfits seemed very cute. Their long ponytail and pigtails were cut off in the summer, and their hair became shoulder-length, which looked refreshing. If one of them didn't pout her lips and the other didn't bit her lips out of shyness, Hao Ren wouldn't be able to tell them apart. Gongzi, seeing Hao Ren glaring at them, the twins instantly held Hao Ren's arms. Hao Ren indeed missed them since he hadn't seen them in almost 2 months. Lu Linlin and Lu Lily thought about visiting Hao Ren in the US but held the urge. Hao Ren had his own life, and they shouldn't bother him too much. Where's my dad and mom? Hao Ren asked while he pulled his arm out slightly, held their hands, and brought them into the house. When they held Hao Ren's hands, Hao Ren's arms would touch the soft side of their chests, It was a massive test on Hao Ren's mind. Uncle is still at the research institute, and auntie is resting in her bedroom, Lu Lily answered. How about my grandma? Hao Ren asked again. Grandma said that Zhejiang's air is very fresh. She planned to live there for a while and asked us not to worry about her, Lu Linlin interrupted and said. The two of them hadn't seen Hao Ren in little over a month, but it felt like they were parted by more than a year. The Lu sisters dragged both of Hao Ren's hands tightly as if they wanted to stick themselves to both sides of Hao Ren's body. Are you back, Ren? Hearing Lu Linlin and Lu Lily's shouts, Yu Yang came out from the bedroom on the second floor in her pajamas and glasses. Mom. I'm back. Hao Ren yelled energetically. You got darker but also healthier than before. Yu Yang was very delighted to see Hao Ren. Did Linlin and Lily cause any trouble at home? Hao Ren asked. Gongzi. Hearing Hao Ren asking this question, Lu Linlin and Lu Lily instantly pouted to express their dissatisfaction. Why would they? Yu Yang immediately stated, Linlin and Lily are so well behaved at home. They learned how to cook every day, and they also cleaned the house, did housework, and studied. They even make new dishes sometimes and told me that those were royal meals in ancient times. They were indeed very delicious. From Yu Yang's expression, it seemed like she had an excellent impression of Lu Linlin and Lu Lily throughout more than a month's worth of interactions. She almost treated them as her daughters and didn't allow Hao Ren to badmouth them. Gongzi. Seeing Yu Yang backing them up, Lu Linlin and Lu Lily turned to Hao Ren at the same time and pouted their lips proudly. Fine, fine, fine. My bad, my bad. Seeing their pouty lips, Hao Ren admitted his fault quickly. Lu Linlin and Lu Lily instantly smiled and dragged Hao Ren forward. You must be tired, Gongzi. Go rest now. Hao Ren looked at them helplessly and couldn't handle their enthusiasm. Gongzi, there'll be a surprise when school starts. They suddenly went beside Hao Ren's ears and whispered. The warm breezes blew inside Hao Ren's ears and made him shiver. Yu Yang stood on the second floor, saw Lu Linlin and Lu Lily messing with Hao Ren, and went to look at her work-related documents with a smile. Yu Yang found out that these two girls weren't only playful. In fact, they were very good at taking care of others as well. Except that they always called Hao Ren, Gongzi, which sounded weird. They were outstanding in all other aspects. After knowing that their parents passed away, and they had to live with their grandpa, Lu Qing, who was always busy and had no time to take care of them, Yu Yang was heartbroken. She treated both girls extremely well. Hao Ren went inside his bedroom, saw that his room was clean and almost spotless, and knew that Lu Linlin and Lu Lily spent a lot of energy and time on this. We slept in Gongzi's bedroom every day. Gongzi's bedroom is the coolest. They said the sentence one after another. Sigh. Hao Ren smelled the fragrance in the bedroom and didn't know what to say. Just thinking about Lu Linlin and Lu Lily sleeping on the bed together was alluring. Gongzi, you seem very tired. You can go take a nap, Lu Linlin said. We'll keep Gongzi company, Lu Lily said right away. Hao Ren looked at them and thought that he couldn't take it. If the guys at school knew about this, they would probably explode out of jealousy. The perfect girls in their eyes tried to go to sleep with Hao Ren every day. I want to go to Fifth Heaven. You guys can bring me there, Hao Ren said. Without Little White, it was difficult for Hao Ren to fly to Fifth Heaven. His sword energy could reach the traveling speed of the nascent Soul Realm cultivators, but it was too hard to reach Fifth Heaven. Fifth Heaven? Sure, Lu Lily nodded. Lu Linlin was a bit disappointed. Hao Ren finally came back, but the poison pill plan had to be postponed again. Whoosh! The red energy sphere surrounded the three of them and flew toward the sky. Yu Yang, who sat in front of the desk reading data, felt a cool breeze blow by and didn't hear any sounds from Hao Ren's bedroom. Ren's popularity with girls isn't inferior to his dad, Yu Yang murmured and continued flipping through the documents. Hao Ren pulled by Lu Linlin and Lu Lily and dashed toward Fifth Heaven. The Lu sisters could be very naughty yet very calm. After they got released from the East Ocean Dragon Palace, they had been cultivating earnestly and recovered back to a level which was equivalent to mid-tier Qian level, only a bit weaker than Suhan. In fact, their cultivation method was a type of dual cultivation, which allowed them to intercommunicate with each other and empower each other. They were bound together for growth as well as misfortunate. If the Lu sisters fought Suhan together, the latter might not be a match against them. Bobo, the three of them broke through the array formation of Fifth Heaven and entered the ethereal summit. The trees created shade, grasses grew luxuriantly, and hundreds of flowers and herbs were blooming at the same time. They only hadn't been here for a month, and there was such a massive transformation. On the green grasses, more than a dozen white furry snowlion cubs rolled around and fought each other. Chapter 520, Demonic Bow, Yujia. Hao Ren saw Xie Yujia, who was busy in the field, right away and called her. Xie Yujia, who was lowering her head and checking a spiritual herb named Heavenly Morning Aroma, didn't see Hao Ren entering the valley. When she heard Hao Ren's voice at this moment, she raised her head in happiness and replied in surprise, "Hey, you're here." She wore a V-neck t-shirt with a knitted floral pattern, a white round hat, a retro long skirt that covered below her ankles, and a white jade bracelet on her wrist. Her outfit was a very distinctive combination of modern and ancient styles. "Big Jumu is so beautiful." Lu Linlin and Lu Lily stood by the field and immediately complimented Xie Yujia. They weren't lying. Xie Yujia was a natural beauty, and her outfits were eye-catching. "You are also very beautiful," Xie Yujia said. Lu Linlin and Lu Lily, who cut off their long hair, looked very refreshing. Their white dress shirts, short skirts, and black stockings were in the academy style, and they were alluring as well. Lu Linlin and Lu Lily smiled at each other sweetly. It was clear that they liked Xie Yujia's compliment. "Are you back in East Ocean City?" Xie Yujia asked Hao Ren. "Yeah, I just got back." Hao Ren looked at the valley that was entirely different and asked, "How did it change so much?" There were only weeds and rocks in the valley and seemed empty. Little White happened to have excess fertilizer, so I planted some grasses, trees, and flowers, Xie Yujia smiled and said. There was some mud stuck on her hands, but it didn't affect her beauty. It seemed like she hadn't been idle in the past month. Her parents were busy at the factory, and she came to Ethereal Summit to organize the flowers and grass. She treated this place as a home and put lots of time and energy into it. "Where did these snow lions come from? Did you exchange for them?" Hao Ren's gaze turned to those snow lion cubs, which were rolling on the grasses. "No, didn't you say that there were a few more 7-color snow lotus in the snow lion cave at Northwest Sky Mountain? When I had time, I brought Little White there and since it wanted to visit its parents as well. Girls are more considerate, and she thought about bringing Little White back to see its parents. I never thought of that," Hao Ren thought. That lion cave has an array formation from the past, and only cultivators below Gen level or core formation realm could go inside. Only I can bring Little White back, Xie Yujia said. And then? Hao Ren asked. Xie Yujia's whispered, Little White already reached level 2 and returned to its nest gloriously. However, it found out that its parents had passed away. Oh, Hao Ren was a bit surprised to hear this news. He knew Little White's personality. After reaching level 2, Little White would want to show off its strength in front of its peers that used to bully it. However, it discovered that its parents weren't there anymore when it ran into the cave. This kind of news was undoubtedly a great shock to Little White. Even though Hao Ren didn't see the scene with his own eyes, he felt sad just imagining it. Little White had always been silly and funny. It didn't like to do work, and it liked taking credit for achievements. Even though it seemed like it had many flaws, it was loyal and understanding. And then, Hao Ren was stunned for a few seconds before asking again. Little White was very sad. Since that territory belonged to the regional Earth Elemental Dragon clan, and the Snow Lions relied on Snow Lotus for food, I didn't pick the matured Snow Lotus. I only got some seeds and wanted to plant them in Ethereal Summit. When I was about to leave, many mature Snow Lions stopped me and gave me their kids. It's probably because they saw that Little White had good encounters outside and wanted me to bring their kids out of that cave, Xie Yujia said. Hao Ren nodded. All parents wanted the best for their kids, both humans and animals. When Little White's parents asked Hao Ren to take Little White, they probably wished that Little White could be freed from the cave. Also, the other reason might be that they were old and knew that they couldn't take care of Little White anymore. Xie Yujia felt bad and couldn't refuse when she saw those tearful snow lions, so she took all the snow lion cubs with her. Hao Ren could imagine this scene. At the moment, Hao Ren turned his head around again to look at the carefree snow lion cubs. Where's Little White? He asked. Little White is staying in its cave. It's been really down for the past 2 days. Xie Yujia pointed at the tiny cave beside Hao Ren's cave abode. Little White, Hao Ren yelled. Seeing that Little White didn't move, Hao Ren could only fly over and put his hand into the tiny cave. As expected, Little White curled itself into a ball and hid inside. Hao Ren dragged its back legs and pulled it out. Little White was different from the past. Its 2 round ears dropped on both sides of its head, and it looked dispirited. Sigh, its parents are gone, and Little White is an orphan now, Hao Ren thought. Hao Ren felt very sorry for Little White. He used to pat Little White all the time to annoy it, but he couldn't bully it today. He hugged it in his arms and rubbed its head gently. Little White shrunk in Hao Ren's arms and looked up with its black eyes, which were filled with tears. All right, Hao Ren brushed its hair softly to comfort it. Since Little White was now a level 2 demon beast, it hadn't activated its intelligence fully yet. However, snow lions were one of the smartest breeds of demon beasts. Besides, it was brought out of the lion cave by Hao Ren and had the closest relationship with Hao Ren. Woo, Little White whined, and its body was shaking. When it saw Hao Ren, the hidden sadness came out all at once. Even though it liked to be with girls and run around with Zhen Kongming, it still had the deepest bond with Hao Ren. Hao Ren was the first cultivator it met, as well as the first cultivator who took care of it aside from its parents. This kind of bond was solid in Little White's heart. Okay. Hao Ren dragged his tone and felt sad when he saw Little White, who was usually careless, had teary eyes. We will take good care of you. Look, Yujia, Z, Linlin, and Lily all like you. Hao Ren didn't care whether or not Little White understood, but he spoke softly to it. Don't cry, Little White. Your glory days are waiting for you. Hao Ren scratched the fur on its head and said with a smile. Don't cry, don't cry. Lu Linlin and Lu Lily came beside Hao Ren without him noticing and rubbed Little White's back as well. Little White sniffed its nose as tears still filled its eyes, and it looked at Hao Ren, Lu Linlin, and Lu Lily again before finally stopping sobbing. Hao Ren let Little White out of his arms, and it turned into its snow lion form and lifted Hao Ren, Lu Linlin, and Lu Lily. Wah! The golden paws of Little White shot out 4 clouds of flames. It is finally feeling a bit better. Hao Ren, who could sense Little White's mind a little, saw this animal getting a bit better. Little White's parents didn't even get to level 1. I must help Little White get more powerful. Sitting on Little White's back and traveling through Ethereal Summit, Hao Ren thought to himself. On the grasses, more than a dozen snow lion cubs raised their heads and looked at Little White enviously. They didn't know how to transform yet, and they sat on the grasses and looked at Little White flying over their heads before rolling over one by one. Their silly postures were cuter than Little White. Hao Ren jumped off from Little White, landed on the grasses, and was about to grab a cub to play. However, these snow lion cubs ran away instantly. Little White landed with Lu Linlin and Lu Lily on its back, and these dozens of snow lion cubs quickly surrounded them. Gululu, Gululu, wherever Little White ran on the grasses, these snow lions followed. Lu Linlin and Lu Lily, who were still sitting on Little White's back, laughed happily. Seeing dozens of small, white, silly, and fluffy lion cubs following them, any girl would find this scene adorable. Haha, Little White is finally alright. Seeing Little White playing with the cubs, Xie Yujia, who was organizing the garden, walked over. Those snow lion cubs that were chasing Little White earlier instantly rushed to Xie Yujia and jumped around her legs. Just like how Hao Ren brought Little White out of the lion cave, these lion cubs had deep bonds with Xie Yujia since she brought them out. Especially when Little White was depressed these days and didn't pay attention to these lion cubs, they got even closer to Xie Yujia since she had been taking care of them. Little White should be alright. Hao Ren walked toward Xie Yujia. How's the situation with gathering spiritual herbs? The snow lion cubs ran away immediately when they saw Hao Ren walking toward them. The one that was in Xie Yujia's arms couldn't run away, so it stared at Hao Ren with caution. Sigh, I'm not the bad guy, Hao Ren thought as he shook his head sadly. Nowadays, many people come to the entrance of the valley to ask for pills, and the white jade bulletin board is filled to the max. Some had good seeds of spiritual herbs, so I exchanged for them with pills. I collected 3 spiritual herbs for catalyzing the 7-core 5-color lotus, Xie Yujia answered. How did you raise these cubs? Hao Ren asked Xie Yujia. One Little White already ate a lot. With the addition of dozens of snow lion cubs, Hao Ren didn't know how to take care of them. I organized a spiritual field to plant some low-level spiritual herbs that snow lions love to eat. Their poop is very nutritious for the spiritual herbs and can nourish the spiritual field. I probably won't limit them. They can move around freely in the valley as long as array formations are preventing them from running outside. Also, there are more and more cultivators asking for pills, and there is more information for exchange outside of the valley. We'll have to organize it every day. I've already ordered the surrounding 3 sects to deal with these matters. If the circumstance isn't very urgent or it doesn't involve high-level items, the outsiders could contact those 3 sects instead of leaving messages behind at the entrance. As of those 3 sects, I send them 3 foundation establishment pills every month. Since I'm worried that they might get too complicated, I ordered them to pay us 100 spirit stones every month. What do you think of the arrangements? Xie Yujia said one by one as she played with the snow lion cub in her arms and asked for Hao Ren's opinion. Sounds great. Hao Ren was dumbfounded because he didn't even know how to deal with these trivial things. However, Xie Yujia, who used to be the class president, arranged everything systematically. Whoever gets to have Xie Yujia as his wife will be happy for his whole life. She's gentle, smart, and absolutely the best at housekeeping. Hao Ren thought as he looked at Xie Yujia. As long as you don't have any objections. Seeing Hao Ren agreeing with her, Xie Yujia slightly blushed, stuck her tongue out, and said pleasantly. In order not to have Hao Ren think that she was too controlling, she deliberately resigned from her duty as the class president. However, in Ethereal Summit, she again had full authority over the operations. She was worried that Hao Ren would say something about it. Hao Ren looked at her delighted expression, smiled, and suddenly thought of something. He grabbed the bronze demonic bow that was the size of half of a thumb from his necklace. What is this? Xie Yujia blinked her big eyes and asked. From Xie Yujia's perspective, this bow-shaped ornament was delicate and charming. It didn't look like the cheap stuff from a vendor on the street. The material seemed to be gold but darker, more ancient and more outstanding. This is for you. Hao Ren put the demonic bow in Xie Yujia's hands. Feel it and see if you can control this Dharma treasure. Dharma treasure. Xie Yujia was slightly surprised. She cultivated life-death notes, and she still hadn't owned a Dharma treasure. The Dharma treasures that Z robbed were currently at Ethereal Summit but were too ordinary. Try it, Hao Ren said with a smile. Hao Ren cultivated the light-splitting sword Shadow Scroll and didn't need a Dharma treasure at all. Although this demonic bow could be paired with his sword energies, he still had the mystic water sword techniques from Jaoo Horan. He wanted to practice his sword techniques and didn't plan on switching to bow and arrows. Xie Yujia's 5 elemental life-death notes essentially also cultivated 5 elements at the same time. Her realm was still low, and she still hadn't mastered the life-death notes yet. If Xie Yujia could use this Dharma treasure, it would be a good thing. Xie Yujia held the demonic bow, closed her eyes, and slowly injected her nature essence inside. The bronze demonic bow released a light yellow glow, gradually turning from the size of half a thumb to palm size before growing to a meter tall. Buzz. Buzz. The demonic bow's gold bowstring vibrated slightly after Xie Yujia injected some of her nature essence into it. Chapter 521. Welcome Master. Ha, that's incredible. Xie Yujia opened her eyes, held the semi-heavy long bow, and yelled with delight. Xie Yujia was very popular in school, and she was young and cute. There were times she was energetic and relaxed. The bronze bow turned into a long bow when she put nature essence into it. When she saw it, she looked like a surprised girl who received an unexpected gift. She was incredibly happy. Hao Ren quietly looked at her and smiled. Xie Yujia had a side of her that was energetic, but when she was with him, she showed off her motherly temperament more. Where did this come from? Xie Yujia's asked with her eyes wide open with excitement. Xie Yujia loved this ancient long bow so much she wouldn't let go of it. She wasn't into swords, but she loved this long bow that could transform from small to big and big to small. In reality, there were many girls that like archery as a sport. Xie Yujia was normally quiet, but there were times she would be energetic too. At her core, she was a sporty girl. Hee hee. The Dragon God Shrine gave it to me. I don't use long bows, so I'm giving it to you, Hao Ren said. He didn't mention the things that happen in the Thousand Evil Sea because he didn't want Xie Yujia to worry. The Dragon God Shrine even give these kinds of things. Xie Yujia examined this bronze demonic bow and saw that there were 3 characters engraved in the position where she held it. It said, Sky-breaking bow. She would be happy with anything Hao Ren gave her, even if it was just some small gift. This was the warm feeling that was close to one she'd get from dating. This was, however, a good treasure. That's why Xie Yujia loved it even more. You should try whether you could use it. Hao Ren looked at her with a smile and said. How do you use it? Xie Yujia looked at Hao Ren with a bit of doubt. You could probably shoot your life-death runes with this bow, Hao Ren suggested. Okay, I'll try. Xie Yujia put her right hand on the bowstring. She accumulated sufficient spiritual energy to pull the bow and release it. She was wearing a light yellow t-shirt and a maxi-length skirt. When she stood up straight and pulled the bow, she looked like a female hero from ancient times. Especially because her chest was large, when her arms were stretched out, they looked even bigger. Hao Ren couldn't help but stare at them. Spell's origin note scroll. Xie Yujia softly uttered these 5 words. A silver light shot out from Xie Yujia's fingertips. The rays slowly lengthened and formed a thin line. The brilliance of Spell's origin note scroll was that it was formed from the 5 elements of the nature on the basis of yin and yang and life and death. It was able to transform into many different shapes and forms and could ultimately turn into different techniques. Hao Ren's light-splitting sword Shadow Scroll could simulate any treasure when he cultivated it to its highest level, while the ultimate stage of Xie Yujia's Spell's origin note scroll could simulate any direct knowing techniques. They both were cultivating all 5 elements, but Spell's origin note scroll could completely suppress light-splitting sword shadow scroll. Xie Yujia had cultivated Spell's origin note scroll for a while now, but she still couldn't control many notes simultaneously. However, it was still an easy task for her to transform a note into the shape of an arrow. There was a small mountain far away from Ethereal Summit. Xie Yujia focused and targeted it. Then she shot out a silver arrow. The silver note turned into an arrow, and it let out a sharp noise. It flew out in the speed of light and made a bright path. It hit the mountain that was far away. Pung! 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 It exploded and created a medium-sized hole in the hard rocks. This power of the silver notes was stronger than she had thought. Xie Yujia put down the long bow in shock. She had been afraid that she didn't aim good enough, so focused on the aim and decreased the power of the silver notes, so it wasn't at its full power. If this hit one's body, even a core formation realm cultivator would be wounded. There were 6 arrow grooves on this long bow, meaning that she could shoot 6 arrows simultaneously. If she was able to perfect her skills, she could destroy a large area at the same time. Keep it so you can protect yourself. I saw that you're still not really good at your notes from the way you shot it from your palm, Hao Ren said. Xie Yujia nodded. She didn't like hurting people, so this treasure was great for her. She slowly retrieved her nature essence, and the demonic bow turned into a thumb-size pendant that was a shiny, dark golden color. It was very delicate. Xie Yujia took out a red string from her pocket and put the little demonic bow on the red string. She wore it like a necklace around her neck. Hao Ren, help me, Xie Yujia said. Okay. Hao Ren walked a step up and held the 2 sides of the string. Lu Linlin and Lu Lily were playing in the grass not far away. They caught 2 chubby snowlion cubs and were playing with them. They had watched Xie Yujia try out the treasure and Hao Ren and her talking, but they knew better not to interrupt their Gongzi and Big Jumu. Xie Yujia looked down a bit, showing off her white and soft neck. This demonic bow was different from the mountain tie bracelets that Hao Ren had worn, because when this demonic bow shrank, it barely had any weight, so she could easily take it around with her. She'd just have to wear it like an accessory. Hao Ren suspected it was because the cultivators of the past did not have things like storage spaces. In the past, assigning a treasure as one's natal dharma treasure and putting it inside one's body was not a popular thing to so they would just shrink the treasures and put it inside their pockets. However, maintaining the miniature size of the treasure still required a bit of nature essence. Okay. Hao Ren stood behind Xie Yujia and clumsily tied a knot on the red string. He tried hard not to touch Xie Yujia's soft skin with his fingers. He was still able to feel the warmth of Xie Yujia's body and smell her wonderful scent. Okay. Xie Yujia touched the delicate demonic bow pendant in front of her chest and smiled with satisfaction. The bronze color contrasted with her white skin tone, so it looked as if a jade stone was put on a booth. The bronze also showed off how bouncy and soft Xie Yujia's chest were. Cough, Xie Yujia softly coughed. Hao Ren now had realized that he was staring too intensely at her chest, so that he could only give an awkward laugh. I'll go around and visit the surrounding sects. Okay. Xie Yujia nodded while her face was a bit red. She was embarrassed when Hao Ren stared at her chest. Hao Ren rushed to fly out, opening a array formation to leave the valley. Xie Yujia looked extra pretty even though she only put on a demonic bow pendant. She was so pretty that he couldn't help but stare at her chest for too long. According to what Xie Yujia had said, 3 smaller sects became subordinates of Ethereal Summit. That meant they could sort spirit grasses, organize information, and record the transactions, decreasing Xie Yujia's workload so that she could have more time to cultivate and practice alchemy. There were at least 1,000 of these small and unknown sects on 5th heaven. These smaller sects had the risk of being absorbed into a larger one or being extinguished all the time, so when they had the opportunity to rely on a nearby nascent soul realm cultivator, they would do so to protect themselves. They would not dare to refuse to complete a mission sent out by such as Master. They would risk it all to complete it. However, Xie Yujia treated them well and would give them 3 foundation establishment pills every month. This action made them ecstatic. The 100 spirit stones were only a symbol of payment because the 3 foundation building cores were worth more than 1,000 spirit stones. Xie Yujia was generous. However, Hao Ren understood the morale of the talented attracts envy, so Xie Yujia's generosity would surely attract coveting from surrounding sects. This rationale was what led to Kongtong sect's attack on the Qin Yin sect. He didn't know how well the Qin Yin sect has been recovering. Because of this sudden thought, Hao Ren flew towards the Qin Yin sect. Welcome, Master. The female cultivators who were cultivating on the square yelled uniformly as they saw Hao Ren flying in the sky above Qin Yin sect. Unlike the soldiers of East Ocean who were loud and shocking, These female cultivators' voices were sweet and pleasant to the ear. Hao Ren landed steadily on the square. Lu Yan, the sect master of Qin Yin sect, heard the greeting, so she rushed out of the inner temple with her two disciples Wu Yan and Yi Su. "Welcome, master." They kneeled to Hao Ren when she saw that he had come. They knew that Hao Ren was not the nascent soul realm cultivator, but their real master hid in the valleys and did not appear before them. However, Hao Ren was the disciple of their master, which was equivalent to seeing their master. That was why everyone showed respect and called him master too. No need to kneel. Hao Ren rushed to ask them to stand up. The two disciples beside Lu Yan were Yi Su and Wu Yan. They both had been saved by pills from Ethereal Summit and thus respected Hao Ren very much. Especially Wu Yan because she had seen Hao Ren use his powers. She knew that Hao Ren was very strong despite his young age. She was prettier than her senior sister, Yi Su, but she knew she wasn't a match for such a great cultivator with a strong family background like Hao Ren. She only secretly admired him and didn't dare to think that something would happen between them. "I only came to see how you guys were doing," Hao Ren said softly. He let out a strong power and didn't let Lu Yan continue to kneel down. Over a month had passed since the last time he brought Wu Yan with him to Kongtong sect to seek justice. However, he was worried that other sects would cause trouble for Clear Clan sect. "Please sit down, master." Lu Yan led the way and said, "Wu Yan, why didn't you get tea for master?" "Yes." Wu Yan, who was in white, turned around and rushed to get tea from the inner temple. "We're teaching some new disciples sword cultivation techniques. Master, would you please give us some advice?" Lu Yan led Hao Ren into a cool spot in the inner temple and said, trying to please him. It was a great honor for them for this close disciple of their nascent soul realm cultivator master to come all the way to Qin Yin sect. Lu Yan, however, was here to convey the orders of their master, so she didn't dare to neglect him. That's the close disciple of their nascent soul realm cultivator. He looks pretty young, he's extraordinary. He has reached top-tier core formation realm. I heard that Wu Yan who is at the core formation realm respects him a lot. Even our master respects him a lot. He was able to defeat Kongtong sect alone. Only last month, before we had become disciples of Qin Yin sect, he had fought for our Qin Yin sect because Kongtong sect had stolen herbal medicine from us. He fought 18 core formation realm elders that charged at him at the same time. He was able to fight off 6 elders with just one shot. I also heard that the 1,000-year-old Kongtong sect was destroyed in half a month. All the elders had fled. Even their master was killed. Yeah, all because they angered Ethereal Summit. Looks like our decision to join the Qin Yin sect is right. The new disciples were all talking amongst themselves, and Hao Ren heard them all. Chapter 522. Firm control. Qin Yin sect master Lu Yan's realm was lower than Hao Ren's, and her 5 senses were not as strong, so she couldn't hear what these new disciples were talking about and only saw them exchange words to ears. She then slapped the desk beside her, practice sword techniques. Teaching sword technique was the job of a second-generation disciple of the Qin Yin sect, but she was too busy checking out Hao Ren and had forgotten to teach the new disciples. When she heard the sect master's reprimand, she hurriedly turned to the dozens of new disciples. Sky Spirit sword technique, first formation. She slowly performed the formation, and the new disciples in array followed suit. This was similar to Hao Ren learning broadcast exercises in high school. These are new disciples. They are not yet skillful in sword techniques. Sorry you have to see this, Lu Yan said cautiously. Master, please have some tea. Wu Yan came out from the inner hall with tea on a tray. Hao Ren felt weird hearing, master, but did not intend to correct their address. In the area of Fifth Heaven, cultivators of the core formation realm were powerful cultivators, not to mention those of the nascent soul realm. Therefore, their cautiousness was reasonable. Hao Ren picked up the tea from the tray and symbolically took a sip. Wu Yan immediately stood beside Hao Ren cautiously. She did not dare to peek at Hao Ren. The tea was not fragrant nor sweet, but it tasted ancient. This must be the best tea leaves the Qin Yin sect could afford. Thanks to master's care, the Qin Yin sect now enjoys peace. There are more new disciples than the previous year. Except for Yi Su and Wu Yan, the other first-generation disciples are all selecting new disciples at the foot of the mountain, so they cannot be here to welcome master. Lu Yan stood beside Hao Ren and reported the situation in the sect. In the past, a low-tier sect like Qin Yin sect could barely recruit a few disciples a year. Those that actively came to the sect were bad-quality young cultivators who were kicked out from other sects. Wu Yan had a special body type and so was mistaken by other sects as spiritually impure in the entrance exams. She fortuitously joined the Qin Yin sect and fruited a golden pill. She was an extremely rare and excellent disciple. Also, Wu Yan was grateful to Lu Yan's support and teaching, so she continued to stay in Qin Yin sect. For some disciples, once they first tasted achievement, they pretended to be independent cultivators and joined other sects instead, much like job hopping in the secular world. With the weak strength of the Qin Yin sect, there was no way to recall those disciples who ran out. But this year the situation was very different. The story of the disciple of the nascent soul realm master of the Herb King Valley, Ethereal Summit, laying waste to Kongtong sect with one move was widely circulated in the fifth heaven in various versions. Everybody knew this disciple did it for the Qin Yin sect, and it was speculated that he must have the approval of the nascent soul realm master. All of a sudden, the Qin Yin sect, who nobody had heard of, became famous. Many female cultivators came to join Qin Yin sect. Now the Qin Yin sect was extremely busy with cultivators coming and going. Lu Yan could only stay by Wu Yan and Yi Su and sent the rest of the first-generation disciples to the foot of the mountain to select new disciples. During this time, all kinds of good news kept coming. Children with single spirit root or even double had come to join the sect. At the same time, the surrounding sects, large or small, all sent their ambassadors to make friends with Qin Yin sect. The sect which hurt Yi Su in a fight before even had the clan head himself come to apologize with gifts of many spiritual herbs to show sincerity. The status of Qin Yin sect went from a low-tier sect directly to the treatment of a first-tier sect overnight. After all, some first-tier sects did not have nascent soul realm cultivators in-house. Even some first-tier sects which were far away and had no dealings within fifth heaven sent disciples to make friends with Qin Yin sect. Including Qin Yin sect, the three small sects around the Herb King Valley still bore the identity of exchange agent. The female disciple of the Herb King Valley Ethereal Summit would regularly issue foundation establishment pills to the three sects. But the incident of the Kongtong sect set an example for potential thieves. Now nobody dared to rob the pills. On the contrary, big or small sects all wanted to curry favor with these three small sects. They knew the nascent soul realm master of the Herb King Valley specialized in elixir making. And the importance of pills in the cultivation world went without saying. Except for the Sky Mountain sect on 6th heaven, which was known for their elixir making, it was harder than reaching the heavens to obtain a good pill in 5th heaven. Contrary to what was expected, the nascent soul realm master in the Ethereal Summit already declared that, except exchanging with level 5 or 6 spiritual herbs, other small amounts of pill requests should be handled by the three sects and no one should bother the valley otherwise. One pill was hard to find. In order to obtain pills, the other sects must have good relations with these three sects. Especially the beauty pill which female cultivators dreamed about was managed by the only all-female sect, Qin Yin sect. The market price of a beauty pill was 200 spirit stone, and it was not always available. But in here, it could be exchanged with spiritual herbs. Of course, there was a qualification on the amount and quality. Combining these factors, in this month and a half, the Qin Yin sect went from non-existent to popular. The ceaseless stream of visitors almost flattened the threshold. Correspondingly, all kinds of spiritual herbs resources kept coming to the Ethereal Summit from every corner of 5th heaven, continually replenishing the spirit field that Xie Yujia was tending to. The second formation, falling moon picking stars, the disciples who taught sword techniques shouted. The dozens of new disciples all switched to the new formation. In front of the disciple of the nascent soul realm master, they all performed very seriously. In their hearts they secretly wanted Hao Ren to notice them and become a disciple of the nascent soul realm master. Despite this was almost impossible. Of course, they did not dare to flirt or do anything out of line. Since this cultivator did not even take a glance at the graceful Wu Yan who had reached the core formation realm, how would he like them? They only hoped their seriousness could attract this cultivator's attention. It's all good as long as the sect is progressing. Hao Ren had another sip of the tea, waved his hand, and stood up. He came to oversee the situation at the Qin Yin sect and was not slightly interested in the sword technique practice. These new disciples were disappointed to see Hao Ren losing interest and leaving. But if they thought about it, joining the Qin Yin sect and train under the indirect blessing of the nascent soul realm master was already an enormous gift. They should not be greedy. Like Wu Yan who had reached the core formation realm, the cultivator only remembered her name and that was it. They must put great effort into cultivation. Hao Ren strode a few steps. Lu Yan and the two disciples followed closely. Hao Ren took off, and Lu Yan, Yi Su, Wu Yan and many Qin Yin sect disciples cupped their hands hurriedly. Farewell, master. They deeply admired this disciple of the nascent soul realm master who could directly take off without the aid of flying swords. Not many core formation realm cultivators could do it. But until now, they still didn't know Hao Ren's name, and called him master, because no one dared to ask. Hao Ren returned to the valley. Xie Yujia and the Lu sisters were helping each other feed the snow lion cubs. Little White ate spirit pills and spirit herbs, which was of high quality, so its poop was the most nutritious, and it grew the quickest. But for these snow lion cubs, Xie Yujia could not afford too many spirit pills. Instead, she used the spiritual herbs received from the three sects to raise them. Ruff ruff, ruff ruff, a dozen snow lion cubs surrounded Xie Yujia and the Lu sisters, happily munching on a green spiritual herb. Although snow lions were called lions, they were generally gentle creatures and ate meat only occasionally. It was only the spoiled Little White who would never eat raw meat. If Z saw a dozen snow lion cubs being raised at Ethereal Summit, she must be very excited, Hao Ren thought as he was looking at the three girls filled with happy smiles. Lin, Lily, it is almost time to head back. Hao Ren landed on the grass and said. Yes, Gongzi. The two let go of the snow lion cubs in their arms and got up. When the snow lion cubs who were lazily rolling on the grass saw Hao Ren, they ran away all of a sudden. I almost have to head back as well, Xie Yujia got up and said. When are you returning to China? Hao Ren asked her. The day after tomorrow. School is about to start. I have to prepare for it. Xie Yujia touched the bow on her chest. Thank you. For what? Hao Ren laughed. We are not strangers. Xie Yujia nodded and smiled sweetly. She sat on Little White's back. Little White carried Xie Yujia and took off. It soared out of the valley. Gongzi, we are going back too. Lu Linlin and Lu Lily each held onto one of Hao Ren's shoulders and left the valley. The surrounding three small sects saw two lights flying out of the valley in different directions. Hao Ren and the Lu sisters were going to the seaside house, where Lu Linlin and Lu Lily would make dinner for Hao Ren. They did not know how to cook before because they were not used to modern kitchen supplies. Now gradually adapting to the tools, they could easily make a variety of delicious pastries and meals. In this month and a half's time, Yu Yang and Hao Zonghua could taste the surprises brought by the Lu sisters every day. They liked the two little girls more and more. Time passed day by day. Hao Ren stayed at the house to cultivate, and the Lu sisters spent every day accompanying Hao Ren while not disturbing him. Zhao Yanzi was grounded by her mother to read books and had not come to the seaside house. Hao Ren's mystic water sword techniques went up from 6 variations in the first formation to 10 variations. Linlin, Lily, would you like to practice sword techniques with me? Hao Ren sat on a chair cross-legged and said. Leaning against Hao Ren's bed and enjoying the air conditioner in the room, Lu Linlin and Lu Lily almost went to sleep. When they suddenly heard Hao Ren say this, their spirits were immediately lifted. Chilled wants to practice sword techniques with us? Let's go. Hao Ren went out of the room to the courtyard outside. He single-handedly snapped 3 wilted twigs from the tree, got himself the shortest one, and handed the rest to the Lu sisters. Gongzi, we also know sword techniques. Lu Linlin picked up her twig and said with a smile. This was the first time Hao Ren asked them to spar. Okay, let's begin. Hao Ren gently nodded. He drew 3 arcs with his twig. Lu Linlin and Lu Lily eyed each other, then flanked Hao Ren on both sides. Snap! Snap! The twigs in the Lu sisters' palms fell to the ground. On their soft white wrists, 2 shallow red marks appeared. Gongzi! They blinked their beautiful big eyes and looked at Hao Ren with surprise and admiration. Screech! Outside the house, the sound of a car braking was heard. Uncle, Auntie, I'm back. Xie Yujia's crisp voice sounded at the door. Chapter 523. Z lives across from me. You're back. Hao Zonghua, who was reviewing a report in the living room on the first floor, immediately came out of the house. An SUV stopped in front of the house, and Zhao Hongyu and Zhao Yanzi stood outside of the car. At the moment, Xie Yujia was pulling out a big suitcase in a colorful checkered sleeveless shirt. She had a bright smile on her face. Hee hee, Yujia's ticket was booked by Zhao Guang through the Mingri group. I had some time today, so I went to pick up Yujia, Zhao Hongyu said. How could we bother you? I had told Yujia to give me a call after she confirmed the flight, Hao Zonghua said. Hao Ren and the Lu sisters walked to the door from the backyard. Zhao Yanzi saw Hao Ren and was about to call him, but she suddenly found him looking at Xie Yujia. She immediately pouted in dissatisfaction. Yujia is like my half-daughter. I should pick her up, Zhao Hongyu said with a smile. Yu Yang is not at home? She is at work, and I am taking a leave of absence at home today because I was waiting to pick up Yujia. Who knew you'd get her? Hao Zonghua said while welcoming Zhao Hongyu into the house. Xie Yujia dragged her suitcase and looked at Hao Ren. The eyes of the two met, and they smiled at each other. Although they had met on Fifth Heaven, Xie Yujia's official return was different. HMPH. Zhao Yanzi saw the meeting of their eyes, so she clenched her fists and stormed into the house. Big Jumu! The Lu sisters yelled and rushed in front of Hao Ren to help Xie Yujia carry her suitcase into the house. The poor relationship between the big Jumu and the little Jumu was a matter between them. The Lu sisters remained neutral and took no sides. Zhao Guang and I are going to visit Yuhang Mountain for a business trip. Can Z stay here for a few days? Is that okay? Zhao Hongyu asked. Hee hee. Yu Yang always say that we are a family. No problem. Leave Z to us. Hao Zonghua quickly answered. He hoped that Xie Yujia could become his daughter-in-law, but he also liked Zhao Yanzi. Now that the relationship between the Hao family and the Zhao family was like that between the Hao family and the Xie family, it was no big deal to help take care of Zhao Yanzi. Would you welcome me to stay for a meal? Zhao Hongyu continued. You are always welcomed, of course, Hao Zonghua laughed. Yu Yang and Zhao Hongyu were very good friends, but he and Zhao Hongyu were not as close. Once Zhao Hongyu joked, the atmosphere suddenly relaxed. But, Hao Ren is going to school tomorrow, Hao Zonghua said. Back in the days, he was a popular person at East Ocean University. He did not actively pursue girls, but there were a lot of girls who chased after him. He still knew a little about girls' minds. Ah. Certainly, Zhao Yanzi looked surprised. What's the matter? If Ren goes to school, Z can still stay here. There is not much time before school starts anyway. Zhao Guang and I will return soon, Zhao Hongyu said. Hao Ren looked at Zhao Yanzi and couldn't help but want to laugh. Do you want to bully me? No chance. I'm off to school tomorrow, he thought. Mom. Zhao Yanzi bit her lip and thought for a few seconds. She suddenly shouted, this year, I want a board. Ling Jiao Middle School was a semi-boarding school. Students who lived far away from school could live in the dorms, and the school encouraged students to board, mainly to develop students' abilities to live independently and for ease of management. Zhao Yanzi's home was within East Ocean City and not far from her school, so she didn't board before. Even though Ling Jiao Middle School moved to another location, it was still in the same district, and the distance from her home to school was only 4 or 5 bus stops further. Zhao Yanzi's sudden boarding proposal at this moment made her intention very clear. Are you sure? Zhao Hongyu asked her. Zhao Yanzi was one of the few students in the class who lived off campus. The class advisor had asked whether Zhao Yanzi was willing to board and live with her classmates, but she did not want to leave her parents. That was why she chose to live off campus. Since her school had strict rules, boarding meant that she could not play, eat, go home as she pleased, and she had to clean the room by herself. I have made up my mind, Zhao Yanzi said with clenched teeth. Both Xie Yujia and Hao Ren were living in school, so she must supervise them at close range and couldn't let their relationship get heated. If you want to board, you can report to the school tomorrow. You can go to school with Ren. Zhao Hongyu did not reject Zhao Yanzi's whim and agreed. Zhao Yanzi's ability to live independently required some practice. Also, her new campus was next to East Ocean University. If anything happened, Hao Ren would be nearby. Students who were boarding needed to go to school in advance because of matters like getting rooms and cleaning. If Zhao Yanzi lived at school, there was no need for Hao Zonghua and Yu Yang to take care of her for the next few days. Okay, let Uncle Hao take you to school tomorrow and help you with the procedures, Zhao Hongyu said. Zhao Yanzi clenched her teeth, looked at Hao Ren and Xie Yujia angrily, and said, fine. No problem, I'll take care of those matters tomorrow, Hao Zonghua quickly answered. These were minor matters for Hao Zonghua. Even switching to boarding in the middle of the school year would be an easy task for Hao Zonghua and Yu Yang, who had strong relations with all the schools in the city. Only Xie Yujia did not understand why Zhao Yanzi suddenly wanted to board and was looking at her with hostility. Little did she know that Zhao Yanzi was determined to battle with her to the end. Ling Jiao Middle School moved beside East Ocean University, right next to the university students' dorms. In the evening, Yu Yang returned and saw Zhao Hongyu and Zhao Yanzi. She was surprised and thrilled. After a lively dinner, Zhao Hongyu left to prepare for the trip to Yuhang Mountain the next day with Zhao Guang, and Zhao Yanzi stayed at Hao Ren's home. Xie Yujia was on a long-distance flight, so her sleep was particularly sweet. On the other hand, Zhao Yanzi felt uneasy and couldn't sleep. The next day, Hao Zonghua drove all 5 kids to school and took Zhao Yanzi to do her boarding procedures. Xie Yujia didn't know that Ling Jiao Middle School had already moved to the other side of East Ocean University. Now that she saw the new school buildings with the name, Ling Jiao Middle School on them right across the street from East Ocean University, she finally understood why Zhao Yanzi wanted to board. Since she graduated from Ling Jiao Middle School and was Zhao Yanzi's senior, she felt a little nostalgic when she saw the name and the new buildings. Ren, come with us for the procedures, Hao Zonghua shouted. Got it. Hao Ren saw Zhao Yanzi looking at him with a pitiful look, so he knew that he wouldn't escape. However, he really did not mean to ignore Zhao Yanzi. It was only that Zhao Yanzi seemed to be holding something against him. Gongzi, we're going to our dorms. Call us if you need anything. Lu Linlin waved her phone and said. In the summer, Yu Yang bought a new phone for each of the sisters, which made them very happy. They were getting used to this fun world, and they were planning to go back to above realm. I am going to arrange my dorm as well. You can call me as well, Xie Yujia said to Hao Ren gently before walking toward the dorms at the south of the campus. What are you looking at? Seeing Hao Ren gazing at Xie Yujia, Zhao Yanzi raised her eyebrows fiercely and pulled his arm, turning him away. She used to let Hao Ren be, but now that Hao Ren and Xie Yujia's relationship was developing rapidly, also, she didn't like Hao Ren this much before. In Lingjiao Middle School, the buildings were new, and the simple, white architectural style resembled East Ocean University. No wonder everyone thought this was the university's affiliated middle school. Moving to a new school had the same refreshed feeling as moving to a new home. Zhao Yanzi entered the new campus for the first time, and she was full of curiosity. Her big eyes looked here and there, and she already imagined her new life in this place. Grade 9. There isn't much time to play even after moving to a new campus. Hao Ren, who was an experienced student, quietly crushed Zhao Yanzi's anticipations in his mind. Today was the first day for the boarding students to report to the new campus. There were many fancy cars parked at the entrance since many parents brought their kids to school to check in. With Hao Zonghua and Hao Ren accompanying Zhao Yanzi, they looked like her dad and brother. Now that Zhao Yanzi was in grade 9, there would be new grade 7 students coming in. When these young and beautiful little girls saw Zhao Yanzi, they couldn't help but look over at her. Then, their gazes immediately landed on Hao Ren, who was beside her. Hao Ren was wearing a pair of simple, light-colored pants and a checkered shirt today, and his hair was simply styled. In particular, Hao Ren's slightly toned body and smooth dark skin seemed to bring out one word: handsome. Hey! Seeing those little girls staring at Hao Ren, Zhao Yanzi immediately shouted, Hao Ren, I don't want you to come to my school often. Hao Ren felt wronged since he didn't do anything. Zhao Yanzi then looked over at those little girls and shouted, what are you looking at? Those girls were all new to the school, and they were scared off by Zhao Yanzi's imposing manner. They all turned away immediately. Zhao Yanzi raised her head proudly and pulled Hao Ren tightly into the dorm. Her intent was obvious: no matter who this handsome guy is, he is mine. Don't you think about talking to him. Now that the middle school department had been separated from the high school department, grade 9 was the most senior grade in the school. Zhao Yanzi even dared to fight Xie Yujia, let alone warning some little girls. In the dorm building, the first floor was used for registration. This new building was bigger and more spacious than the previous building, and it seemed more comfortable as well. That is Hao Ren, Zhao Yanzi is boarding now? It is bossy to have her boyfriend with her for registration. Who is the adult by their side? He looks pretty handsome. I don't know, I have seen him from somewhere. Hey, have you heard about it? Her class advisor paid Zhao Yanzi a home visit, and her parents said that this Hao Ren is her fiancé. The teacher got so mad. Oh, right after the break began, people were talking about it in our WeChat group. This is probably Hao Ren's dad. Hao Ren and Zhao Yanzi are probably not engaged. They are most likely relatives. That is possible. There are too many guys pursuing her, both inside and outside of school. It is possible that she is having her cousin to play the role of her boyfriend. He looks quite handsome up close. If he is Zhao Yanzi's cousin, I'm going after him. You sure you can make it? Haha, don't let Zhao Yanzi hear you. Some girls in front looked back and whispered. Zhao Yanzi clenched her teeth and pretended that she did not hear it. She didn't expect Hao Ren, who she had never looked up to before, to become so popular now. But if these girls dared to approach Hao Ren, she would not hold back. The registration process was relatively quick. A few moments later, it was Hao Zonghua's turn. Zhao Yanzi showed her student ID and signed the terms of accommodation, and Hao Zonghua paid the accommodation fee. According to her class, Zhao Yanzi got dorm room number 406. The dorm building was beside the wall of Lingjiao Middle School, just neighboring the southern dorm buildings of East Ocean University. Hao Zonghua and Hao Ren accompanied Zhao Yanzi upstairs and then followed the room numbers to find the correct room. This newly built dorm building was really spacious and clean, better than Hao Ren's university dorms. However, the dorms in middle school had relatively tight rules, so Hao Ren wasn't sure if Zhao Yanzi could get used to it. There were 4 beds in room 406, which corresponded to 4 writing desks and 4 wardrobes. The layout was similar to that of Hao Ren's bedroom, but there was an independent bathroom. Ji Yu Yan, Lu Qiqi, Ling, Zhao Yanzi saw her classmates in the dorm. They were surprised to see Zhao Yanzi. Zhao Yanzi had the best friendship with Ling in the class, though her relationship with the other girls was also alright. There was joy between the students when they met after 2 months. Why did you choose to board now? Ling asked Zhao Yanzi in surprise. It's a long story. Zhao Yanzi shook her head before whispering to Ling. I heard your relationship with Lu Yuntao got exposed? Shish, don't say it. Ling covered Zhao Yanzi's mouth in a hurry. Zhao Yanzi immediately shut her mouth. Alright, I won't say it. She was a good friend of Ling, and she immediately understood why Ling changed to boarding as well. Ling was afraid that her parents would question her about her puppy love issue since it was taboo to them. Zhao Yanzi thought about his parents and Hao Ren's parents and suddenly felt very happy. Hao Ren saw Zhao Yanzi's private conversation with Ling and couldn't help but laugh. No matter how Zhao Yanzi pretended to be mature, she immediately revealed the mentality of a little girl when she met her classmates. When the parents of these 3 girls saw Hao Zonghua, they all wondered if he was the big scientist Hao Zonghua who often appeared in the news. However, Class 2 was filled with students from ordinary families, and these parents quickly shook their heads. It seems that you have everything here. If you need anything, have Ren buy it for you. Hao Zonghua looked around the room and said to Zhao Yanzi. Thank you, uncle. Zhao Yanzi curled up her lips like a happy kitten. Hao Ren's dad really adored Zhao Yanzi, and all that she wanted was this permission from Hao Ren's dad. Since Ling Jiao Middle School was now next to East Ocean University, she could torture Hao Ren all the time. Ha 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 ha, Zhao Yanzi laughed wildly in her mind. Chapter 524. Close supervision. There was still a lot of work Hao Zonghua had to deal with. After he helped Zhao Hongyu finish Zhao Yanzi's boarding process, he rushed back to the Ocean Research Institute. Hao Ren walked to the balcony of room 406. He was able to see the balcony of his room 302 in the No. 7 dorm building from here. These 2 buildings were only 200 meters apart. If Zhao Yanzi's eyesight were good, she would be able to see what Hao Ren and his buddies were doing in their dorms. Hao Ren was squinting now on the balcony and was able to see Zhou Liren, Zhao Jiayi, Jiyu Jiadong, and Huang Jianfeng half naked in their dorm playing cards. Which dorm building is your room in? Zhao Yanzi asked as she walked out to the balcony and looked at the campus of East Ocean University. Hao Ren was a bit shocked, and he pointed to the furthest number 17 building. There. Oh, what's your room number? Zhao Yanzi continued to ask. Room 302. Hao Ren did not lie about that. Zhao Yanzi squinted and tried looking over very hard. Finally, she shook her head and gave up. Too far, can't see. Hao Ren was relieved because being spied upon by her every day was no joke. He would not be able to go through his daily life in peace if she was able to spy on him. He didn't recall Zhao Yanzi visiting his dorm building before. Even if she did, she probably didn't remember. I hope she never comes to my dorm, Hao Ren secretly prayed. There are still a lot of things I don't have. You have to go shopping with me. Zhao Yanzi yelled as she dragged Hao Ren back into her dorm. Okay. Hao Ren could only go with her because she was pulling hard. Ling's mom was in the dorm. When she saw Hao Ren and Zhao Yanzi running out, she asked Ling, Zhao Yanzi actually has a big brother? I guess so. Ling nodded and tried not to give her a precise answer. She couldn't tell her mom that Zhao Yanzi already had a fiancée. She had a feeling that this uncle would have a hard time in the future dealing with Zhao Yanzi. Zhao Yanzi didn't like dating, but she would never let someone, who she loved, go from her. The environment of this newly built Ling Jiao Middle School was very good. Hao Ren had deliberately searched for the location of Ling Jiao Elementary School and found that it was purposely built next to the middle school, and the schools could see each other's sports field. If the elementary and middle school did their morning exercises at the same time, Zhen Kongming and Zhao Yanzi would be able to see each other. Also, if Hao Ren stood on the balcony of room 302, he would be able to watch Zhao Yanzi. He thought about it and suddenly felt like it would be interesting to watch. If her classroom were in the right position, he would even be able to watch her in class from his balcony. Suddenly, Hao Ren looked forward to starting school. Maybe someday when Zhao Yanzi was reading a horoscope magazine below her desk in class, he would be able to spot it immediately and send a text to warn her not to read random things in class. Ha 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 ha, Hao Ren laughed evilly in secret. Hey! Why are you smiling? Zhao Yanzi rolled her eyes at Hao Ren and nudged him with her elbow. Nothing. Hao Ren tried to pretend that nothing was going on. Zhao Hongyu had asked him to supervise Zhao Yanzi's studies. This was his ultimate weapon against her. This chapter's initial release occurred on the N0V3LB1N site. Not everyone could get into Ling Jiao Middle School's campus. Because Zhao Yanzi took a walk on campus to get a sense of the school, Hao Ren was able to see the layout of the school with her. However, anyone could go to the university campus freely. It meant that Zhao Yanzi could go to Hao Ren's school anytime she wanted. She only needed to walk across the road from Lingjiao Middle School to get to the main gate of East Ocean University. Zhao Yanzi had been to East Ocean University but hadn't walked around the campus thoroughly. Therefore, she decided that she needed to get to know the place better this time. Our campus is pretty big, and it would be hard to go around the whole place without a bike, Hao Ren said. He hinted and tried to tell her that she shouldn't go running around in East Ocean University on her own. He did not want Zhao Yanzi to be too familiar with his school because that would not do him any good. I could just buy a bicycle, Zhao Yanzi said without thinking too much. This was when a lot of first-year university students were coming to school, so there were rows of new bicycles in the basketball court nearby for sale. Hao Ren knew that these bicycles were almost scams. They wouldn't even last 1 year. However, Zhao Yanzi had already run over. How much? Zhao Yanzi asked the bicycle salesperson. 200 yuan, he answered. Deal, Zhao Yanzi said without hesitation. Hao Ren was running over, but it was too late as Zhao Yanzi had already paid. These bicycles were from random brands. The stores around the school temporarily rented a place at school to sell their bikes, and their quality was poor. Okay. I have a bike now. Now show me around. Zhao Yanzi pushed the new bike over to Hao Ren. Hao Ren stared at her helplessly as he knew that he could not get a refund. He could only ride the bike now. Zhao Yanzi wasn't modest at all. She grabbed onto Hao Ren's waist and sat on the back seat of the bike. Although the bicycle was of poor quality, there was still something good about it. It was light, and Hao Ren was able to ride the bike with Zhao Yanzi on it quickly. Haha, faster. Faster. Zhao Yanzi was in a good mood. She patted Hao Ren's hip and rushed him. She was treating Hao Ren like a horse. Hao Ren was feeling helpless. He didn't know how long this kind of torture would last, and he couldn't wait for the return of her class advisor, Luo Ying. Luo Ying would be able to keep Zhao Yanzi under control so that she couldn't come over to the university to bully him that often. Zhao Yanzi's liveliness attracted many people's attention on the university campus. She is probably his little sister, people around them thought. Zhao Yanzi wasn't wearing her school uniform, and she for sure did not look like a university student. She sat on the back seat of Hao Ren's bicycle and swayed her legs, appearing to be a cute and lively little sister. Hao Ren pedaled hard and circled the library once. Then, he biked to the female dorms once and went around the basketball court. Lastly, he brought Zhao Yanzi to Hongji Square through the west gate. Time flew, and it was already noon. Both Hao Ren and Zhao Yanzi were hungry. Hongji Square was the most popular spot for food around East Ocean University, and Hao Ren remembered that he had brought Zhao Yanzi here before. He locked the bicycle before he took her around to find a restaurant for lunch. Not only were there many restaurants at Hongji Square, but there was also a lot of stuff that girls liked. For example, there were cinemas, karaoke, and other stuff. There are a lot of things I need to buy. Do you have enough money? Zhao Yanzi asked Hao Ren. Yes, I have enough, Hao Ren said helplessly. Who told you to buy the bike? He thought. Pencil case, backpack, pens, a lamp, slippers, a small fan. Zhao Yanzi started listing everything out loud. Robbery, it was the word that popped up in Hao Ren's mind. Even a full-time nanny wouldn't have to do so much. Hey, Hao Ren. Zhao Jiayi's loud voice sounded from the back. Hao Ren turned over and saw his buddies wandering around Hongji Square. Haha, Ren's little cousin. You've come again. Zhou Liren said with a chuckle when he saw Zhao Yanzi. Fiancée, fiancée, Zhao Yanzi said and held Hao Ren's hand as she looked up and stared at Zhou Liren. Okay, okay. Fiancée, fiancée, Zhou Liren raised both hands to signal his surrendered and could only change how he addressed her. Weren't you guys playing cards? How come you're out now? Hao Ren asked. How do you know we were playing cards? Jiu Jiadong asked before saying, we're out for lunch. We're still playing in the afternoon. Want to join us? Play cards? Play what cards? Zhao Yanzi asked curiously. No, no. Hao Ren immediately rejected these bad offers. The guys were half naked and yelling in the dorm room. There was no way that Hao Ren would let Zhao Yanzi join them. Moreover, he wasn't good at cards, so he didn't play with them often. He would rather play games at internet cafes. Little cousin, come visit our dorm if you want. Zhou Liren couldn't finish his sentence because Hao Ren rushed to block his mouth. After that, Hao Ren turned around and grabbed Zhao Yanzi's hand before walking away quickly. Hey, Ren, let's have lunch together, Zhao Jiayi shouted. No thank you. I'm having lunch with Z. Hao Ren turned his head around and yelled. It was only fun for them if Z went to the dorm. For Hao Ren, it was a nightmare. Zhao Yanzi studied at Ling Jiao Middle School, which was right next to the university. If she became familiar with his friends, it would be disastrous for him. There were dorm policies in place at East Ocean University. Guys weren't allowed in the female dorms, but girls could go to male dorms. Of course, the girls were still not allowed to stay overnight in the male dorms. Damn, he puts his cousin above us, Zhou Liren screamed. Zhou Liren couldn't help but cuss at Hao Ren hundreds of times. He was very envious of Hao Ren since there was such a pretty girl by his side. Hao Ren held Zhao Yanzi's hand and pulled her away, and they got away from Zhao Jiayi's group. Because they were good friends of Hao Ren, they were able to joke with him and wanted him to embarrass himself a little so that they could tease him. Let's have pizza. Hao Ren pulled Zhao Yanzi into a small pizza shop nearby. The start of school was a busy season for the restaurants at Hongji Square because couples and students would all come here and get together. This small pizza shop was elegantly decorated, and it was filled with mostly university couples. Coincidentally, there was a spot by the wall. This is Hao Ren. His roommate, Zhao Jiayi, won the National Basketball League championship this summer. Many students started talking about him when Hao Ren walked in. Therefore, a lot of students were focusing on Zhao Yanzi as well since she was with him. After the series of events, Hao Ren was now a famous person at East Ocean University. Not only did students in his year know of him, but even the seniors and first-year students also heard of him as well. Hao Ren was feeling a bit awkward when he heard all the chatters. However, Zhao Yanzi was happy from all this. When Hao Ren was about to let go of her hand, she refused to let go and even held his hand tighter. Her good friend, Ling, needed to keep her relationship low-key, but Zhao Yanzi was different. She wanted to let all the students of East Ocean University know that she was Hao Ren's fiancée, and no one could take him away from her. Chapter 525. Fiancé, fiancé, who's this little girl? She doesn't look like she's in university. Is she in high school? I've never seen her before. Is she a freshman? When they saw Hao Ren and Zhao Yanzi entering the restaurant hand in hand, the students here started to discuss among themselves. Hao Ren tried to use some force to free himself from Zhao Yanzi's grip, but Zhao Yanzi held onto him tighter. She would not let go of him. Humph. Now you all know that I'm Hao Ren's fiancé, Zhao Yanzi thought to herself. I heard he's close with Suhan, isn't his girlfriend Xie Yujia? I heard the twin sisters, Lu Linlin and Lu Lily, also like him. They've been in this complicated relationship. Approaching so many girls at the same time, he's such a playboy. He's such a scum. I hate these types of guys. All sorts of negative comments that attacked Hao Ren slowly flooded the restaurant. Zhao Yanzi was unmoved, and she pulled Hao Ren over to a seat. The waiter brought them a menu. While he waited for Hao Ren and Zhao Yanzi to order, he secretly peeked at Zhao Yanzi. Many of the waiters at the restaurants around the school were university students who were working part-time, so was this waiter. He took advantage of the opportunity to observe Hao Ren's new girlfriend, when he gave them the menu. This, and this. Oh, add this too. Zhao Yanzi ordered the expensive stuff because Hao Ren was paying. Hao Ren sweated and thought that Zhao Yanzi had overestimated him. Hao Zonghua and Yu Yang wanted him to live a simple lifestyle, so they didn't give him a lot of money each month. Most of his money was given to him by grandma, but she was in Zhejiang now. Therefore, Hao Ren's wallet wasn't fat. Okay. Please wait. The waiter took the order and returned to the cashier. He started to chat with the other waiters enthusiastically, saying that Hao Ren's new girlfriend was a strong competition to Xie Yujia. Ding! 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 The glass door of the shop was pushed open once again. Xie Yujia and Ma Lina, who were both in miniskirts, came in with smiles. The students in the pizza shop, both the customers and waiters, all brightened up. They were anticipating a good show to the detriment of Hao Ren. Hey! Isn't that Hao Ren? Ma Lina immediately saw Hao Ren by the wall. The start of a good show. Everyone focused their attention on Xie Yujia, who was still at the door, and Hao Ren, who was inside the store. Oh? Who's the pretty little girl sitting with Hao Ren? Ma Lina asked. Hao Ren did not expect Xie Yujia to show up. But on the second thought, a lot of girls like this place, so it was normal for her to be here. Didn't you say that he is busy and doesn't have time to help you today? Why is he having lunch with another girl? Ma Lina kept asking questions. All the students in the restaurant put down their utensils and watched both sides with excitement. She either caught her boyfriend cheating, or she bumped into her ex-boyfriend, they thought. Xie Yujia was the sister of the previous captain of the basketball team, Xie Wanjun, and the current basketball team's captain was Hao Ren's roommate and Xie Yujia's classmate, Zhao Jiayi. This is going to be good. The people thought. Hao Ren, you're also eating here? Xie Yujia said in pleasant surprise. Ha! Everyone was disappointed, and their spirits deflated like a broken balloon. Yeah, Yujia. Come sit over here, Hao Ren waved. Let's go over. Xie Yujia looked at Malina and walked over. Zhao Yanzi showed a long face and was not willing to eat lunch with Xie Yujia. However, she didn't scream. Instead, she quickly switched spots and sat next to Hao Ren, afraid that Xie Yujia would take that spot. Hao Ren, is this your sister or cousin? She's so cute, Malina said as she sat in front of Hao Ren and saw Zhao Yanzi's face. She had seen Zhao Yanzi before when Xie Yujia tutored Zhao Yanzi in their dorm room, and she even let Zhao Yanzi stay at their dorm for the night. Therefore, Malina quickly recognized that this was Hao Ren's little cousin. Fiancé. I'm his fiancé, Zhao Yanzi quickly refuted. He, you're still playing jokes on me. Malina laughed and didn't believe her. Zhao Yanzi was so mad that her face turned red. She wanted to prove her identity but didn't want to make a scene. What did you order? We should add some more. Malina was straightforward, and she asked the waiter for a menu. She also wasn't modest with Hao Ren and quickly chose a few more dishes. Hao Ren was Xie Yujia's boyfriend, and she was Xie Yujia's best friend. It was normal for Hao Ren to treat her for lunch. How did the boarding procedures go? Xie Yujia asked as Malina placed a few more order. Everything's done. I still have to go buy some stuff for Z since she needs them, Hao Ren answered. Okay, Xie Yujia nodded. If there's anything you need help with, feel free to ask me. She was gentle and generous, and Zhao Yanzi couldn't say anything to her. It made Zhao Yanzi more hostile toward Xie Yujia. Hao Ren liked how kind and gentle Xie Yujia was, but Zhao Yanzi could not behave that way. That was why she was so frustrated and jealous of Xie Yujia. Malina skipped back excitedly, and she started talking to Hao Ren about things that happened at school. Zhao Yanzi sat beside Hao Ren unhappily because she could not join the conversation when they were talking about university stuff. Hao Ren, did you know that the vice dean of the arts program, Qin Xiaoyang, quit? Malina's tone sounded very mysterious. Oh, I didn't know that, Hao Ren said. I heard he went abroad. Such a pity, he is so handsome. Malina sounded a bit disappointed. He was reappointed to the poor Northwest region, but he said it's abroad, Hao Ren thought. I'm full. Let's go. We still have a lot to do. Zhao Yanzi finished her last bite of pizza and dragged Hao Ren up. I'll go pay. Hao Ren went over to the cashier to pay. Zhao Yanzi held onto Hao Ren's arm and wasn't willing to leave his side. Malina was biting into a fried drumstick at the moment. When she turned her head over, she saw Hao Ren and Zhao Yanzi being so close. She then turned toward Xie Yujia who was by her side and asked, this little girl sure sticks to Hao Ren a lot. Aren't you jealous? She's Hao Ren's fiancé, Xie Yujia looked at Malina and said. Seeing Zhao Yanzi intentionally sticking onto Hao Ren, Xie Yujia was a bit jealous. Malina had thought that Zhao Yanzi was joking around, but Xie Yujia knew well that Zhao Yanzi was declaring war with her. However, if Zhao Yanzi wanted war, Xie Yujia was fine with it too. Malina smiled and waved at Hao Ren. She yelled, Hao Ren, I'm going to take Xie Yujia to check out the new handsome freshman at university's military training site. You don't mind, right? Hao Ren started sweating and thought, it isn't something that should be yelled out. Hey, stop yelling. Xie Yujia quickly tried to stop Malina. Even though Malina wanted to see handsome first-year students, she didn't want to. She wasn't as desperate as Malina. Yujia, I'm going to take Z to buy some stuff, Hao Ren said to Xie Yujia, acting as if he didn't hear Malina at all. Then, he dragged Zhao Yanzi out of the pizza restaurant. Everyone in the restaurant was disappointed because this adorable girl was only Hao Ren's little cousin. The guys were extremely jealous since Hao Ren had such a beautiful girlfriend and also such a cute little cousin. Hao Ren was deeply relieved when he walked outside. Don't worry. I didn't make you look bad. Zhao Yanzi rolled her eyes at Hao Ren. She was ready to battle with Xie Yujia, but she didn't want to make Hao Ren look bad in public. With her sharp female sixth sense, she knew that Xie Yujia wasn't going to let go of Hao Ren that easily. The gentler a person is, usually the more stubborn that person will be. However, Zhao Yanzi would also not back down that easily, nor would she admit defeat. Hao Ren smiled. List what you wanted to buy again. A pencil case, a backpack, pens, a lamp, slippers, a small fan. Zhao Yanzi started counting the things with her fingers. They could buy some of these things in small specialty shops at Hongji Square, and they would need to go to supermarkets to buy the rest. It would at least take half a day to buy everything on Zhao Yanzi's list. There were many specialty shops at Hongji Square, and some sold small things that girls would love. Zhao Yanzi wouldn't even look at the prices and brought all the things that she liked because she was using Hao Ren's money. It didn't take long before Hao Ren's bag was full of random stuff. Zhao Yanzi continued to drag Hao Ren over to the supermarket to fully take advantage of Hao Ren's free labor. She was going to get everything she needed today. Hao Ren hung the 2 big bags on the handlebars of the bicycle and got Zhao Yanzi back to Lingzhou Middle School. It was convenient to get to Zhao Yanzi's school from East Ocean University. Hao Ren was pedaling the bicycle while Zhao Yanzi sat in the back seat and hummed songs. The slight wind blew in their faces, and the trees on the 2 sides of the road were sprouting. There was a moment when Hao Ren thought he had gone back in time to his middle school days and was in school with Zhao Yanzi at the same time. "Uncle, we're here." Zhao Yanzi brought Hao Ren back to reality. Okay. Hao Ren coughed twice and stopped the bike. He realized that there was a small generation gap between him and Zhao Yanzi. Ah, so romantic. Ling and the other 2 dorm mates of Zhao Yanzi were laughing and yelling from room 406's balcony when they saw Hao Ren and Zhao Yanzi. Zhao Yanzi blushed and glared at Hao Ren. "Hurry up and carry my stuff upstairs." Such a sad day. Hao Ren carried the 2 big bags into the building and up the stairs to the 4th floor. It was the move-in day, so there were a lot of parents around helping, and males were now temporarily allowed in. However, if Hao Ren wanted to come here in the future, it wouldn't be this simple. The parents of the 3 girls in room 406 already left. The other 2 girls had boarded before, but Ling hadn't. That was why the other 2 girls had organized their stuff and were helping Ling with hers. Zhao Yanzi bought her stuff just today. She had never lived at school until now, so she didn't know what to do and how to organize everything. The other 3 girls didn't help Zhao Yanzi intentionally so that there was an opportunity for Hao Ren to make a good impression on Zhao Yanzi. However, Zhao Yanzi felt bad, so she helped Hao Ren to sort out her stuff. Your boyfriend treats you so well," Lu Qiqi said when she saw how sweaty Hao Ren had gotten from moving stuff around. What? Although Zhao Yanzi seemed to be against what Lu Qiqi said, her facial expression showed otherwise. Hao Ren was also a bit embarrassed, and his face turned bright pink. It was weird enough that he had a fiancée in middle school, but he also had to deal with these middle school friends of Zhao Yanzi. "Yo. I'll take you all around Hongji Square later today. It's not far from here, and I'm familiar with that place. There are even specialty bubble tea shops and ice cream shops," Zhao Yanzi said happily, trying to change the topic of conversation. Hao Ren was at a loss for words as he thought, "You're familiar with the place, if it weren't for me taking you around." "Uncle, if there isn't anything else to do, you can go now," Zhao Yanzi said to Hao Ren after she saw that the lamp on her desk was already set up. She was going to have fun at Hongji Squares with her friends without Hao Ren. Humph. Who told you to be such a player, eating lunch with Xie Yujia, she thought. Chapter 526. Full mark from Suhan. Hao Ren went back to his dorm building No. 7 extremely sweaty. "Ren, where's your fiancé?" Zhou Liren tried to tease Hao Ren when he saw him. At the moment, he was half naked and playing cards. He still couldn't forget the pretty and energetic Zhao Yanzi. "She went back." Hao Ren answered. "You lied to me, right? That pretty girl is a high school student, right?" Zhou Liren asked as he winked at Hao Ren. When Zhou Liren went back to their dorm, he kept thinking to himself about Zhao Yanzi. She didn't look like a middle school kid. Also, with Hao Ren's conservative personality, there was no way that he would dare to date a middle schooler. Yeah, Hao Ren nodded. He started to strip his beddings and putting them in the common washroom to wash. The beddings had been there for 2 months, so it was slightly dusty. He could do these kinds of chores since he was a kid, and that was why he was able to help Zhao Yanzi with organizing her stuff in her dorm. He didn't know when Zhen Kongming was starting school. However, he supposed that the latter had a lot of fun at Wu Luoxi's place this summer. Then, Hao Ren went out to the balcony to look up at the night sky. He was thinking about the snowlion cubs on Fifth Heaven and was wondering whether they were starving. Xie Yujia had planted spiritual herbs and raised those spirit beasts, turning Ethereal Summit into a small sky mountain sect. Inside his necklace were 3 black dragon bone grasses. Hao Ren started to think about the Demon Sea and thought that the place was full of treasures. If he were able to comb it, he would likely find lots of treasures. Hao Ren turned to his left to see Lingzhou Middle School. He counted the windows and floors of the dorm building to find the location of room 406. He saw that the balcony door was still closed, meaning that the 4 girls were still at Hongji Square. Suddenly, a red beam of light dashed upward from dorm building No. 3, and Hao Ren knew that it was Xie Yujia going to Fifth Heaven to feed the snowlion cubs. Hao Ren stood on the balcony, sensing the natural essences. Approximately half an hour later, the red light appeared again from the sky. It flew down and hovered beside the balcony that Hao Ren was standing on. Xie Yujia was sitting on Little White's back, floating in front of Hao Ren's balcony. She smiled at Hao Ren, and there was some sweat on her forehead, indicating that she had rushed back. I forgot to give you these herbs last time. Here are 3 black dragon bone grasses. Hao Ren got 3 spiritual herbs out from his storage space and gave them to Xie Yujia. Okay. Xie Yujia nodded and put the black dragon bone grasses in her storage space. Since these spiritual herbs weren't replanted after they were pulled from the ground, they couldn't be revived. However, they were still great materials for making elixirs. Go to sleep earlier tonight. We have to pick our courses tomorrow, Hao Ren said. Okay. Xie Yujia smiled faintly. Then, she and Little White left and flew toward dorm building number 3. Hao Ren, who are you talking to? Zhao Jiayi looked toward the balcony and asked. He was still playing cards. Out of Hao Ren's 3 roommates, Zhao Jiayi had the most sensitive ears. Nothing. I'm just talking to myself, Hao Ren said. Because of the energy sphere, they were not able to see Xie Yujia and Little White on their balcony just now. I think Ren's just a bit too thrilled because he has such a pretty little cousin. Zhou Liren couldn't stop talking about Hao Ren's little cousin. He was envious of Hao Ren, and he was showing it. Damn. You played the wrong card again. Zhao Jiayi hit Zhou Liren's head with a plastic water bottle. Hao Ren turned over to look at them as he smiled relaxingly. The red light disappeared behind dorm building No. 3, indicating that Xie Yujia had successfully returned to her room. With Little White's speed, it only took half an hour for a round trip from their school to Fifth Heaven. It was so quick that no one would be suspicious of her disappearance, but it was just a bit exhausting for Xie Yujia. The demon sea had dense nature essence and was filled with an abundance of spiritual herbs. Although Hao Ren didn't know how resourceful the center of the demon sea was, he had been to the outskirts, and there were a ton of treasures already. To breed 7 core 5-color lotuses required gathering 7 of the best materials between the sky and earth. These things might not even be readily available in the 6th heaven. Kunlun Mountain might have them all, but they couldn't get in. The 2 places on 1st heaven where nature essence was dense and spiritual herbs grew freely were the Demon Sea and the 9-Dragon Palace. In order to get his hands on the treasures, strength was paramount. Hao Ren took out the jade slip and held it in his hand. He quietly tried to comprehend the sword techniques documented within it. The Lu sisters weren't good with swords, and Suhan focused on cultivation rather than specific sword techniques. That was why Hao Ren was better in sword techniques than the 3 girls even though he hadn't reached mastery. Zhao Kuo had fought Hao Ren with just his bare fists instead of using his tri-pointed double-edged sword. That was why when Hao Ren suddenly used the sword techniques, Zhao Kuo couldn't do anything about it. Hao Ren couldn't really call that fight with Zhao Kuo a real victory. This set of mystic water sword techniques was indeed incredibly powerful. If he were able to reach top-tier gen level and comprehend the second sword technique in the Jade Slip, he would be able to go to the Demon Sea again with Suhan to find even better spiritual herbs, and he might even be able to pick up a few more treasures along the way. Zhao Jiayi and the other guys played cards until midnight. Because the dorm was too hot, they decided to pull their mattresses out to the balcony and sleep there. Hao Ren couldn't escape from this glorious tradition of 4 men sleeping in a straight line together, and they chatted while sleeping in the light breeze. Hao Ren was able to see Zhao Yanzi's dorm room through the balcony fence. Their light was still on, so it seemed like they were also chatting. It was quite easy to figure out what they were talking about. Hao Ren had to choose his courses online the next day. East Ocean University followed a course selection system, and students could choose a wide range of courses on their own. As long as students took enough credits, they could graduate from the school. That was why students had to free up 2 days for course selection before school officially started. Students could only make the course selection through the internet. According to dorm policies of East Ocean University, first-year and second-year students weren't allowed to have internet. Now that Hao Ren and his buddies were in their 3rd year, they could have internet. However, they hadn't got the internet set up, so they could only go to the school's computer lab to make course selection. Zhou Liren and the other guys were lazy bugs, but they had rushed over to the computer lab very early in the morning to get a spot. East Ocean University's course selection system was active starting from 9 o'clock, and all students aimed for the courses which were worth a lot of credits and were easy to pass. Before the official course selection system opened, students had already done research to see which courses were easy, and which teachers were laid back. These types of information were very important to them. Of course, which course Suhan will be teaching this semester was the most important. Transducer theory and application. Hao Ren was forced to disclose, so he could only be honest. I love you, brother Ren. When Zhou Liren heard this, he almost ran over to kiss Hao Ren. He thought Hao Ren's little cousin Zhao Yanzi was cute, but his goddess was still Suhan. The guys ran to Academic Building D where the computer labs were. Xie Yujia and Ma Lina also didn't have internet in their dorm yet, so they were already here. Both the third and fourth floor in the building were computer labs, and each lab had around 30 computers. However, there were still far more students than the number of computers. Hao Ren, over here, over here. Xie Yujia stood on her tiptoe and waved at Hao Ren. Since there were far more students than computers, the school needed to separate students into clusters to go inside for course selection. Xie Yujia was guaranteed to be in the first group to go into the computer labs because she lined up very early and was at the front of the line. Our trusty former class president, Cao Ronghua, looked very happy. He ran over, dragging Hao Ren along with him. Damn. If it weren't for you guys playing cards until late night. The new class president, Yu Rong, ran over looking rather blue. The guys cut the line shamelessly with Hao Ren, and they had forcefully pushed the line back 4 to 5 spots. The students behind them in the line were about to get mad, and Xie Yujia hurried to calm them. They rolled their eyes at her explanation and didn't further intensify the situation. The good thing was that there were more than 10 computer labs on the 2 floors, so it wasn't that big of a deal. In addition, Zhao Jiayi was the basketball team's captain who led the school to win the championship of the National University Basketball League, so a lot of students gave him face. More and more students gathered on the 3rd and 4th floor of the building. It was finally 8:30 a.m., and the first cluster of students could enter the labs to start the computers and enter the course selection system. Hao Ren's group was able to get into the first computer lab, and they took a whole row of computers. Although the course selection system wasn't online yet, the grade system was. With this half an hour, Zhou Liren and the others started entering their student numbers to check their final exam marks. Bam! 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 3 big red numbers appeared on Zhou Liren's report card. 3 failed courses. Ah! Zhou Liren immediately screamed incredibly loudly. Just like what a pig would sound like before it was killed. It made everyone in the computer lab look toward him. Hey, if you're yelling and screaming, please go outside. The teacher responsible for keeping order in the computer lab pointed at Zhou Liren. Sorry, Zhou Liren immediately pled. He then looked over at Hao Ren's monitor. 90, 92, 95, 87, 86, 100, GPA. 4.28. Program ranking, 3. Ah! Zhou Liren immediately screamed again. Hey! The teacher in charge looked at Zhou Liren angrily. Zhou Liren quickly covered his mouth with both hands and looked down. He was pleading guilty. He looked at Hao Ren with shock as he lowered his voice. Damn. Number 3 in the program. Are there errors in the system? Or did you check Xie Yujia's student number? He moved his body over a bit to look more carefully at Hao Ren's monitor. It was indeed Hao Ren's name and student number. Ranking 3rd in the program. This was a ranking that could receive a scholarship. Zhou Liren looked at his own statistics. GPA, 2.67. Program ranking, 397. East Ocean University calculated students' performances with their credits and course grade. That meant each course was weighed differently to prevent students from boosting their GPA by taking bird courses unrelated to their program. Zhou Liren couldn't believe that Hao Ren was ranked 3rd in the program. According to his impression of Hao Ren's grades were only a little better than the rest of them. Every time, he was able to pass just slightly above failing line. Hao Ren was actually pretty shocked when he looked at his report card. He wasn't shocked at his overall grade but shocked that he got 100 from Suhan in weak optical signal processing, the hardest course in his program. Suhan, she actually did it, Hao Ren thought. There were a few questions he didn't know the answer to, so he randomly scribbled something. Hao Ren, how are your grades? Xie Yujia slanted her head over to see. So, Hao Ren responded. 3rd in the program. Xie Yujia's eyes brightened up. Not bad. Then, she saw that Hao Ren got 100 in weak optical signal processing. She was a bit shocked since she had studied the hardest in this course, and she only got an 89. From the looks of it, Suhan didn't even look at Hao Ren's answer sheet and directly gave him 100. What about you? Hao Ren asked her. So, Xie Yujia responded with a smile. Hao Ren wouldn't believe Xie Yujia's response since she was low-key. He looked at Xie Yujia's monitor and saw she had a total score of 431, number 1 in the program. Hey, you guys over there, give me some space to go through. Just when Hao Ren and Xie Yujia were looking at each other's grades and waiting for course selection to start, a few guys charged into the computer lab. Huang Zuji waved a fan and walked up from the back. Chapter 527. Brother Ren. Although people could log into the course selection system of the school through the internet, everyone liked to pick their courses at the school's computer lab since the router was located in that building, and the internet speed was the fastest in that area. Because there were many students at East Ocean University, the website often would crash after logging into the course selection system. Therefore, picking classes at the computer lab had become a tradition at East Ocean University. Especially for those students who were about to graduate, they had to choose courses that were easy for them to pass and could boost their GPA before graduation. On the other hand, some students would also like to pick the easiest instructors for their required courses so that they would not fail the class and delay their graduations. However, if these courses were full, there was nothing they could do to get into those courses, even if they tried to talk to the instructors alone. The exception was that if someone dropped the course, then there would be an empty spot. However, students usually wouldn't drop such popular courses. Hurry up and leave. A few tall guys saw that the students at the door weren't moving, so they went over to urge them. The teacher who was in charge of the order of this computer lab was skinny, and he turned his head around when he saw Huang Zuji walking into the computer lab. All the students and teachers knew that Huang Zuji's dad was a deputy mayor of the city. Although he usually acted recklessly and cared for nobody in school, he did not break any laws, so he would not bring any trouble to his dad. Those students who were sitting near the door stood up unwillingly. Although they were angry, they didn't dare to do anything since they knew that they didn't stand a chance against Huang Zuji. There were more than a dozen students from the rock climbing club accompanying Huang Zuji. Since they needed more than 4 computers, they started kicking out other students. Those students who were being kicked out stood beside the computers as they hoped that Huang Zuji and his friends would finish quickly so that they could continue choosing their courses. Get out, get out. One of those guys came over and kicked Hao Ren's chair as they saw him remaining seated. Due to Hao Ren's fame, this guy knew about Hao Ren and the grudges between him and Huang Zuji. Back when they were still in 3rd year, they didn't dare to be too arrogant. Now that they had entered 4th year, and Xie Wanjun had graduated, the rock climbing club had nothing to worry about anymore. Hurry up and give up the computer. This guy started to lose his patience and kicked Hao Ren's chair harder since the latter was still sitting. The chairs in the computer lab were actually square stools. If Hao Ren didn't sit still, he could have fallen off the chair. Hey, don't go too far. Xie Yujia stood up and yelled. Huang Zuji, who was fanning himself, heard the shout and turned his head. When he saw one of his henchmen fighting over a seat with Hao Ren, he was surprised and walked over quickly. Brother Huang, what a small world. We saw him again, the guy said to Huang Zuji. Huang Zuji looked at Hao Ren and then at this guy who was still yelling. Pow! Huang Zuji folded his fan and smacked it on this guy's head. A red mark appeared on this guy's forehead, and he was utterly stunned. Then, Huang Zuji put away his fan and slapped this guy on the back of his head, making this big and tall man take a few steps forward. The guy rubbed the back of his head and had no idea what he had done wrong. Then, Huang Zuji threw the fan angrily at his face. Apologize to Brother Hao, Huang Zuji yelled at him angrily. That guy looked at Huang Zuji in shock. Then, he looked at Hao Ren and said quietly, Brother Hao, sorry. Hao Ren sat on the stool and did not say a word. Huang Zuji charged toward him and hit him in the back of his head again. The smacking noise was so clear and loud that everyone in the computer lab heard it. Was that an apology? Huang Zuji stared at him and said. Brother Hao, I'm sorry. This simple-minded, strong guy roared. Hao Ren looked up at Huang Zuji and said sarcastically, Huang Zuji, you look majestic. Huang Zuji smiled and said, Brother Hao, sorry. I didn't know you were here. Zhou Liren, who was sitting right next to Hao Ren, was stunned. Jiu Jiadong and everyone else were also shocked. Go line up outside, Hao Ren said coldly. Yes, we will. Huang Zuji picked up the fan on the floor and left the computer lab with his henchmen. While walking out of the computer lab, Huang Zuji slapped the back of that guy's head again as he was still angry at him for messing with Hao Ren. After knowing Hao Ren's family background, Huang Zuji tried to avoid seeing him at school. How could Huang Zuji not be angry when he found out that one of his boys deliberately provoked Hao Ren? During the summer break, Huang Zuji's dad warned him about Hao Ren and told him that he should try to make friends with Hao Zhonghua's son, who studied at East Ocean University. Even if he couldn't become friends with Hao Ren, he shouldn't mess with him. That was because people like Hao Zhonghua had good relationships with all the influential people in the city, and he had the power to affect the mayor's decision on firing and promoting any deputy mayors. As Huang Zuji walked out of the computer lab, people like Yu Rong, Jiu Jiadong, Huang Jianfeng, and Zhao Jiayi were all stunned. Brother Ren, shall I call you Brother Ren? Zhou Liren looked at Hao Ren confusedly. We are about to start picking our courses. Why don't you double-check your class list? Hao Ren glanced at him and said. Oh, Zhou Liren listened to Hao Ren's words and took a sheet of paper out. The paper listed the best courses to pick in the second choices. However, they still had to act fast in order to be enrolled in those courses. Mr. Sun, we are here to pick our classes. Right before the course selection system opened, Lu Qi entered the computer lab with the members of the Go Club. Unlike other clubs at school, the Go Club was one of the most important clubs. It had its own practice rooms, and this computer lab that was located right next to the school's network router was their exclusive computer lab. Due to the large numbers of students who had to select their courses, this computer lab was open for all students for the day. Since Xie Yujia knew that the internet speed was the fastest in this room, she and Ma Lina started lining up in the early morning outside of it. Lu Qi looked around and saw that the entire computer lab was full. He then noticed Hao Ren, walked over, and said, "Brother Hao." Lu Qi, the president of the Go Club, was a handsome young man who wore glasses. He was very famous amongst the upper-year students, but unlike Huang Zuji who was arrogant, he was humble and had a lot of fangirls. Other than being separated from other clubs in school, the principal would personally allocate a sum of money to the Go Club each year as funding. Therefore, Huang Zuji wouldn't dare to mess with Lu Qi. The fact that Lu Qi walked toward Hao Ren and called him, "Brother Hao," shocked Zhou Liren once again. Lu Qi is very famous amongst in the school, and he is even a year older than Hao Ren, he thought. "Oh, picking classes?" Hao Ren looked at Lu Qi and asked. "Yes. I brought the Go Club here to pick courses as well," Lu Qi replied. He had his reasons for calling Hao Ren, "Brother Hao." First of all, Hao Ren was a level 3 inspector, which meant that he had a much higher status than Lu Qi. Also, since Hao Ren had become an inspector, all the young dragon cultivators wanted to become Hao Ren's assisting inspector. Right now, there were only 2 inspectors in East Ocean City, and both were in East Ocean University. One of them was Suhan, and the other was Hao Ren. Since everyone knew that Suhan didn't want to have anything to do with the dragon cultivators in school, it meant that she wouldn't pick anyone to become her assisting inspector. Hao Ren was a special case. Therefore, Hao Ren was the only hope for them. After one became an assisting inspector, he or she would gain a lot of benefits from Dragon God Shrine. "Lu Qi, do you want me to empty a few seats for you?" The teacher who was responsible for looking after the computer lab asked. This computer lab originally belonged to the Go Club. Before the room was opened to the students, a few notices were posted on the front door that said, "If a Go Club member wants to use the computer, one must give up his or her seat." "There's no need, Mr. Wang. We will wait here." Lu Qi waved his hands politely. Since Lu Qi wasn't taking anyone's seat, the other club members also had to wait behind Hao Ren. "Oh, there is a little girl who is trying to find you, and she is outside," Lu Qi suddenly said. "Huh?" Hao Ren was surprised. "I didn't know where you were, or else I would have brought her up here. I can go find her for you now," Lu Qi continued. "I will go find her myself." Hao Ren left the computer lab and ran to the window across the hallway. He saw Zhao Yanzi riding a bike outside and wandered around. Hao Ren searched his pocket and realized that he did not bring his phone with him. "Hey, right here," Hao Ren yelled. Zhao Yanzi looked up and saw Hao Ren. Then, she pouted and left her new bicycle on the ground before she ran into the building. Hao Ren waited for her at the staircase and saw her face covered in sweat. Since the summer wasn't over yet, it was still very hot even in the mornings. "Why are you here?" Hao Ren asked. "I was bored. That's why I came to your school. I asked a fire elemental dragon, but he didn't know where you were. All he said was that you might be at this building picking your courses." Zhao Yanzi wiped off her sweat and said. "We are picking courses," Hao Ren said. "Ha, it is cooler here." Zhao Yanzi followed Hao Ren into the computer lab and said happily. Since there were air conditioners inside the computer lab, it was nice and cool. This room belonged to the Go Club, so the computers, air conditioners and the water machines were all brand new. "Ah, your little cousin is here again." Zhou Liren saw Zhao Yanzi and said delightfully. "It's fiancée. Fiancée." Zhao Yanzi corrected him again. Then, she suddenly saw all the other students in the computer lab staring at her, and her face turned red instantly. She walked faster and followed Hao Ren to his computer. Hao Ren's report card remained opened on his computer screen, and Zhao Yanzi looked at his grades and was surprised. "Third place in your program? There must be very few students at your program, right?" Hao Ren only smiled. His program actually had the most students. Zhao Yanzi then turned her head and looked at Xie Yujia's computer screen. She was left speechless when she saw Xie Yujia's grades and realized that the latter was the first place of the program. "Little girl, take a seat here." Lu Qi gave Zhao Yanzi a square stool. He now remembered seeing Zhao Yanzi at the general exams at the Dragon God Shrine. As a fire elemental dragon, although he wasn't close to the East Ocean Dragon Palace, he had to treat her well since she had a close relationship with Hao Ren. Thank you. Zhao Yanzi smiled happily and moved the stool next to Hao Ren before she started leaning on him. Xie Yujia looked at Zhao Yanzi and shook her head helplessly. It is obvious that she is here to watch over Hao Ren and me, she thought. Zhao Yanzi was sitting right between Hao Ren and Xie Yujia, deliberately separating them from each other. It's 9. Course selection starts now. Jiu Jiadong yelled nervously. Try to pick the same courses together. Yu Rong yelled, University English. Class numbers are 008 and 010. Pick Zhao Lehua as the instructor. Theories of Sociology, 02094049, Zhang Haidong. The computer lab, which was initially calm and quiet, was suddenly as loud and intense as a battlefield. This is my class list. Xie Yujia gave a piece of paper to Hao Ren. All the courses Xie Yujia was going to take have been printed out. The courses' names, class numbers, names of the instructors, everything was included. Hao Ren looked at Zhou Liren, who was hitting the keyboard crazily to his left, and then at Yu Rong, who had all his veins bulging as he yelled. He thought for a moment, followed Xie Yujia's class list, and started entering the class numbers into the system. Most of the classes during the third year were mandatory. Thus, all the third-year students took these classes together since they had no choices. However, they were still able to take a few non-mandatory courses. Although the classes on Xie Yujia's class list might not be the easiest courses, all these classes were scheduled before noon. Therefore, other than some mandatory courses, they had no classes in the afternoons. This would help Hao Ren and Xie Yujia cultivate on fifth heaven without being noticed. Xie Yujia spent a lot of time organizing this class list since she had to make sure they could meet the credit requirements, course requirements, and the scheduling requirements. The internet was indeed high-speed at this computer lab since Hao Ren and his friends were able to finish picking their courses within a few minutes. Meanwhile, students in the other computer labs were screaming about the crash of the website. Since Hao Ren copied everything from Xie Yujia's list, he was going to have all the classes with her this semester. On the other hand, Zhao Yanzi's schedule was organized by her class advisor. Therefore, she did not understand why everyone was screaming since she had never experienced the need to pick her own classes before. Gongzi. Right when Hao Ren finished logging out of the course selection system, Lu Linlin and Lu Lili entered the computer lab joyfully. Haha, we got Gongzi's class list. Lu Linlin ran toward Hao Ren and grabbed the class list in front of him. Then, she immediately logged into the computer and typed in the information. Lu Lili took Xie Yujia's computer and received the class list from Lu Linlin. Then, she entered the class numbers and picked all the courses Hao Ren had. Your classes are supposed to be different from mine, right? Hao Ren looked at them helplessly. Bingo. Lu Linlin made a V-shaped hand gesture. My sister and I took the program switching exam at the end of the first year, and we passed. Chapter 528. Legendary Elixir Master, really? Hao Ren looked at Lu's sisters in surprise. In theory, they could select any courses offered by the university. However, if they picked courses of other programs randomly, there might be a schedule conflict with the mandatory courses of their own program. Ha ha ha, Lu Linlin snickered at Hao Ren. Lu Lili smiled shyly, showing her white teeth through her curving lips. From Lu Lili's expression, Hao Ren was sure that they had successfully transferred to his program. All the first-year students could apply to transfer programs at the end of the school year as long as their grades reached certain thresholds. The first 20-minute course selection slot is now over. Everyone, please leave the computer lab, the teacher in charge said. Laughing light-heartedly, Lu Linlin and Lu Lili stood up and skipped toward the door of the computer lab. To make the school life easy for them, Lu Qing had arranged for them to enter the films program. However, after almost half a year of hard work, they succeeded in transferring to Hao Ren's program. Except for the members of Go Club, the students all left the computer lab to be replaced by the next group of students who were waiting outside in line. Zhao Yanzi followed Hao Ren out of the computer lab. After all, she came to visit Hao Ren to relieve her boredom. Last night, she had gone singing with Ling and her other roommates, and they went back very late. More energetic than Ling and the other girls, Zhao Yanzi got up early, and her first thought was to come and find Hao Ren. Awesome! Awesome! After walking out of the computer lab, Zhou Liren yelled in excitement. Since he had been one of the first groups who logged into the course selection system and had the fastest internet speed, he had no trouble selecting every course he wanted. If things went smoothly, he wouldn't fail any classes this year. Lu Linlin and Lu Lili were also cheerful. Although they could have logged into the course selection system in their dorm building, they purposefully came here to find Hao Ren to select all the courses he had. This way, they could go to all the classes with Hao Ren. The lower year students could take courses designed for upper year students, as long as they could pass the exams. Since they were transferred from another program, Lu Linlin and Lu Lily were supposed to take the freshmen's courses. However, they'd rather stay with Hao Ren. It was quite common to have students of different years taking the same courses. For example, Zhou Liren had to retake a first-year course he had failed again. However, Zhou Liren didn't feel any shame from it. Instead, he claimed that failing the course was part of his strategy to get close to the first-year girls. Hungry. 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 The moment they came out of the building, Zhao Yanzi began to yell and wanted to eat. She was bored when she watched Hao Ren select courses in the computer lab, and she didn't know that Hao Ren and Xie Yujia had selected the same courses right under her eyes. She was quite ineffective as a separation wall. Since the new Lingjiao Middle School's cafeteria hadn't opened yet, Zhao Yanzi had come to East Ocean University so that Hao Ren would treat her to a meal. Stop nagging. Hearing Zhao Yanzi repeating herself like a robot, Hao Ren interrupted her in a hurry. I'll take you to the cafeteria for lunch. Okay. Zhao Yanzi cheered up immediately. Separated by only a 3-meter wide street, she could ride the bike to East Ocean University from Lingjiao Middle School and make Hao Ren buy her meals every day. She had tried the dishes at East Ocean University's cafeteria, and the food wasn't bad. Here, Zhao Yanzi pushed her bicycle into Hao Ren's hands. From her perspective, it was natural for Hao Ren to ride the bike and carry her. Seeing her act, Zhao Jiayi and the other guys all thought that Hao Ren's little cousin was ferocious. Since our school starts tomorrow, she probably won't come as often, right? They thought. Hao Ren rode the bicycle toward Clear Stream Cafe, the cafeteria closest to them, with Zhao Yanzi sitting on the back seat. Smiling helplessly, Xie Yujia rode her bike and followed Hao Ren. Lu Linlin and Lu Lily had bought a tandem bicycle from somewhere, and they rode it in giggles. Dumbfounded, Yu Rong and the other guys watched Hao Ren as he rode the bike toward the cafeteria with 4 beauties. They were envious and wished that they could one day also rank third in the program and hang out with as many girls as Hao Ren did. It was the last day for the freshmen's campus military training. When Hao Ren rode toward the cafeteria with Zhao Yanzi sitting on the back seat, he saw several formations marching along the boulevard by the lake. March, the trainer yelled. Wah, 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 wah. The freshmen marched neatly. When Hao Ren was a freshman at East Ocean University, he had been in the same military training as well. Therefore, when seeing this, he felt a little nostalgic. In fact, while they were in the military training, the guys had secretly named Xie Yujia the most beautiful girl in the class and later all voted her as the class president. Hao Ren had an excellent impression of Xie Yujia then, but he thought that such a pretty and elegant girl wouldn't notice him. Seeing the same thing, Xie Yujia also thought back to 2 years ago. At that time, she had little impression of Hao Ren. In the blink of an eye, 2 years had passed, and she had found her little older brother. Having never seen a campus military training before, Zhao Yanzi sat sideways on the back seat facing the marching formation. She watched them curiously while waving her arms and feet, copying their movements. Following Hao Ren and Xie Yujia on their tandem bicycle, Lu Linlin and Lu Lily passed the formation with wide open eyes, finding it quite fun. Since they entered East Ocean University in the later part of the school year, they had been lucky to miss the freshmen's military training. Wah! 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 When Zhao Yanzi, a super cute little girl, passed, the formation managed to keep its shape. When Xie Yujia, a beautiful senior student, passed them riding on a bicycle, the formation barely held still. Lastly, when the pretty and cute twin beauties passed them riding on a tandem bicycle, the formation finally collapsed. Hualala, the uniformed steps got messy, and the students stepped onto the heels of others who were walking ahead of them. Like domino cards, a large group of students in the formation fell to the ground. The sweating trainer who was wearing a military uniform looked back and cussed. The formation that was made of all male students looked at the beauties, and they couldn't be pulled back. Classes 3, 4, 5 and 6, stand for 1 hour. When Hao Ren rode out of the boulevard, he heard the furious roars of the trainer behind him. The cafeterias in East Ocean University had nice environments and tasty dishes. Starved, Zhao Yanzi ate more than Hao Ren did to compensate her missed breakfast. Seeing her undisguised appetite, Hao Ren found her quite cute. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, the counselor would come and give them a lecture before the new school year began, and there was nothing scheduled before that time. After lunch, Hao Ren immediately took Zhao Yanzi and others to Fifth Heaven. Ethereal Summit on Fifth Heaven looked quite different since Zhao Yanzi's last visit. Seeing more than a dozen chubby snow lion cubs, she was overwhelmed by their cuteness and rushed over to take them into her arms. Lu Linlin and Lu Lily helped Xie Yujia take care of the spiritual herbs and then collected the golden poop of the snow lion cubs before spreading it in the fields as fertilizer. Little White, let's go. Seeing the four girls busy with their own business, Hao Ren rode Little White out of the valley. With lots of time on his hand, Hao Ren changed into a Taoist robe in his cave abode and rode Little White to Kongtong sect for a visit. With Little White's speed, they quickly arrived at the mountains where Kongtong sect was. The once prosperous Kongtong sect had become ruins, and the front and back mountains were filled with big craters, probably the work of nearby smaller sects which had come here and tried to find treasures. After putting away Little White, Hao Ren reduced the appearance of his realm to low-tier foundation establishment realm before landing on the ruins. A mid-aged cultivator who was a mid-tier foundation establishment realm cultivator was flipping through the ruins. Seeing that Hao Ren appeared to be a low-tier foundation establishment realm cultivator, he said, "Friend, this spot is mine." "Hee, friend, why is Kongtong sect in this dilapidated state?" Hao Ren asked. "Don't you know anything about it?" That cultivator looked at Hao Ren in contempt. Kongtong sect messed with a powerful cultivator and got destroyed. "What kind of powerful cultivator?" Hao Ren asked immediately. "Did you just come out of seclusion cultivation?" That cultivator looked at Hao Ren suspiciously and waved his hand. "This spot is mine. Take your questions to another place." Friend. Hao Ren took out 3 low-tier spirit stones and placed them into that cultivator's hands. There were both rich and poor cultivators who were on foundation establishment realm. Since this cultivator was here to search through the ruins of Kongtong sect, he definitely wasn't a rich person. Seeing the spirit stones, he immediately took them and changed his tone, saying, "This powerful master is from Ethereal Summit, which was originally called Herb King Valley. It's said that a powerful elixir master lives in Ethereal Summit and satisfies all the requests with his or her advanced elixir making skills. The cultivator who destroyed Kongtong sect is one of the core disciples who had reached top-tier core formation realm. He was so mad that he broke the longsword." He described the scenes to Hao Ren in detail, oblivious to the fact that the man standing before him was the main character in his story. After that young man killed several elders, 2 elders stole some elixirs and fled in 3 days. 5 days later, Hongshan sect, Gungyang sect, and Xinxiang sect came to attack them. The sect master of Kongtong was killed by his own disciples, and all treasures were robbed, the cultivator continued. "So, that was what happened." Hao Ren pretended to be surprised. Kongtong sect, which had more than 1,000 years of history, was indirectly wiped out by him. No wonder cultivators on 5th heaven held Ethereal Summit in high regards. "Yeah. Now, that master controls 3 sects near the Ethereal Summit, and they are Qin Yin sect, 7-star sect, and Changhua sect." The cultivator looked at Hao Ren and asked suddenly, "Friend, don't you know this?" Please inform me." Hao Ren handed 2 more low-tier spirit stones. These spirit stones were Zhao Yanzi's loots when she robbed the evil cultivators. Before leaving the valley, Hao Ren took some as his pocket money, and they found their use here. Looking at Hao Ren, the cultivator thought to himself, "This young cultivator is very generous and must be from a big sect." For exchange of some information, he offered 5 low-tier spirit stones, equivalent to the annual income of a Qi refinement realm cultivator. However, since the disciples from big sects usually have solid backgrounds, they couldn't be messed with easily. At this thought, the mid-aged cultivator put away the spirit stones and continued, "These 3 sects are controlled by the master in Ethereal Summit who is trying to collect all kinds of spiritual herbs on 5th heaven. Since this master is trying to collect spiritual herbs, anyone who can bring him or her the required items will be rewarded with all kinds of level 3 elixirs. It's said that this master is making an extremely powerful elixir." This cultivator thought he was delivering important information and didn't know that Hao Ren was laughing on the inside. Now, the name of Ethereal Summit, Herb King Valley, and the elixir master had their fearsome reputation all over the place. Ordinary cultivators would never mess with the Ethereal Summit. The elixir pills made by this master are now selling at 600 low-tier spirit stones each in the markets controlled by the big sects. In the underground markets, it's 800 low-tier spirit stones for 1 pill. Prices of the precious spiritual herbs have increased greatly. Each sect is sending their elite disciples to guard the herb gardens, which have become the most important place in the sects. Some precious spiritual herbs are guarded by specially appointed cultivators since they hope to trade them for elixirs, the mid-aged cultivator continued. In his eyes, Hao Ren was just a young cultivator who had just reached the foundation establishment realm and came out for the experience. It was quite a good deal for him to earn several spirit stones with the information everyone knew. However, after hearing these things, Hao Ren knew that Xie Yujia's elixirs had begun to gain reputation, and those sects which ignored the growth of spiritual herbs due to their inability to make elixir pills were now growing their unique spiritual herbs to trade for the elixir pills that Xie Yujia could make. It meant that Xie Yujia had developed lots of downlines, and the entire fifth heaven had become Xie Yujia's herb-growing base. Besides elixir-making skills, this master's realm is probably very high. After all, the disciple destroyed Kongtong sect easily. If you and I are to fight with this disciple, neither of us would be able to withstand his attacks, the mid-aged cultivator continued. It felt like he wished that he could become one of the disciples of Ethereal Summit. He didn't know that the man standing before him was in fact the very person who had destroyed Kongtong sect. Are there any treasures left in Kongtong sect? Hao Ren asked him. Well, Kongtong sect is a big sect with a history of more than 1,000 years, and I guess that there might be some treasures left behind. Thinking that Hao Ren wanted to seek treasures in this place, the mid-aged cultivator hesitated a little. Looking around the big mountains, Hao Ren saw several Foundation Establishment realm cultivators moving around. Having no interest in their activities, he flew up into the sky. Under the mid-aged cultivator's astonished eyes, Hao Ren turned into a white light beam and vanished into the distance, and he was headed toward Ethereal Summit. When Hao Ren was about to go into the valley, he saw a girl standing at the entrance. Duan Yao from Sky Mountain Sect on 6th Heaven is here to exchange an elixir pill with Master. The girl released a voice transmission note into the valley. Chapter 529. Duan Yao, Elixir Pill. Standing at the entrance of the valley anxiously, Duan Yao looked respectful, and her request for elixir sounded sweet and cute without a trace of previous aggression. However, no reply came from the valley. Worried, Duan Yao took out another blue voice transmission note and said, "Hearing the great name of Master, I'm here to offer 16 level 5 spiritual herbs, return dragon grasses, in exchange for 1 beauty pill." Standing behind a hill in the distance, Hao Ren watched Duan Yao in secrecy. Due to the array formation built by Zhen Kongming, the mist around the valley could affect spiritual sense and reduced visibility. That was why Duan Yao didn't know that Hao Ren was watching her from a hill. Duan Yao had thought that the master in the Herb King Valley would meet her or at least talk to her after she revealed her background. To her surprise, this master completely ignored her. In the end, she had to express her real requests honestly. Now, the reputation of the Herb King Master had spread to 6th Heaven through the first-tier sects on 5th Heaven. Hearing that one could get beauty pills from Ethereal Summit on 5th Heaven, Duan Yao stole 16 level 5 spiritual herbs from Sky Mountain Sect's herb garden and came to 5th Heaven to trade for the elixir pill. This time, she didn't even bring Luya, the level 5 snow lion. The truth was that she couldn't steal Luya this time because her father took Luya with him all the time so that Duan Yao couldn't sneak out with it to cause trouble. "Master, please trade the elixir pill with me. I, Duan Yao, the daughter of the sect master of Sky Mountain, will be grateful for your help." Receiving no response from the valley, Duan Yao gritted her teeth and drew out the third voice transmission note and sent it into the valley. The voice transmission notes were unique since they could penetrate through array formations. As a result, they were very expensive. To obtain a beauty pill, Duan Yao had used 3 such notes, which was a high price. By sending the first voice transmission note, Duan Yao had hoped that the Herb King Master would give her a beauty pill due to the fact that she came from Sky Mountain Sect on 6th Heaven. That way, she could return the level 5 spiritual herbs to the sect, and no one would know. By sending the second voice transmission note, she offered to trade the level 5 spiritual herbs for the beauty pill. In fact, the value of 16 level 5 spiritual herbs was way higher than 1 beauty pill, but the pills were hard to come across. Besides, the beauty pills made by Herb King Master on 5th Heaven had excellent quality. Since she didn't receive any response from the valley, she had to send the third voice transmission note and disclose her identity to show her sincerity. As the daughter of the sect master of Sky Mountain Sect on 6th Heaven, she wouldn't lower her status to trade for pills in the 3 nearby small sects. Besides, if she could befriend this master who was in nascent soul realm, it would benefit her, and her father would probably refrain from punishing her. After releasing 3 voice transmission notes, Duan Yao stood at the entrance of the valley and looked at the white mist with clenched fists in expectation. This girl is the daughter of the sect master of Sky Mountain. Standing in the distance, Hao Ren couldn't help smiling. Duan Yao revealed everything about her background in those 3 notes. The silence in Ethereal Summit meant that Xie Yujia and others were waiting for his decision. At this thought, Hao Ren flew to the side of the valley and entered the array formation. "Gongzi, Hao Ren, uncle." Sure enough, the girls shouted the moment Hao Ren entered the valley. From the inside of the valley, they could see Duan Yao's vague figure at the entrance. Through the array formation Zhen Kongming built, they could see the outside of the valley while the people outside couldn't see the inside of the valley. "This stupid woman. I was planning to go to 6th Heaven to find her. It's just as well that she came here." Zhao Yanzi rolled up her sleeves and yelled. Actually, she was wearing a t-shirt. Her action was her way of revealing her aggressive personality. Little Jumu, calm down. Lu Linlin and Lu Lily hurried to stop her. With 3 voice transmission notes in her hands, Xie Yujia asked Hao Ren, "What do we do?" She knew that Sky Mountain sect was a sect on 6th heaven. Hao Ren had once stolen the secret technique from them, and Zhao Yanzi had a personal grudge against Duan Yao. However, she was surprised to learn that this young girl was the daughter of the sect master of Sky Mountain. After all, Sky Mountain sect was a big sect on 6th heaven. "Do you have any beauty pill with you?" Hao Ren asked her. "Yes. I have a dozen of them," Xie Yujia answered. Due to the equal amount of market demand for the beauty pills and foundation establishment pills, the production of these 2 kinds of pills was the greatest among all the pills that Xie Yujia made. She had been more proficient in making them and had a large stock of both pills. An elixir for cultivation, foundation establishment pills couldn't be taken in large quantities. However, beauty pills had no side effects and could improve one's complexion besides sustaining one's beauty, becoming a luxurious skincare product for the female cultivators. Even Lu Linlin and Lu Lily had asked for 2 pills from Xie Yujia. The safest and most profitable way to make money in the world of cultivation was to make beauty pills. Of course, the making of beauty pills required advanced elixir making skills and abundant spiritual herbs. Except for Xie Yujia, the herb king master who could make elixirs in large quantities, none of the traditional elixir masters would waste their time on making beauty pills which couldn't bring any benefits to cultivation. "Then, give her 1 beauty pill," Hao Ren said. "What?" Zhao Yanzi, who had been blocked by the Lu sisters, jumped up suddenly. Every woman loved to have beautiful looks, and the female cultivators were no exception. Compared with mortal women, female cultivators could easily live for hundreds of years and thus had a more ardent wish to sustain their beauty. For most female cultivators, the price of hundreds of spirit stones was too high, almost as expensive as a foundation establishment pill, which was craved by most of the foundation establishment realm cultivators. However, after getting the foundation establishment pill, they would be at least mid-aged when they reached the foundation establishment realm. If they acquired beauty pills at that time, they could only retain their mid-age's looks. As the daughter of the sect master of Sky Mountain, Duan Yao enjoyed all kinds of cultivation resources and didn't lack foundation establishment pills that were craved by most cultivators. With top-tier talent, she was taken good care of by several powerful cultivators at nascent soul realm since she was born. At about 2 years old, she had been taught by her uncle master, who was the most senior and powerful nascent soul realm cultivator in the sect. That was why she had reached the core formation realm at an early age of 16. However, Sky Mountain sect, which excelled in elixir making, didn't know how to make beauty pills since none of the elixir masters wanted to spend their time on the elixir that could only sustain looks but had no effects on realm elevation. Even if they tried to make them, they failed, wasting lots of precious herbs. Duan Yao tried to force some of the elixir masters in the sect to make beauty pills, and the experiments all failed. After knowing these incidents, her father forbade all the elixir masters in Sky Mountain sect to make beauty pills and ordered them to focus on the foundation establishment pills and other elixirs which were useful to the disciples. Otherwise, they would be kicked out of the sect. Discouraged by the failures and reprimanded by her father, Duan Yao turned her mind to purchasing beauty pills and asked some of her senior brothers in the sect to search for them on 5th and 6th heavens. However, none of them could bring her news about the pills. Last time, she used the excuse of White Sand sex incident to do some investigation with her senior brother Yi on 5th heaven. However, instead of finding beauty pills, she had made enemies with Zhao Yanzi and Hao Ren. After 2 months of grounding, she was released from confinement in the back mountain, and she planned to play obedient in the sect to placate her father. However, when she heard that the Herb King Master who was living in Ethereal Summit on 5th heaven could make beauty pills, she was tempted and decided to slip onto 5th heaven to ask for the pills. If she could get the beauty pill, she would be satisfied even if her father gave her a good beating. Hey! Hey! Seeing Hao Ren walking to the entrance of the valley with a beauty pill in his hand, Zhao Yanzi ran over immediately and spread her arms to stop him. "You can't give it to her." Zhao Yanzi glared fiercely. "She is lingering around Ethereal Summit. If Sky Mountain sect follows her here, it won't be a good thing for us," Hao Ren said with a frown. "Well," Zhao Yanzi spread her arms and looked at Hao Ren with a pout. You find her pretty, right?" Some unnamed jealousy rose in Zhao Yanzi's mind, realizing that Duan Yao was in fact quite beautiful, despite her rude manners. Hao Ren must like her since he wants to give her a beauty pill. Besides, she is the daughter of the sect master of Sky Mountain sect, which sounds quite dashing, she thought. Suddenly, Zhao Yanzi found Duan Yao to be a significant threat to her. Young, beautiful, vivacious and came from a good family. She was even at a higher realm compared with Zhao Yanzi. She even calls him a pervert. Maybe she is interested in him as well, she thought. I don't care. You can't give her the beauty pill. Gritting her teeth, Zhao Yanzi continued to stand before Hao Ren with her arms spread as she thought, this Duan Yao is a great threat to me. If she likes Hao Ren, I don't even have the strength to stop her. Besides, this Duan Yao looks like a fighter, not someone who will easily back down like Xie Yujia. Exasperated, Hao Ren glanced at Duan Yao who was outside of the valley and sighed, putting away the pill. He just didn't want to make trouble for themselves. Besides, one beauty pill wasn't something precious for them. However, Zhao Yanzi hated Duan Yao and wouldn't want to give her anything. Okay. I won't give her the pill if you can make her leave, Hao Ren said. Okay. Just watch how I do it. Gritting her teeth viciously, Zhao Yanzi drew out her purple-green treasure sword and jumped onto Little White before flying out of the array formation from the back of the valley. Chapter 530. If I don't kill you, my last name isn't Duan. Seeing her rushing out viciously, Hao Ren laughed. The aggressive Duan Yao and ferocious Zhao Yanzi had been in conflict more than once, and Hao Ren was curious how Zhao Yanzi would force Duan Yao back. Riding on Little White, Zhao Yanzi rounded to the front of the valley from the back in the blink of an eye. Duan Yao, who had been waiting for a reply, looked back immediately when she heard the whistling noise behind her. Zhao Yanzi from City Sect is here to ask Master for pills. Riding on Little White, Zhao Yanzi landed at the entrance of the valley quickly. Duan Yao froze for a moment, surprised that someone else also came here to ask for pills. Then, her eyes widened when she saw that the newcomer was Zhao Yanzi. Well, it's you. Zhao Yanzi pretended to be surprised. Pooh, standing inside of the valley, Hao Ren burst into laughter. Zhao Yanzi was smart to pretend that she also came here to ask for pills, so Duan Yao wouldn't suspect her relationship with Ethereal Summit. Sure enough, Duan Yao overcame her surprise and drew out her green water longsword, glaring at Zhao Yanzi, BTCH. Last time when Zhao Yanzi broke into Sky Mountain Sect at night, she took Duan Yu's jade pendant after beating her. Before that, Zhao Yanzi had robbed her cultivation technique and treasure sword, making her take all the blame. Thinking of all the old grudges, Duan Yao wished that she could kill Zhao Yanzi. Well, you are brave since you dare to fight me on the territory of the master, Zhao Yanzi said and backed off several steps, pretending to be fearful. Hearing her words, Duan Yao, who had already drawn out her sword, became cautious. She glared at Zhao Yanzi, saying, "Bitch, you can't escape from me today." With her core formation realm, she thought that Zhao Yanzi couldn't escape from her anyway, and the priority right now was to get the beauty pill. At this thought, she turned back to the valley and waited for the reply of the forefather. Indeed, if they fought here, they would displease the forefather, and he would never give her the beauty pill. Of course, she believed that Zhao Yanzi, who was at mid-tier foundation establishment realm, wouldn't dare to fight here. After she acquired the beauty pill, she would ambush Zhao Yanzi near the valley, and the latter wouldn't be able to escape. Wah! Just when she was confident that Zhao Yanzi wouldn't dare to attack her, Zhao Yanzi suddenly stabbed the purple-green treasure sword toward her. Tianshu sword technique. Startled, Duan Yao immediately dodged. But the sword tore open her sleeve, exposing her white arm. Zhao Yanzi slashed out the purple-green treasure sword again. Tianshuan sword technique. The second sword technique was more complicated than the first one. Surprised that Zhao Yanzi had mastered the second sword technique, Duan Yao lifted her green water sword to block, but it was cut into two halves by the purple-green treasure sword, which continued to advance, leaving a bloody scratch on her tender arm. In pain, Duan Yao clenched her teeth and backed off 2 steps. She glared at Zhao Yanzi while holding the wound on her left arm with her right hand. How dare you fight on the territory of Herb King Master? Duan Yao held her anger in check for the sake of the beauty pill. Without a word, Zhao Yanzi slashed out the purple-green treasure sword, launching out Tianshu and Tianshuan together. Dang! Duan Yao lifted her broken sword to block, and it was cut into 2 halves again. As one of the best treasures at Sky Mountain Sect, the purple-green treasure sword was extremely sharp. Duan Yao only brought an ordinary sword on this secret trip, not daring to tell her father that she had lost the treasure of Sky Mountain Sect. However, how could this ordinary sword compete with the purple-green treasure sword? Seeing Zhao Yanzi hacking toward her with her own sword and her own techniques, Duan Yao got furious. Guessing that Herb King Master could see what was happening outside of the valley, she yelled, "Master, I don't want to offend you, but this evil woman is outrageous and doesn't respect you at all." She yelled and dodged, trying not to fight with Zhao Yanzi. Yell. Yell. No one will mind you even if you lose your voice by yelling. Zhao Yanzi slashed the sword toward Duan Yao again. Standing in the valley, Hao Ren shook his head with a smile when he saw Zhao Yanzi forcing Duan Yao to retreat continuously. With the aid of the level 2 Little White, Zhao Yanzi wasn't at a disadvantage when she fought with Duan Yao, who didn't have the level 5 Snowlion with her. Wah! Again, Zhao Yanzi's sword cut into Duan Yao's shoulder. Hiss! The shoulder of Duan Yao's clothes was torn open, and blood gushed out, dyeing her clothes red immediately. That's enough. Duan Yao was furious. Ignoring that fact that she might not be able to get the beauty pill, she took out a dagger and stabbed at Zhao Yanzi swiftly. Hao Ren was startled, but Zhao Yanzi promptly blocked the dagger with the purple-green treasure sword and jumped onto Little White's back. Roar! With burning flames appearing on its 4 golden paws, Little White flew up with Zhao Yanzi on its back. BTCH. Don't run. Duan Yao threw the dagger with her right hand, and the silver dagger turned into a white light, shooting toward Zhao Yanzi. As a girl from a well-known family, Duan Yao certainly had 1 to 2 Dharma treasures for defense, and the dagger was one of them. Usually, Duan Yao used the purple-green treasure sword and rarely took out the dagger. Now that Zhao Yanzi had taken her purple-green treasure sword, and the green water sword which she took from the sect had been cut into pieces by Zhao Yanzi, she had no choice but to use the dagger. The dagger drew a strange arc in the air while it shot toward Zhao Yanzi's head. Zhao Yanzi was shocked since the dragon cultivators were used to direct close-range combat, and she was inexperienced with shooting Dharma treasures as a method of attack. Ding! Fortunately, the purple-green treasure sword was not an ordinary Dharma treasure. With her clumsy sword techniques, Zhao Yanzi slashed out the sword and sent the dagger to another direction while she broke into cold sweat out of fear. How can you fight me with such clumsy sword techniques? Duan Yao snorted and decided that since she couldn't get the beauty pill, she would take back her sword and jade pendant and bring the evil woman back to Sky Mountain Sect as a captive. With a slight movement of her fingers on her right hand, the dagger immediately turned around and shot toward Zhao Yanzi's back. Under Duan Yao's control, the dagger was as swift as Hao Ren's sword energies. However, she could only control 1 dagger while Hao Ren could master hundreds of sword energies. Zhao Yanzi was still sweating from the attack on her head a moment ago, and the dagger shooting toward her heart from the back brought chills all through her body. She was surprised at Duan Yao's abilities. Seeing that Hao Ren had no intentions of coming out and helping her, Zhao Yanzi panicked and clutched Little White's fur. Little White! Little White! Boom! Little White's paws released 7-colored light and flew with all its strength. Duan Yao's dagger couldn't catch up with Zhao Yanzi. Although Little White was only a level 2 spirit beast, its flying speed could rival that of a nascent Soul Realm cultivator due to the Dharma treasure Zhen Kongming had given it. Standing at the entrance of the valley, Duan Yao was angry with impatience. Without Luya, she couldn't catch up with Zhao Yanzi, and Zhao Yanzi had broken the green water sword which could be used as a flying sword. Zhao Yanzi, who was sweating, laughed with relief when she saw that the dagger couldn't catch up with her. Then, she turned Little White back. You! Duan Yao looked up at Zhao Yanzi and Little White in a fury and put all her force into the dagger, but the dagger was always a dozen or so meters behind Zhao Yanzi. Sitting on Little White's back, Zhao Yanzi turned circles around Duan Yao in the air leisurely before the entrance of the valley, consuming Duan Yao's nature essence. If I don't kill you today, my last name isn't Duan. Determined, Duan Yao bit open her finger and spat out blood into the air. The dagger which was chasing after Zhao Yanzi, suddenly accelerated while it turned from white to red, shooting toward Zhao Yanzi rapidly and unnoticeable to the naked eye. This speed was even faster than Little White. Hao Ren tried to help, but it was too late. The dagger shot toward Zhao Yanzi's heart in a flash. Wah! Little White suddenly opened its mouth, and a white light beam shot out from its mouth. Bang! Zhao Yanzi's chest received a heavy strike, and the great pain drove her from Little White's back. Hao Ren shot out of the array formation almost as fast as lightning and caught Zhao Yanzi. Pervert! You've been lurking nearby. Seeing Hao Ren, Duan Yao widened her eyes and yelled in a fury. She looked quite like Zhao Yanzi, but the difference was that Zhao Yanzi faked her anger most of the time while Duan Yao was serious. Busy dealing with Zhao Yanzi, Duan Yao didn't see that Hao Ren rushed out from the misty valley, thinking he flew over from somewhere outside of the valley. Are you okay? Hao Ren looked at Zhao Yanzi anxiously and almost reached out to check her injury on her chest. Rough, Little White landed and barked continually. Following the direction of its golden paws, Hao Ren saw a dagger frozen in ice on the ground. He immediately knew that Little White had spat out a cloud of ice energy to freeze the dagger, and the thing that struck Zhao Yanzi wasn't the sharp dagger but the hard ice block. I'm dying, I'm dying. Zhao Yanzi opened her eyes, and tears gushed out of her eyes when she saw Hao Ren. She had just begun to like Hao Ren, and now she would die on fifth heaven. Her parents, she hadn't started her grade 9 yet. All kinds of irrelevant thoughts flashed through her mind. When she saw Hao Ren holding her, she burst into tears. You're not dying. Little White saved you. Hao Ren comforted her in a hurry while pointing at Little White not far from them. Duan Yao looked at them coldly, thinking that they were a weird couple. However, she was a bit touched when she saw Hao Ren holding Zhao Yanzi in his arms, comforting the crying girl. Pervert. I'll kill you too. Gritting her teeth, she tried to regain her control of the dagger but found that she couldn't sense it. Pant. Pant. Little White picked up the dagger that was frozen in ice with its teeth and trotted to Hao Ren's side, putting the dagger in his hand. Chapter 531. Who is more vicious? Zhao Yanzi, who was crying, froze for a moment when she saw the dagger in Little White's mouth. She picked up the big ice block from Hao Ren's hand and studied the dagger that was frozen inside. Standing a dozen meters behind Hao Ren, Duan Yao was astonished and didn't know what to do next. Although her sword techniques were more powerful, and her realm was greater, Duan Yao's experience in the world was limited as well. Experienced cultivators would have discarded their dharma treasures and fled, but she stood where she was, staring at Hao Ren and Zhao Yanzi in a daze. I'm not dead. Understanding this important point, Zhao Yanzi looked down at her chest and saw that her clothes were intact. She stood up and glared at Duan Yao. You said that you won't use your last name if you don't kill me, right? Alarmed, Duan Yao looked at her while she backed off involuntarily. She felt that although Zhao Yanzi's realm was lower than hers, the girl wasn't easy to deal with. Then, she began to run toward the outside of the valley with all her strength. Little White. Zhao Yanzi ordered. With a low roar, Little White dashed forward in colorful lights and blocked Duan Yao. Duan Yao had thought nothing of the level 2 snow lion. However, she was now horrified after seeing it possessed both ice elemental and fire elemental powers. At Sky Mountain Sect, only the level 4 snow lions could use ice elemental techniques, but this level 2 snow lion could do it, far surpassing the power of ordinary level 2 snow lions. She didn't know that the number of elixir pills Little White had eaten surpassed the number of elixir pills all the snow lions in the back mountain of Sky Mountain Sect had had. Want to run? In your dreams. Feeling that she was fine except for the pain in her chest left by the ice, Zhao Yanzi got out of Hao Ren's arms and glared at Duan Yao. She wanted to rush over and strike at Duan Yao. However, she stayed close to Hao Ren since she didn't know if Duan Yao had more powerful dharma treasures. Kill me then. Duan Yao bit her lip and yelled with pale face. She had just spat out a mouthful of essence blood to empower the dagger, but it still missed Zhao Yanzi. Now, she was so weak that she couldn't even stand still, not to mention fleeing. I won't kill you. Zhao Yanzi glared at her. I'll cut 50 or 60 lines in your face. Humph. You dared to stab me with the dagger. I'll spray some potion on your face, so your face will never recover. Although Duan Yao said those brave words, she was still frightened deep down. Hearing that Zhao Yanzi would cut her face, she turned even paler and looked at Zhao Yanzi in fear. The strong preyed on the weak in the world of cultivation, and Duan Yao had heard about such cruelties, which was why she was prepared for her death with forced bravery. However, instead of killing her, Zhao Yanzi declared that she would cut her face and turn her into an ugly monster, giving Duan Yao greater fear. Although she had never been killed, she had seen hideous monsters. The cultivators who secretly cultivated evil techniques and failed had all turned extremely ugly. Hey, Hao Ren looked at her in concern after hearing her words. It was one thing for her to be fierce, but it was entirely another thing if she turned evil and vicious. I'm just scaring her, Zhao Yanzi whispered. She learned these words from a TV show, and they were quite effective for scaring Duan Yao. Duan Yao had been vicious with her attacks and tried to stab Zhao Yanzi's heart with the dagger, which was why Zhao Yanzi wanted to give Duan Yao a lesson. Even though she grew up as the only daughter of the sect master of Sky Mountain, and she was cared for by several nascent soul realm cultivators, she was easily frightened just like Zhao Yanzi. Humph. If you don't want your face to be hurt, hand over the level 5 spiritual herbs, and I'll let you go, Zhao Yanzi yelled. Glaring at Zhao Yanzi with hatred, Duan Yao picked up the storage bag that was hanging on the belt around her waist and took out 16 return dragon grass. Give me the bag. Zhao Yanzi extended her hand. Gritting her teeth, Duan Yao put the spiritual herbs back into the storage bag and tossed it toward Zhao Yanzi. Zhao Yanzi caught it and weighed it in her hand, looking satisfied. She looked like a professional robber. You got my stuff. We are clear, Duan Yao said. Who said that? Did I say that I'd let you go? Zhao Yanzi said as she attached the storage bag to her belt. Hao Ren turned to look at her, thinking that Zhao Yanzi was indeed shameless, and Duan Yao was no match for her. Duan Yao shook with rage. "Master, help," she suddenly called out to the valley. She heard that the master living in Ethereal Summit also had a snow lion and thus probably was related to Sky Mountain sect, which excelled in raising snow lions. She assumed that her sect had given some snow lions to this powerful master. The reason why Duan Yao said she was from Sky Mountain sect was that she hoped she could receive a beauty pill for free. However, the valley was silent, and no reply came from it. Thud. Thud, Duan Yao suddenly started running. "Little White," Zhao Yanzi called out again. Little White lifted its head and bumped into Duan Yao's belly. Duan Yao was forced to back off 2 steps and sat on the ground with hands on her stomach. Little White showed Duan Yan no mercy. Knowing that she tried to stab Zhao Yanzi, she was a bad person in its mind. Zhao Yanzi took the opportunity and jumped over. She picked up the purple-green treasure sword and pretended to cut into Duan Yao's face. However, she forgot that Duan Yao was a core formation realm cultivator after all, even though she couldn't defeat Little White. With a swift turn of her wrist, Duan Yao took the purple-green treasure sword from Zhao Yanzi's hand and turned the sword at Zhao Yanzi's throat. Zhao Yanzi turned pale with fear at the sudden change of event, and she dug into her pocket to find something to block the attack in a hurry. However, there was no weapon in her pocket but a bag of soy milk which she had bought from the cafeteria. Due to the hot weather, Zhao Yanzi had put a small bag of soy milk into her pocket after lunch in East Ocean University, and she was planning to drink it when she was thirsty. When she took it out, Duan Yao, who was pressed to the ground beneath her, thought it was a powerful Dharma treasure and immediately stabbed at it with the sword. Huala, the bag was pierced open, and the soy milk splashed onto Duan Yao's face. Ah! Screaming, Duan Yao ditched the purple-green treasure sword and covered her face with her hands before jumping up and running out of the valley. Without instructions from Zhao Yanzi and Hao Ren, Little White stood where it was and didn't chase Duan Yao. In a daze, Zhao Yanzi sat on the ground, wondering why Duan Yao had tossed aside the purple-green treasure sword after taking it back from her. Ouch! Outside of the valley, a patrolling Foundation establishment realm disciple from 7-star sect was hit by Duan Yao, and she took his flying sword and flew towards 6th heaven swiftly. City sect. I remember the name. Wait for the destruction of your sect. Duan Yao disappeared into the distance after turning into a dash of light. Chapter 532. A moving treasure vault. Duan Yao was using a secret technique to fly very fast. From her tone, one could tell that she was trembling a bit, but that tremble was due to anger. She did not get the beauty pill this time, and she thought that it was because the Herb King Master was probably not in the valley. Therefore, she could come again another time. However, Duan Yao had never heard of the city sect that Zhao Yanzi mentioned. She could look everywhere on 5th heaven and might still not able to find it. Duan Yao had a deep hatred toward Zhao Yanzi since the latter had taken her valuable sword, her cultivation technique, her jade pendant, her spiritual herbs, and her beauty pill. The more Duan Yao thought about it, the angrier she got. She thought that the Herb King Master might even gift Zhao Yanzi the beauty pill that should belong to her. This thought made her so mad that smoke was almost coming out of her head. In her mind, Zhao Yanzi could use returned dragon grasses which she had stolen from her sex and traded in for a beauty pill. Duan Yao flew with all her might, and she touched the wet liquid on her face, suddenly couldn't help but cry. That evil and malicious woman had actually spread poison over me, she thought. She was scared that her face was damaged and couldn't turn back to normal even if she could eat a beauty pill. After thinking about this, she got even more angry and anxious. She almost used up all her nature essence. Even though she remembered her father warning her about how harmful the blood escape technique was to the body, but she didn't have any choice but to use it. She flew rapidly towards 6th heaven, and anxious tears flew out of her eyes. If my face is destroyed, I will cut you into 1,000,000 pieces. Duan Yao endured the dizziness she felt and put almost half of all her essence blood into the flying sword that was under her feet. Zhao Yanzi did not know how scared she made Duan Yao feel with just a bag of sweet soy milk. When she saw Duan Yao running away, she laughed and picked up the dagger that Duan Yao left behind. After melting the outer layer of ice, she put it in her own storage space. She once again took out the thing she got from her victory, which was the storage bag she got from Duan Yao. She discovered that there were only 6 mid-tier spirit stones in addition to the 16 returned dragon grasses and a map of the 5th heaven. She was a bit disappointed at how poor Duan Yao was. In reality, 6 mid-tier spirit stones were equivalent to about half of the total wealth of the smaller sects on 5th heaven. 1 mid-tier spirit stone could be traded for 100 low-tier spirit stones. However, anyone hardly would make such a trade because spirit stones were not only the currency amongst human cultivators but could also increase the speed of cultivation. A mid-tier spirit stone was full of nature essence that was far superior to that of 100 low-tier spirit stones combined. Dragon cultivators had dragon cores. Even if they held spirit stones, they would not be able to improve their cultivation efficiency since they cultivated fast in the first place. That was why spirit stones were only used for constructing array formations for dragon cultivators. However, it was different for human cultivators since they could absorb the nature essence within the spirit stones and increase their cultivation speed by a lot. These 6 spirit stones that Duan Yao took with her on this trip were all her personal savings that she had accumulated for more than 10 years. She was planning to use these spirit stones to trade for a beauty pill if Herb King Master wasn't willing to accept the deal of 16 level 5 spiritual herbs. On this trip, she didn't get to meet the Herb King Master but bumped into her mortal enemy, Zhao Yanzi. The latter took the spiritual herbs and spirit stones away from her. It was easy to imagine the amount of frustration and anger Duan Yao felt. A map. Hao Ren held the map up and studied it carefully. He was also not interested in the 6 mid-tier spirit stones, but this map of 5th heaven moved him. Zhao Yanzi had once robbed some maps from those evil cultivators, but those maps were either too small or too vague. However, this map of 5th heaven from Duan Yao was drawn on a large sheet of parchment. After being unfolded, one could see all the mountains, sect distribution, nature essence intensity, all depicted in great detail. Even Hao Ren's Herb King Valley was on the map. However, the 3 small sects were not on the map. Small sects like them could easily be destroyed within months, so there was no purpose even to mark it on the map. They are indeed a strong large sect on 6th heaven since they had detailed information about 5th heaven. Hao Ren secretly thought to himself and put the map away. As soon as he and Zhao Yanzi returned to the valley, Xie Yujia, Lu Linlin, and Lu Lili went over to them. Zhao Yanzi got Duan Yao's dagger and was very excited. The purple-green treasure sword was a bit too long and big for her to carry, so she couldn't take it to 1st heaven before she turned it into her natal Dharma treasure and could store it in her body. This dagger, however, was just the right size to store inside her necklace. With this dagger, she could fly around on it like Hao Ren on his sword energies. This dagger also looks strong. I need to do research and experiment with it, Zhao Yanzi thought and threw the storage bag over to Hao Ren before running into her own cave. She had gotten good things from Duan Yao multiple times. She suddenly felt like Duan Yao was a moving treasure vault. At this thought, she realized that she had forgotten to take Duan Yao's other jade pendant from her. Duan Yao had intentionally covered her jade pendant with her clothes when she took off the storage bag from her waist, and Zhao Yanzi was too careless, so she didn't think about this at all. Ah, I forgot. I'll definitely take it from her next time. Zhao Yanzi realized that she didn't take everything that Duan Yao had and felt like she wasn't professional enough. She shook her head with regret. At that time, Duan Yao, who had reached 6th heaven, felt an inexplicable burn on the back of her ears. Her blood boiled up, and she spat out half a mouthful of blood. She was very angry. At Ethereal Summit, Xie Yujia was pleasantly surprised when she received the 16 return dragon grasses. Return dragon grasses were level 5 spiritual herbs. They were only inferior to the top tier level 6 spiritual herb, so they were extremely valuable and useful ingredients for elixir making. The value of the 16 return dragon grasses was worth 3 beauty pills. If Duan Yao knew about this, she would probably spit another mouthful of blood. Hee hee, Hao Ren, this is good stuff. Even in 5th heaven, you can't get these kinds of level 5 spiritual herbs. Xie Yujia picked up the return dragon grass lightly and looked at them. They still looked very fresh and seemed like they had just been plucked out of the ground recently with their roots intact. In order to preserve their spiritual properties, Xie Yujia quickly planted them in the spiritual field, hoping that they could continue to grow. Hao Ren knew that these spiritual herbs were valuable, so he helped Xie Yujia to plant them. When Lu Linlin and Lu Lili saw Hao Ren helping, they also came to assist. Soon, they planted the 16 return dragon grasses in the spiritual field. Then, Xie Yujia ran to her cave to get a little white paper package. She came out and opened the package of golden powder and spread it onto the field. The leaves of the returned dragon grasses that had almost completely withered suddenly restored their vitality at a speed that was visible to the human eye. The leaves that were leaning down started to stretch back out slowly. What is that? Hao Ren looked at the little paper package in Xie Yujia's hand with shock. Little White's poop. Xie Yujia pointed at Little White. How is it powder? Hao Ren was extremely confused. Little White's poop is very rich, so it's hard to control the quantity used. That's why I put its poop out in the valley under the sun to let it dry and harden. Then, I milled it into powder, so I could precisely control the amount I use because different types of spiritual herbs require different doses of energy, Xie Yujia explained seriously. Hao Ren looked at her in shock. He didn't know that she had already completed everything in such detail. Little White probably sensed that they were talking about its poop, so it shamelessly came over, waving its butt non-stop, desiring praises. Hao Ren looked at the small amount of golden powder left in Xie Yujia's paper package, and the powder let out a dazzling light. Who could have thought that the powder came from Little White's butt? However, in terms of actual value, Little White's poop was probably more expensive and valuable than gold. N0, Vel, B, J, N, served as the original host for this chapter's release on N0V3LB1N. Hao Ren put the storage bag and the map of Fifth Heaven into the Treasure Light Pavilion, rested for a bit, and brought Xie Yujia and the girls back to East Ocean University when it got late. Zhao Yanzi was incredibly happy about getting the dagger. Although she had not completely made this Dharma treasure into her own yet, she had already wiped out the spiritual senses Duan Yao left on it. After resting for a bit, Zhao Yanzi could spread her own spiritual senses onto the dagger. With some more practice, she would be able to control it like a small flying sword. Dragon cultivators focused on individual cultivation. Overall, unlike human cultivators, dragon cultivators wouldn't overly rely on things like elixir pills and Dharma treasures. That was also the reason why there weren't many elixir masters and Dharma treasure masters. They would try to make their own treasures individually. As long as the materials were of adequate quality and matched their elemental attribute, the final product would be sufficient for their use. A good example was Suhan's white jade sword. That was also a reason why Zhao Yanzi was. There weren't treasures like this dagger in the East Ocean Dragon Palace. I'm going to school. If there's nothing important, don't come and find me, Zhao Yanzi said to Hao Ren as she rode her bicycle happily toward the main gates of East Ocean University. Hao Ren looked at her helplessly, thinking that she had looked for him when she didn't have anything important for him to do. It was obviously an unfair treaty between them. The class meeting is about to begin. Let's head over, Xie Yujia touched Hao Ren and said as she watched Zhao Yanzi disappear in the sunset. Okay. Let's go. Hao Ren nodded. Course selection had been completed today, so tomorrow would be the official start of a new semester. The campus military training for first-year students was also over, so they would be starting their first day of university tomorrow as well. Okay. Let's go. Gongzi, Lu Linlin and Lu Lily sat in their tandem bicycle with one person in the front and the other in the back as they looked at Hao Ren. What are you two doing? Hao Ren looked at them. Class meeting. The Lu sisters looked at Hao Ren as if nothing was wrong. Aren't you two in the second year? Hao Ren asked. The so-called class meeting wasn't just merely held in one's class. It was more like a meeting of the students who were in the same year and the same program. There would also be an award ceremony for scholarships and awards. This year, second-year and third-year students are together. The fourth-year students' meeting is focused on their thesis and employment trends, while first-year students have a welcoming ceremony. They have separate events, Xie Yujia explained. Hao Ren looked at them and then looked at himself, suddenly feeling like he was going to be in an unfortunate position. Lu Linlin and Lu Lily were Lu Qing's granddaughters, and it was impossible that the program director did not know about this. He was probably going to introduce them to everyone where 80% of the students were males. Someone was going to be hated by everyone. Chapter 533. Mechatronic Engineering Program, full of beauties? The four of them rushed to Academic Building F. Hao Ren carried Xie Yujia on ladder's bike, and the Lu sisters rode their tandem bicycle. Just imagine the scene where the Lu sisters rode their tandem bicycle around the school. It would be a beautiful scenery and iconic wonder of East Ocean City. Little White chased behind their bicycles, running extremely fast. Since school would start tomorrow, they dropped by the print shop located beside the library and printed out their schedules. As of 5 o'clock in the afternoon, all the courses in the elective system were arranged. Hao Ren used the computer in the print shop to log into the course selection system and saw that his courses did not change. This meant that the course schedule for the semester had been fixed. The three girls' electives were the same as Hao Ren's, so the printed schedules were the same. Holding the schedule, the four went to Academic Building F. The large lecture hall on the first floor was already full of students, and the four walked in and quickly attracted the attention. Xie Yujia was the most popular girl in the program for the last 2 years, so all male students in the school knew about her. Lu Linlin and Lu Lily had cut their hair short, and the male students almost didn't recognize them. They thought that the beautiful twins were first-year students who accidentally went to the wrong classroom. With a glance, Hao Ren saw Yu Rong and the other guys sitting in the last row of the classroom, so he led the Lu sisters over. Along the aisle, all the male students' eyes followed them. Lu Linlin and Lu Lily, like two well-behaved followers, walked behind Hao Ren closely with steps that were light and feathery. Yu Rong and the other guys also looked puzzled. They knew that the twins from the film's program liked to stick with Hao Ren, but they did not expect them to follow him here. Right now, others still did not know that the Lu sisters were transferred to their program. There were still a few empty seats in the back row, and the Lu sisters sat on Hao Ren's two sides like two beautiful bodyguards. Brother Ren, let me see your schedule. We must be together for all our classes, right? Zhou Liren saw the Lu sisters sitting with Hao Ren and looked for an opportunity to come over. Classes would start tomorrow, so Zhou Liren and the other guys had also printed their schedules. Hao Ren took out the schedule from his pocket and handed it to Zhou Liren. They would post their schedules on their desks back at their dorms anyway, so it was the same to show Zhou Liren now. No. Did the printer make a mistake? Zhou Liren saw that Hao Ren's schedule had a different arrangement from his, and his first reaction was to shout. He compared their schedules. From Monday to Friday, except for the mandatory classes that were compulsory for the whole program, the others were completely different. Zhou Liren's schedule was all over the place, but Hao Ren's schedule was almost all in the morning. Seeing Zhou Liren making a fuss, Lu Linlin and Lu Lily grinned and put their own schedules on the table. Zhou Liren then compared their schedules and found that Hao Ren's schedule was exactly the same as theirs. Brother Ren, you can't give up your brother like this, Zhou Liren shouted. Then, he suddenly realized that something was wrong. He stared at Lu Linlin and Lu Lily on both sides of Hao Ren and asked, How can you two take the same classes as Hao Ren? The Lu sisters grinned and did not answer him. Zhou Liren's brain gradually understood the situation, while Little White poked its head out, shook its tail, and jumped into Xie Yujia's arms. Quiet, quiet. The program director appeared and stood on the podium. East Ocean University rarely had large opening ceremonies, but each program had its opening speeches corresponding to the classes. Since this year was the 50th anniversary of East Ocean University, and there would be a big grand celebration, the opening ceremony would be cancelled instead. The Mechatronic Engineering program had the most students in East Ocean University, which made it average in almost all aspects, unlike smaller programs where they could hold fun and exciting events. However, the program director was still very pleased this time since the two granddaughters of the vice principal had deliberately transferred to the program. This means that our program is one of the best in the university. Also, Hao Zonghua and Yu Yang's son had made remarkable progress last year, meaning that our teaching staff did a great job, the program director thought in a good mood. Since Lu Linlin and Lu Lily transferred to this program, Lu Qing specially asked the program director to take care of them a little. Therefore, the program director thought that the school was going to put heavy emphasis on the program. The Mechatronic Engineering program requested the construction of 2 key laboratories outside the school's east gate, and they were dragged on indefinitely. In the meantime, the new buildings for the biology program and environmental sciences program were built. At the end of last school year, the construction site of the 2 laboratories was filled with weeds. As program director, he was quite depressed by this situation. However, Mingri Group, the most successful business in East Ocean City, suddenly provided a fund of 60 million yuan to build the 2 laboratory buildings. A sky bridge connected the 2 buildings, and the buildings were even more flashy than the buildings that the biology program and environmental sciences program got. The program director tried to figure out why and was vaguely informed that it was somehow due to having Hao Ren in the program, and it seemed to be related to Hao Zonghua as well. That was why he became more cautious toward Hao Ren, who was a very low-key student. Having heard that the counselor for Hao Ren's class had scolded Hao Ren before, the program director quickly took advantage of the opportunity of the new semester and transferred the counselor to the office for first-year students, replacing him with another counselor. Then, he repeatedly told the new counselor to be cautious around Hao Ren. If you ever encountered Hao Ren and the deputy mayor Huang's son, Huang Zuji, in a conflict, you must firmly defend Hao Ren. This student's words are even more important than mine. This was what the program director told the new counselor. At this moment, the program director stood on the podium and announced a lot of good news confidently. Suddenly, his speech changed. This year, our program also welcomes 2 excellent transfer students. They originally belonged to the films program. This fully reflects the principal's idea of breaking the gap between the programs, smoothing the flow of disciplines and the comprehensive development between arts and sciences. Please welcome them to the stage. The students all knew that Lu Linlin and Lu Lily were the granddaughters of Lu Qing, and the fact that the program director personally introduced them showed that they had special treatment. However, the class meeting hosted by the program director was more casual, and it was normal to introduce new students. Lu Linlin and Lu Lily heard the program director's call, stood up from Hao Ren's sides, and walked to the front of the podium. "Hello everyone. We are Lu Linlin and Lu Lily, nice to meet you." The Lu sisters stood next to the podium and slightly bowed to the class while holding hands. Their faces and figures were exactly the same, and the scene was too magical. Wow! The male students who exercised some restraint before finally couldn't help but scream wildly. The beauties of the films program actually transferred to the mechatronic engineering program, they thought. They are really beautiful, the best, I drool just looking at them. The male students at the films program must be crying now. Disregarding the program director, the male students discussed enthusiastically. In the past, they rarely had the opportunity to appreciate the twin beauties up close. Now that the Lu sisters were transferred to their program, it was simply welfare for the male students. Compared with Lin Li of Class 3, they are like goddesses. Lin Li is nothing. She named herself the Beauty Queen. She was dumped by Huang Zuji anyways. Damn, there is no way Lin Li can compare with the twins. Lin Li, who was sitting in the middle of the classroom, looked pale. She used to look down on Hao Ren, but now she was compared to Hao Ren's two followers. Not all the students came to today's class meeting because the seats in the lecture hall were limited, but there were students from every class. Tomorrow, the news of Lu Linlin and Lu Lily transferring to the mechatronic engineering program would spread quickly. Seeing that the male students went crazy over the Lu sisters, Lin Li, who dressed up today, had no place to be self-confident. The appearance of Lu Linlin and Lu Lily forced her to want to switch programs. Next, I will give out the Excellence Award. The program director waved his hand and picked up the certificates on the podium. He shouted, "Third year, Class 2, Hao Ren, third place, 1,000 yuan." Lu Linlin and Lu Lily, who had not come back from the front, stayed at the podium and clapped their hands. The male students all felt distress seeing the Lu sisters, who were relatively quiet, suddenly getting enthusiastic. The little bit of fantasy they had immediately popped like bubbles. They heard that the relationships between the twin sisters and Hao Ren were very ambiguous. Now looking at it, the Lu sisters were simply loyal to Hao Ren. Hao Ren went up to receive the award calmly, and the Lu sisters were almost blushing with excitement. Even their 4 white palms were turning red from clapping. The program director personally handed the certificate to Hao Ren, and the scholarship of 1,000 yuan would be sent to Hao Ren's bank card. Lu Linlin and Lu Lily went up to Hao Ren and shouted, "Congratulations, Gongzi." They didn't care what the male students thought. Hao Ren had excellent grades and received a scholarship, and they were very happy for him. Hao Ren took a few steps back in embarrassment, and the Lu sisters followed him a few steps forward. They grabbed the certificate from Hao Ren's hand and looked at it over and over again. This innocent and casual behavior excited the male students. However, such intimate behaviors would only happen between the Lu sisters and Hao Ren. These male students could at most look at the three. They all felt hostile toward Hao Ren. Third year, Class 4, Guo Chunxin, second place, the program director shouted. A skinny girl ran up to receive the award. This girl studied very hard but looked very ordinary, so the enthusiasm of the male students dropped. They all liked to watch beautiful girls. Third year, Class 2, Xie Yujia, first place, the program director raised the certificate and shouted. Xie Yujia blushed slightly and ran up from the last row of the classroom. She picked up the certificate from the program director's hand and then smiled shyly, standing next to Hao Ren. That is Hao Ren's girlfriend, she's also a beauty. Before, she was the class president of Class 2. In order to date, she quit her duties. She is so beautiful and still got first place in our program, she is perfect. Damn. He has such a beautiful girlfriend and the twin sisters like him. This Hao Ren is an animal. The arrival of Xie Yujia on stage immediately caused some discussions among the male students. They didn't pay much attention to Xie Yujia before, but her beauty was definitely on par with the Lu sisters when they stood together. The aura of the twin sisters did not overshadow but instead immediately showed the glory of Xie Yujia. With such a beautiful girl in their own program, those male students who had not noticed Xie Yujia before secretly screamed in their mind. Xie Yujia got the certificate, retreated to the back, and stood next to Hao Ren. She took Hao Ren's certificate and smiled while looking at it. The male students who saw Xie Yujia's gentle and elegant temperament for the first time fell in love at first sight, but it was too late. The program director then announced the recipients of the 3 Excellence Awards in the second year, and the award ceremony was over shortly. Congratulations to the 6 students who received the scholarships, and congratulations to Lu Linlin and Lu Lily for joining our program. The program director looked back at them and clapped his hands. Clap, clap, clap. Loud applause immediately filled the lecture hall. The male students applauded fiercely, mainly for the Lu sisters. As the saying goes, as long as one works hard, no obstacle in the world can't be overcome. As long as the Lu sisters were still in the program, they felt like they still had a chance. Next, I will introduce to you guys the new counselor of the program, Yu Zilong, the program director said. A decent-looking young man, who was wearing a pair of silver-rimmed glasses, smiled and stood up from the left corner of the first row. Then, he walked to the front of the podium. Hao Ren stood behind the podium at an angle, just enough to see the back of this young man. Peak Qian Level, Chapter 534, The Humble Peak Master. Yu Zilong, Jaoo Zilong 1. Some students couldn't help but laugh at the name of this new counselor. Mr. Yu Zilong graduated from the University of Cambridge and has a degree in education. He is similar to you guys in terms of age. If students in the program have questions in the future, you may talk to him directly, the program director introduced very seriously. Yu Zilong, who graduated from the University of Cambridge in England, was introduced to the school by Vice Principal Lu Qing. The University of Cambridge's education program was ranked the highest among all universities in the world. The fact that such talent was planning to work at East Ocean University proved that the university could attract outstanding international talents. Also, Yu Zilong chose the mechatronic engineering program among many other programs, which glorified this program a little. Therefore, when the program director introduced Yu Zilong, he did it seriously. Talents with such high academic qualifications would have the opportunity to advance in the future, and they might even have some serious connections. Hello everyone, my name is Yu Zilong. I hope to be friends with you all. If you have any problems, feel free to come to me. I will try my best to help everyone, Yu Zilong said with a smile. His attitude was gentle. The male students didn't like him very much since he looked too cool, but the female students thought that he was pleasing to the eyes. Gongzi, this person is powerful. Lu Linlin and Lu Lily went to Hao Ren and whispered. Hao Ren had the inspector's token and had already checked the strength of this person. He felt like this Yu Zilong imposed some pressure on him. Dragon cultivators above Kun level had to obtain approval from Hao Ren or Suhan to enter East Ocean City. Hao Ren did not know about this Yu Zilong, so it meant that Suhan knew about it for sure. Xie Yujia couldn't feel anything special about Yu Zilong, so she looked at the Lu sisters who were whispering to Hao Ren. Today's class meeting ends here. The program director clapped his hands and signaled dismissal. He still had to go to the first students' welcome party so that he couldn't waste too much time here. Rumble. The students stood up from their seats. Yu Zilong turned and shook hands with the program director with a smile. He was very humble and polite. The program director reached out and patted Yu Zilong on the shoulder and uttered a few words of encouragement. Yu Zilong accompanied the program director out of the door of the lecture hall and then parted ways. Before he left, he looked back at the classroom. Hao Ren and Yu Zilong's eyes met, and Hao Ren sensed a chill in his body. Xie Yujia followed Hao Ren's gaze and saw Yu Zilong, but she still did not feel anything strange. The students flooded to the door of the lecture hall, and the Lu sisters hid behind Hao Ren to avoid being touched by the male students. Among these students, there were several dragon cultivators. From their expressions, Hao Ren felt like they didn't know that the new counselor, Yu Zilong, was a peak Qian level cultivator. This Yu Zilong must have deliberately hidden his realm, Hao Ren thought secretly. High-leveled cultivators could hide their strength from low-level cultivators through secret techniques. But if the cultivators' realms were close, this approach wouldn't work. Lu Linlin and Lu Lily had already reached mid-tier Qian level, so they could feel the threat of a cultivator who was at peak Qian level. Hao Ren had the inspector's token. If the other party was not trying to hide his or her strength 100%, he could also see the realm of the cultivator. Ren, you're good. Yu Rong came over and lightly hammered Hao Ren's chest. In the past, Yu Rong's grades were always the best among the guys. But this time, Hao Ren quietly got the third place in the program and even received a scholarship. You're buying us meals. Ji Yu Jiadong chanted. Not today, tomorrow. Hao Ren waved and refused. You have won a scholarship. Why are you still hesitating? They saw that Hao Ren was being a little indecisive and immediately held on to him. All right. Gongzi said tomorrow, so it will be tomorrow. The Lu sisters who had been hiding behind Hao Ren rushed up a few steps and gave Hao Ren a hand. All right, tomorrow, tomorrow. Seeing that the Lu sisters had spoken, they could only let Hao Ren go. Everyone thought that Lu Linlin and Lu Lily were very cute, but they were a little afraid of the Lu sisters for some reason. They had eaten the cake the Lu sisters made for Hao Ren, and the tragic memories of that diarrhea were still engraved in their mind. Rest assured, you won't be forgotten tomorrow. Hao Ren glanced at them helplessly. He was busy thinking about Yu Zilong and wasn't in the right mood to go eat with them. From Suhan's description, there were very few peak Qian level masters on first heaven, and masters on this level were either suppressing their own realm to avoid the heavenly tribulation, or they were patiently preparing for advancing into the heavenly dragon realm. They generally did not wander around. Therefore, Zhao Kuo, who was at peak Qian level and had survived through numerous battles, was the #1 master in the mortal world. Lin, Lily, go back and rest, Hao Ren said. Okay, Gongzi, they nodded obediently. Then, they held hands and walked out after seeing that most students had left. Yu Rong and the other guys looked at the Lu sisters in surprise. They didn't expect them to be so obedient. This scene was just too. I will be back soon, Hao Ren said to Yu Rong before pulling on Xie Yujia and running out of the classroom. Damn, shameless. Seeing Hao Ren taking Xie Yujia's delicate hand, walking out with her, and riding away with her on the back of the bike, Yu Rong and the other guys were struck once again. Who said that Hao Ren couldn't pick up girls? He was a master at it. Hao Ren rode Xie Yujia's bike furiously. He immediately went to the back of the administrative building, parked the bike in a corner, and pulled Xie Yujia towards Suhan's office on the 3rd floor. Huge news. A peak Qian level master had appeared in East Ocean University. Pulling Xie Yujia through the corridor, they arrived at Suhan's office. Then, Hao Ren sighed and knocked on the door. Come in, Suhan's cold voice came from the inside. Xie Yujia is here as well. Hao Ren stood outside the door and said. Xie Yujia is not an outsider, come in together, Suhan replied faintly. Hao Ren opened the door and walked in. He came over with Xie Yujia because he was a bit worried that the goal of this Yu Zilong was Xie Yujia. Taking her to Suhan would be safer. Suhan was sitting on a round chair in the office, and she was meditating. Yu Zilong, you know about him? Hao Ren asked Suhan directly. Dragon God Shrine, one of the deputy shrine masters. Suhan slowly opened her eyes and looked at Hao Ren. Then, she continued, he is here for you. Chapter 535, Demon King? Here for, me? Hao Ren looked at Suhan with confusion in his eyes. I'm not really sure of the details either, but there is a Demon King around East Ocean City, and you seem to be connected to this. Suhan looked at Hao Ren and said. Me? Demon King? Hao Ren was even more confused. Hao Ren had never seen the deputy shrine masters of the Dragon God Shrine in person, but after going through the general exams at the Dragon God Shrine and the information Suhan gave him, he knew that the deputy shrine masters of the Dragon God Shrine were even above level 4 inspectors. On their uniforms, there should be 5-claw golden dragon embroideries. There are 9 deputy shrine masters of the Dragon God Shrine, but only 6 would appear before people. Among them, 3 are at peak Qian level. Yu Zilong is ranked 3rd out of the 6 deputy shrine masters of the Dragon God Shrine who would appear in public. He is using his identity as a Cambridge graduate, and his role in the university as your counselor, Suhan said with a serious face. Peak Qian level. Hao Ren was in awe. Behind his gentle and elegant smile, this Yu Zilong had equivalent powers to Zhao Kuo when the latter was at his peak. There probably was a demon king in the city because one of the deputy shrine masters was here personally since a Qian level master like Suhan could not fight against the demon king. But you shouldn't worry. After all, you are under the Dragon God Shrine, so he won't do anything to you, Suhan said. Hao Ren could tell that Suhan wasn't happy. He understood that feeling because no one liked having their bosses stand behind them, watching him or her work. So, there wouldn't be any problems for now? Hao Ren tried to confirm with her. As long as you don't cause trouble, it shouldn't be an issue. These 6 deputy shrine masters who appear before people spend most of their time at the Dragon God Shrine. There are only limited times when they would come out and do work personally. I haven't worked with him, so I don't know what his personality is like. You should keep a lower profile during his stay, Suhan thought and warned him. Okay, I understand. Since this has nothing to do with Yujia, I'll take her home, Hao Ren nodded and said. He was worried that this cultivator came here for Xie Yujia. If there were nothing to do with her, it was okay. However, who is the demon king luring around him? Who told you that you can take her away? Suhan looked up. Hao Ren was shocked. Yujia, stay. I'll tutor you on your cultivation. Suhan then looked at Hao Ren. You can go back. Her tone was ice cold, meaning that Hao Ren was no longer welcomed here. Okay. Thank you, Ms. Su. Xie Yujia was very happy when she heard Suhan's words. She had been cultivating on her own in the US for the past 2 months and had come across many problems she couldn't solve by herself. It was perfect that Suhan offered help. She did not understand what Suhan and Hao Ren were talking about, so she assumed that it was about work at the Dragon God Shrine. That was why she decided not to ask Suhan or Hao Ren for further details about the things they discussed. You can just call me Suhan. Suhan smiled at Xie Yujia. Hao Ren saw that they were getting along well, and he felt that he was unnecessary here. He could only close the door lightly and leave Suhan's office quietly. Although Suhan treated Xie Yujia like a disciple, it wasn't known in name. In the cultivation world, the master and disciple relationships were important. The disciple would need to respect the master, and the master would save the disciple whenever he or she was in trouble. Old Grandma was at the soul formation realm, and she and Xie Yujia were master and disciple. Also, Old Grandma and Zhao Yanzi had the relationship of master and disciple since she asked Xie Yujia to teach Zhao Yanzi the foundational Qi refinement scroll. If Zhao Yanzi were in any real trouble in the future, Old Grandma would be able to save her as her master. Suhan was only coaching Xie Yujia with her cultivation and did not actually teach her any techniques. It was the same as Zhao Kuo coaching Hao Ren. Their relationships were not master and disciple but rather seniors and juniors or good friends. A dim red light leaked through the gap of Suhan's office door. It indicated that Suhan had opened the array formation. Hao Ren stood outside the door and could no longer hear what they were saying inside. He shook his head and chuckled. Then, he walked out of the administrative building and heading toward his dorms. Tomorrow was the official start of the new semester, and the guys who had already gotten their new textbooks were playing in the dorms. Hao Ren taped his class schedule to his desk and went out to the balcony to look at their neighbors, Ling Jiao Middle School. The lights were still on in Zhao Yanzi's dorm, indicating that she didn't go out and play with her friends. It could be that the dorm manager had started to become strict and kept them in order. Little White appeared on the balcony and was looking around. Then, it was suddenly caught by the girl named Ji Yu Yan. No wonder, I can't find Little White. It is hanging out in Zhao Yanzi's dorm, Hao Ren thought. Peak Qian level, he whispered to himself. He held his fist tightly and felt a bit anxious because of how things were right now. In the Dragon God Shrine system, there were over 10 level 4 inspectors, over 100 level 3 inspectors, as well as hundreds of level 1 and level 2 inspectors. A deputy shrine master came personally to deal with the problem, and this was an indication of how dangerous the situation was. Ding, 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 Hao Ren's phone suddenly rang. Hao Ren looked at his phone and saw it was Zhao Yanzi's number, so he quickly picked up the call. Uncle, what are you doing? Zhao Yanzi's cute voice sounded from the other side of the phone. Hao Ren held his phone while looking in the direction of Zhao Yanzi's balcony. He saw that she had come out to the balcony of her dorm, and she was wearing her cute little pajamas and slippers. The night breeze blew. As she held onto the balcony fences with one hand and her phone in the other, she swung her body back and forth playfully while she talked on the phone. Nothing. Not doing anything, Hao Ren responded stiffly. Zhao Yanzi obviously did not know that their buildings faced each other, and Hao Ren was not far away from her. That was why she looked at the sceneries of her own school, kicking and playing around with the slippers on her feet. She looked very relaxed. It was her first time living at school, and she looked like she was enjoying it. What are you doing? Hao Ren asked her. Me, hee, I'm in bed, Zhao Yanzi said. Hao Ren thought, you're outside in the wind, and I can see you from my balcony. However, Zhao Yanzi didn't know where Hao Ren was. With so many balconies, she didn't see where Hao Ren was. I already took off my clothes. The dorm is too hot, so I can only sleep naked, Zhao Yanzi continued to say. If Hao Ren couldn't see Zhao Yanzi, he would for sure blush and be triggered by her words. However, he was staring at Zhao Yanzi right now, so he knew that she had purposely said that to tease him. He felt it was rather funny now. Zhao Yanzi's pajamas were conservative, with the short sleeve, buttoned-up top and long pants. It was nothing as wild as she described. Oh, really? Hao Ren asked her on purpose. Really? Why do I need to lie to you? Zhao Yanzi said as she swung her long leg, trying to act cute. Hao Ren wanted to describe to her what pajamas she was wearing right now but decided not to expose her. If Zhao Yanzi knew he could see her, then it would be the end of Hao Ren. When does school start for you? Hao Ren asked her. Zhao Yanzi could tell how calm Hao Ren was on the other side of the phone, so she was a bit disappointed. School starts the day after tomorrow, so I have another day to play. You should study harder in grade 9, Hao Ren said. You're so annoying. Blah blah blah. Zhao Yanzi didn't like listening to Hao Ren's preaching. All of a sudden, she lost the mood to chat. Okay, I'm going to bed. Turning off the lights. Beep. Zhao Yanzi had hung up the phone without any hesitation. Her turning off the lights to sleep was in reality just staying on the balcony. She stretched her arms and looked at the night scene. Damn. I was wondering why you are outside. You're actually secretly watching the middle school pretty girls in front of us. Zhou Liren walked out and said to Hao Ren. They had been discussing the pretty girls in campus military training just now. When Hao Ren went to Fifth Heaven to cultivate in the afternoon, the guys had gone to watch the first-year students in the campus military training and rate the first-year female students. Overall, there weren't any especially pretty girl who stood out. Even the prettier ones were not on Lu Linlin and Lu Lily's level. Damn. I'm not as disgusting as how you're describing me. Hao Ren pushed Zhou Liren back inside when he saw Zhao Yanzi turning around and going back. The guys chatted through the night, with them questioning Hao Ren. Hao Ren finally got through the night, and it was now morning. After the last summer, they were now third-year students. With the new first-year students joining the school, the campus felt more energetic. On the way to class, Hao Ren and the guys were asked by many first-year students for directions. The buildings of East Ocean University were ordered in letters, and the exteriors all looked the same. The school was also big, so first-year students tended to get lost easily and have to run around campus on their first day of school. I heard that there was a really handsome guy in your program in the campus military training. Oh. Probably Shu K in Class 2 of Mechatronic Engineering. He was the leader of Class 2 during the parade yesterday. He's handsome. A few days ago during campus military training, the instructor punished him for talking, so he decided to challenge the instructor to a race and won. There were two girls chatting while riding their bikes. From the way they talked and how new their bicycles looked, they were probably first-year students. These first-year students who had just started university, especially girls, would hang out with their high school classmates while getting used to life at the university since they were not familiar with their classmates in their university classes. During the boring campus military training, the guys would observe the pretty girls in their classes or other classes. Similarly, girls would discuss the guys who caught their eyes. The girls in our class have all been gathering information about him. I heard he's from City North First High School. The two girls rode by Hao Ren. City North First High School. Hao Ren turned his head and looked at the girls. With a blink of an eye, he was now in third year, and grade 10 students from his high school were now in their first year university. Yeah. He is the #1 student from City North First High School and ranked 6th in East Ocean City's university entrance exams. He's not the cool type of handsome but the very warm type, another girl said enthusiastically. Hao Ren watched as they went away. He smiled helplessly and thought, girls nowadays no longer like handsome guys who like to act cool. They prefer guys who are smart, nice, and warm. When he and the guys went into the classroom, Xie Yujia and the Lu sisters were already there. Gongzi, Gongzi, Lu Linlin and Lu Lily waved their hands, and they sat next to Hao Ren, looking very sweet and happy. This was their first time officially being in the same class as Hao Ren. Just as the class bell was about to sound, Zhao Yanzi looked around and walked inside. She was in a blue and white t-shirt and a white skirt. She was pretending to be mature while holding a grade 9 math textbook in her hand. Hey, hey, hey. Why are you trying to sneak into, Hao Ren thought. Chapter 536. Outsider. There was less than half a minute until class officially started. When Zhao Yanzi sneaked in from the back door, Hao Ren's classmates turned around to look at her. University courses were normally split between big classes and small classes. A few classes would merge for a big class, and these big classes were usually introductory or mandatory courses for a specific program. Each program had their small classes, and these small classes were usually practical courses like engineering design which required specialized equipment. First-year and second-year courses consisted mainly of introductory courses, so several classes would be merged for them. However, third-year and fourth-year courses focused on individual programs, and there were differences within programs. Therefore, the teaching material would be different, and not many people were in each class. The teachers were stricter, so it was harder to skip classes or have people sit in for others. Therefore, when Zhao Yanzi came in just now, the entire class immediately focused their attention on her. Hao Ren suddenly started to sweat. What is Zhao Yanzi doing here? Does she think she can just go to university classes whenever she wishes? If multiple classes were taking the same course together, Zhao Yanzi might be able to sneak in and not attract a lot of attention since people in different classes weren't necessarily familiar with each other, but, he thought. Right now, everyone knew that except for Lu Linlin and Lu Lily, there weren't supposed to be other people not in their class attending this lecture. Zhao Yanzi blushed slightly when she saw that everyone was staring at her. She hid the grade 9 math textbook under her armpit and walked to Hao Ren while pretending calm. Go. 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 Hao Ren whispered to her as he waved his hand to tell Zhao Yanzi that she should leave immediately. However, Zhao Yanzi didn't seem to understand what Hao Ren meant and sat right next to Hao Ren. When the Lu sisters saw that little Jumu had come, they immediately squeezed over a bit to give Zhao Yanzi some room. Xie Yujia was sitting in the front row. She turned over and looked at Zhao Yanzi and didn't know what to say. She was no longer the class president, so she couldn't say anything about these things that related to maintaining the class order. The current class president Yu Rong watched blankly as Zhao Yanzi took a seat beside Hao Ren. His lips twitched a little, and he did not know how to deal with this situation. At that moment, Oldman Sun, who was in charge of this semester's structural mechanics, walked into the classroom with handouts in his hand. Oldman Sun had taught them mechanical engineering last semester, so he was familiar with this class. This was also the first class he was teaching this semester, so his memory of the class was still clear. Excellent, excellent. We have 2 new students in this class, Oldman Sun said with a smile as he looked around the classroom. Students were more scared of skipping these types of small classes since the faculties tended to be stricter. The instructors would actually look to see who were present rather than running through a list of names. Lu Linlin and Lu Lily had transferred to the mechatronic engineering program, and the program director had already told all the instructors about the sisters' transfer. Even if the program director didn't say anything, the instructors knew that the Lu sisters were Vice Principal Lu Qing's granddaughters, so they would treat them nicely because no one dared to give them trouble. 32, 33, 34. Oldman Sun was counting but realized that something was wrong. There was one more person. Engineering students tended not to skip small classes, and other students usually didn't drop in. That student over there, please look up, Oldman Sun said when he saw a girl. At the moment, the girl was putting her head down on the table with her 2 hands in front of her forehead. Zhao Yanzi, who sat next to Hao Ren, looked up helplessly. Oldman Sun saw a girl who obviously looked younger than the students around her. You're not a student of this class, right? Oldman Sun stared at her and asked. As he was talking, he walked down the middle aisle toward the back of the classroom. Since Zhao Yanzi looked very young, even younger than the first-year students who had just started school, Oldman Sun was very suspicious. The courses for first-year students were chosen with the direct supervision of their counselors, so they probably would not select third-year courses. Also, Oldman Sun had looked at the list of enrollments for this class. Other than Lu Linlin and Lu Lily, all the other students enrolled were from class 2. Zhao Yanzi became nervous when she saw the teacher walking over. She thought university courses were more relaxed, and teachers would not check attendance. She did not know that she would be exposed so quickly for sneaking into Hao Ren's class. Zhao Yanzi was beside Hao Ren when he was choosing classes, so she purposely memorized his class schedule for today. She thought she was bored anyway, so why not come over? She never thought. Zhao Yanzi's hands were below the desk, and she tugged Hao Ren's clothes, hoping he would help her out. However, Hao Ren looked down and pretended that he didn't know who she was. Who told you to come here by yourself? He thought. Hey, Zhao Yanzi was anxious, and she pulled Hao Ren's clothes again. However, Oldman Sun was already standing in front of her now. This student, which program are you in? Oldman Sun asked as he looked at Zhao Yanzi. Wah. The whole class turned around to look at Zhao Yanzi, who was sitting in the back of the classroom. Hao Ren had brought a small beauty over, and this little beauty was caught by Oldman Sun. Zhao Yanzi's face turned red. She clenched her teeth and said, I'm in the math program. Math program? Oldman Sun had experienced a lot of things so that he couldn't be easily fooled. He reached out to the textbook that Zhao Yanzi was holding and saw the cover of the textbook. It said grade 9 math. Zhao Yanzi's face had turned completely red, and Hao Ren couldn't help but laugh. So incredible. Such an excuse, he thought. Math program? Oldman Sun questioned her again. No, this. Zhao Yanzi was so embarrassed that she shrunk her neck a little. Then, she looked up and said, I am tutoring part-time. Tutor? She even dares to say such things. Hao Ren knew that she couldn't get out of this situation, so Hao Ren put his hand in front of Zhao Yanzi and was about to explain. Unexpectedly, when Oldman Sun saw how hard Zhao Yanzi tried to talk herself out of trouble, he smiled brightly that more wrinkles showed up on his face. Zhao Yanzi reminded him of his own granddaughter because Zhao Yanzi was quibbling yet anxious. Everyone in the class was shocked and thought, Oldman Sun, who is known for being strict, smiled. Okay, you can stay here, but you have to pay attention in class. You cannot be loud and noisy. Oldman Sun gave the textbook back to Zhao Yanzi and walked back to the podium. The students in the class looked at Oldman Sun in shock. Zhao Yanzi obviously was not here to listen to his class. Ding, 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 the official bell started running. Today is the first session for structural mechanics. You have all learned mechanical engineering last semester, so these 2 courses are actually related with the former being the foundation. Oldman Sun flipped open his handouts and started drawing all over the whiteboard with a black marker. He did not care whether Zhao Yanzi was in his classroom or not. Hey, Brother Ren. This is incredible, Zhou Liren said as he turned his head around and used a pen to poke Hao Ren. Zhao Yanzi touched her burning cheeks, and she sighed because she knew that she had escaped from trouble. Xie Yujia turned around and looked at Hao Ren and Zhao Yanzi. She also did not expect things to have turned out this way. Pay attention in class. Hao Ren used both hands to turn Zhou Liren's head back around. Zhao Yanzi had been shocked and did not dare to be noisy in Hao Ren's class. She flipped open her textbook and read it quietly. She just wanted to experience the university class atmosphere and see how Hao Ren was like in class. From what she saw now, university classes were very similar to her middle school ones. However, she did not understand a word the instructor said in front of the classroom. Actually, that wasn't too different since she also didn't understand a thing in middle school. Time passed by slowly. Xie Yujia turned around again and looked at how good and quiet Zhao Yanzi behaved while she was sitting next to Hao Ren. Xie Yujia felt a bit jealous. Ding, ding, ding. 2 classes were over. Oldman's son started to tidy up his handouts and left the classroom. Hualalala. All the students gathered in the back row. Hao Ren, who's this little beauty? Wow, so cute. What's her name? Everyone stared at Zhao Yanzi, who was sitting next to Hao Ren, with curiosity. Zhao Jiayi and the guys had seen Zhao Yanzi a few times, but many of their classmates had no idea who Zhao Yanzi was. However, Zhao Yanzi was now so daring that she created a fake identity and came to a small class to be with Hao Ren. When everyone focused their attention on her, Zhao Yanzi rushed to put away her textbook. Zhao Yanzi was in grade 9. Although one couldn't say that she was a kid anymore, and she was only a few years younger than Hao Ren, Zhao Yanzi's figure and looks were still very young. Compared with Zhao Yanzi, the university students were all old. Fiancée. Zhao Yanzi was suddenly serious. She held onto Hao Ren's arm and uttered the word slowly. Wow, the students were suddenly very excited, but no one believed her. She could have said girlfriend, which was more believable. Everyone knew that Hao Ren and Xie Yujia were a couple. This little beauty must be doing this on purpose because she was Hao Ren's little cousin. Zhao Yanzi's face turned bright red when she saw that they didn't believe her. Okay. Stop this commotion. Hao Ren used both hands to push the crowd away. He said this to his classmates but also Zhao Yanzi. Little cousin, do you have a boyfriend? What school do you go to? The guys saw how cute Zhao Yanzi was, so they all started to ask her questions. Fiancé. Zhao Yanzi yelled while gritting her teeth. It was almost a conditioned reflex now from the way she spoke. She had to ensure that everyone knew her identity so that Hao Ren could not engage in other relationships in university. Senior Hao Ren. A freshman walked into the classroom just when the students were clamoring. The counselor, Mr. Yu, wants you to go to his office. Chapter 537. Metal Elemental Dragon. His voice wasn't particularly loud, but everyone was able to hear him. Hao Ren looked past everyone and saw a bright-looking guy standing at the entrance. He looked clean, and his smile was kind. He was the type that people would not be suspicious of but also did not look weak. Xie Yujia, who was tidying up her stuff at the front of the classroom, was a bit shocked when she saw this guy as well. She had some impression of this guy. A few days ago, she had seen this guy leading his classmates during the campus military training. Malina had said that this guy was very handsome and wanted to pursue him. It made Xie Yujia scold her for liking too many different guys. She did not expect this guy to be in their program. This is that handsome guy. Malina, who was by Xie Yujia, touched Xie Yujia. Hao Ren walked over to the entrance from the back of the classroom. Mr. Yu sent me over to get you. I'll go with you, senior, this guy said politely. Okay, Hao Ren nodded. The proportion of dragon cultivators was much higher in this freshman class compared to before. Many young cultivators had enrolled in East Ocean University, and this guy who had come to get him also gave out a glow only found on dragon cultivators. White. Metal Elemental Dragon. Although Hao Ren used his inspector's token to see the latter's realm, he could not see it clearly. This guy's glow was sometimes bright and sometimes dim. Even the token couldn't determine his realm. When Zhao Yanzi saw that Hao Ren was called to the counselor's office, she felt a bit guilty because she thought it was her fault for coming to his class without permission, and someone reported her to the school. Lily, I'll treat you guys to ice cream, Zhao Yanzi suddenly said. She had got in trouble once again, so Zhao Yanzi quickly tried to bribe Lu Linlin and Lu Lily. Sure. The Lu sisters seemed very happy since their little Jumu was going to treat them to ice cream, and there was no reason to decline. Some guys felt it was a pity as they watched the little beauty, Zhao Yanzi, walked away with the gorgeous Lu sisters. Others felt angry and thought, how many beautiful girls are by Hao Ren's side? Hao Ren and the guy didn't say a word as they walked toward the administrative building. The cultivators whom Hao Ren couldn't identify their realm were probably strong, or they had special dharma treasures. Hao Ren couldn't tell whether this guy was connected to Yu Zilong or not. Senior. My name is Shu K. I'm also from City North First High School, this first-year student suddenly said as they were passing through the pathway that connected Academic Building D and Academic Building E. Oh, how was exam this year? Hao Ren asked. Since this guy did not reveal his dragon identity, Hao Ren just chatted about some other topics. This year's exam was pretty good. The high school's first-tier university enrollment rate is around 70%, Shu K answered. Oh, Hao Ren nodded. It seemed like the quality of teaching at City North First High School had been pretty good. Both City North and Ling Jiao were top schools at East Ocean City, so their students' performances at university entrance exams were all great. The enrollment rate of your year was also pretty good, right? Shu K asked. Our graduating class, Hao Ren thought for a moment. The first-tier university enrollment rate was also around 70%, and there were quite a few people who came to East Ocean University. I was in grade 10 when you took the university entrance exams, Shu K said. Oh, Hao Ren tried to search for memories of Shu K but couldn't find many. He was busy studying in grade 12 and wasn't involved in many extracurriculars. Also, there were 2 grades in between them, so Hao Ren did not know many students in grade 10. However, Hao Ren's memory was pretty good. He vaguely remembered the newbie Shu K was first places in races during their school's athletic games when he was in grade 12, and that made Shu K famous in school. Grade 12 students did not participate in the athletic games, so Hao Ren only heard about Shu K from the lower grade students' discussions at the cafeteria and saw his name on the announcement boards. It seemed like after the athletic games, Shu K became an official member of the track and fields team at school, but Hao Ren had to study for the university entrance exams at that time, so he no longer participated in training and had retired from that team. Our coach for long-distance races, Coach Ku, often brought you up during conversations, Shu K continued to say. What did he say? Hao Ren asked. He said that your skills are excellent. If you didn't retire from the team in grade 12, you could have won the provincial championships, Shu K said. Hao Ren looked at him and smiled. From just this conversation, it sounded like this junior student was expressing his admiration for his senior. The long-distance race was a specialty of City North First High School. Hao Ren had trained for long-distance races in middle school, so he was quickly recruited into the school's team after he entered high school. However, training took up a lot of time and energy. Hao Ren wanted to ensure success in the university entrance exams, so he retired from the team in grade 12. Shu K's words made him a little nostalgic, and his high school memories flooded his mind. Suddenly, he felt like he could be closer to this junior if it weren't for his identity as a dragon cultivator. I can't believe that senior is not only good at running but also great at cultivating, Shu K said in the same tone. Hao Ren slowed down and looked at him. Level 3 Inspector, East Ocean's Commanding General, Light-Splitting Sword Shadow Scroll, and you even have a Level 2 Demon Beast. Senior, you are really incredible, Shu K continued to say. His respectful tone did not change and still seemed very sincere and enthusiastic, but Hao Ren had suddenly increased his guards. If he had not started cultivating, he would not have known that his junior was a cultivator, a metal elemental dragon who was very rare and belonged to the most mysterious dragon clan. Suhan was very strong, and that was probably because she has metal elemental dragon bloodline in her blood. Although that Qin Xiaoyang was not weak, he was nothing in his clan. Otherwise, he wouldn't go and become an inspector. He had even been demoted by the Dragon God Shrine and got sent to a desolated place in the northwest. This Shu K was the second pure metal elemental dragon whom Hao Ren had met. Why do you want to get into East Ocean University? Hao Ren asked him. It doesn't matter where I go. Getting an ordinary human identity means that I would have to cultivate in the mortal world, Shu K said very calmly, but I got into the mechatronic engineering program at East Ocean University because I want to get closer to you. He sounded reasonable and direct, not lying or misinforming at all. However, Hao Ren sensed his incredible confidence and was a little alarmed. To get close to me? Hao Ren stopped walking. He stood in front of the administrative building and looked at Shu K. Senior, Mr. Yu is still waiting upstairs. Shu K looked at Hao Ren and said. What do you mean by getting close to me? Hao Ren continued to question him. It's my master's orders. I was, however, already interested in you. In less than a year, you were able to cultivate to Gen level. With that speed, you seem to be able to cultivate even faster than us, metal element dragons. Shu K put out his hands and pointed at himself. I'm 18 years old. I started cultivating since I was 1. It's been 17 years, and my realm has only reached mid-tier Dewey level. Mid-tier Dewey level, Hao Ren was secretly shocked. If Shu Kei entered the Dragon God Shrine's general exams, he would be a strong candidate. If he used the right treasures, he would easily become an official inspector. However, according to Suhan, the proportion of Qian level and Kun level cultivators among metal element dragons was incredibly high, almost at 50%. They probably had their own cultivating rhythm. That was why their mid-tier Dewey level might be a little different to the normal mid-tier Dewey level. However, you have reached mid-tier Gen level in a year, but your body has shown no signs of destruction. That was why my master ordered me to get into East Ocean University and take the light-splitting sword shadow scroll from you so that we can thoroughly examine it. Shu Kei continued to say. He did not try to hide his intentions at all. Although he sounded sincere, it was due to extremely confidence. And Shu Kei walked closer to Hao Ren. The mystic water sword techniques. The scroll that the old Dragon King of East Ocean gave you belongs to us, Metal Elemental Dragon Clan. I have received orders to get it back as well. Hao Ren stood in the same spot. He saw that Shu Kei was approaching him but did not move an inch. The mystic water sword techniques was a top secret, and even the Dragon God Shrine knew nothing about it. In fact, Zhao Kuo didn't even know much about it. However, Shu Kei somehow knew its existence. Didn't you say that you need to bring me to Mr. Yu? Hao Ren walked closer to him and asked. Oh, right. Shu Kei stepped into the administrative building. Hao Ren clenched his fist tight and walked into the administrative building with Shu Kei. Senior, only you and I know about the mystic water sword techniques. If a third person knows, it will cause a lot of trouble. Shu Kei slowed down his pace and whispered to Hao Ren. Hao Ren glanced at him and thought, the set of mystic water sword techniques for sure isn't something simple. It might not actually belong to the Metal Elemental Dragon Clan, but many powers would for sure prey upon it if words got out. Even the Dragon God Shrine might intervene. Just now, Mr. Yu had already talked to me. His main point is that no matter what, he does not permit me to fight with you. After all, Senior, you are an inspector at the Dragon God Shrine. He also does not permit Metal Elemental Dragon Clan to take action on their own, Shu Kei said as he walked up the stairs. From his tone, he was still sincere and did not seem to be hiding anything. Lu Qing is a core elder of the East Ocean Dragon Palace. Yu Zilong is a deputy shrine master of the Dragon God Shrine. Suhan is a Qian level inspector. Sister Xie is the disciple of a soul formation realm cultivator. Zhao Yanzi is East Ocean's princess. Oh, there's also the twins, and they seem to be strong. Shu Kei was counting his fingers while walking up the stairs. He seemed to be talking to himself and determining whether he should go against Hao Ren. However, from how direct he was, it seemed like he didn't care whether Hao Ren knew about his plan or not. Maybe, this guy's master is a demon king? Hao Ren suddenly had such a thought. We're here. Shu Kei suddenly stopped in front of an office. It was the counselor's office of the mechatronic engineering program. On the door, there was a nameplate. Senior, we still have opportunities to see each other. Shu Kei gave Hao Ren a relaxed smile and walked toward the stairs. Chapter 538. Tough background. When Hao Ren entered the office, Yu Zilong was reviewing the student's information at his desk. He seemed to be 27 years old, but Hao Ren would never treat him as a young man. The Dragon God Shrine was there to govern the entire dragon tribe. As one of the 9 deputy shrine masters and a peak Qian level cultivator, his authority and power could not be underestimated. Sit. Seeing Hao Ren coming in, Yu Zilong pointed to the chair. Yu Zilong's office was shared with several other counselors in the school. It was not as spacious as Suhan's office. Since the counselors often had to talk to the students, there was a guest chair next to each desk. There was only Yu Zilong in the office, and the other counselors were obviously out. The mechatronic engineering program's offices were on the 3rd floor, and Suhan was also on the 3rd floor. However, the latter had an independent office. The principal and the vice principal's offices were on the 6th floor and had more room. The most powerful Yu Zilong had the smallest office and the lowest position. The contrast between the mortal world and the cultivation world was evident. You performed very well during the Dragon God Shrine's general exams, Yu Zilong said to Hao Ren with a smile. He kept his humility when the program director introduced him to the students, which made Hao Ren somewhat unsure about the whole situation. I was lucky, Hao Ren said as he sat down. You quit halfway through the general exams, but we still promoted you to a level 3 inspector. Do you know why? Yu Zilong asked. After pausing for half a second, he added, that was because we saw your potential. Hearing this, Hao Ren suddenly felt like this Yu Zilong was really like a counselor. Now, 3 people in the city know my true identity. One is you, one is Suhan, and the other is Shu Ke. Even Lu Qing doesn't know anything, Yu Zilong continued. What should I call you? Hao Ren asked. You can call me Mr. Yu since my other identity should stay hidden, Yu Zilong said directly. Okay, Mr. Yu. Hao Ren addressed him accordingly and knew that this was the way moving forward. The East Ocean Dragon Clan is relying on you more and more. The Metal Elemental Dragon Clan is also paying attention to you. We, the Dragon God Shrine, have no reason to overlook you. Suhan has a good relationship with you, and she is also the most powerful inspector at the shrine. Yu Zilong faced Hao Ren and further explained. Hao Ren could feel that Suhan's position in the Dragon God Shrine was very high, and now it was confirmed by the Deputy Shrine Master. Suhan will be the next Heavenly Dragon, and you are her assisting inspector. We have to give you the respect you deserve, Yu Zilong said. Hao Ren nodded. That's Shu Ke. What is with him? The few hundred inspectors controlled the life and death of mortals, and the Shrine Master, as well as the 9 Deputy Shrine Masters, managed the life and death of inspectors. Yet, Yu Zilong's aura was not released at all. Hao Ren did not feel too strong of a pressure. However, Hao Ren thought that Shu Ke must have felt the power of Yu Zilong before. Otherwise, he would not reveal his fear of Yu Zilong. Metal Elemental Dragon Clan has the least members but the strongest strength. The 4 Ocean Dragon Clans are unwilling to accept the jurisdiction of the Dragon God Shrine, and so does the Metal Elemental Dragon Clan. The structure of the Metal Elemental Dragon Clan is different from that of the other 4 Elemental Dragon Clans. Oh? Hao Ren became interested. Suhan had never mentioned the structure of the Metal Elemental Dragon Clan to him before. Wood, water, fire, earth. These 4 Elemental Dragon Clans adopted a stable family system. The centers of authority are the Dragon Palaces, and the elders are the ministers who assist the Dragon Kings in managing the Dragon Palaces but cannot interfere with heritage. However, the Metal Elemental Dragon Clan adopted the Master-Disciple system. After a Metal Elemental Dragon child is born, he or she will be picked up by an elder 3 months after birth. The Metal Elemental Dragons don't have Dragon Palaces and aren't commanded by Dragon Kings. The Masters can bring his or her disciples to cultivate in the wilderness, live in the city, or train in various dangerous places. The cultivation experience depends entirely on the Master. In this process, Metal Elemental Dragons have only Masters in their lives and no parents. In this process, if the Metal Elemental Dragons do not grow up and die, it is considered that they are never born. The Masters who lost their disciples don't have to bear any responsibility, and they only have to wait for another newborn child and get a new disciple. The disciples who can get to Kun level will be considered mature and can live independently from the Master. When they reach Qian level, they will have the ability to recruit disciples. Yu Zilong slowly said these things. The stronger the disciples, the stronger the influences of the Masters. Without the love of parents, the Metal Elemental Dragons would cultivate more diligently. Hao Ren understood what this meant. But, never knowing who their parents are. Isn't it sad? Hao Ren thought. Are you thinking about the parents? Yu Zilong asked. Hao Ren smiled helplessly and nodded. This Deputy Shrine Master easily guessed his mind. Metal Elemental Dragons can know who their parents are, but there is a condition, which is that they must reach peak Qian level, Yu Zilong said slowly. Peak Qian level, if they could not reach peak Qian level, they would never know who their parents were. Hao Ren understood it now. Peak Qian level, Heavenly Dragon, Suhan, Metal Elemental Dragons. Combining these things, Hao Ren suddenly had a realization. Suhan had her own reasons behind her crazy cultivation attitude. Suhan was raised by Elder Xingyue of the East Ocean Dragon Clan. Elder Xingyue was not a Metal Elemental Dragon, so she didn't have all those rules. Now that Suhan had such a dazzling identity, perhaps her parents might have already noticed her? This Shu Ke, his master is the cave master of the Taiyi Cave in the Jiangnan Mountain, and Taiyi Cave is one of the 5 major caves. His master has a dozen disciples. Except for the new disciple, Shu Ke. Others have all reached Qian level and established their own forces. Yu Zilong brought the topic back around. The meaning of this statement was that Shu Ke's master was a tough figure whom the Dragon God Shrine didn't want to provoke easily. Like Zheng Yitao back in the day, the power behind Shu Ke was also robust. However, Shu Ke was different from Zheng Yitao. He was only a disciple of the Taiyi Cave Master who had many masters. He was not spoiled, so he didn't have that kind of arrogance. On the contrary, since Shu Ke's realm was very low, if he died, his master would not be particularly heartbroken. The survival of the fittest. This was the basic rule of the Metal Elemental Dragons. Since this was the case, Shu Ke's master was not the Demon King whom Yu Zilong wanted to track down, and his master was not in East Ocean City. Finally, I will talk about my mission. Yu Zilong looked at Hao Ren. According to the information obtained by the Dragon God Shrine, there is a demon king in East Ocean City recently. I know that you have a transformation realm demon beast with you, so I suspect that this demon king is related to it. Seeing Hao Ren's confused expression, Yu Zilong pushed up his silver-rimmed glasses and said, "You don't have to cover for it. We have already investigated this demon beast, Zhen Kongming. It came from the Demon Sea and is Chu Niu's disciple. But since Chu Niu went to the Nine-Dragon Palace, it came on land. You won't capture Zhen Kongming, right?" Hao Ren squinted his eyes and looked at Yu Zilong. Zhen Kongming was the disciple of Chu Niu. Even the West Ocean Dragon clan didn't dare to offend him. However, this did not mean that the Dragon God Shrine would not dare to touch him. With the strength of Dragon God Shrine, it was possible for them to put shackles on Zhen Kongming using the excuse of helping Chu Niu to discipline his disciple. They could wait until Chu Niu come out of the Nine-Dragon Palace before returning Zhen Kongming. Although Zhen Kongming had a bad temper, he treated Hao Ren's family fairly well. If the Dragon God Shrine were to touch Zhen Kongming, Hao Ren would be willing to confront the Dragon God Shrine. I hope you understand this situation. With Zhen Kongming's power as a transformation realm demon beast, it can be a little demon king in the Demon Sea. If he is in a bad mood and makes waves, East Ocean City will suffer from the disaster. As for Chu Niu, he does not care about mortals that much. Yu Zilong gazed at Hao Ren through his lens. The Dragon God Shrine could restrain dragon cultivators but not demon kings. This demon king who appeared in East Ocean City may be a companion of Zhen Kongming or an enemy. If two demon kings fight in East Ocean City, can you imagine how disastrous that would be? Yu Zilong asked Hao Ren. Hao Ren's heart sank. Yu Zilong's words directly hit his mind. A deputy shrine master of the Dragon God Shrine personally came out to cope with the changing situation. The demon king who wandered in East Ocean City had not appeared yet. I will give you 2 tasks for now. First, pay close attention to Zhen Kongming. We will not do anything to him for the time being. However, if there is a change in the situation in the Demon Sea, I will immediately act. Second, the power dynamics in East Ocean University are rather chaotic. I will give you a week to quickly organize the small dragon forces on campus, Yu Zilong said faintly. Hao Ren thought for a moment and nodded. Sure. This year, many dragon cultivators came to East Ocean University. The original small circle of dragon cultivators expanded, and they might cause potential chaos. Suhan was busy with cultivation and certainly had no time to manage these petty things. At the same time, Zhen Kongming was like a magnet, attracting another demon king. These self-righteous cultivators at East Ocean University, who were across the street from Jiao Elementary School, were young and might cause trouble. In return, I will give you some array-breaking notes. Yu Zilong took out 3 silver-colored notes and gently threw them into Hao Ren's hand. I know that you are active on 5th heaven. These array-breaking notes can break all array formations and energy spheres made by human cultivators. You can come and go freely with these, and they can save your life when necessary. After all these are dealt with, I will come to you. Hao Ren took the 3 array-breaking notes and put them into his necklace before walking out of the office. The keys which would solve a bunch of troubles seemed to be all in his hands. The Demon King who came out of the Demon Sea must have a lot of treasures with him or her. Chapter 539. I am Xie Yujia. Hao Ren walked outside the administrative building and checked the time. The 3rd and 4th periods in the morning were about to start. Hao Ren had an elective course, Films Appreciation, and it was chosen to fill credits. The course was going to take place in Academic Building D, and Hao Ren found Classroom 203. The class just started. In the classroom, a classic clip of a Hollywood movie was playing. The light was dim, and Hao Ren opened the door and walked in quietly. Gongzi, Gongzi, Lu Linlin and Lu Lily whispered. They sat in the middle of the classroom and left a seat for Hao Ren. Hao Ren walked over and saw Xie Yujia and Zhao Yanzi as well. How are you still here? Hao Ren lowered his voice and asked Zhao Yanzi. Humph, Linlin and Lily brought me here. It has nothing to do with you, Zhao Yanzi said. Hao Ren looked at the Lu sisters. They both smiled and had been bribed by Zhao Yanzi with 2 ice creams. Xie Yujia shook her head, smiled, and waved at and told him to sit down. Although this was a small class, it was a public elective course, so there were students from all years and all programs. There was no big problem having Zhao Yanzi mixed in it. In Films Appreciation, the instructor would lecture about the narrative techniques of films, the performances of the actors, themes, and styles. Then, the students would discuss on their own. More than half of the class was watching movies, and the students had to hand in a few hundred words of film review a week. For the final exam, The students only needed to submit a small paper of several thousand words for 2 credits. Classes in university just watch movies. How comfortable. Zhao Yanzi held a cup of iced green tea and said while drinking. Compared with relaxed university life, her middle school life was hell. Hao Ren was speechless. He held her shoulders, hoisted her up, and moved her to the side. Then, he sat next to Xie Yujia. What is the procedure for starting a club at school? Hao Ren asked her. How come you are asking me about this suddenly? Xie Yujia looked at Hao Ren in surprise. Just tell me how to do it, Hao Ren said. What type of club do you want to start? A calligraphy club. There is no such club in the school, right? I don't think so. It will be very niche, and not many people will participate. Xie Yujia was very surprised that Hao Ren suddenly wanted to start a club. However, as long as Hao Ren was interested, she would accompany him even if they were the 2 only members. Well, let's do that. What procedures do I have to go through? Hao Ren asked again. It is okay. Let me help you do it. I am more familiar with the student council. I will be able to have it approved in 2 days. If the process is too slow, I will ask Vice Principal Liu, Xie Yujia said with a smile. Thanks a lot, Yujia. Hao Ren was relaxed. He was not very familiar with these processes and regulations. With Xie Yujia's help, it would be simple. It's okay. Xie Yujia smiled and gently hit Hao Ren's shoulder. Hao Ren was very serious and polite toward Yujia, and she was not accustomed to it. Sitting on the right side of Hao Ren, Zhao Yanzi saw Hao Ren and Xie Yujia whispering to each other. Xie Yujia also seemed to be flirting and hit Hao Ren's shoulder. Zhao Yanzi suddenly became jealous, biting her lip. Oh, and when is Zhen Kongming going to start school? Hao Ren asked Xie Yujia again. Most of the elementary and middle schools are starting school tomorrow. He should be going to school tomorrow as well, Xie Yujia replied. Okay. Hao Ren fell into deep thought. Zhao Yanzi twisted her body and leaned over. Her soft back pressed against the side of Hao Ren's body. What are you doing? Hao Ren looked at her strangely. Zhao Yanzi pouted and did not answer. Hao Ren took a look at the front and saw several pairs of student couples leaned against each other in the darkness of the classroom. A course like this was a natural place for dating while earning credits. The instructor in charge of the course did not care much about this. It was common for university students to date. Seeing that Zhao Yanzi took the initiative to lean on Hao Ren, Lu Linlin and Lu Lili grinned. Their Gongzi was slow to respond, but the little Jumu behaved very interestingly. They originally wanted to implement the poison pill plan so that Hao Ren would ultimately fall in love with both of them, but Zhao Yanzi was too close to Hao Ren, leaving them no opportunity to execute the plan. Sitting on the left side of Hao Ren, Xie Yujia saw Hao Ren leaning forward slightly with an embarrassed expression and Zhao Yanzi leaning on Hao Ren's body. She felt a little jealous and deliberately leaned on Hao Ren's shoulder as well. She had always tried to yield to Zhao Yanzi every time, but now that Zhao Yanzi was coming to the university classes, Xie Yujia was unhappy about this. Since Zhao Yanzi had been very provocative, Xie Yujia also became a little irrational. If Zhao Yanzi wanted to fight, she would fight. Okay, we have seen this clip of The Matrix. The female instructor sitting in the front suddenly turned on the lights in the classroom. The student couples who were cuddling with each other separated in a hurry. Hao Ren had Zhao Yanzi on the right and Xie Yujia on the left with Lu Linlin and Lu Lili cheerfully leaning on Zhao Yanzi, indirectly leaning on Hao Ren. Zhao Yanzi and Xie Yujia, who were fighting in their minds, were half a beat too slow, and the single male students in the back all saw the scene and were shocked. 4 beautiful girls were leaning on one guy. This embarrassed them a lot. Hao Ren coughed twice in embarrassment and slightly pushed them away with his arms. Although it was very comfortable to be leaned on by 2 beautiful girls, he was not shameless. However, Zhao Yanzi would officially start school tomorrow, so she would have fewer opportunities to run out of school in the future. Lingjiao Middle School was known for its rigorous academic curriculum. Although it could not completely stop students from dating, the school management was still very tough on this matter. That student, please answer this question. In this clip of The Matrix, what is the effect of the bullet shot? The female instructor pointed at Zhao Yanzi with her finger and asked. Bu, bullet. Zhao Yanzi was busy getting jealous and did not watch the film at all. My course is simple, but you can't just come here get free credits. The female instructor was somewhat dissatisfied. What is your name? Xie Yujia, Zhao Yanzi replied. When Xie Yujia heard Zhao Yanzi saying her name, she suddenly widened her eyes. This Zhao Yanzi is too bad, she thought. The female instructor took out the student list and found the name, Xie Yujia. She checked it with a ballpoint pen and said, well, sit down and watch the movie seriously. Obviously, the female instructor deducted a few points from Xie Yujia's classroom participation mark. Okay, instructor. I will definitely pay attention in the future. Zhao Yanzi was shocked and excited at the same time, and she sat back down cheerfully. Xie Yujia gritted her teeth and stared at Zhao Yanzi angrily. For this elective course, students only needed to submit a simple paper and didn't have exams. Therefore, classroom participation was very important. The female instructor of this elective course deducted Xie Yujia's points. In the next class, she might not necessarily remember the difference between Xie Yujia and Zhao Yanzi. Zhao Yanzi sat back next to Hao Ren and looked at Xie Yujia proudly with her squinted eyes. She was nervous and didn't know whose name she should answer with. She pulled Xie Yujia's name without thinking and didn't know that Xie Yujia cared a lot about her grade. Well, the female instructor put the name list on the podium. We will look at the next clip. I hope everyone will watch the movie seriously. Don't be like Xie Yujia and watch half-heartedly. The female instructor used Xie Yujia to warn other students. It was a common trick that instructors used in the first class. As she spoke, she played the next movie clip and turned off the lights in the classroom. Xie Yujia was mad. This was the first time that she had been criticized in the classroom by an instructor in public, and she was punished because of Zhao Yanzi. However, Zhao Yanzi did not look guilty at all. She snorted and leaned on Hao Ren's shoulder again. Xie Yujia was super mad. She did not deserve this. Zhao Yanzi did not even apologize for impersonating her. Okay, Hao Ren gently patted on Xie Yujia's arm, tried to comfort her. Xie Yujia's had a mild temper, but it did not mean that she would take everything that was thrown at her. Any woman could be terrifying when she was angry. The 2 periods of film's appreciation ended, and the 5 of them came out of the classroom. The glaring between Xie Yujia and Zhao Yanzi was no longer ordinary. Hao Ren, I will help you in the afternoon and try to get all the procedures done. Xie Yujia held her anger in and said to Hao Ren. I will go with you, Hao Ren said. No need. As soon as Xie Yujia said that, Zhao Yanzi immediately said to Hao Ren, there is a barbecue restaurant on Hongji Square. It is delicious, and Ling and the girls want to try it. They just texted me and said that they already got up and are waiting for us at Hongji Square. Won't you buy us barbecue? Zhao Yanzi looked at him with watery eyes. It seemed like she was going to introduce him to her classmates today officially. They are all your classmates. Maybe next time, Hao Ren said. When she heard Hao Ren say this, Zhao Yanzi picked up her pink little mobile phone and dialed it out. Hey, are you guys there? Uncle is very stingy and doesn't want to buy you a meal. Hey, Hao Ren reached for her cell phone. When did I say that? Oh, Uncle changed his mind and said that he is very generous and will buy you all barbecue. You are waiting, right? We will come soon. Zhao Yanzi hung up the phone and dragged Hao Ren to the stairs. Hao Ren was dragged out by her helplessly. Chilled. You are buying us dinner tonight. Lu Linlin and Lu Lily stood behind and shouted. There were going to be Zhao Yanzi's classmates. They would not join in on the fun, but Hao Ren must also buy them dinner to maintain the fairness. Big Jumu, Gongzi will not be biased. They immediately comforted Xie Yujia. Xie Yujia sighed slightly, and she felt a little uneasy. Zhao Yanzi had been attacking fiercely. However, she couldn't really fight Zhao Yanzi since the latter was much younger. Xie Yujia touched the demonic bow on her neck and thought, I can go to 5th heaven and practice archery. I don't believe that Zhao Yanzi can beat me. Chapter 540. Your cousin is powerful. If you do not have enough pocket money, I will give you a little so that you can buy them food. I am not going, Hao Ren said to Zhao Yanzi when she pulled Hao Ren to the outside of the building. He wasn't interested in dealing with little girls in middle school. You have to go. Zhao Yanzi read Hao Ren's schedule before and knew that he had no classes in the afternoon. She pushed Hao Ren to the front of the bicycle and then put the key in his hands. Hao Ren was forced to go and had no other way. He thought that Zhao Yanzi would start school tomorrow, and grade 9 had a heavy workload, meaning that she probably would not be able to bother him every day. He rode on the bicycle and carried Zhao Yanzi to Hongji Square. The sky was a bit gloomy, it looked like a rainstorm was coming. Sit still. Hao Ren reminded her. Okay. Zhao Yanzi put her face up against Hao Ren's back happily and wrapped her hands around his waist. Haha, no matter what, Hao Ren still cares about me, she thought. Boom. The bicycle dashed forward like a car, and Zhao Yanzi screamed and grabbed Hao Ren's waist in a hurry so that she would not fall. At that moment, the sky suddenly became cloudy. The bicycle rushed to the west gate of the school, heading to Hongji Square. Ling and the other girls were waiting for Zhao Yanzi at the entrance of Hongji Square. They were cheerfully jumping and waving when they saw her. Coming. Zhao Yanzi grabbed Hao Ren's arm with one hand and waved to them with the other. Hao Ren was a bit embarrassed. If he were Zhao Yanzi's brother, it would be alright. But as her boyfriend and fiancé, it was a little. Hao Ren parked the bicycle in the parking area of Hongji Square. Shui Ling, Ji Yu Yan, and Lu Qiqi, who were in light blue uniforms, immediately circled him. With curious expressions, they looked at Hao Ren from head to toe. The last time when Hao Ren went to Zhao Yanzi's dorm to help, he did not communicate with them. Uncle said that he would buy us barbecue. Zhao Yanzi jumped off the back seat of the bicycle and said happily. Thank you, Uncle, the three girls shouted in unison. Hao Ren started sweating and thought, what is this? Rumble, rain began pouring down from the dark clouds. Ah, it's raining. Zhao Yanzi immediately took Hao Ren's arm and dragged him across the road to the barbecue shop on the opposite side. Her small hand grabbed Hao Ren's tightly, it seemed like a natural reflex. Ling and the other girls followed behind. They looked at Hao Ren and Zhao Yanzi, who were standing together and a bit wet, and felt that they fit each other quite well. Zhao Yanzi realized that she was holding Hao Ren and blushed. She took back her arm and said, okay, since Uncle said that he is treating everyone, you should try your best to eat. Yay. The three girls immediately sat down and picked up the menu. Hao Ren began to sweat again. He was not good at dealing with little girls from middle school. Outside, the rumbling torrential rain immediately covered Hongji Square like a white curtain. There were no students in the square outside. It was hot and steamy in the barbecue shop, which was a sharp contrast to the rainstorm outside. Ling and the other girls did not go easy on Hao Ren and ordered all kinds of meat skewers and a variety of delicious drinks. Let me formally introduce him. This is my BF, Hao Ren. You can call him Uncle if you want, Zhao Yanzi said, leaning on Hao Ren and facing her three roommates. Uncle. The three girls smiled and shouted together. Hao Ren slightly lowered his head and sweated hard. The little girls nowadays gave him a lot of stress. Generation gap, he thought. He anticipated that there were going to be more girls, but it turned out to be only Zhao Yanzi's three roommates. It seemed that Zhao Yanzi also knew boundaries. Uncle, I will introduce you to them. This is Shui Ling, we all call her Ling. This is Ji Yu Yan, we call her Yan Yan, but you can't call her that. This is Lu Qiqi, we call her Qiqi. Zhao Yanzi introduced her three classmates to Hao Ren. Hello, Hao Ren replied. Although they had been sitting together and eating, he was still not used to it. Uncle is very shy, Ji Yu teased. Hao Ren smiled helplessly. Who would have thought that he needed to meet Zhao Yanzi's classmates? At this time, the waiter brought a dozen lamb skewers to their table. Thank you, Uncle. They picked up the delicious-smelling skewers and thanked Hao Ren. They ate meat skewers and chit-chatted about things related to the start of school. For example, they talked about how Zhao Yanzi did not wear a school uniform, which would lead them to be scolded by the teachers in the class meeting in the afternoon, how their parents forced them to preview their textbooks, and how Zhao Yanzi ranked high in the last final exam. This was the last day of their summer vacation before the start of school, so most of the students who would be boarding already arrived in the new Ling Jiao Middle School. After a day or two of researching, they had already become familiar with Hongji Square. Therefore, middle school students were often seen in the past 2 days here. The rainstorm suddenly stopped, and another group of customers came into the restaurant. It's Yu Qing and her friends from class 6, Ling glanced at the door and said. Don't worry about them. Zhao Yanzi turned her head slightly, pretending not to see them. Z. The students who came in saw Zhao Yanzi, and she led her friends came over to say hello. The leader was tall and slender, appearing more mature. She stared at Zhao Yanzi and then at Hao Ren, who was beside Zhao Yanzi, and said, Z, why don't you introduce us? Just my brother. Nothing to introduce, Zhao Yanzi replied. I heard that he is your boyfriend. Z, you are quiet, but you are actually very good, getting yourself a boyfriend who is in university. Thus girl exposed her and said. Zhao Yanzi looked impatient and did not pay attention to her. Ling Jiao Middle School had strong faculties, so many influential people sent their children to study there. However, the school worried that the students' family backgrounds would vary too much and create conflicts, so they also accepted ordinary students. Those students were all put into class 2, which was the unwritten rule of Ling Jiao Middle School. Like Ling, Ji Yu Yan and Lu Qiqi, their family backgrounds were relatively ordinary. They loved to play occasionally, but they were still diligent students. Seeing that Zhao Yanzi was ignoring her, this girl could not hold it and touched the table with her hand. Z, why don't you talk? The table was not fixed to the ground. When it was touched, several skewers that were on a plate rolled off the table. This instantly provoked Zhao Yanzi. What are you doing, Yu Qing? Hey, why so fierce? Yu Qing looked at Zhao Yanzi and then at Hao Ren. Hao Ren did not wear glasses, but he still appeared decent and gentle. Yu Qing heard about Hao Ren driving a Ferrari to pick up Zhao Yanzi before the summer break. But now seeing Hao Ren in person, she felt that he was only a very ordinary university student. Yu Qing also heard that Zhao Yanzi's mom had driven a Ferrari to pick up Zhao Yanzi a few times before, so she suspected that Zhao Yanzi's mom was working at a car rental shop. Using the car for once or twice was normal. Moreover, she looked at Hao Ren's outfit, which was an unbranded shirt. Also, the necklace, the wallet, and the mobile phone placed on the table were not from famous brands as well. He did not look like a child of wealthy parents. Compared with last time when he deliberately dressed up to pick up Zhao Yanzi in a Ferrari, he was completely exposed today. Hao Ren initially did not want to participate in the bickering between the middle school girls. After seeing that Zhao Yanzi wasn't talking and was about to erupt, he said, "We are eating here. Can you not gather around here? It is getting very hot." Hao Ren's words were quite polite, which made Yu Qing confirm that Hao Ren was definitely not from a rich family. She smiled and said, "Z, your boyfriend is very generous, buying you barbecue, so expensive." When she finished this sentence, she led 5 girls to a table in the shop. Zhao Yanzi clenched her fists and almost rushed over to beat her up. Yu Qing took a few steps and suddenly turned back. "Z, what is your boyfriend's name? It just so happens that my cousin is also at East Ocean University. I will let him ask around, just in case that you have been lied to." Her words sounded as if she was thinking for Zhao Yanzi, but that taunting tone was obvious. "What is your cousin's name?" Hao Ren asked her. Yu Qing was waiting for this sentence. She smiled proudly and said, "My cousin is Huang Zuji, you should know him at East Ocean University." Puff. Hao Ren was almost choked on his own breath and lost grip of the cup in his hand. She is Huang Zuji's cousin. No wonder she behaves in the same way, he thought. Yu Qing saw Hao Ren's reaction and was even more proud. "Hey, are you afraid?" Her eyes were fixed on Zhao Yanzi. "Don't mess with me at school. Otherwise, I will let my cousin teach your boyfriend a lesson." She threw out this sentence arrogantly, then finally sat down at her table. She hated Zhao Yanzi because all the boys she liked favored Zhao Yanzi, so she lost a lot of face. In particular, she took the initiative to pursue Xie Zhaofeng, who was in the high school department, but he refused her confession and invited Zhao Yanzi to karaoke instead. What's good about Zhao Yanzi? Why do all boys like her? Every time she thought about this, Yu Qing would have a fever of jealousy in her eyes. "Tard." Zhao Yanzi turned to Yu Qing and snorted. "Z, forget it. Don't worry about these kinds of people." Seeing Zhao Yanzi getting angry, Ling and the other girls quickly tried to comfort her. Yu Qing's family had a business and money. Also, rumor had it that she also had an uncle who was a deputy mayor. Ling and the other girls had the attitude of keeping things at ease because they feared that Zhao Yanzi would suffer. Zhao Yanzi clenched her teeth and turned to ask Hao Ren, "Who is Huang Zuji?" "An idiot. Don't worry about him," Hao Ren replied. Zhao Yanzi was popular in school, but she never bullied others. Hao Ren didn't want to see Zhao Yanzi being bullied, but he also didn't want to bicker with a middle school girl. He suddenly had an idea. Thinking of this, he turned to the girl named Yu Qing and said, "Tell your cousin to come over." Chapter 541, Recruitment. "My cousin?" Yu Qing yelled. "Just because you said so?" She did not believe that Zhao Yanzi's boyfriend had not heard of Huang Zuji's name since he was studying at East Ocean University. "He actually dares to call my cousin over?" she thought. "If your cousin doesn't dare to come, then don't make a fuss here," Hao Ren said. Ling, Ji Yu, and Lu Qiqi looked at each other in surprise. Hao Ren spoke very calmly, and it seemed that he was not afraid of Yu Qing's cousin. But according to Yu Qing, her cousin was one of the most influential students at East Ocean University. Even the instructors must leave him alone. "He doesn't dare to come." Yu Qing stood up, took out her mobile phone from her pocket, and dialed out, staring at Hao Ren. "When my cousin comes, don't regret it," she said. She initially only wanted to ridicule Zhao Yanzi so that the latter would be scared off at the sight of her in the future, but she did not expect Zhao Yanzi's boyfriend to dare to defend Zhao Yanzi and provoke her. Yu Qing's phone was connected. "Cousin, someone is bullying me at Hongji Square," Yu Qing said. "What is going on?" Huang Zuji asked on the phone. "It is my classmate's boyfriend. He insulted me," Yu Qing said. She wanted to add fuel to the situation and say that she was beaten, but she was also afraid that her cousin would come over and scold her after seeing that the situation was different. Therefore, she did not dare to exaggerate. When Huang Zuji heard that it was a conflict between middle school students, he lost interest and said, "It is stupid. You can deal with that on your own." Yu Qing stood stiffly in place with her mobile phone in hand. "When is your cousin coming?" Hao Ren asked her. He used to hate seeing Huang Zuji. This was the first time Hao Ren actually wanted to see Huang Zuji. My cousin said that he is very busy today, but you should be careful later on. Yu Qing put away her mobile phone and said to Hao Ren. Hao Ren sneered and glanced at Yu Qing with disdain. Then, he picked up a meat skewer and placed it in front of Zhao Yanzi. Yu Qing clenched her phone and got very angry. She thought, this Zhao Yanzi's boyfriend is simply looking down on me, just because he is a university student? She was determined to make sure that her cousin would teach him a lesson. She was planning to ask for Zhao Yanzi's boyfriend name after going back to school. Hao Ren wasn't interested in dealing with this arrogant middle school girl. After ordering a few more delicious skewers, he treated Zhao Yanzi and her 3 classmates to a good meal. In the afternoon, it was the opening ceremony of Ling Jiao Middle School. Zhao Yanzi had a class meeting, so she had to change into her school uniform and go back early. Hao Ren paid the bill and walked the 4 girls back to school. Because Hao Ren treated them to a meal, and his speech was more mature than the middle school boys, Zhan Yanzi's dorm mates felt like he was just like a big brother. They had a good impression of him and supported Zhao Yanzi and Hao Ren's relationship. Since the students had already arrived at Ling Jiao Middle School, visitors could not easily enter the school. Hao Ren walked Zhao Yanzi to the school gate, handed the bicycle to her, and stayed at the entrance to see her off. Uncle, thank you for the skewers today. Ling took the lead and thanked him. She had the best relationship with Zhao Yanzi and was the first among the 3 girls to meet Hao Ren. Although she was not very familiar with the development between Zhao Yanzi and Hao Ren, she barely witnessed Zhao Yanzi's love journey. At first, Zhao Yanzi hated this uncle, but she was now madly in love. From Ling's perspective, Hao Ren cared about Zhao Yanzi, but Zhao Yanzi was just being a little sweetheart and had not fully accepted Hao Ren. Hao Ren smiled lightly and then set his gaze back on Zhao Yanzi. Zhao Yanzi was the only one among them who did not wear the school uniform, so she seemed more beautiful this way. Well, uncle, you can head back. Zhao Yanzi looked up at Hao Ren and said. Okay, be good in school. If you need anything, call me, Hao Ren said and turned to the main entrance of East Ocean University. Don't be too close to Xie Yujia, Zhao Yanzi suddenly added. Hao Ren waved his hand and crossed the road to enter East Ocean University. He still wanted to talk to Zhao Yanzi about not being too hostile toward Xie Yujia, but he had no chance to tell her since the other 3 girls were with them. He had to do it at a later time. In fact, Xie Yujia still cared about Zhao Yanzi, but Zhao Yanzi didn't buy it. Back in school, Hao Ren called Xie Yujia and asked her about how the club registration was going. All kinds of procedures are almost done. Now, I'm just waiting for one of the vice principals to stamp it. But since you seem to be anxious about this, I may just go directly to Vice Principal Liu for the stamp. Once it is approved, it is basically done, Xie Yujia said. Her voice sounded a little anxious. Running around between various offices on such a hot day, she must be exhausted. It is all right. Just do it tomorrow, Hao Ren said. We are waiting for the last stamp anyways. I will finish it for you, Xie Yujia said. When she used to be the class president, she was resolute. She would take care of everything that surfaced and never procrastinated. She did not ask about Hao Ren and Zhao Yanzi's meal. She did not want to appear overly jealous over such a thing. Oh, can you also help me ask for Lu Qi's phone number? Lu Qi of the Go Club, Hao Ren suddenly said. I can find it in the list of club presidents. I will send you his number in a minute. Xie Yujia replied quickly, there is one more thing. All the clubs in the school must have a supervisor who is a faculty. Is there anyone you have in your mind? I will take care of this. If I can't, I'll report back to you, Hao Ren said. Good. Xie Yujia hung up. Apparently, she had to run to other offices. Hao Ren stood in the campus, thought about it, and called Suhan. He and Suhan could communicate through the inspector's tokens, but the tokens were connected with spiritual senses. If Suhan were cultivating right now, it would affect her cultivation and might harm her. Therefore, whenever Hao Ren was looking for Suhan, it was safer to call or visit her office personally. If this affected Suhan's cultivation, her wrath was not something that Hao Ren could bear. The phone rang for a few seconds, and Suhan picked up. Her voice was cold. What? This is the situation. I'm setting up a club and want you to be the supervisor in charge because. Sure. Suhan threw out one word and rendered Hao Ren's speech useless. Is there anything else? Suhan asked on the phone. No, okay. Suhan hung up and immersed herself in cultivation once again. Hao Ren held the phone, stunned. This woman is too clear-cut, he thought. Buzz. Hao Ren received a message. Xie Yujia had sent Lu Qi's phone number over. Her efficiency was absolutely high. Hao Ren dialed the number, and Lu Qi picked up. Who's this? Lu Qi's voice was very calm. He often received unfamiliar calls, and many of those calls were media reporters looking to interview him. I am Hao Ren. Oh, Lu Qi sounded a little surprised. Brother Hao. It's like this. I'm setting up a club, and I want you to be the vice president. You can help me spread this news. Specifically, say this. Hao Ren explained his plans to Lu Qi. Lu Qi listened very carefully. With Hao Ren's request, he would not dare to be sloppy. Hao Ren's power and status had won his respect. In the circle of dragon cultivators, age was nothing. Therefore, when Inspector Hao Ren took the initiative to ask for his help, this was his chance. He was afraid that he couldn't befriend Hao Ren. An hour later, Huang Zuji, who was enjoying the air conditioner and snoring in the small office of the rock climbing club, was woken up by one of his henchmen. What's wrong? Huang Zuji was a bit annoyed. Just when he was sleeping, he was awakened by his cousin's phone call because of some trivial matters. Now, he was woken up once again. Brother Huang, Lu Qi, the president of the Go Club, made a post on the school forum. The student who woken up Huang Zuji pointed to the computer. Lu Qi? Post? Huang Zuji was somewhat confused. The school forum required registration with one student number, which was equivalent to real name authentication. The post author would have the name and student number displayed, and that was why few people would post on the school forum. However, the school forum had a club management page. All the club activities, recruitment, and registration could be updated on this page. Recently, the rock climbing club was about to recruit new members, so it was necessary to update information on this page and also pay attention to the updates of other clubs. Lu Qi posted that Hao Ren is founding a calligraphy club. Lu Qi himself will be a vice president, and the supervisor will be Suhan. There are 2 other vice president vacancies, and he hopes that students who are interested will join. This member of the rock climbing club pointed to the post. Lu Qi is joining another club? Huang Zuji was in disbelief. The Go Club was the most unique club in East Ocean University, and it also had the highest status. Lu Qi had always looked down on other clubs in the school, let alone joining other clubs. However, the author of this post was indeed Lu Qi. His name and student number, as well as the title of president of the Go Club, were displayed. A club founded by Hao Ren, Huang Zuji saw this and became even more confused. Everyone knows that the supervisor is only an empty title and will never make an appearance. The only attraction he has is Lu Linlin and Lu Lily. Otherwise, who will participate in the calligraphy club this day and age? Peeved, relying on girls to attract members? Very low. Huang Zuji thought about it and said. However, he was jealous in his mind over the fact that Suhan would actually agree to be the supervisor of Hao Ren's club. It seemed that her relationship with Hao Ren was not simple. No, brother Huang, there is another sentence below. The henchman pointed to the last sentence in the post. Specially stated, Lu Linlin, Lu Lily, and Xie Yujia will not join the club. Seeing these seemingly unrelated words, Huang Zuji sighed. Without Lu Linlin and Lu Lily, who will participate in this unpopular club? Is there anyone who will go to him? He is overestimating his charm. Huang Zuji waved his hand. Don't worry, this kind of club will not have many members. Chapter 542. The Club, the 8th generation of broadcast exercises. First exercise, march on the spot. Go. 1, 2, 3, 4. Hao Ren was sleeping on his bed when he heard the music from outside in the morning. Ren, their school year has started. Zhou Liren, who was on the upper berth of the other bed, pushed at Hao Ren's bed in excitement. Half asleep, Hao Ren realized that it was Zhao Yanzi's first day. Haha, that's the morning exercises. Zhou Liren hopped off the bed and ran onto the balcony in his slippers. Students from all the dorm buildings came out to watch Ling Jiao Middle School's broadcast exercises 1. Hao Ren got to the balcony as well and saw students lined up in classes, doing morning exercises. Dorm building number 7 was only one wall away from Ling Jiao Middle School. Hao Ren's room 302 was higher than the fence so that they could see the sports field clearly. There are so many cute girls. Zhou Liren stared at the girls on the sports field and sighed. Hao Ren scanned the area, looking for Zhao Yanzi. Students in grade 9 should be doing the exercises as well. The teachers would only take up this period during the second half of the term when the high school entrance exam was near. Middle school students were developing, so the heights of the students were largely different. Hao Ren spotted Zhao Yanzi immediately. She was in the 4th column and the 2nd row. Students were lined up according to their heights with girls in the front and boys in the back. The shorter students were standing in front of the taller ones. Zhao Yanzi wasn't tall in her class, so she was in the 2nd row, right in front of Ling. Third exercise, leg kicks. As the music and the broadcast changed, Zhao Yanzi had to change her movements according to the instructions. She looked a little absent-minded in her uniform, but she didn't act too lost since a teacher was supervising her class. Hao Ren couldn't help but laugh at her silly movements. Zhao Yanzi hopped lazily in her uniform, yet she still looked pretty cute. "Is little cousin there?" Zhou Liren asked when he noticed Hao Ren's smile. "Not telling you." Hao Ren rolled his eyes at Zhou Liren coldly on purpose. "Come on, brother Ren." Zhou Liren stuck his neck out with his hands holding onto the railing. He started the search himself. However, all the students of Lingjiao Middle School were in light blue uniforms. He got lost in search of Zhao Yanzi. Besides, how could his eyesight be compared with Hao Ren? Zhao Yanzi looked up at the university dorm buildings as she followed the instructions. This was their first day of the school and their first broadcast exercise on this campus. Many university students were watching them, and Zhao Yanzi wondered if Hao Ren was one of them. However, there were so many balconies, and she remembered that Hao Ren's dorm building was the furthest from her school. She couldn't spot Hao Ren after searching for a while, and she made a few mistakes, causing her to stand out in the group. 8th exercise, cooling down. It was the last portion of the broadcast exercise, so the movement slowed down. As uncle amongst them, Z? Ling made large steps on purpose in order to get closer to Zhao Yanzi, and she asked quietly when she got the chance. "No, his room is far from here," Zhao Yanzi answered. "Were you looking for him? You made a few mistakes today," Ling said. "What are you talking about? I was thinking about today's homework." Zhao Yanzi tried to justify herself. The exercises finished, and all the classes exited the sports field along with the music. Zhao Yanzi was obviously the prettiest girl in her class. When it was Zhao Yanzi's class turn to exit the sports field, she looked back at the university dorm buildings. She had a weird feeling and felt like Hao Ren was staring at her. "Go back to bed. Go back to bed." Zhao Jiayi and Cao Ronghua lost their interest as the youthful girls exited the sports field. They went back into their room from the balcony. Their schedule was completely opposite of Hao Ren's. Most of their classes were in the afternoon beside the mandatory classes. That was because they wanted to sleep in. Zhou Liren stuck his neck out in search for Hao Ren's little cousin, but he still couldn't find her. Hao Ren kept her eyes on Zhao Yanzi the entire time. He even saw her messing around with Ling when she returned to her classroom. The lively and familiar scene reminded Hao Ren of his own middle school days. It would be fun if he could turn back time and become Zhao Yanzi's classmate. He checked the time and realized that his first class was about to start. So, he freshened up and headed to his class. Xie Yujia was already there when he arrived at the classroom. "Hi." Xie Yujia waved at him. She looked as refreshing as usual in her white t-shirt and jeans. Several guys were checking her out as they nudged each other when Hao Ren entered the room. They were probably betting on asking for Xie Yujia's phone number. However, their cheerful faces immediately turned gloomy when she greeted Hao Ren with a bright smile. Hao Ren glanced at the guys as he walked to Xie Yujia and sat down. These guys were probably freshmen, and they thought Xie Yujia was new as well. "How is it going with the club?" Hao Ren asked. Everything is set up. Since Vice Principal Lu was here yesterday, he stamped our documents. I registered at the administration office after that, and the club is officially established." Xie Yujia smiled. "Good." Hao Ren was relieved at this news. "Should we put some advertisements up? Newly established clubs don't always get many students. But since new students just started school, we can rent a place and host some recruiting events." Xie Yujia continued. She thought of many activities for Hao Ren last night. She tried to think of some ways to recruit students for him so that this calligraphy club wouldn't be too miserable with only a few members. "It's okay. Lu Qi has already spread the word for me. Let's go to the cafeteria and put up a little table by the door," Hao Ren said. "Don't we need some promotional activities? Should we ask Lu Linlin and Lu Lily for help?" Xie Yujia asked. East Ocean University encouraged the students in enriching their spare times, so the students established a lot of clubs. However, newly started clubs usually found recruiting difficult since students would instead join the large clubs than small ones with few members. In addition, the school board would cancel any club's qualification if they could not recruit over 50 members within a month. During all these years, only large clubs like the swimming club and board game club could survive. Xie Yujia was worried about Hao Ren's club. He went through a lot of trouble to get it running, so she didn't want it to be disqualified after a month. Therefore, she suggested that he should promote the new club in early September. "It's all right." Hao Ren started to comfort Xie Yujia instead. Although it was his club, Xie Yujia had taken a lot of effort in running around for him. He couldn't help but smile at her serious look. That was how her personality was. She would try her best in everything she did. "Okay. As long as you say it's all right." Xie Yujia finally smiled in relief. She believed in Hao Ren's abilities and realized that she overly stressed herself. As they chit-chatted, Lu Linlin and Lu Lily in their floral short skirts and black sandals walked into the classroom, laughing and chatting. The guys who were staring at Xie Yujia were suddenly stupefied with their eyes lighting up. If Xie Yujia was only pretty to them, the twins were astonishing. Gongzi. Before they could stare more at the sisters, these two beauties fastened their steps and headed toward Hao Ren, who was at the back of the classroom. The guys who were looking at them gasped. What was the definition of brutal? This was it. They saw this quiet, beautiful girl in the back row when they first entered the classroom, but they soon realized that she already had a boyfriend just before they were going to ask for her number. Then, they saw these two lively twin sisters coming in, which brought them hope, but those two pretty girls ran toward that guy in the back as well. Hao Ren felt the pressure as he realized that he had crushed those freshmen' spirit. He slightly waved and said, "Don't play around too much, the class is starting." Lu Linlin and Lu Lily became quiet, and they sat beside Hao Ren, pouting. The class was about to start, and the students gradually arrived. "Oh, there is a freshman in our program named Shu Ke. Do you know him?" Hao Ren asked Xie Yujia. "Shu Ke?" Xie Yujia thought for a bit. "I don't remember." "He's the guy who called me to the office last time," Hao Ren added. "Oh, him." Xie Yujia nodded. "I didn't know his name, but when Ma Lina dragged me to watch the campus military training, he came over and asked me for the directions to the supermarket." Xie Yujia looked at Hao Ren. "What's wrong with him?" "Nothing much. You have more connections in the student council. Please see what information you can find on him," Hao Ren said. Hao Ren noticed the surprised look on Xie Yujia's face when Shu Ke came to see him last time, so he knew that she must have met him before. Now that he thought about it, Shui Ke must have approached Xie Yujia on purpose last time when she went to see the campus military training with Ma Lina. "Oh, okay." Xie Yujia didn't ask any more questions. Hao Ren must have his reason for looking this person up. At this moment, Huang Zuji pushed open the door and entered the rock climbing club's office. He asked the guy who was sitting in front of the computer, "How is Lu Qi's post going?" Today was an important day for club recruiting. The first day of school was usually for first-year students to adapt to the new environment, and the clubs would usually start their promotional campaigns on the second day of school in order to snatch resources. Therefore, although Huang Zuji was already a fourth-year student, he got up early in the morning to check on the recruiting status at the rock climbing club. The more club members he had, the higher the status he would have at school. The rock climbing club was the #1 club of East Ocean University. However, since Lu Linlin and Lu Lily joined the Taekwondo club and the swimming club, their memberships had been increasing rapidly to a point where it was threatening the rock climbing club's position. Huang Zuji got into some arguments with the other two club presidents because of this. It was that time of the year again, and Huang Zuji paid extra attention to each club's movements since he knew that Hao Ren was also a part of this. "That post is pinned to the top by the forum administrator, but few people have responded," that member answered as he opened the web page. Huang Zuji took a look. Sure enough, only 3 or 4 students responded under the post, and they were just random responses since none of them actually intended to join the club. Humph, calligraphy club. I have no idea what he was thinking. Who would join a club like that? Huang Zuji squinted his eyes with disdain. Usually, the larger the club was, the more money it could bring. Members had to pay a registration fee as well as for the equipment fees and activities fees. A club like the rock climbing club could make quite a lot of money every year just with the rock climbing equipment and outdoor activities. Hao Ren must have started his calligraphy club to show off or out of his own interest, Huang Zuji thought, and was curious how many dummies would join a boring club like that. The courses were taking place as usual, so were the classes at Ling Jiao Middle School on the other side of the street. Zhao Yanzi was sitting in the classroom as she played with a ballpen in her palm. She was listening to her English teacher in boredom. That was the first day of her grade 9 year, yet the class atmosphere was very depressing. This so-called expert teacher didn't seem to be as good as Hao Ren in explaining English grammar. Ring. The class dismissal bell rang, and Zhao Yanzi hopped out of her seat all of a sudden. She patted Ling, who sat behind her, and said, "Hey, let's go eat at Hongji Square." Although Ling Jiao Middle School had very strict rules on students, it allowed them to go outside of the school for lunch. After being locked up for an entire morning, Zhao Yanzi finally got released. "Alright, I know. I was going to go with Lu Yuntao. I guess we can go together." Ling glimpsed at Zhao Yanzi and shrugged. Hee hee. Zhao Yanzi dragged Ling out of the classroom. They went next door to look for Lu Yuntao, Ling's boyfriend. Lu Yuntao played well on the basketball team. Although he was not one of the main forces, he was tall, came from a well-off family, and was nice to Ling. Unlike Zhao Yanzi, Ling had a different taste for boyfriends. She liked taller guys who could give her a sense of security. Ling and Lu Yuntao got along pretty well during this summer. Therefore, Zhao Yanzi got familiar with him after school started. Ling Zhao High School and Middle School were now in different locations, and some of the middle school department staffs hadn't arrived yet. Therefore, the school cafeteria was still closed. Most of the students left from the front gate and headed toward Hongji Square for lunch. "Hey, are you Zhao Yanzi?" A gangster-looking man who sat on a motorcycle walked up to her after she left the campus. Chapter 543. Tiger's Anger. Gongzi, you have to take us to barbecue for lunch, yeah. Near the end of the 4th class, Lu Linlin and Lu Lily reminded Hao Ren happily. Last night, due to the fact that Hao Ren got the scholarship, he took all his friends, including Xie Yujia and Ma Lina, to Hongji Square for dinner. However, Lu Linlin and Lu Lily didn't like to have dinner with Hao Ren's buddies who were loud, so they asked Hao Ren to take them out for lunch instead. Okay, got it. Hao Ren's stomach was about to explode as he had had barbecued food for 2 days straight. Since Hao Ren did not go back on his words, Lu Linlin and Lu Lily were filled with joy. Buzz, buzz. Hao Ren's phone that was on the desk started vibrating, and the screen showed Zhao Yanzi's name. This girl finished her classes already. Hao Ren was ready for Zhao Yanzi to come and find him at any moment. He saw Zhao Yanzi's name appear on his phone and knew that her lunch break had started. The first class at Ling Jiao Middle School was earlier than East Ocean University. Therefore, their lunch break started before the 4th class of East Ocean University ended. Hao Ren picked up the phone, lowered his voice, and whispered, "I'm still in class. I can't take you to lunch." "Brother, come to the front entrance of my school, quickly," Zhao Yanzi yelled on the phone before she hung up. "Brother," Hao Ren was speechless at first, but then he felt that something was wrong. "Yujia, give me the key to your bike." Hao Ren turned around and said to Xie Yujia. Oh, Xie Yujia gave the key to Hao Ren. Since she saw Hao Ren's worried expression, she couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong?" "Nothing, I will be back shortly." Hao Ren, who was very relaxed, suddenly became serious. He walked out the back door of the classroom directly. They were halfway through the class. The instructor was shocked to see Hao Ren suddenly leave, but the instructor did not stop him. On the other hand, Hao Ren walked out of the classroom and went down the stairs. Then, he unlocked Xie Yujia's bicycle and started rushing toward the front entrance of East Ocean University. Since Zhao Yanzi called him brother, it proved that she wasn't in such big trouble, but she was indeed asking for help. With Hao Ren's speed, it would take him around 20 seconds to reach the front entrance of the university from his academic building. Hao Ren rode across the road and arrived at the entrance of Ling Jiao Middle School, and he saw Zhao Yanzi, Ling, and a boy surrounded by a few hooligans. There were also some other middle school students watching from a distance at the school entrance. These hooligans had always been wandering around the school entrance, trying to get some of the girls' attention. Back in the days when Ling Chao's middle school department was still with the high school department, these hooligans didn't dare to wander around the entrance of the school since there were strong high school students. Ever since the middle school department had moved away from the original campus to a place that was further away from downtown, the security forces had not been fully allocated, and these hooligans took the chance to came over and cause trouble. "Are you Zhao Yanzi? Our boss likes you a lot. Come have lunch with him." A hooligan, who had dyed blonde hair and dressed in a leather jacket, said to Zhao Yanzi as he waved around a small bat. Normally, new campuses were built in rural areas where the land was cheaper. A good example was the new campus of East Ocean University, which had a huge area. With the newly built school campuses, the development of the nearby areas was doing quite well. However, it was quite remote compared to the city, and hooligans were still around. Zhao Yanzi looked at the 3 hooligans with a straight face, but Ling stood beside Zhao Yanzi and held Lu Yuntao's arm in fear. Lu Yuntao, who was nearly 1.8 meters tall, looked at the 3 fierce-looking hooligans and didn't dare to do anything. Although he was good at playing basketball, he was still a middle school student, not to mention that he grew up in a wealthy family and was the pearl of his parents. How would he dare to fight against these hooligans? Those students who were standing around did not dare to say anything as well. Even those who liked Zhao Yanzi didn't dare to go near them. Some of them weren't brave enough, and some of them were scared that they would get hurt and thus delayed their exams and practices. Aside from grade 9 students, those grade 8 and 7 students were even more scared. Since the hooligans saw that no teachers were around to help Zhao Yanzi, they got closer to her and got even more arrogant. The one who was leading these hooligans liked Zhao Yanzi, and he heard that Zhao Yanzi was in class 2 and had no money nor power in school. Back then, there were a few guys, such as Xie Zhaofeng, who liked Zhao Yanzi and were ballsy and had influential family backgrounds. Therefore, he did not dare to act recklessly. Now that the school moved, he felt like his opportunity came. King stop. Hao Ren rode the bike to the entrance of Jaoo Middle School and saw these hooligans were about to touch Zhao Yanzi. Thus, he yelled and drifted the bike to the side of the curb. Bam! The bike slammed onto the curb, and Hao Ren borrowed this force and rushed toward the hooligan who was closest to Zhao Yanzi, punching him right in his face. Pow! Hao Ren's fist made a clear smacking sound as the hooligan covered his nose. When he looked up again, his face was already covered in blood. This blood came from this hooligan's nose and mouth. The middle school students around gasped since they did not expect a real fight to break out this quickly. Many of these students had just graduated from elementary school and had never seen anything like this before. Those students from grades 7 and 8 had never seen a fierce fight like this before as well. That was because Jaoo Middle School was one of the best schools in the city, unlike those chaotic middle schools where fights were frequent. Lu Yuntao, who was standing right next to Ling, was overwhelmed with fear. When he played basketball, he got hurt sometimes. However, he had never seen a fight with so much blood before in his life. The other two hooligans did not expect that Hao Ren's punch would be so fierce. They hesitated for a second before they picked up their bats and threw them toward Hao Ren. To these so-called hooligans, street fights were routine for them. Even though Hao Ren's punch was very fierce, it wouldn't scare them away. Since they had motorcycles, they could run away after the fight, and no one could catch up with them. The police wouldn't bother to investigate small fights like this. Therefore, these hooligans would be fine after they hide for a while. In the worst case, if they got caught, they would only be locked up for a few days. In comparison, the students had no place to hide. Once these hooligans were released, the students were doomed. Therefore, the students started screaming again when they saw the two hooligans smash their metal bats toward Hao Ren's head and neck. Ku. Hao Ren kicked one of the hooligans in the chest and punched the other in his stomach. The hooligan who got punched in the face by Hao Ren pulled out a pocket knife. Hao Ren grabbed this hooligan's collar and pressed him directly onto the ground. Then, Hao Ren pressed his knee against the hooligan's arm, making him drop his knife immediately as that arm went numb. Pow! Pow! Hao Ren punched this leading hooligan's eyes and wished to choke him to death. Hao Ren hated these hooligans the most. Back in high school, one of his classmates, who he didn't know much about, had to transfer to another school because of hooligans. Some other students from a different class were being bullied, humiliated, and blackmailed by these hooligans. Only after the strengthening of the security forces near the school in the north side of the city plus a newly built police station did these hooligans disappear. Yet, Hao Ren did not expect that after Jaoo Middle School moved to this area, these hooligans would reappear again. Brother! Brother! The hooligan, who was pressed against the floor by Hao Ren, surrendered immediately. Both of his eyes were red and swollen. His nose and his teeth were bleeding continuously. The corner of his eyes was ruptured and was green in color. His brow bone turned black and was swollen. His fierce look was as if it was covered in paint. Hao Ren raised his fist and wanted to punch him again until his face was completely unrecognizable. However, because there were many students around, it wasn't good for them if the scene was too cruel. Therefore, Hao Ren held back his fist and slapped the hooligan's face crazily. Brother! 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 This hooligan did not expect to encounter a ruthless guy like Hao Ren. He waved his hands helplessly as he almost started crying. However, his eyebrows were so swollen that he couldn't shed a tear. These hooligans bullied the weak and feared the strong. How could they know all of Hao Ren's old and new grudges against them? Although Hao Ren seemed very kind and gentle, he wouldn't let himself to be bullied. Back when he was still in high school, he hid a knife in his backpack and was ready to fight the hooligans at any moment. However, he was quite lucky. He had never gotten into trouble with the hooligans. Ever since the neighborhood around the school was rectified, there were no more hooligans near the school, and Hao Ren's knife became useless. The two hooligans who were kicked and punched by Hao Ren tried to stand up. However, they were feeling very dizzy, and they felt like their organs changed locations. How come this short and weak-looking guy is so powerful? They thought. Even their leader, who was known as the fiercest man on the street, was being pressed against the floor and was beaten so bad. That was too horrifying for tears. Madam, madam, the leading hooligan begged Zhao Yanzi for mercy since Hao Ren had no intention to stop beating him. Both of his eyes were blurry, and he could see through Zhao Yanzi. He was afraid that if Hao Ren continued beating him, he would either die or turn into an idiot. Brother, stop. Let them go, Zhao Yanzi yelled. The reason why she called Hao Ren brother was to cover up their relationship. However, every grade 8 and grade 9 student knew that Hao Ren was her boyfriend. Hao Ren pulled the hooligan's collar and made him stand up. Then, he turned him around and yelled loudly, "Leave." The hooligan, who was extremely dizzy, heard Hao Ren and tottered toward his motorcycle. He didn't even care if he was able to ride the motorcycle or not. He got on it and immediately drove off. The other two hooligans limped to their motorcycles and fled the entrance of Ling Jiao Middle School immediately as well. Hao Ren patted his clothes and looked at Zhao Yanzi worryingly. Are you okay? Zhao Yanzi pouted her lips and did not reply. However, the students around them were stunned by what had happened. Chapter 544. Watch a good show. Ling looked at Hao Ren in shock. She did not expect how tough this uncle, who Zhao Yanzi always mentioned happily, was when fighting with hooligans. Middle school girls didn't care about family background or grades. Instead, they liked boys who were manlier. That was why they tended to like boys who were good at basketball. Now that Hao Ren fought off 3 people just by himself, especially when he fought so well that the 3 hooligans were begging on the floor, the girls were now full of curiosity. The hooligans had cut a small wound on Hao Ren's arm with a knife, but this did not affect how attractive Hao Ren appeared to them. On the contrary, the injury made him appear even more manly. All the girls' eyes lit up brightly like stars. They thought Hao Ren was their Prince Charming. The boys who had a secret crush on Zhao Yanzi and wrote her love letters were all backing up and giving up now. These boys came from wealthy families. Zhao Yanzi was cute and pretty, so they wanted to pursue her. However, from what happened today, they knew that even if they had successfully pursued Zhao Yanzi, they couldn't protect her. None of them dared to stand up for her when they saw the 3 fierce-looking hooligans today. However, Hao Ren appeared and defeated the 3 hooligans with ease. Let's go. Hao Ren lifted the bicycle back up, turned around, and said to Zhao Yanzi. Zhao Yanzi bit her lips. Then, she got on the back seat of the bicycle when everyone was watching them. By now, the teachers had heard about the news and were about to come out. Some of the students of East Ocean University saw that there were a bunch of middle school students gathered in front of Ling Jiao Middle School from across the street, so they went across the road to see what was happening. Under these circumstances, both Hao Ren and Zhao Yanzi didn't want to be surrounded by crowds. Hao Ren sat on the bicycle, carrying Zhao Yanzi on the back. He rode on the road that separated Ling Jiao Middle School and East Ocean University and dashed away. From defeating the hooligans to taking Zhao Yanzi to escape, Hao Ren didn't say much. He seemed calm and warm throughout the process. The middle school girls watched as the bicycle disappeared around the corner of the road, and they suddenly thought that Zhao Yanzi was very blessed. Lu Yuntao, who was standing next to Ling, suddenly came back to his senses. After thinking about how Hao Ren handled the situation and his own performance, he suddenly blushed. Okay. Zi's boyfriend is really incredible. However, it is not your fault that you couldn't fend off the bad guys, Ling said as she looked up at Lu Yuntao and touched him. At the critical moment, Ling was delighted that Lu Yuntao was able to protect her with his arms. However, she had to admit that Zhao Yanzi's boyfriend was spectacular. He's different from ordinary guys. Ling suddenly remembered this confident comment from Zhao Yanzi when they chatted last night in their dorm. Zhao Yanzi was proud and had high standards. There were many boys from the middle school department and high school department pursuing her, and she would receive mountains of love letters each week, but she did not even look at them. However, she liked this uncle. Thinking closely, this uncle was far better than ordinary handsome men. Vroom. 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 One of the 3 hooligans who escaped on motorcycles drove back, and the guy on it said viciously, "You brat. You've done it well this time, but wait and see. I'll be back." Vroom. The motorcycle crossed the intersection quickly, turning into a black dot. At that moment, Hao Ren was riding on the bicycle and heading to Hongji Square already. Because he didn't want to get East Ocean University involved in this, he did not cross the East Ocean University but had gone around it. Zhao Yanzi sat in the back, hugging Hao Ren's waist with both hands. Although she had not calmed down, she could tell that Hao Ren was really mad when he hit them. She wasn't actually afraid of those 3 hooligans, but Zhao Guang had given her orders and told her that she couldn't expose the family identity. Therefore, she couldn't call anyone from her family to solve the situation, and she also could not expose her true power and fight off the 3 hooligans by herself. Her only option left was calling Hao Ren. From this process, she felt that Hao Ren was more boyfriend-like. She felt like a little girlfriend, not having powers, not being able to cultivate, but could feel a sense of security from being protected. She held onto Hao Ren's shirt with both hands. Hao Ren's appearance this time would for sure be spread around the campus. In less than half a day, everyone from grade 7 to grade 9 would be talking about this. Zhao Yanzi was able to imagine what it would be like. Whatever. I don't care, Zhao Yanzi thought as she put one side of her face against Hao Ren's back. Ring, 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 Zhao Yanzi's phone rang. Z. Those hooligans said they are going to come again. You guys have to be more careful, On Zhao Yanzi's phone, she could hear Ling's anxious voice. Okay. I know. After hearing the news, Zhao Yanzi frowned and put her phone away. Hooligans were like this. 1 second, they would be begging for mercy, and the next second, they would bring more people to seek revenge. If it were normal students, they would for sure be so scared that they wouldn't even dare to go to school and end up hiding at home. However, Zhao Yanzi was really not afraid of these hooligans. When they arrived at Hongji Square, Zhao Yanzi dragged Hao Ren to the cinema's washroom. There was a sink in between the men and women's washrooms. Zhao Yanzi dragged Hao Ren there, and she turned on the tap and pulled Hao Ren's hands over, using the water to wash his palm and the back of his hand. Hao Ren only used his own physical strength to fight the hooligans and didn't use any nature essence. When he punched to the hooligans, a few punches slipped and hit the cement ground, scratching his skin. Zhao Yanzi witnessed all that. That was why the first thing she did when they arrived at Hongji Square was dragging Hao Ren to the washroom and washing his hands clean. The tap water was cold. Zhao Yanzi carefully washed off the little rocks and dust on Hao Ren's wounded skin. From how the little rocks got stuck in Hao Ren's hand, one could tell that Hao Ren punched really hard, which probably explained why those fierce-looking hooligans were begging for mercy. Wah, the clear water flowed. Hao Ren looked down at Zhao Yan, who was helping him clean up his wounds carefully, and suddenly realized that Zhao Yanzi was sometimes gentle and attentive. Zhao Yanzi was a bit touched while she held onto Hao Ren's big hands. She believed that even if Hao Ren didn't cultivate, he would still come rushing over to save her and fend off the hooligans in that situation. Let's go. Zhao Yanzi washed both Hao Ren's hands clean. Then, she turned off the tap and dragged Hao Ren over to the cartoon shop outside. What? Hao Ren asked her weirdly. Hurry up. Zhao Yanzi pulled Hao Ren hard. Inside the little shop were a lot of different things. Zhao Yanzi stood on her tiptoes and looked around the shop. She finally found the thing she wanted, so she ran over to pick it up. Then, she ran over to the counter to pay. Hao Ren stood at the entrance and observed her. Show your hand, Zhao Yanzi said as she glared at Hao Ren. Hao Ren curled his lips and put out both hands before her. Zhao Yanzi opened the package she just bought and took out a few cartoon-patterned band-aids. Then, she flipped over Hao Ren's hand and stuck band-aids on his joints. Hao Ren looked at her strangely. He didn't expect her to be buying something like this in the small shop, so he was a bit touched by her actions. Zhao Yanzi had remembered that this place sold cute cartoon-patterned band-aids from last time when Hao Ren came shopping with her. That was why when Hao Ren was hurt this time, she led him here. Okay. I'll keep the rest for myself. Zhao Yanzi put the rest of the band-aids in her pocket. She looked like she was so stingy that she didn't want to use too many of the band-aids she bought with her own money on Hao Ren. Hao Ren looked at the time. The 4th class in the university hadn't ended yet, so he couldn't give Xie Yujia a call. Then, he looked at Zhao Yanzi and said, I'll treat you to noodles? Okay. Zhao Yanzi pouted. She wasn't really picky about lunch since the lunch break time was limited. She didn't have the time to go eat something good even if she wanted to. Hao Ren led Zhao Yanzi to a beef noodle restaurant that he went to frequently, and he found a table for 2 and ordered 2 bowls of beef noodles. Zhao Yanzi was wearing her school uniform today, but there were no other Ling Jiao middle school students there. When she sat with Hao Ren, she attracted lots of attention because of her beauty. Many university students kept looking at her. When they finished the steaming beef noodles, Hao Ren looked at the time and saw that this was the time that the 4th period in university ended. He sat on the bicycle and took Zhao Yanzi back to school. Vroom, vroom, Hao Ren and Zhao Yanzi saw tens of silver motorcycles driving around when they arrived at the entrance of Ling Jiao Middle School. The leader of the hooligans whom Hao Ren had just beaten up sat on the back of a large motorcycle. As soon as he saw Hao Ren, he pointed at the latter and said, Boss, it's him. The areas around his eyes were all swollen, so his eyes were now in the shape of a line. He had put a lot of medicine on his face, and it looked even more colorful than before. The person on the largest motorcycle was the boss of the hooligans. He was wearing a black sports jacket and had black tattoos on his arms. He looked ruthless and powerful. If it were ordinary students, they would be running for their lives after they saw them. However, when Hao Ren saw them, he felt the same way as Zhao Yanzi, which was a feeling of hate and annoyance. The motorcycles quickly surrounded Hao Ren and his bike in the blink of an eye. Vroom. Vroom. They purposefully stepped on the gas so that the motorcycles would let out a louder noise. There was black smoke everywhere. Boss. Boss, outside Clearstream Cafeteria, a henchman of Huang Zuji ran toward him and said, that Hao Ren is surrounded by hooligans outside Ling Jiao Middle School. Ah, there's such a good show. Huang Zuji suddenly became very excited. He brought tens of henchmen and rushed over toward the main entrance of East Ocean University in excitement. Aside from Huang Zuji, other students of East Ocean University heard of the news as well, and they also rushed toward the main entrance of East Ocean University. This was just when the fourth period ended at East Ocean University, so many students came out of the academic buildings. These hooligans had surrounded Hao Ren and Zhao Yanzi, and they didn't rush to take action because they wanted this kind of a crowd. The middle school students who had just finished eating lunch at the surrounding restaurants were coming back and also appeared at the main entrance of Lingjiao Middle School. Huang Zuji led tens of members of the rock climbing club over, and he saw Hao Ren being surrounded by tens of hooligans. Surprisingly, he knew the boss of the gang. Ha ha ha, great. No matter how good you are at fighting, Hao Ren, you wouldn't be able to beat tens of hooligans, Huang Zuji thought as he stood behind the crowd happily. Brother Huang, the boss of the hooligans said when he saw Huang Zuji. Huang Zuji's facial expression changed suddenly. Chapter 545. Who dares to bother Brother Hao? Tens of hooligans surrounded Hao Ren on motorcycles, and he turned around and looked at Huang Zuji when he heard that. Huang Zuji's look turned stiff. Then, suddenly, damn it! Who dares to bother Brother Hao? Charge and fight! Huang Zuji suddenly charged up and punched the boss of the hooligans in the face. That man did not expect the punch and was extremely surprised. He didn't have any time to react, so he fell to the ground with his motorcycle. Huang Zuji suddenly turned over and lifted that man by his collar. He gave him another strong punch and shouted, "I will kill whoever dares to bother Brother Hao." This man also wasn't able to react to the surprise attack, and Huang Zuji gave him another hard punch in the face. Huang Zuji was captain of the rock climbing club, so he exercised often. He had strong muscles, and his body structure was large. He used all his might in his punch and hit the boss of the hooligans in his head, making him dizzy. "How dare you bother Brother Hao? How you dare to bother Brother Hao?" Huang Zuji sat on top of the boss of the hooligans and hit him one punch after another. The whole process happened in only a few seconds, and everyone wasn't quick enough to react. Not only were the hooligans surprised, but even the members of the rock climbing club were shocked by Huang Zuji's actions. These hooligans around East Ocean University all knew Huang Zuji, and their boss was pretty good friends with Huang Zuji. Since Huang Zuji was the son of a deputy mayor, these hooligans fawned over Huang Zuji and often called him Brother Huang. Now that Huang Zuji had charged directly at their boss and hit him with all his might, they didn't have time to process everything. The rock climbing club members on Huang Zuji's side knew that he and Hao Ren were enemies. Although they had felt that Huang Zuji often avoided Hao Ren intentionally, they never expected Huang Zuji to run up and help Hao Ren escape from trouble. From how desperate Huang Zuji was fighting, it seemed like he and Hao Ren were very good buddies. Damn you, Huang Zuji! Even though the boss of the hooligans was hit to the ground, he wasn't weak. He fawned over Huang Zuji because his father was a deputy mayor of the city, but he no longer cared about Huang Zuji's connections when he was attacked. The members of the rock climbing club saw that the situation wasn't good, so they rushed up. They held onto the hooligans and started to hit them. The university students were all elites of the rock climbing club. They loved outdoor sports and had great explosive strength, and they were all above 1.8 meters tall. The scene was spectacular, as if frontline soldiers charged up for a fight. The tens of hooligans had been through and survived different fights. Although they weren't as strong and big as these students, they were not weak in fights. Bang! Bang! Pung! Pung! Tens of motorcycles were pushed to the ground as both sides were engaged in the fight. Huang Zuji's clothes were ripped, and he could not maintain his handsome, gentleman figure in front of all the students now. Therefore, he used one hand to squeeze the boss of the hooligan's neck and the other one to give him punches. "Brother Hao is not someone you can bother. Good thing I came here quick," Huang Zuji yelled as he fought. From his angered face, it seemed like he had brought the members of the rock climbing club over to help Hao Ren. Wah, 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 the boss of the hooligans was swollen red. He caught onto Huang Zuji, and they rolled over until they reached the flower bed beside the entrance of Lingjiao Middle School. The other hooligans and members of the rock climbing club were all fighting violently. Their clothes were torn, and they had scratches all over their bodies. The members of the rock climbing club hung out with the rich Huang Zuji. Since this was a critical moment for Huang Zuji, they were going to give him all their effort. Also, since Huang Zuji was a deputy mayor's son, fighting alongside him would create a deeper bond, so it couldn't go wrong. Hao Ren lightly got a hold of Zhao Yanzi's shoulders and backed up a few steps. They backed up to the front of the banner of Lingjiao Middle School and watched them fight. Zhao Yanzi looked very confused and couldn't figure out what was happening. Are these good people friends with Hao Ren in university? They thought. However, the name, Huang Zuji, seemed to ring a bell in Zhao Yanzi's mind. The students who had gathered after hearing the news of the fight were also very confused. All they knew was that a middle school student in Hao Ren got surrounded by a few hooligans. So, they didn't understand why Huang Zuji was helping Hao Ren out. FCK. Who dares to fight Hao Ren? Zhao Jiayi and other buddies of Hao Ren rushed over with wooden sticks in their hands. They had just woken up around 11 o'clock and were playing cards in their dorm. They suddenly heard the news that Hao Ren was being beaten up by hooligans at Lingjiao Middle School, so they had all rushed over. However, by the time they rushed over, they found Hao Ren standing by the side and watching while Huang Zuji and the members of the rock climbing club were fighting with the hooligans. What is this situation? Even Zhao Jiayi didn't understand. Wee, woo, the police cars from the nearby police station were coming with their lights all flashing, and the police arrived at the gate of Lingjiao Middle School soon. The hooligans were being beaten badly by the members of the rock climbing club, so they had no way of escaping. Huang Zuji's face was all covered with dirt, and he was finally able to stand up straight even though there was a long wound on his lower leg that was cut by the motorcycle. The wound wasn't deep, but blood was still dripping down. His high-end luxury shirt was all torn, and the cement ground also scratched his expensive watch on his left hand. Take them all in, the police chief said strictly when he saw the hooligans. Then, he looked around and saw Huang Zuji and the tens of university students who participated in the fight. He randomly pointed at a few and said, "You guys come as well and give your statements to help with the investigation." He recognized Huang Zuji and knew that he was the son of a deputy mayor. Therefore, he wouldn't pick on Huang Zuji. For these second-generation children of the rich and politicians, he didn't need other people to tell him. That was why the police chief already knew what Huang Zuji looked like and knew that he was studying at East Ocean University. Over the past 4 years, Huang Zuji didn't cause much trouble. The higher up the parents were in the government system, the more cautious their children were. This police chief didn't really understand the situation and wondered, why did Huang Yuji get into a fight with the local hooligans? The motorcycles were all driven away by the police while the hooligans were all captured and brought in by police cars. There were also a few rock climbing club members who went along to give statements. Huang Zuji wiped the blood off the corner of his mouth and walked over to Hao Ren. He gave a big smile and said, "Brother Hao, are you okay?" All the students of East Ocean University who came to see what was happening were shocked. Huang Zuji had always done whatever he wanted without following rules and didn't respect anyone. However, he called Hao Ren, "Brother Hao." They all had thought that Huang Zuji had some personal grudge against these hooligans. Huang Zuji hated this situation. What had happened in Academic Building D's computer lab made he lost face. However, there were only tens of students there at the time, so it wasn't a large impact on his reputation. However, there were at least 100 students watching this time. Huang Zuji knew that with Hao Ren, one could only be nice and not rough, so he could only lower himself and called Hao Ren, "Brother Hao." He didn't care what the rumors were going to like at the school since he was already in the 4th year and was about to graduate. However, if Hao Ren thought that he brought the hooligans over, then he wouldn't be able to clear his name. If he bothered Hao Ren, his dad's future would be destroyed. If his dad's future were destroyed, his life would also be destroyed. No one went against him because he was a deputy mayor's son. If his dad knew that he called hooligans to beat up Hao Zhonghua's son, Huang Zuji knew that his dad would kill him for sure. That was exactly why when the boss of the hooligans greeted him, Huang Zuji knew right away that he had to cut all relations he had with them. Even if it meant fighting until his head bled, it was still worth it. He was willing to lower himself as long as Hao Ren didn't misunderstand him, it was all worth it. Huang Zuji's dad had told Huang Zuji multiple times that if Hao Zhonghua said a few words to the provincial government, he might lose his position as a deputy mayor next year. Just when everyone was shocked, a girl suddenly jumped out from the crowd and said, "Cousin, are you okay? Why did you hit San and his people?" Everyone looked at her when she said this. Huang Zuji realized what was going on when he saw his little cousin jumping out from the crowd. He knew that his cousin, Yu Qing, summoned San and the hooligans. Lingjiao Middle School, the school that his little cousin attended, had just moved over recently, and Huang Zuji's aunt told him to take care of his little cousin. Huang Zuji knew that his little cousin's personality would cause a lot of trouble, but he didn't have time for her. He told San, the hooligan, to look after Yu Qing, and he gave Yu Qing the phone number of the hooligans so that she could call them if she were ever in trouble. The hooligans were all called over by Yu Qing, that was the truth. Yesterday, Yu Qing was very angry because of Zhao Yanzi and Hao Ren, so she wanted to get a few hooligans over to scare Zhao Yanzi. That was why she called San. When San the hooligan came to Lingjiao Middle School and saw that his target was Zhao Yanzi, the girl he liked, he was delighted. However, they didn't expect to be beaten up by Hao Ren so badly. If it were before, and they knew they couldn't win, they would have just let it go. However, because Huang Zuji's cousin called them and thus was backed up by Huang Zuji, they decided to invite their boss and come back to give Hao Ren a lesson. Huang Zuji wasn't stupid. He noticed that there was a girl in Ling Jiao Middle School's uniform beside Hao Ren, so he immediately understood the situation. He suddenly got very mad. Are you FC King blind? How dare you bother brother Hao's little sister? Huang Zuji glared and roared so loud that everyone's eardrums were about to burst. Pia, he immediately slapped Yu Qing on the face. This slap was loud and hard. Yu Qing spun 2 or 3 times before she was able to find her balance again. Her face immediately swollen, and a hand mark appeared. Yu Qing's father's business was given to him by Huang Zuji's father. That was why Huang Zuji was not worried that this slap he just gave to Yu Qing was going to cause him any problems. Wu, Yu Qing was always bossy at school and had never been treated badly. She immediately covered her face and sat on the ground, crying. Chapter 546. Collect protection fee. When the surrounding middle school students saw that Yu Qing was crying after being hit, they all showed different expressions. However, most of the grade 9 students were very happy. This Yu Qing acted as a bossy person and had said mean things about her classmates and students in other classes. Zhao Yanzi was special and didn't like to respond to people. However, she would never bully others, so girls didn't hate her. Since the guys liked her, the girls were a bit jealous, so they would say some small mean things about Zhao Yanzi. But those didn't cause much harm to Zhao Yanzi, so she didn't really mind. However, Yu Qing was arrogant and bossy at school as if no one could do anything to her. If she found out anyone said something bad about her, she would for sure threaten them. That was why none of the girls dared to fight for the things that Yu Qing had her eyes on. Now that Yu Qing was slapped, these students who didn't dare to utter a word before because they were too scared were delighted. They felt that Zhao Yanzi seemed very good even though she already had a boyfriend. If they thought carefully, all the boys at school had pursued Zhao Yanzi by their own will while Zhao Yanzi didn't get involved with any one of them. However, she was crowned the most popular girl at school, so the girls were jealous of her. Cry, cry, cry. Why the hell are you crying? Huang Zuji was getting very irritated, and he had nowhere to vent out the anger he felt. He exploded when he realized that his bratty little cousin caused all this trouble. He almost couldn't control himself. If it weren't for so many people around, he would have given her another slap in the face. Hurry up and apologize to brother Hao's little sister. Huang Zuji lifted Yu Qing by her clothes. He didn't really care about this little cousin of his. Otherwise, he would have done something when Yu Qing called him and told him that someone was cursing her. Huang Zuji had never hit her before, so she was so scared right now that her whole body was trembling. She only wanted to call a few hooligans to scare Zhao Yanzi. Never did she thought that it would cause so much trouble. She looked at Zhao Yanzi while trembling and uttered, sorry. She was the type who looked very strong but was weak on the inside. She was arrogant at school because she took advantage of having an uncle who was a deputy mayor. Now that her big cousin slapped her, she didn't know what the situation was anymore. Wow! The middle school students started chatting loudly amongst themselves all of a sudden. The bossiest student at Ling Jiao Middle School, Yu Qing, actually had to apologize to Zhao Yanzi. They realized how powerful Zhao Yanzi's boyfriend was. After this, no one would dare to bully Zhao Yanzi anymore. Zhao Yanzi didn't need Yu Qing's apology. She turned around and walked into the school without even looking at her. Hao Ren also wasn't interested, so he pushed his bicycle and walked toward the main gate of East Ocean University. However, Hao Ren's vague attitude made Huang Zuji uncomfortable. His dad was the deputy mayor, and his dad usually wouldn't control what he does. However, if his dad were going to give him a lesson, then the lesson would definitely be one that involved hitting him so hard that his arms and legs might break. Huang Zuji saw the shocked faces of the members of the rock climbing club, but he clenched his teeth and went straight toward East Ocean University. Class is about to start. Hurry up and go. A few middle school teachers were standing at the entrance of the middle school, and they shouted to call the students in. They were only teachers that received a small salary, so they would not rush out to stop an actual fight. However, when Huang Zuji gave Yu Qing a lesson, they also chose to watch on the side because it was better when they didn't get involved amongst these fights between students from rich and powerful families. Hong, hong, hong. The middle school students went back onto campus like tides of water, and they continued to gossip as they hurried in. The metal gate closed shut. The university students who were outside Ling Jiao Middle School saw that the situation had been resolved, so they scattered as well. Some went back to school, and some went back to their dorms. However, they continued to discuss the situation. Brother Ren! Brother Ren! Zhou Liren rushed over with a wooden stick in his hand. That's so cool. You even made Huang Zuji call you, brother. Last time at the computer lab, Huang Zuji had called Hao Ren, brother Ren. Zhou Liren was confused about the situation, and he didn't understand why Huang Zuji fought so hard for Hao Ren and even went as far as punishing his own little cousin in public. We're already at school. Why are you still holding onto the wooden stick? Hao Ren asked him. Oh, Zhou Liren threw his wooden stick away and asked. Why did Huang Zuji call you, brother? How would I know? He probably has gone nuts, Hao Ren said. I know. Zhou Liren suddenly seemed to come to a realization. It must be that brother Ren looks so mighty when fighting, so mighty that Huang Zuji is scared by you. Zhou Liren patted his thighs and said, FCK, Huang Zuji's little cousin dares to bully our little cousin? Hao Ren recognized that Zhou Liren's thoughts were very chaotic, but he was too lazy to explain it to him. Zhao Jiayi and the other guys threw away their wooden sticks and ran to catch up with them. Although they didn't understand what was going on either, they only knew that Hao Ren was so amazing that Huang Zuji was scared of him. This time, the rock climbing club showed off their strength by fighting off the hooligans. They turned out looking brave. Maybe their bravery would even help attract new students this year, Zhao Jiayi said. Hao Ren didn't think this way before. But now that Zhao Jiayi said it, it seemed to make sense. The dozens of hooligans had been disturbing middle school students and had even surrounded East Ocean University students. However, Huang Zuji bravely interfered, fought off the hooligans, and even gave his meddling little cousin a lesson, placing morale in front of relationships. Other than why Huang Zuji respected Hao Ren this much, this reasoning seemed to make sense. You guys haven't eaten anything yet, right? I'll treat you guys to lunch, but you guys have to help my club attract new members this afternoon, Hao Ren said. Help? Sure. Zhou Liren immediately agreed but then was shocked. What? Your club is getting new members? Hao Ren didn't spread the news that he was starting a club, so they had no clue about this. Also, only the school's club management and first-year students who were about to join clubs would go to the forums. Normal people would not go there. What club is it? Zhao Jiayi was full of interest. As the captain, Zhao Jiayi had to recruit new members into the basketball team. However, the team didn't need many people. Instead, people would need to pass many tests, and the best would be chosen. Calligraphy club, Hao Ren said calmly. Calligraphy. Zhou Liren opened his eyes wide. Damn it. Who would join this kind of club? Yu Rong, who was by Zhao Jiayi and the other guys, also joined in on the conversation, agreeing with Zhou Liren. You should at least make a CS club or a World of Warcraft club. Why would you make a calligraphy club? Who would join? You won't be able to get even 50 people in a month. Hee hee, Hao Ren smile. What if I'm able to get 50 today? 50? Yu Rong's eyes opened widely. Unless you're giving out money, no one would come. Not giving out money. Rather, there's an expensive club fee of 500 yuan per person, Hao Ren said. Peng. Dang. Zhao Jiayi was originally on Hao Ren's side, but he almost fell when he heard Hao Ren say that. 500 yuan was like robbing someone. Although East Ocean University clubs had the tradition of taking in club entrance fees, these were only minimal amounts of symbolic fees so students wouldn't just randomly join clubs. These fees were usually below 50. However, for Hao Ren's club, it would take 500 to get it. Who knows how much other fees you would need afterward too. Yu Rong was the current class president, so he believed that he knew what the students were currently into. He immediately shook his head and said, it's impossible, you won't be able to get 50 people for sure. If you are able to get that amount of people, I'd walk upside down in front of the cafeteria. Yes. If you are able to get over 50 people, I will do it too, Zhou Liren jeered. Me too, there's no way. How much food could you buy with 500 yuan? Jiu Jiadong said. Damn. All of you are going to walk upside down now. I'll do it too, Zhao Jiayi said. They all believed that Hao Ren wouldn't be able to get over 50 members, especially because it was such an unpopular club and had such a high membership fee. Only stupid people would join the club, they thought. Hao Ren imagined them walking upside down in front of the cafeteria and couldn't help but laugh. Okay, you guys said it yourself, Hao Ren looked at them. Yes, we said it ourselves. Zhao Jiayi and the others patted their chests. If you can't get enough people, you'd have to treat us for dinner. We want expensive stuff. We want to go to the Aroma Pavilion, and you have to reserve a room just for us. Around East Ocean University, the most premium restaurant was the Aroma Pavilion on the second floor of Hongji Square. Since Zhao Jiayi and the other guys only had 500 to 600 yuan each month for living expenses, the Aroma Pavilion was definitely an expensive restaurant to them. Okay, Hao Ren promised. However, since he needed their help, he would treat them to the cafeteria first for sure. Hao Ren. What happened just now? Just when they were heading toward the cafeteria, Xie Yujia rushed over. She was in class when she suddenly received a text message from Malina saying that Hao Ren was being beaten up in front of Ling Jiao Middle School. That was why she rushed out and ran to Ling Jiao Middle School's front gate. When she got there, she discovered that no one was there anymore. She went back to campus and saw Hao Ren and the others. If it were before, she would be worried sick if Hao Ren was wounded. However, now she was worried that Hao Ren would hit them too hard that he'd disable or even kill the hooligans. Now that she saw Hao Ren was well and chatting with Zhao Jiayi and the others guys while walking over to the cafeteria, she was relieved. I'm okay. There were just a few hooligans bullying Z, so I went over. Hao Ren smiled and returned the bicycle to Xie Yujia. Oh. Is Z okay? Xie Yujia hurried to ask. She's okay. That's good. Xie Yujia let out a sigh of relief. However, she had underestimated Zhao Yanzi. After all, Zhao Yanzi was at mid-tier foundation establishment realm, so she wouldn't be scared of a few hooligans. Where's Linlin and Lily? Hao Ren asked her. They're resting in their dorms. They said that you for sure wouldn't need their help, Xie Yujia said. Hao Ren chuckled. He thought that these two girls were holding a small grudge against him. He then said, yes, if they are here, more students would come and inquire about the club. Maybe even too many. When Zhao Jiayi and the other guys heard Hao Ren say that, they all stared at Hao Ren with despise. You're asking for too much. Your club won't be popular, and you're making newbies pay 500 yuan. It'd be already great if 1 or 2 students join. They thought, who told you to pretend to be a big bad wolf? You're for sure paying for a reserved room just for us at the Aroma Pavilion. Chapter 547. Money. Hao Ren brought Zhao Jiayi and the other guys over to Green Hill Cafeteria by the library so that he could treat them to lunch. The bet was something separate. Hao Ren would need hard labor from his friends, so he would have to treat them to lunch. Almost every student in the cafeteria was discussing what had just happened outside Ling Jiao Middle School. When they saw Hao Ren heading over, they started pointing fingers. Hooligans surrounded Hao Ren's little cousin, so Hao Ren went over to save her. Then, Huang Zuji appeared with the members of the rock climbing club, and they engaged in a fight. Different versions of the story were wildly spread across the school. Huang Zuji was one of the well-known people at East Ocean University. He was the head of the largest club in the school, the rock climbing climb, and the son of a deputy mayor. In the past half-year, Hao Ren had also become the focus of other students. After this incident, they seemed to be more connected with each other, so the students of East Ocean University had all kinds of theories. Some said that Huang Zuji was just putting on a show, pretending that he was helping Hao Ren. Some said that Hao Ren was from a rich family while Huang Zuji had owed money to many people, so Hao Ren had cleared the debt for Huang Zuji. Some said that Huang Zuji and Hao Ren had fought outside of school once, and Hao Ren had beaten Huang Zuji so badly that Huang Zuji was in awe of Hao Ren's strength. When everyone focused their attention on them in the cafeteria, Zhou Liren suddenly felt very proud. Incredible. One of my roommates is the captain of the National University basketball champion while the other one is the king of the school whom even a deputy mayor's son needs to obey him, he thought. Brother Hao, I've borrowed the tables and created the banners. Just when Hao Ren and the other guys were eating lunch, Lu Qi came over and said to Hao Ren. Okay. Thanks. Hao Ren looked at Lu Qi. Did you eat lunch yet? Yeah, I ate lunch already. Lu Qi smiled and nodded. My own club is getting ready to attract new members, so I won't be able to help you out later. It's okay. You're busy with your stuff. Hao Ren smiled and said. The students in the cafeteria would look at Hao Ren occasionally. When they saw Lu Qi standing next to Hao Ren with excellent manners as if he were reporting something to Hao Ren, they were once again in shock. Who was Lu Qi? He was a rising star in the Go community, and even the principal would need to show him some respect. Many international and domestic media channels had interviewed him countless times, which was quite rare. When talking about influence and future potential, Lu Qi far exceeded Huang Zuji. Usually, he would be immersed in the Go world and would not speak to other students at the school. Underneath his humble disguise, he was a bit haughty. However, Lu Qi was bowing down and speaking to Hao Ren. Lu Qi walked out of the cafeteria after talking to Hao Ren for a bit. Zhou Liren blinked his eyes a few times and finally realized that something wasn't right. Lu Qi was the president of the Go Club, and the Go Club was the most unique club amongst all clubs at East Ocean University. Since the Go Club had high expectations and skill requirements, it had the least number of members. It wasn't a club for those who were just slightly interested in Go. It was a professional club that maintained a high level of skill. Hao Ren was going to start the calligraphy club, but the president of the Go Club had personally helped Hao Ren out. This made Zhou Liren feel like he was going to lose the bet. Let's go. Hao Ren rushed out after picking up his plates. There was still 1 hour before their first class in the afternoon. This was the golden time of the day to attract new members. This was the time when there was the most number of students at the cafeteria entrance. Since the Green Hill cafeteria was also the central cafeteria of the school as it was connected with dorms and academic buildings, this was a spot that most students have to pass by. The clubs, regardless of their sizes, had already started to get ready to recruit some new blood into their clubs. Hao Ren didn't want to recruit regular students. His targets were dragon cultivators. A club was only a camouflage so that he could gather all the dragons together. The supervisor was Suhan while the president was Hao Ren. These two were inspectors, so they could manage the club both in the light and in the dark. All the dragon cultivators in the school probably understood the meaning of this club. Inspectors could kill any dragons who dared to disobey them. Suhan didn't bother with those small cultivators, so many groups and powers formed at school organically. However, Hao Ren was prepared to organize everything this time. Yu Zilong was standing by the third-floor window of the administrative building, and he chuckled when he saw this. Hao Ren's way of doing things was out of his expectations. Hao Ren didn't use force to conquer all the small dragon forces at school. Instead, he created a club and used Lu Qi's influence to attract the smaller forces so that they would join on their own. This person is capable of a lot, Yu Zilong thought. He was very impressed by Hao Ren's performance. The Dragon God Shrine had never lacked strong cultivators, but there weren't many that were strong and smart enough to resolve complicated situations efficiently. What can I reward him with? But he is the commanding general of East Ocean. I can't make him any haughtier. Yu Zilong thought as he looked up at the sky and suddenly sensed the demonic aura within the territory of East Ocean City. Zhao Jiayi, put my banner over here. Yu Rong, help me lift the table. Hao Ren walked out of the cafeteria and saw that Lu Qi and his people were getting their tables and banners ready. They had set everything up outside the cafeteria. Hao Ren started to order Zhao Jiayi and the guys to help organize. Each year, Lu Qi would personally oversee the recruiting for the club, so he had lots of experience. He got all the stuff that they needed ready. The advertising banner was like a retractable curtain. It was only a plastic cloth with a white background, and there were only 2 big words on it: Calligraphy Club. The clubs around them were very busy. Some clubs had as little as 10 people while others had dozens of people. This showed the strength of the club. There were also little pamphlets, small gifts, while some even had small quizzes. There were many different things at different tables. At Lu Qi's Go Club, over 10 members were helping. Their items were much more simplistic. They had 5 chessboards on a long table. 5 of the strongest members were there prepared to take on any student who might come to challenge them. Only those who had enough skills were allowed to join the club. Zhao Jiayi and the other guys helped Hao Ren move the table by the road. Then, they opened the banner and pulled over a few chairs before sitting by Hao Ren. They just waited for students to come and ask. Xie Yujia sat behind the table and made notes. Some clubs had just put out their displays, and many students went over to inquire. However, for Hao Ren's club, no one came after they set up their displays. It was lonely. Some young students came over because Xie Yujia was pretty. However, when they only saw the words, Calligraphy Club, they went to other clubs' booths without saying a word. Zhao Jiayi and the other guys were sitting beside Hao Ren. They thought it didn't look good on them. Although they wanted to make Hao Ren treat them to a big meal, it looked terrible and sad when not even one person inquired about the club. Jiyu Jiadong, pretend to be a freshman and run over to ask about the club, Zhao Jiayi said as he nudged Jiyu Jiadong, who was sitting next to him. Jiyu Jiadong touched his goatee and said, "I don't look like one." "Here is one. Here is one," Zhou Liren suddenly yelled. As expected, a tall and strong male student ran over and asked Hao Ren, "How do I join?" "The membership fee is 500 yuan, and you must know how to use an ink brush," Hao Ren responded. "Oh," the male student immediately ran away. "Brother Ren, I really don't know what to do with you. It was hard enough that someone came, and you scared him away." Zhou Liren turned around and looked Hao Ren. He sounded very disappointed as if he were the president of the calligraphy club. That male student ran off and went from the back to go to the rock climbing club's booth. He said to Huang Zuji, "Brother Huang, I pretended that I was a freshman and asked them about their club. Their membership fee is 500, and members have to know how to use an ink brush." "What? 500? Huang Zuji gasped. He wants money so badly that he has gone mad. Even though students wouldn't usually sign up for these kinds of unpopular clubs, there might be 1 or 2 students who were interested in calligraphy. However, even if they were interested, a 500 yuan club membership fee would scare those students away. "He's such a dumbass. Don't bother with them," Huang Zuji said. He had just come back to school and had treated the wounds on his lower legs. He had also changed into a clean set of clothes and came to the cafeteria to organize the club's recruiting. When this member heard what Huang Zuji said, he pouted but didn't say anything else. Not long ago, Huang Zuji had fought with the hooligans for Hao Ren outside Lingjiao Middle School. That was why the members of the rock climbing club thought that Huang Zuji and Hao Ren had become best friends. However, from the looks of it now, it didn't seem that way. The weather was slightly hot, and Zhou Liren was sweating since he had sat under the sun for over 10 minutes. He leaned against the chair and looked tired as if he was going to fall asleep. Some students came to inquire but were all scared away by the club membership fee. They thought that this club was a scam, as if it was going to go out of business after collecting the money. Even though the freshmen were new to the school and somewhat naïve, they still wouldn't get tricked by this. "Brother Ren, stop playing around. Let's go back and sleep," Zhou Liren urged as he rubbed his eye. Is this the calligraphy club?" A girl who wore glasses and looked bookish came to their booth. Hao Ren was immediately energized when he saw her. Con level, fire elemental. Zhou Liren leaned against the chair. He opened his eyes to get a good look at this girl. Then, he lazily shut his eyes again. He thought, this girl is a pretty and gentle type. She probably practiced calligraphy in elementary or middle school, so she is interested in it. However, if Hao Ren tells her that the membership fee is 500 yuan, she will for sure turn around and run away, just like the other students before. "Yes, the club membership fee is 500, Hao Ren responded. "Okay, I'm joining. Do I need to register?" the girl asked as she took out 5 100 yuan bills from her bag. Zhou Liren's eyes were still closed, and he was ready to hear the girl apologize and leave. When he heard what the girl said, he jumped up, and his eyeballs almost popped out. During this moment, the money had been passed down to Xie Yujia. Xie Yujia passed a booklet and ink brush to the girl and said, "Write your name, student number, cell phone number, and also where you're from." The girl held the small ink brush and wrote her contact information down smoothly. Her calligraphy was graceful and steady. It seemed like she had some experience. Zhao Jiayi and the other guys were all shocked. They never thought that Hao Ren could really catch some fish. The girl who registered smiled and walked toward the academic buildings. It seemed like she registered due to interest on her way to class. Zhou Liren looked at that girl again and savored the moment. That girl's figure and looks were not as great as Xie Yujia, but were still pretty nice. That freshman just spent money so carelessly. Probably from a rich family, Yu Rong exclaimed. He saw Xie Yujia putting the 5 100 yuan bills into a plastic bag and thought that they had successfully baited someone. However, there will not be another person like this, Yu Rong thought. Just then, another pretty girl walked over. This beauty was taller and hotter than the girl with glasses. She was in a black shirt, and she didn't button it up all the way. Her hair was swaying in the wind, just like a model. Gulp. Zhou Liren swallowed a mouthful of saliva subconsciously and thought, this beauty is not as great as Suhan, but she is hot. Calligraphy club? This beauty walked straight in front of Hao Ren and asked. Yeah. The membership fee is 500. Hao Ren showed his palm. This beauty did not hesitate at all. She took out her leather wallet and handed 500 yuan to Xie Yujia. Xie Yujia was also a bit shocked. However, she quickly pushed the registration booklet over to the beauty. There was already an example, so the new member had reference and didn't need to ask how to do it. She immediately wrote down her personal information. Her writing with the ink brush was strong and free. We'll meet again. The beauty waved at Hao Ren and walked toward the library. Yu Rong, Cao Ronghua, Zhou Liren, Ji Yu Jiadong, all their mouths were slightly open. In a moment, they got 1,000 yuan. Are there so many students at East Ocean University who have so much money that they don't have anywhere to spend it? They thought. Hao Ren secretly thought to himself, Gen level, Earth elemental. They had written down the places they were from, which was actually the addresses of their dragon palaces. Is your hand okay? Xie Yujia asked as she looked over at Hao Ren's hand and saw band-aids on it. I'm okay. Hao Ren looked down to look at his own hand. There were 5 or 6 cartoon band-aids, and they were eye-catching. His hand did not actually hurt, so he guessed that the wounds had already healed. However, Hao Ren didn't want to peel off the band-aids since they represented Zhao Yanzi's care. Boss. Boss. One of the male students ran toward Huang Zuji. 2 girls have already signed up for the calligraphy club, they even paid. 2? Huang Zuji was shocked. There really are artards? 2 people have given Hao Ren 1,000 yuan already? He thought. He was in charge of the rock climbing club, so he knew that the club membership fees were just profit to the club. The new members would have to pay for any new equipment or event fee out of pocket. Even Huang Zuji was a bit jealous. He had created the rock climbing club so that he could look cool in school. Also, he wanted to earn some money while he was at it. However, Hao Ren only made a banner with the name, Calligraphy Club, on it. Then, he made 1,000 yuan. This ability to make money was like a miracle. PSH. He's probably just on dumb luck. There can't be any more people joining, Huang Zuji said as he held his fist tightly out of jealousy. Boss. Boss. There are more people over there, the male student pointed. Chapter 548. A club full of beauties. Why are you standing here? Go pull people over. Huang Zuji slapped this male student on the back of the head. That male student instantly ran out. The 3 students who were approaching from the direction of the dorms were all male, and they were quite burly. They looked like sports-loving guys, which were the target group of the rock climbing club. They were not only similar in height but also in appearance. They should be 3 brothers of the same family, all studying at East Ocean University. Friends, the member of the rock climbing club stopped in front of them and handed out 3 flyers. Friends, look at this. This is the information about our rock climbing club. In school, our club is the most. We are not going to join this club, the guy in the lead replied in a low voice. He returned the information to the member of the rock climbing club, and the 2 guys around him also returned the flyers. Then which club are you joining? Ours is most suitable for sporty guys. We regularly organize mountain climbing activities in the wilderness. The member responsible for pulling people over to the booth got anxious. We are going to join. These guys looked at the sign beside Hao Ren, the calligraphy club. Huh? The member of the rock climbing club opened his eyes wide. These muscular guys were not joining the rock climbing club but the calligraphy club. The 3 guys strode across and went straight to the calligraphy club's booth. Zhou Liren, who was sitting behind the desk, was looking at the member of the rock climbing club who was taking the initiative to pull people over. While other clubs were taking the initiative, the calligraphy club was simply waiting for interested members. Obviously, there would not be much business. However, even if he were to take the initiative to pull over people, what could he do? Should he go up and say that the entrance fee was 500, the highest in the school? Just when Zhou Liren felt that the rock climbing club was going to pull 3 more members, the 3 guys came to Hao Ren's table. We are going to join the calligraphy club, the guy in the lead said to Hao Ren. Zhou Liren almost choked on his own breath when he heard that. 500 entrance fee per person, Xie Yujia said next to him. Each of the 3 guys took out 500 yuan and put them on the table. Yu Rong and the other guys were completely stupefied, especially the class president Yu Rong who was responsible for all the errands in the class. Even the students in the class were not this clear-cut when they had to pay 30 yuan for the class fee. How is this possible? They thought. Xie Yujia pushed the registration booklet in front of them, and the 3 guys picked up the ink brush in turn and wrote down their names. Damn! When did university students learn to write such brilliant calligraphy? Seeing the 3 muscular guys, who had no problem being football goalkeepers, write such beautiful characters, Yu Rong and the other guys were even more dumbfounded. Little did they know that when these dragon cultivators came out of the dragon palaces, they had to adapt to modern life while also having their own training programs. Writing with an ink brush was the most basic way of communication between them. After paying 1,500 yuan, the 3 guys then walked to Clear Stream Cafeteria in the distance. In the blink of an eye, 5 students had joined, and they handed over 2,500 yuan. What a steal! Zhao Jiayi was utterly stunned, and Cao Ronghua was almost drooling. This was faster than working in terms of making money. Students were handing over money as if it was dirt, and Hao Ren was collecting money like nothing was going on. If one followed the math, 50 students were 25,000 yuan. For poor people, like Zhao Jiayi who only had 600 to 700 yuan to spend on eating and entertainment a month, this was a considerable sum. Not far away, Huang Zuji saw that his member had failed in pulling people over, and the 3 guys dropping 1,500 yuan at the calligraphy club's booth. He was dumbfounded as well. It could be explained that the 2 girls were either admiring or interested in Hao Ren, so they joined the club. But how could one explain the fact that those 3 guys dropped the rock climbing club and directly went to the calligraphy club? No, this is definitely not happening, Huang Zuji thought as he shook his head desperately. Brother Huang, I can't pull them over. The member of the rock climbing club returned to the club's booth and said, aggrieved. Useless. Huang Zuji shouted but immediately settled his mind. But I don't blame you. Those people are actors. Hao Ren must have paid them to draw everyone's attention. Oh, that's it. Brother Huang is clever. The member of the rock climbing club showed an admiring expression. Like these kinds of clubs, no one will join unless they put on a show. That is to let the passing students see that people are joining. Only a filled name list on the registration booklet will push other students to join. These small tricks cannot fool me, Huang Zuji continued. Right. That's it. The members of the rock climbing club nodded in agreement. They saw that Hao Ren had received thousands of yuan in the blink of an eye and got a little jealous. Once they heard Huang Zuji's explanation, they all relaxed. This must be the calligraphy club's self-produced tricks, and we almost fell for them, they thought. Other clubs were also desperately trying to pull over new students, and they were all paying attention to calligraphy club. When they heard Huang Zuji's analysis, they believed that the calligraphy club was playing tricks and gradually relaxed. It was lunchtime, and the number of students had gradually increased in the open space in front of the Green Hill cafeteria. Sister, over there. 2 other girls came to Hao Ren's calligraphy club. Entrance fee is 500, Zhou Liren shouted before they approached. The 2 girls glanced at Zhou Liren, went to Hao Ren, and handed over 1,000 yuan before filling in their names on the booklet. Zhou Liren ground his teeth, and he didn't know why these girls weren't scared away by the entrance fee. Is it really for Hao Ren's charm? He thought. The female dragon cultivators had great figures and skin due to training, and the majority of the dragon cultivators in East Ocean University were females since the male cultivators who were first in line for inheritance had to cultivate in the ancestor halls and their bases. In fact, from the perspective of these young cultivators, they would want to join an organization to obtain protection and a network in the city. On the one hand, they had to adapt to modern life. On the other, they wanted to establish connections with other dragon cultivators. However, no cultivator in East Ocean University had enough charisma and influence to gather all the cultivators. Even the few Dewey-level cultivators could not do it. This new organization allowed the young cultivators to unite and become one group. Brother Hao, please look after us, the 2 female cultivators said to Hao Ren after filling in their names. Haha, sure, Hao Ren said with a smile. The 2 female cultivators smiled and walked into the cafeteria side by side. Zhou Liren looked at the 2 beautiful girls, and he was crying inside. He was already in the 3rd year, but he still didn't have a girlfriend. He turned and looked at Hao Ren. In just less than half an hour, 4 beautiful girls already joined. He reached for the registration booklet and saw that the first girl was in 1st year, the second was a 4th year, and the 2 who just signed up were a 1st-year student and 2nd-year student. A 4th-year student. Why would she join a club when she is about to graduate? What's going on? He thought. Don't look. Hao Ren put away the booklet in a hurry. According to Zhou Liren's personality, he might sneakily write down the girls' phone numbers. However, these girls were not the kind that Zhou Liren could mess with. Brother Ren, Zhou Liren begged as he stuck to Hao Ren and put his fists together on his chest. Let me join the calligraphy club. We are brothers, so I don't have to pay for it, right? Hearing Zhou Liren's words, Jiyu Jiadong and the other guys were also tempted. The mechatronic engineering program didn't have many girls, and Lu Linlin and Lu Lily obviously were not the ones who they could catch up with. Several beautiful girls joined Hao Ren's club in just 20 minutes, it was the perfect opportunity. Hao Ren saw Zhou Liren's peevish look and felt goosebumps all over his body. He immediately shook his head. Not accepted. Brother Ren, Zhou Liren begged. I will do your chores for free, and I will do all the errands in the club. How's that? No. Hao Ren shook his head repeatedly. Seeing Zhou Liren still hanging around, he asked, do you know how to write with an ink brush? I am very interested in calligraphy. I can practice, Zhou Liren said with an incomparably sincere attitude. Hao Ren rolled his eyes and ignored Zhou Liren. At this moment, 5 more students came over and signed up collectively. Hao Ren recognized one of them. He was a student who wanted to pull him into the secret club before. Back then, Hao Ren was not an inspector, but now he was respected. 25 100 yuan bills entered Xie Yujia's bag, and there were 5 more members on the list. Yu Rong and the other guys were baffled. Were they cheating them of their money? Standing a little further, Huang Zuji looked at Hao Ren coldly and thought, Humph, you have got quite a few extra actors. Let's see how many more you have. Boss, that is, the member beside Huang Zuji suddenly pointed at someone in the distance. They saw a thin and tall guy going to Hao Ren's desk, handing over 500 yuan, and then signing on Hao Ren's booklet. Xu Minglin, Huang Zuji opened his eyes wide. There were 2 clubs in school which were qualified to take students into the wild. One was Huang Zuji's rock climbing club, and the other was Xu Minglin's camping club. This Xu Minglin was a very remarkable person. It was said that he had practiced martial arts. He looked thin, but he could cut 6 red bricks with an empty hand, and Huang Zuji once saw Xu Minglin punching a hole in a big tree. Why would such a character join Hao Ren's calligraphy club? At this moment, a dozen more students lined up to join Hao Ren's calligraphy club. Just when other clubs had to take the initiative to pull over students to their booth, Hao Ren's simple table setup called for a long line. An entrance fee of 500 yuan, these students did not even flinch. Xie Yujia's bag, which was for collecting money, soon packed up. Brother Huang. Brother. A member of the rock climbing club ran over. Xu Minglan disbanded the camping club and brought all the members over to the calligraphy club. What? Huang Zuji was so surprised that his opened mouth could fit 2 eggs. He took a closer look. Weren't those who lined up members of the camping club? Further away, some students were walking over, some were approaching by bicycle, and some in small cars. Their goal was to join Hao Ren's calligraphy club. First year, second year, third year, fourth year, and even graduate students were coming to join Hao Ren's calligraphy club. Many students in line were well-known figures in the school, such as the director of the school radio station, the vice chairman of the students' council, a fourth-year student who ran a flower shop near the school. In the blink of an eye, the number of people who signed up broke through 50. Zhao Jiayi and the other guys stood up in vain and hid in the cafeteria. Although they were willing to gamble and lose, walking upside down in front of the cafeteria was still too shameful. Hell, Huang Zuji saw a line of 50 to 60 people gathered in front of Hao Ren. However, Hao Ren did not accept every student. Some of them even offered to pay the fee, but Hao Ren still did not accept. Some students were willing to pay 500 yuan to see what the calligraphy club had to offer, but Hao Ren would not accept the money when he saw that the students were not dragons. After all, the decision to accept club members was the president's to make. Each club had its criteria for selecting members. It was not free for all. If Hao Ren did not accept, there was no way around it. This completely stupefied Huang Zuji. How could he not accept members, he thought. Hao Ren's list of members soon filled 2 pages. Rumble, dark clouds suddenly gathered in the sunny sky. All of a sudden, the sky turned dark. A gust of wind started, and it seemed like a rainstorm was about to hit. Close. Close the booth, Huang Zuji shouted. If the rainstorm fell, the things they put on the table would be all wet. Other clubs had also collected things and went to the cafeteria to hide from the rain. Rumble, a loud thunder cracked, and the raindrops fell quickly. Hiding in the cafeteria, Huang Zuji was glad that the storm hit. It interrupted the calligraphy club's momentum in recruiting new members. Unexpectedly, under the sudden heavy rain, except for a few students who ran away from the line, the other students either held up umbrellas or waited in the rain. A student in the front of the line rushed up to Hao Ren and Xie Yujia and took the initiative to hold an umbrella for them. This dumbfounded all the club presidents who were standing in the cafeteria. Chapter 549. The demon has appeared. Huang Zuji never imagined that Hao Ren would have such influence. To make such a scene, even Hao Ren's dad, Hao Zonghua, could not achieve this effect. Lu Qi settled the members of the Go Club in the dining hall and saw that Hao Ren was still recruiting people, so he held up a big umbrella and went out to help. This stunned Huang Zuji and the other presidents of clubs. Lu Qi, who was a proud Go genius, would hold the umbrella for Hao Ren. This Hao Ren, who is he? He could effortlessly win the hearts of many people, they thought. Students, 100, 200, 300. The rainstorm continued, and the students were silently counting the number of people in the line to the calligraphy club through the floor-to-ceiling glass walls of the cafeteria. The calligraphy club's registration table had been moved to the shelter near the entrance of the cafeteria. There were so many students sheltering in the cafeteria that there was no place to sit. Therefore, Hao Ren did not move indoors to recruit members. Instead, he sat at the entrance of the cafeteria and sheltered Xie Yujia from the rain. The students who were looking to register lined up along the floor-to-ceiling glass walls of the cafeteria, standing under the sloped roof. Due to the strong wind, the raindrops still hit the students despite the roof, and they were all wet waist down. Despite the situation, no one had given up on registering. Xie Yujia's bag could not hold all the membership fees, so she had to change to a larger bag. Nearly 300 new members had brought in almost 150,000 yuan. She did not care about the money, but she was secretly surprised. Gongzi, Lu Linlin and Lu Lily, holding 2 small umbrellas, appeared next to Hao Ren. Initially, they held back from accompanying Hao Ren, but after watching TV for a while in their room, they finally couldn't help but come over to check out Hao Ren's recruiting situation. How come you're here in the rain? Hao Ren saw them and smiled. Staying in our room was boring, Lu Linlin said as she got close to Hao Ren's ear. Gongzi, this rain came too sudden. We sense a powerful aura nearby, and we are a little worried. Hao Ren released his spiritual senses but sensed nothing strange. He also felt like the rainstorm came too sudden, almost without any warning. During their little conversation, a white umbrella appeared in the rain and fog. Suhan, the people standing in the cafeteria were a little surprised when they saw Suhan. Suhan generally never left her office and rarely wandered on campus, let alone in the rainstorm. Suhan, who was wearing a white blouse and a green dress, was approaching. Her brown sandals seemed to have no trace of water, revealing her white jade-like feet. When they saw Suhan coming over, the students in the line moved away slightly. These dragons reacted to Suhan not because she was beautiful like a goddess. It was because they knew Suhan was a veteran inspector and a Qian-level master, which imposed invisible pressure on them. Suhan was holding a white umbrella, and she came over and asked Hao Ren, "How's the situation?" "We have received more than 300 members," Hao Ren said. Suhan nodded. "There should be a total of about 500. This year, there are about 200 new students." East Ocean City was a big city adjacent to the East Ocean Dragon Palace. Every year, the Dragon clans sent their young generations to study in East Ocean City. This year, the East Ocean Dragon clan had almost wiped out the West Ocean Dragon clan, and the morale was high. Therefore, more dragon cultivators were coming to study at East Ocean University than in previous years. Also, because of Yuhong Mountain, the East Ocean Dragon clan befriended a lot of forces and signed agreements with many dragon clans. Therefore, these dragon clans had sent their younger generations to train in East Ocean City, and East Ocean University, which was under Lu Qing's management, naturally became the preferred choice. Suhan did not care about these young cultivators on the surface, but she was actually very familiar with the cultivator scene at East Ocean University. How can it be? The presidents of the clubs in the cafeteria were very surprised to see Suhan coming in the rain. Everyone knew that the club supervisor was just an empty title, and they never interfered with club affairs. Who is this Hao Ren? How can he assemble so many students, have Lu Linlin and Lu Lily hold umbrellas on both sides, and get Suhan to visit personally? A lot of questions were raised in people's minds. In the distance, there were still many students who were coming over. At this moment, the rain was pouring straight down. Most of the students were looking for shelter, so this open space in front of the cafeteria had become the special recruiting venue for Hao Ren's calligraphy club. Such a scene made other clubs' executives extremely jealous. Also, there is a powerful master near East Ocean University. Be careful, Suhan reminded Hao Ren. Hao Ren looked at Suhan and finally understood that she came over in the rain for his protection. With the realm of Suhan and the Lu sisters, they could detect even the minor movements near East Ocean University. Although Hao Ren had the inspector's token from the Dragon God Shrine, he could only sense the inspectors in the area. For other situations, he had to use his spiritual senses. The rainstorm continued, and the students came one batch after another. Although the table had been moved to the entrance of the cafeteria, blocking most of the rain, the wind blew some of the raindrops onto Xie Yujia's body. Xie Yujia's hair was a little wet, and her almost translucent skin appeared extraordinarily smooth in the rain. She did not look embarrassing but very charming instead. "I never thought that Xie Yujia could be so beautiful," Yu Rong lamented as he stood in the cafeteria. "Suhan is more beautiful." Zhou Liren stared at Suhan and said. The scene of Suhan standing in the pouring ring was ridiculously beautiful. "Lu Linlin and Lu Lily are super beautiful girls," Ji Yu Jiadong said. The Lu sisters were playful and cute while they stood beside Hao Ren. Most of the students took shelter from the rain in the cafeteria, which was jam-packed, and some were in a long line outside the cafeteria. Between them were the floor-to-ceiling glass walls. The club's executives standing inside the cafeteria watched the students pay and leave, and they thought, they're like automatic money printing machines. Hao Ren is simply collecting a protection fee. How could it be like this? Little did they know that the threshold of 500 yuan set by Hao Ren was to stop ordinary students from joining the calligraphy club. Hao Ren's club simply did not want regular students. The dragon cultivators who were living in the mortal world would not be too poor no matter where they are from. Even the smallest dragon clan had accumulated a lot of wealth, which was equivalent to an aristocratic family. Hao Ren's club was going to be the richest club in East Ocean University. Crack! A lightning bolt dashed down from the sky. Suddenly, a figure appeared on the road behind the bulletin board on the west side of the cafeteria. An oil paper umbrella and a purple wraparound skirt. "Hi, may I ask how to get to Jiao Elementary School?" The alluring voice sounded by Hao Ren's ear along with the gradually disappearing rain. Chapter 550. Eternal Demon King Bewitching. When Hao Ren raised his head, this word rushed to his mind. Wearing a Tang-style wraparound skirt and holding an oil paper umbrella, this woman was very elegantly but had a unique charm. However, this bewitching was not the tacky kind, but a shocking and unbelievable glamour. It was as if the vixen goddess in ancient stories appeared in real life suddenly. The gray rain clouds were the background of this glamorous woman, forming a stunning image. As she slowly put away the oil paper umbrella, the rain gradually slowed down and stopped. The dark clouds parted, and the sun shone. All the students in the cafeteria were stunned. No one had ever seen such a gorgeous woman before. Even though Suhan was a top-tier Qian-level cultivator, she was shocked for a few seconds. Until that woman gradually approached, Suhan hurriedly put her hands in front of her and prepared for a fight. Lu Linlin and Lu Lily, whose eyes opened wide, also stood by Hao Ren's side subconsciously. In recent years, the trend of ancient costumes was slowly reviving, but even beautiful girls couldn't compare with this woman. "Hi, may I ask where Ling Jiao Elementary School is?" A bell-like, crisp voice entered Hao Ren's ear. Hao Ren looked at her and felt like this woman should be about 30 years old, but she maintained well, looking much younger. When she waved her hand, it seemed to move energy between heaven and earth. The figure under the wraparound skirt was elegantly curvy, the waist was fragilely thin, and the pink neck was like white jade. If she were in ancient times, she would be like the legendary Su Daji or Bao Si. Zhou Liren, who was just staring at Suhan, now looked at this woman through the glass wall, and he was almost suffocating. The other students were not much better. The heavy rain just stopped, and the small square outside the cafeteria was still empty. This fascinating woman walked over slowly as if she was standing on a stage. "Hello?" That woman walked in front of Hao Ren and called again. "Oh." Hao Ren reacted. "Ling Jiao Elementary School, why are you going there?" This question should not have been asked, but Hao Ren saw her and instinctively felt something was wrong, so he could not help but inquire. Xie Yujia looked at her from a close distance and was utterly shocked. Not only because this woman was glamorous, but her aura made it impossible for people around her to move. "I am looking for my son, Zhen Kongming," she replied as she looked at Hao Ren again. "If you are not busy, can you lead the way?" "Zhen Kongming." Hao Ren's chin twisted. The demon king who forced a deputy shrine master of the dragon god shrine to show up was actually Zhen Kongming's mom. "Oh, okay." Hao Ren stood up. He was surprised but also worried about Zhen Kongming. Snap. Suhan's palm suddenly buckled Hao Ren's shoulder. "How about, I lead the way?" Suhan looked at her and said. "Ha ha ha." The bewitching woman covered her mouth with her right hand as she laughed. "I want him to lead the way." Her charm almost froze all the male students in the cafeteria. "Sister Su, don't make me angry." The woman looked at Suhan and gradually squinted her eyes. Suhan clenched her teeth. She wanted to say something but was suddenly pushed back by a couple of steps by an invisible force, and her hand let go of Hao Ren's shoulder. Eternal Demon King. One of the most powerful demon kings among the big demon kings. There was no fight at all. In just a glance, Suhan was pushed back. Suhan, who had never been afraid, now shivered slightly. When Demon King appears, the world will be destroyed. This was a saying from ancient times. Whenever a Demon King came out, the world would be turned into chaos. A little demon king could destroy half an ancient empire, and a big demon king could overturn the world and a dynasty. Even Suhan could not imagine the concept of an eternal demon king. Since ancient times, the cultivation sects had been fighting each other, but they all had a common goal, which was to kill the demon kings and get back control of the demon sea. There had been several major wars between the cultivation sects and the demon sea, so the outskirts of the demon sea were ancient battlefields. The sky-breaking bow which Hao Ren picked up from the demon sea was a lost Dharma treasure of an ancient cultivator. "I will go with you." Hao Ren pushed the table away, stood up, and said. "Thank you," the woman said with a smile. This soft voice almost made the students in the cafeteria swoon. These young dragon cultivators outside the cafeteria were impacted quite hard as well. However, seeing Suhan's alerted expression, they knew that this woman was not simple. They tried to stay vigilant. "Yujia, please take over from here." Hao Ren turned and said to Xie Yujia. Xie Yujia looked at Hao Ren with concern but did not know what to do. Gongzi, Lu Linlin and Lu Lily moved a few steps forward and wanted to follow Hao Ren, but they heard Hao Ren say to them, "Stay here and help Yujia." Hao Ren walked forward, and the woman smiled and followed Hao Ren to the main entrance of East Ocean University. Her body swayed a little, and even her shadow in the sun was very graceful. As she left, the pressure on the students in and out the cafeteria was suddenly lifted. The woman who suddenly appeared was too enchanting that they forgot to take photos with their phones. "If there are any problems, call me through the token." Suhan's cold voice appeared in Hao Ren's mind. "Understood." Hao Ren answered her through the token. Suhan always acted as if Hao Ren owed her money, but she cared about Hao Ren. How long has Zhen Kongming been living in your home? The woman asked. He moved slowly in the wraparound skirt, and the water stains on the ground spread out automatically. Wherever she went, the flowers on both sides of the road that had been hit by heavy rain burst open with fragrance. If it weren't for her bewitching style, Hao Ren would have thought that she was a goddess. It seemed that heaven and earth were moved by her. Hao Ren thought that it was fortunately since the students had not come out yet. Otherwise, they would be surprised to see the flowers blooming in an instant. Probably 1 to 2 months, Hao Ren thought about it and said. I see. The woman nodded slightly. I have not left the Demon Sea for more than 300 years, so it took me a few days to get used to land. However, I got the kids of the Dragon God Shrine worried. Her voice was soft and very pleasing to the ear. Her gazes were so powerful that the fishes scrambled in the lake when she looked at them, and the cicadas went silent one by one as she looked over. It seemed like everything in the world was afraid of Zhen Kongming's mom. The flowers bloomed at her will, and the creatures in the area didn't dare to make noise. This purple gold hairpin is our meeting gift. She lifted her hand and took out a golden hairpin from her hair and handed it to Hao Ren. Hao Ren paused for a second. He didn't think much and took the purple gold hairpin. After receiving this gift from Zhen Kongming's mom, Hao Ren felt she was not malicious and she was acting like an elderly. Thank you, Auntie. Hao Ren put the purple gold hairpin into his necklace. So far, he did not feel the special features of this ornament. Ha ha ha, she laughed and said. Auntie? Okay, you can call me, Auntie. When she began cultivating, even Qin Shihuang was not born yet, and the shrine master of the Dragon God Shrine was only a small baby in her eyes, but Hao Ren actually called her, Auntie. Does Zhen Kongming behave on land? She asked. Kongming? Hao Ren hesitated for a few seconds. He's alright. Since Zhen Kongming's mom suddenly appeared, he was not mentally prepared, and he did not know what kind of personality she had. So, he could not answer at will. Auntie, what is your name? Hao Ren took her to the main entrance of East Ocean University and asked her. Name? She thought for a moment and replied, you can call me Mrs. Hong or Lady Zhen. Okay, Auntie, Hao Ren said. He did not change how he addressed her and still called her Auntie. This made her feel more intimate. She glanced at Hao Ren and thought that Hao Ren was more likable than Zhen Kongming. Although Zhen Kongming was her child, he was very disobedient. Otherwise, she would not have handed him over to Chu Niu as a discipline. They crossed the main entrance of East Ocean University and went to Ling Jiao Elementary School, which was next to Ling Jiao Middle School. Ling Jiao Elementary School was preparing to start school half a day later than Ling Jiao Middle School. There were rows of cars parked at the entrance, and those parents were sending their children to school. The sudden appearance of Lady Zhen attracted the attention of all the males. These dads had never seen such a beautiful woman before, and they simply wondered if they were witnessing an ancient painting that was moving. You are a parent of which student? The female teacher who was responsible for welcoming the parents was surprised by the beauty of Lady Zhen. She forced herself to stop Hao Ren and Lady Zhen and asked. I am the mother of Zhen Kongming who is in grade 4, class 2, she replied. Okay, the parent-teacher meeting will be in Building A. The female teacher pointed to a white building inside the campus. Lady Zhen faintly smiled and walked into the school. This smile almost disoriented the female teacher. Little guy, you are Hao Ren, right? Once I have seen Zhen Kongming, I will go back soon. Lady Zhen turned and smiled before waving at Hao Ren. Hao Ren could still maintain his state of mind, but the male parents who were about to enter the school were all dizzy and wobbly. Lady Zhen walked toward Building A, and the white flower petals flew up from the floor beds around her. It was extremely beautiful. Hao Ren stood at the gate of Ling Jiao Elementary School. Although the heavy rain soaked his clothes, he had been wet from his sweat. As Lady Zhen gradually entered Building A, the pressure on Hao Ren gradually reduced. There was no such pressure even when facing old grandma who was a soul formation realm master. Are you okay? Suhan's voice rang in Hao Ren's mind. I'm fine, Hao Ren wiped his sweat and replied. Hee hee, your realm is too low, and you should go back to work. I will come back to test you later. The voice of Lady Zhen sounded in the middle of their conversation.